He stood still without moving as Wang Tang threw a wad of cash into his face. That man contemptuously said he was just a poor bastard from a backwater village. My daily allowance alone is enough for you to spend for a whole year. Take this money and get lost. Emboldened, he pointed straight at his face and warned him to stay away from Zikin from now on. You and she are not from the same world. Remember that, you poor wretch. The surrounding henchmen joined in mocking him. They said he didn't know his place, daring to compete with Wang Tang for the school beauty. He probably didn't know that his uncle was the vice principal of this school. Suddenly, a neatly dressed old man appeared. Around him were bodyguards, and in front a man was bowing and scraping in greeting. He said that Li Tao invited him in, and Su Sun was there, and he didn't know what offense the kid had committed. The students who saw this were astonished and began to clamor. Wasn't that Li Tao from Kingyun International? How could he be at their school? They thought there would be a huge drama, but instead Li Tao and his entire entourage bowed so deeply they nearly broke their backs. They pleaded with Su Sun to return to the company to handle a major matter. The group is in dire need of your assistance. We beg you to lend your aid. The person they were so earnestly beseeching was none other than Su Sun. This shocked Zikin and everyone else so much they nearly fainted. No one understood what was happening anymore. Even Wang Tang stood there dumbfounded, speechless. The man from earlier spoke hesitantly with a cowed posture. What relationship does Su Sun have with your esteemed company, sir? Or perhaps you have mistaken him for someone else. That kid is just a country bumpkin. Hearing this, Li Tao flew into a rage, whirled around, and slapped him directly across the face. How impertinent. Sir Su Sun is the sole heir of the Kingyun group. How can you be allowed to speak so recklessly? Wang Tang trembled as if he would fall. You are the sole heir? You are joking, right? That poor beggar wouldn't even spare him a glance. How could that be possible? The moment he finished speaking, he immediately received a powerful slap from Su Sun. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Truly ignorant. Su Sun glanced over and saw Zikin with both hands clutching her chest, her face panicked and worried. Unable to hold back, he marked his territory by wrapping his arm around her waist and giving her a sweet kiss. After a dazed look, she seemed to lose her way back. He coolly strode forward. He commanded Li Tao's group to leave with him. Seeing Zikin's expression was enough to understand she was completely smitten. Wang Tang, who had just been slapped, burst into tears like rain. Su Sun was clearly a poor guy, so why was he the sole heir? Upon hearing the name Su Sun being mentioned, the bodyguards growled. Is the name Su Sun for you people to call? Call him President Su. Su Sun looked a bit shabby right now, but many people coveted his position. After all, only he knew the truth. He smiled and thought to himself that what people said was not wrong. 20 minutes ago, he really was just a poor student. But now things were different. Turning back time, that morning Su Sun was scrolling on his phone. He suddenly stopped at a breaking news headline. The chairman of Kingyun International, Cheng Ming, had just died in a car accident. The company would face a series of storms. Lost in thought, Su Sun propped his chin on his hand and sighed. Chaos was chaos. It had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Congratulations, host, for activating the strongest identity system. Proceeding to lock in. System lock-in successful. Each week, the host draws one random identity. Completing missions will grant permanent peak abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Sun was dumbfounded. What the hell was the strongest identity? He felt as if he was being swept into a vortex of confusion. Trying to recall every word in the notification, things gradually became clearer. He stammered, draw identity? The system immediately spoke up. Host, please say the command to draw an identity to receive this week's identity. Su Sun blurted out reflexively, draw identity. The system replied, draw successful. Received identity, chairman of Kingyun International. Just hearing the words chairman, his whole body felt like it was struck by lightning, his heart thumping wildly. The system explained in detail. On the surface, he was an ordinary student, but his secret was being the sole heir. The former chairman had passed away. Today, he would officially take over. The identity ability is business acumen. Modest, calm personality. The identity mission is for the young chairman to face the vice chairman who rides roughshod over him upon taking office. Within 1 month, he must investigate Cheng Ming's death and regain control of the group. The school bell for the end of class rang. The whole class was buzzing like a beehive. Su Sun remained motionless, frozen in place, his mind still unable to process it. Was he dreaming? Chairman of Kingyun. How was that possible? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded right by his ear, startling him. The class monitor glared at him angrily. Why are you ignoring me? Su Sun looked up and replied aggressively. Class monitor, my mind is a complete mess. Please don't be like this. From afar, Wang Tang appeared with a dark expression. He frowned when he saw Zikin standing close to Su Sun. Did you forget my warning? I told you to stay away from Zikin. Thinking back to the earlier scene, and now comfortably sitting in a luxury car drinking wine, Su Sun finally believed he was not dreaming. He was amazed that he could generate an identity, and even alter other people's memories. Reflecting on everything, Su Sun breathed a sigh of relief. This would probably be a lot of fun. This system was truly VIP, extremely VIP. Somewhere else, a man man and a woman were talking tensely. They had just received news that Li Tao had brought Su Sun back from school. Our people were one step too slow. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrow sarcastically. So what if they brought him back? He is just a milk-sucking brat. He won't cause us any trouble. Since things have come to this, no one who comes can stop me. This chairman's seat cannot escape the hands of this vice chairman. This person was Chen Hua, the current vice chairman. After Cheng Ming's death, he was the leading candidate to succeed him. But the will had transferred the shares to Su Sun, so he could not easily take the seat of power. Listening to Li Tao's account, Su Sun immediately understood. If that was the case, he would surely hate him to the bone. His mind was already formulating a plan. The system required 1 month to investigate Cheng Ming's death. He believed Chen Hua was the key. The urgent task was to establish his authority at the company. Hearing this, Li Tao worriedly reminded him, Chen Hua is notoriously ruthless in the company. A manager who opposed him once disappeared without a trace. You are a student, so be careful. Hearing that, Su Sun only smiled lightly and said calmly, is that so? Then I must go meet him. The board of directors is probably waiting for me in the meeting room now. Tell them to come to the main entrance to welcome me. Li Tao was flustered and hurriedly ran to the main entrance. Su Sun burst out laughing. Let's go get bubble tea first. Li Tao almost fell over backward. Bubble tea? At that moment, inside the company, everyone was anxiously waiting. Lin Chuan angrily said, telling all of us to go down and welcome that brat? It's been so long and he still hasn't arrived. Is he trying to mess with us? Another young man spoke up. Lin Chuan, watch your words. The chairman ordered it. Do you dare to disobey? If you don't want to wait, then leave. Lin Chuan sneered. The chairman, he's just a college student. With neither ability nor background, how is he fit to be chairman? In my opinion, only Chairman Chen is worthy. As soon as the words finished, murmurs of support and opposition arose. That's right, Chairman Chen is the one worthy of the chairman's seat. An old man angrily said, are you planning a rebellion? Director Zhao's body isn't even cold yet. Do you dare to go against his will? He chose a capable successor. Would he choose randomly? Chen Hua quietly observed, sighed in annoyance, feeling full of resentment inside. These old geezers are too much, constantly arguing. This is truly a disaster for the company. Why don't they just retire? Amid the tense atmosphere, a luxury car screeched to a halt in front of the company. The piercing sound of brakes rang out. The car door opened, and an extremely handsome young man stepped out, holding a cup of bubble tea leisurely in his hand. Seeing everyone gathered, Su Sun smiled faintly. Everyone is here already? Chen Hua saw Su Sun and cheerfully approached him. Xiao Su, everyone has been waiting for you. I am Chen Hua. Su Sun shook his hand. His voice was calm. I know, Vice Chairman Chen, I have long admired you. Lin Chuan glanced at Su Sun with his bubble tea and sneered. No wonder you were late, went to drink bubble tea. President Su, go back to school and play games. The business world is a battlefield. Su Sun rolled his eyes and asked Chen Hua, Vice Chairman, is this the dog you keep? He pointed his finger directly at Lin Chuan's face. Chen Hua pretended to be deaf, trying to soothe. Xiao Su, don't say that. Lin Chuan lost control, his face turning bright red, angry. What did you say? Say it again. Before he could hear it again, Su Sun slapped him, causing teeth and lips to mix. While the employees were in shock, Su Sun coldly glanced. Since he isn't Chen Hua's dog, how dare he bark in front of me? Hitting him was right. Those who had just loudly gossiped seemed to have their voices taken away, lowering their heads, not daring to speak. Su Sun walked away leisurely, saying before he left, meeting in 5 minutes, everyone disperse. Chen Hua was still recovering from Su Sun's behavior, silently worrying, this kid plays a strange game. Well then, let's play it out to the end. At the same time, Su Sun stepped into the meeting room, with Li Tao following behind. Inside, the personal secretary was already standing by, her expression conflicted. Hello, President Su. Li Tao introduced her. President Su, this is Li Yu. Your personal secretary, she is completely trustworthy. Su Sun looked at Liu Yu with interest. Prepare 3 cups of tea and bring them into the meeting room. Liu Yu was stunned, stammering 3 cups of tea. A few minutes later, the solemn meeting room was restored, with everyone gathered fully. Su Sun began, I am Su Sun. From today onwards, I am the chairman of Qingyun International. Lin Chuan interrupted, President Su, I have an opinion regarding your succession. Su Sun didn't say much, directly slapping him, freezing the entire room. He said coldly, didn't your parents teach you? Not to interrupt others? Truly hard to teach. Li Tao, sitting nearby, had wide eyes and open mouth in shock. The atmosphere stabilized, and Su Sun declared, I am the chairman of this corporation. Okay, I'm done speaking. His eyes swept around the room. He asked directly, who supports, who opposes? Seeing no one dared to speak, Su Sun laughed loudly. Speak your mind, don't be shy. I'm very easygoing, it's only my hand that's difficult. Li Tao looked at Su Sun with admiration. President Su is young but decisive, not like an ordinary person. Chen Hua smiled faintly. Director Zhao chose the right person. Since President Su has spoken, I would like to offer an opinion. Su Sun nodded, showing no emotion. Vice Chairman Chen, please go ahead. His hand still held the teacup. Li Tao's heart pounded. Chen Hua challenged, if Susun wants to be recognized, let him secure a contract from the Taishan Corporation. Susun remained silent, not reacting yet. Li Tao jumped up. That's enough. Who doesn't know Taishan is a life or death rival? You're telling President Su to go get that order. Chen Hua lost his composure, grabbed a water glass, and threw it directly at Li Tao's face, furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at me? The water glass flew over. Everyone thought Li Tao was about to be hit. At that decisive moment, a hand as fast as lightning snatched the glass. Everyone was still reeling. Susun declared loudly and clearly, that project I accept. Chen Hua's face twisted as he forced a smile. Good, President Su has spirit. 1 month's time, what do you think? Expecting opposition, Susun coldly stood up. 1 week is enough, meeting adjourned. The room was dead silent. Whispers broke out. As for Chen Hua, he was stunned. 1 week? Before leaving the meeting room, Susun did not forget to instruct Li Yu. Follow me quickly. Li Tao, who stayed behind, looked bewildered, constantly calling out President Su. Chen Hua burst into laughter, amused, and said one decisive word. Li Tao, thank you for bringing this guy back so we could witness a fool being born. The surrounding crowd laughed uncontrollably. Everyone opened their mouths to mock and laugh, saying that challenging President Chen was seeking death, and the kid was still wet behind the ears. While the laughter had not yet died down, in another corner the older employees in the company whispered with tense expressions. They said, how could the president choose such an idiot? This time there was no hope left, and they should prepare in advance. In the office, Susun was intently monitoring the situation when the door burst open. Li Tao entered, his voice anxious. President Su, you cannot possibly do this. But before he could finish his sentence, Susun interrupted him, saying he was just looking for him and wanted him to tell how President Zhao died. Li Tao paused, his expression thoughtful, then lowered his voice and replied, President Zhao died in a car accident. The police have confirmed it. Hearing that, Susun frowned in suspicion and demanded he recount the details very carefully. A bad feeling arose in his heart. If it were just a normal accident, the system would not have asked him to investigate. Li Tao understood the suspicion and began to detail. President Zhao drove to the company this morning and was hit by a dump truck and killed. The dump truck driver transported materials from the construction site at that time every day, so it was not intentional. Hearing this, Susun immediately sensed something was off and asked where the driver was now. Li Tao quickly replied, he has been arrested by the police and is currently at the station. Without hesitation, Su gave an urgent order, wanting him to go to the station to keep an eye on the driver and not let anything happen. Li Tao was startled, his eyes full of doubt. Could he possibly be suspicious? Susun mused, his gaze sharp. It is better to be safe than sorry. Understanding the implication, Li Tao nodded decisively. Understood. I am on my way. Then Liu Yu approached with a stack of documents in hand. She gently reported, President Su, the materials on Nan Tian, chairman of the Taishan Group, are all here. Susun took them while muttering absent-mindedly. Nan Tian, I feel like I have heard that name somewhere before. The moment he flipped through the details, the young man suddenly choked up when he saw Ziqin's picture. This could not be such a coincidence. The scene shifted to the dormitory room. Ziqin had just finished showering, her skin rosy and radiant. Her roommates were animatedly discussing the news of Suun becoming the chairman of King Yun International. One friend was startled. How could that be? Suddenly going from a loser to a tall, rich, and handsome man. While drying her hair, Ziqin checked her phone and was suddenly surprised by a message that made her eyes go wide. The friend still did not stop lamenting, saying, wake up, it is not your turn. A few were annoyed, saying just a few days ago he was still laughing. If I had known, I would have snatched him up. Ziqin quickly changed clothes, threw on a jacket, and said hastily, I am going out for a bit. At a quiet street corner, where the faint yellow light cast long shadows of the small figure standing waiting, Ziqin was suddenly embraced from behind by an arm, accompanied by laughter. Hee, you are pretty. Ziqin was startled but did not let panic take over. She immediately reacted, throwing a move like in an action movie, taking down her teaser in an instant. A familiar voice rang out, it is me, it is me. Ziqin looked down, eyes wide, covering her mouth. Oh, Susun. I am sorry, Susun. Face down on the ground, replied reluctantly. It is fine, your hit is really heavy. Explained, his face a mess from the office. Who told you to ambush me? Susun glanced at her, teasing on purpose. If you ambush me from behind, you beat me up. But if you kiss me from the front, you have no reaction. Hearing this, Ziqin suddenly blushed and mumbled with her head down. I really did not expect you to avoid me all this time, and today you. The streetlight illuminated Susun's face as he looked at her seriously, his gaze infatuated. Before I was a poor guy, unable to give you happiness. From today, I am no longer the old Susun. I will give it my all to bravely love you. Ziqin's heart felt like it would explode, her whole body trembling with emotion. Seeing her about to cry, Susun softened his voice to comfort her. Stop crying, you fool, I have something to ask you. Is your father the chairman of the Taishan Group? Upon hearing the question, Ziqin immediately replied, replied, yes, he started building his career 5 years ago. I have told you all this before, don't you remember? Hearing her tone as if about to scold him, Sun scratched his head and laughed. I remember, of course I do. But in his mind he thought she talks so much every day. Who could remember it all? He continued, right now I need to secure my position at King Yun International, and I need your father's help, so. While talking with Zikin, Sun suddenly received a phone call. President Su, it is bad. The driver who hit and killed President Zhao has committed suicide. Sun tried to stay calm and asked, where are you now? I will come immediately. Zikin asked sadly, do you have to go already? Sun was already scrambling, but before leaving did not forget to say goodbye. I will pick you up early tomorrow morning. Watching Sun leave, Zikin felt a little regretful. How annoying, stopping right in the middle of our conversation. Just as he finished his reproachful words, Zikin couldn't help but let out a chuckle. While frantically running back to the company, a car suddenly roared out of nowhere. The car sped like an arrow straight towards Sun. Sun saw the car, his eyes wide and unblinking. He was terrified, thinking he was about to be hit. Unexpectedly, his luck held, and he escaped the danger unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Sun's mind was filled with horror. That was indeed a close call. Li Tao stuck his head out, panicking and yelling loudly, President Su, are you alright? Amidst the tension, Liu Jun entered with a grim face, saying the driver had lost control, and Li Tao suddenly appeared to save that boy. Chen Hua, at that moment, was enjoying drinks and women, calmly replying that there was no rush, he only wanted to scare him. 2 chairmen get hit by a car in a row? He wasn't that foolish. Tonight was just a warning, hoping he would be sensible. Simultaneously, Sun, drinking coffee, suddenly changed expression as if he had heard those words echoing back. He repeated the words exactly. Today was just a warning, someone told him to rein it in. Li Tao heard this and immediately boiled with rage, angrily saying if he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Sun gently calmed the agitated teacher Li Tao, then asked how things were on his end. Li Tao sighed heavily, saying the driver had been subdued but then committed suicide in the holding cell. By the time he arrived, the man was already dead. Hearing this, Sun fell silent, chin in hand. The enemy eliminated loose ends without leaving a trace, truly ruthless. They even left a note saying there was no money to pay, so he had to trade life for life. After thinking for a moment, he asked in a cold voice, what about the driver's family? Li Tao quickly replied, divorced for years, lived alone. Sun ordered, investigate immediately. Someone had bribed him. The only thing that would make a driver willingly sacrifice his life would be his family. Li Tao seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening. Exactly. I'll go arrange it now. Meanwhile, at Zikin's home, Mother Leishu busily brought food to her husband Nan Tian, grumbling, eat, that's all you know. Are you going to take care of your daughter or not? Nan Tian closed his eyes and sighed in exasperation. What is it now? Zikin clings to that poor brat every day. Xiao Cheng has been waiting forever, and she won't come home. Is she about to rebel? The noisy quarrel brought Jian Yun, the eldest son, downstairs with a clean-cut young man, Xiao Cheng. Jian Yun said wearily, Mom, what's all the fuss about so early in the morning? Xiao Cheng stepped forward with a polite smile. Auntie, has Zikin not returned yet? Lai Xiu faltered, sweating nervously as she tried to stay calm. She'll be back soon. You eat first, I'll call her in a bit. Xiao Cheng still smiled lightly. If she doesn't like me, I am willing to step back. The words panicked Lai Xiu. Oh heavens, how could that be? Nan Tian cut in, Xiao Cheng, you are a young master of a corporation. How can you lose to a poor student who gnaws on buns every day? Xiao Cheng humbly replied. A bit of family wealth, hardly worth mentioning. Just as he finished, the door opened, and Zikin walked in, her face beaming like a flower, leading Sun by the hand. The whole family instantly froze at the sight. Zikin cheerfully greeted, Mom, Dad, I'm home. Lai Xiu's eyes went wide, and she stammered, You? How could you? Sun quickly stepped forward, politely bowing his head. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Sun, Zikin's boyfriend. For my first visit, I brought you some fruit. Sun's bright smile seemed capable of captivating the whole family. Jian Yun shattered it immediately as he charged in like a raging bull. He knocked the fruit basket flying, sending it all over the floor, and yelled, Boyfriend, who the hell do you think you are? Barefoot country bumpkin worthy of her? Take your garbage and get the hell out of here. Zikin couldn't stand it and shouted, Brother! Facing such insolence, Sun calmly retorted sharply, Uncle, a powerful family like yours teaches its son like this? Jian Yun flew into a rage. Say that again. Nan Tian, having held back for so long, could no longer bear it and shouted so loudly it shocked the whole family. Shut up, you disgrace. His eyes rested on Sun, full of doubt. Son, I admire you. But why are you doing something so shameless today? You are not worthy of Zikin. Go back. Hearing those words, Sun felt as if doused with cold water, and said with disappointment, Actually, But before he could finish, Xiao Cheng quickly stepped forward, putting on an air of gallantry. How about I say a few words? I am Xiao Cheng, the young president of Gangti Shangshan Steel. In the future, I will be the chairman of the Shangshan Group. Sun was startled, his mind buzzing. This segment is too familiar. Don't pull out the card. Please don't pull out the card. But things went exactly as he thought. Xiao Cheng threw a card onto the ground and said coldly, "There's $1,000,000 in this card. Take the money and get lost." Seeing that smirk, Su Sun could only smile, not wanting to know any further. He figured the humiliation scene was about to come. Before he could retort, Zikin immediately sneered. "Xiao Cheng, you always say you don't care about money. So why are you so eager to flaunt your status today?" Xiao Cheng calmly replied, "I want some people to know they are just toads and stop dreaming of being swans." Su Sun heard him compare him to something less than a dog, his expression unchanging as he quietly bent down to pick up the card from the floor. The unexpected action stunned Zikin. Xiao Cheng saw this, his pride surging, and laughed mockingly. Haha, the kid knows what's more important. He thought Su Sun would take the card and leave, but in the next moment, he suddenly walked up to Xiao Cheng. Without a word, he shoved the card directly into the pocket of that man's suit. Xiao Cheng's expression froze. Su Sun calmly said, "This is money your father worked hard to earn. Don't throw it away like trash. You have no right to squander it in his stead." Zikin's parents, watching from behind, had a glint of approval flash in their eyes. It seemed they had never seen a young man whose qualities exceeded the appearance he displayed. Being countered in front of so many people enraged Xiao Cheng. He had intended to humiliate someone, but instead an unknown man repaid him double. Finally losing his composure, he pointed directly at Su Sun and yelled, "Stop pretending. I am the young master of a 3 billion company. Who are you?" Let them choose who is worthy of Zikin. Forced to reveal his identity publicly, Sun sighed. He had planned to remain silent, but now he had to perform on this stage. He raised his head and spoke calmly. "I am the chairman of Kingyun International." Xiao Cheng was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter as if hearing an absurd story, telling everyone to listen to that pathetic claim. His laughter quickly died down. His eyes were dazed, and his voice stammered in disbelief. "Chairman of Kingyun? Chairman?" Not only he but everyone in Zikin's family was shocked. Their eyes widened, and their mouths fell open, unable to close. They stammered, unable to form words. "What is the chairman of Kingyun International?" Everyone was petrified. Su Sun scratched his head and chuckled softly, trying to appear harmless. Doesn't it look like me?" At this moment, sweat poured from Xiao Cheng like a spring in winter. He pointed his finger and shouted, trying to salvage the situation, "Stop bluffing. Why don't you just say you're the Supreme Lord Lao himself? How can a chairman of Kingyun be you? Do you take me for a fool?" But right then, the TV broadcast a breaking news report following the death of the former chairman of Kingyun. According to the will, yesterday, 19-year-old Su Sun succeeded to the position of chairman. Where he will steer this commercial ship, let us wait and see. Market value of Kingyun was 130 billion USD. The atmosphere in the living room froze. Xiao Cheng stood frozen like a statue. The old man of the Z family, who had just belittled Su Sun, now had a pale face and sweat pouring out. He coughed a few times and stammered, "So the new chairman Xiao Su Kingyun is you." Exposed and utterly humiliated with no place to hide, Xiao Cheng saw Su Sun not miss the opportunity. He stepped forward with a playful look in his eyes and said, "Hantong, let's cooperate sometime in the future." Struck directly in his pride, Xiao Cheng swallowed his humiliation and forced a dry laugh. "Haha, of course, of course." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran away as if chased by a beast, thinking to himself that he would die if he stayed. He suddenly remembered he had urgent business and said, "I'm leaving." As for Jian Yun, he turned around faster than flipping a rice paper. He acted friendly, putting his arm around Su Sun's shoulder in flattery. "Brother-in-law, the first time I saw you, I knew you were a dragon among men." Su Sun looked at him half crying and half laughing, and just nodded reluctantly. "You flatter me." Old man Nantian saw his son overacting and glared, scolding, "Bastard, have you become a brother-in-law because of money? Do you think I'm dead?" Before he could continue, the mother rushed over with a beaming face, grabbing Su Sun's hand enthusiastically. "Little Su, sit down. Have you eaten yet?" Su Sun had just sat down. Without beating around the bush, he cut straight to the chase with a calm tone. "Uncle An, today I came to cooperate with the Taishan group." As soon as the proposal was made, Nantian sneered and changed his tune. "Everyone knows I've never cooperated with Kingyun. If you were a poor man, I wouldn't hate you. But as chairman, don't come to my house again." Zikin was startled and questioned her father why he was like that. But he didn't bother to explain. "That's enough. Stop talking. See the guest out." Knowing that Nantian still held a grudge against Kingyun, Su Sun cast a dangerous bait. "It's fine. I have sent people to investigate the feud between the two sides." Zikin's mother was fuming, glaring at her husband and scolding, "You damned old man, business is good. Why won't you do it?" Nantian frowned. "Investigate? What can you investigate?" Knowing he had hit the sore spot, Su Sun said lightly, "According to the investigation, when you and President Zhao were young, Before he could finish, Nan Tian broke out in a cold sweat. His expression changed, and he lunged forward to grab Susun's hand, eagerly as if his cards had been revealed. Let's negotiate the contract, right? No problem, let's go to the study to sign. Susun, seeing the attitude change faster than the wind, almost choked. Thank you, uncle. Nan Tian beamed with joy, put his arm around Susun's neck, and led him upstairs, laughing and saying, the moment I saw you, I knew you were a dragon among men. Susun smiled back, not forgetting to gently jab, your son just praised me the same way. Knowing the old man had a weakness, Susun delivered another killer line. Were you really President Zhao's love rival back then? Just as Susun signed the contract, Chen Hua received the news and slammed the table in a rage. What? He already signed? Liu Jun reported seriously. That's right. In 2 days, Nan Tian will announce it at the shareholder meeting. What should we do? He lost his composure and smashed a glass in frustration. Taishan sees us as enemies. How could they sign a contract with that brat? Liu Jun said. He seduced Nan Tian's daughter. The two are classmates. Chen Hua roared. Bastard. Why didn't you report this sooner? Liu Jun trembled. I just found out myself. Should I take care of those two? Chen Hua regained his sinister composure. No need. He's just a brat. Do you think I'm panicked? I've already thought of a way. Right then, the system popped up with a reminder. 4 days left until expiration. Please complete the task quickly, Master. Susun sighed. The contract was done, but the important thing was to thoroughly investigate the truth. While he was racking his brain, the door slammed open, almost making Susun's heart jump out. Li Tao rushed in frantically, holding a piece of paper, his eyes shining brightly. President Su, exactly as you predicted. I have uncovered something unexpected. That driver has a daughter. 3 years ago, she went abroad to study, and it was also from that time that he started driving a truck at the construction site. Susun mused, a driver who can afford to send his daughter abroad? It looks like he was bribed. Moreover, the other party prepared this 3 years ago. Extremely vicious. Li Tao reported seriously. The time is too long to trace the source of the money, but the opponent is a fierce wolf. I have arranged bodyguards to protect you at all times. Hearing the word bodyguards, Susun jumped as if shocked by electricity. Before he could react, Li Tao turned around and shouted loudly like a military order, call all the bodyguards in here now. Before he finished speaking, a group of bodyguards rushed in like the wind. One was wearing a shirt with a pig pattern, another wore a shiny dollar print shirt, and another had a 5-pointed star on his chest. The whole team looked like a gathering of eccentric fashion, shouting in unison, Greetings, President Su. Li Tao proudly introduced them. All elites from the Special Forces team. Their skills are beyond question, and they are absolutely loyal. The formidable aura of the bodyguard team sent a chill down Susun's spine. He smiled wryly and said, good, thank you for your hard work. Suddenly remembering something important, Susun turned to Li Tao with a serious tone. Right, I have a question for you. Understanding immediately, Li Tao nodded and then ordered, all of you, step outside. Susun picked up the photo, looked at it closely and asked, who is this person? He stands next to Chen Hua, so his rank can't be low. Why didn't I see him in the meeting last time? Li Tao pointed at the scar-faced man in the photo, answering without hesitation. This man's name is Liu Jun. He is not a board member, but he is Chen Hua's most trusted confidant. I hear many of Chen Hua's shady dealings were handled by him. He can be called Chen Hua's most loyal dog. He is a tough nut to crack. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time investigating him. Susun chuckled. No, I was just curious and asked. Liu Yu, the sweet secretary, had just finished her work. The moment she stepped out of the office, she immediately ran into Liu Jun. The man had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Liu Yu walk past, he opened his mouth to tease. What, you see me and can't even say hello? Liu Yu replied coldly. I told you. Don't come looking for me at the company. Hemph, I wanted to get in touch with you outside, but you never answer your phone. Enough with the nonsense, I have a job for you. Faced with an order from her father, Liu Yu remained defiant. I have no obligation to do your dirty work. Unable to tolerate that attitude, Liu Jun roared like a wounded beast and suddenly grabbed his daughter's clothes. He shouted loudly, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. If it weren't for me, could you be a secretary for the leadership? Want to bet I can have you kicked out of here by tomorrow? Frightened, Liu Yu struggled. Let go of me. Liu Jun shifted to a sweet tone, dripping with crocodile tears. Your father is truly at his wit's end. If you don't want me to die, then you must help me. The scene quickly cut back to Susun as he left the office. He stretched and groaned, I'm dead tired. But before he could catch his breath, the squad of special bodyguards was already waiting for him like a superhero backup team. Seeing Susun, they all greeted him in unison like thunder. Hello, Boss Su. Boss Su has worked hard. Where would you like to go? We'll take you there. Attacked by such enthusiasm, Susun smiled wryly. Work is over, I'm going home. Hearing that, the bodyguards shouted slogans as if heading into battle. Brothers, let's get to work. Who? Their shouts echoed like gibbons in the deep forest, startling Susun's heart. He just wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. On the way as he passed by, he saw Secretary Liu Yu still busy at work. Susun smiled. Goodbye, Liu Yu. I'll be off now. Caught off guard, Liu Yu jumped up in surprise. Goodbye, Boss Su. But the moment Susun turned his back, she suddenly called out loudly. Hesitantly stammering hammering Boss Su. The shout made Su-sun stop and turn around in surprise. What's wrong? Liu hesitated for a moment before speaking. My car broke down. Could you give me a ride home? If it's too much trouble, I'll just take a cab. Hearing the sweet secretary's request, Su-sun nodded immediately. Sure, come on, I'll take you home. On the way to take Liu home, Su-sun looked around in surprise and asked, you live here? Liu repeatedly thanked him. Thank you for bringing me home. Su-sun showed little expression, just calmly turned away. Let's go. Just as he was about to turn his back, from behind, Liu's panicked cry rang out, ah! Su-sun paused. What is it? I drove you all the way home and you won't even offer me a glass of water. The reproach made Liu flustered and confused. Yes, I'm sorry. At the same time, in another corner, two bodyguards were eavesdropping. One asked impatiently, brother Hu, should we go in now? The other slapped him in annoyance. Idiot, use your brain. Looking at the situation, I think Boss Su's glass of water is going to take all night. Inside the small apartment, Liu felt somewhat awkward inviting Su-sun in. I'm so sorry, it's a bit messy. Su-sun was casual. It's fine. When I lived in the dorms, it was even messier. Looking around, he chuckled and sat down on a chair that still had clothes draped over it, then teased. Looks like all your energy goes into your work, huh? Seeing Su-sun holding her clothes, Liu lost her composure. Oh my god, stop messing around. I'll pour you some water. In the kitchen, her father's cold voice echoed in Liu's mind. Find a chance to be alone with him, then make him drink this medicine. He will lose consciousness. After that, you must take lots of intimate photos of the two of you. Understand? With trembling hands, she finally dropped the pill into the glass of water. She brought the water out. He forced a smile and sat down. Boss Su, have some water. Suddenly, Su-sun looked up and asked, where is your mother? The question made Liu freeze, stunned for a moment before slowly answering, she's in the countryside. Su-sun continued, his tone even but carrying a hidden meaning. Is that so? Speaking of which, I actually have something I wanted to ask you. What is your relationship with that man Liu Jun? The question cut across her heart like a knife, making Liu break out in a sweat. She tried to calm herself, pretending to be naive. No relation, we just share the same surname. Su-sun smiled faintly. Oh, is that so? Without hesitation, he picked up the glass of water and drank it. Liu thought to herself, he has already drunk it. But Su-sun only replied coldly, thank you, get some rest soon too, I'm leaving. Seeing that he was about to leave, Liu hurriedly called him back. President Su, there is something I want to ask. Her heart was in turmoil because the drug had not taken it yet. Su-sun glanced. You don't want me to go home today? Liu was flustered. No, that's not it. He turned back and sat down. Ask whatever you want. Outside, the group of bodyguards was still waiting. One of them opened his phone and received a message. Give you 5 minutes to cut off all network signals in the building. He jumped up and shouted loudly like an alarm. Zhongzi, take 2 people and destroy the signal. She too, destroy all the signal towers around. Hurry up. The bodyguards rushed off like arrows. Inside the room, Su-sun sat there, his eyes growing heavier and heavier. Liu kept evading the question, stalling for time. The drug began to take effect. Su-sun's face flushed red, his breathing rapid. It was clearly an aphrodisiac. Seeing President Su acting strangely, she stepped forward and asked, are you feeling sleepy? Su-sun flushed, his body tense. Someone tricked her into making me take an aphrodisiac. She thought it was sleeping pills. Liu, hurry up. Liu asked innocently, President Su, are you alright? Her heart was panicked. Why isn't he sleepy but his face looks so bad? Or did I give him too much? Liu approached with concern. I see your complexion doesn't look good. Turned out all the movements in Liu's house were being monitored by Chenhua's men through hidden cameras. On the other side of the screen, they were like an audience watching a movie, their eyes shining brightly waiting for the show. One of them laughed gleefully and slapped his thigh. Aha, today we finally get to see how fierce little President Su is. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Liu ran to Su-sun, whose face was red. Hey, your body is so hot. Let me take you to the hospital. Su-sun was stubborn, his eyes rolling back. His nose was bleeding, sweat pouring out. He was struggling fiercely against the drug's effect. Before he could finish catching his breath, the other screen showed a slash mark. The video signal suddenly became blurry with static and then disappeared completely. The few who were eagerly watching immediately started cursing. We were about to get to the good part and the network goes out. What kind of trick is this? Liu Jun, who was also watching, froze. The scene was like a movie theater. Su-sun lunged forward and pinned the secretary down. You are truly foolish, being schemed against without even knowing it. Liu panicked. What? Su-sun clenched his hands, forced himself to hold back, then stood up. If I accidentally do that, I'll sell a kidney tomorrow to pay you back. He turned around and said urgently, bring me ice as much as possible. Liu ran around frantically looking for ice. Am I the one being schemed against? As she was bustling about, the door burst open and a person rushed in shouting, President Su. Liu was startled and slumped down onto the chair. He is taking a shower in the restroom. The bodyguard was stunned, then grinned meaningfully. Done in just a few minutes, huh? President Su's quick these days. Liu shouted loudly to cut him off. Shut up with your vulgar laugh. The bathroom door creaked open. Su-sun stepped out with a flushed face, coughing violently. The bodyguard put on a lecturing tone again. President Su, you're young. You need to learn restraint. Before he could finish, Su-sun yelled, shut up, focus on the main task. Don't talk nonsense. There are hidden cameras in this room. Find them quickly. Liu Hu looked at Liu Yu and shouted loudly, "Are you trying to secretly film President Su?" Liu Yu turned pale. "What cameras? I don't know anything." Suksun slumped down into the chair, his voice cold. "Stop talking, search quickly." He pointed a glass of water. "What did he tell you this drug was?" She fearfully lowered her head and whispered, "Sleeping pills." Suksun flared up. "You idiot, they have much heavier evidence now. That is an aphrodisiac. You are just a sacrificial pawn." Liu Yu almost collapsed upon hearing this. "What? Impossible." Liu Hu, after searching the entire house, suddenly exclaimed, "Found it, it was hidden inside the power socket." Liu Yu stood there dumbfounded. "So it is true." Suksun glared and urged, "Keep searching, there are probably some in the bedroom too." The feeling of being pushed into another's hands by his own father was beyond description. Liu Yu was panicked and screamed in fear, not knowing how he found out. Suksun turned around, his face emotionless, replying that he had only guessed. But it seemed he was right. Liu Yu could no longer hide it, so she had to admit that Liu Jun was her father. 15 years ago, he left home for another woman, leaving her sick mother and her barely surviving. 3 years ago, when she was at her most desperate, she met him again, and by then he was a leader at Kingyun. He helped me get into Kingyun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived, even though I hate him deeply. But Su Sun continued speaking, his eyes still expressionless. "But you can't refuse his request, can you?" Liu lowered her head, too ashamed to speak. Liu Hu walked in from outside and reported that they had prepared 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, wanting to frame him and ruin his reputation. Su Sun held up the pile of cameras in his hand. Looking at Liu Yu, he asked her if she still had any hope for him after seeing these things. Liu Yu was extremely agitated. She screamed that she didn't believe he would do that. He must have been tricked by someone else. Liu Hu angrily scolded her, asking what was wrong with her if her brain was stuck in a door. Su Sun said that to overthrow Chen Hua, they needed to find Liu Jun's weakness. He needed her help. If she didn't agree, he wouldn't force her. Liu Yu remained silent. Suksun turned his back and coldly said to leave. Liu Hu was puzzled. Suksun said there was nothing more here. At this moment, Liu Yu burst into tears, her face drenched. Late at night, the light in Liu Yu's room was still on. She pondered deeply, looking at the pile of cameras in her hand. Suddenly, painful memories resurfaced. Times when her job applications failed, and no company was willing to hire her. Taunts from the interviewers still echoed, saying they didn't need someone like her. What ability did she have to even dare to interview so shameless? She slumped in despair in the rain, tears streaming down as she called her mother, and at that very moment Liu Jun appeared. Liu Yu told herself that no matter what, he was still her last family member, and she would give him a chance. Just as she was about to knock on the door, laughter came from inside the room, praising Liu Jun as the most ruthless they had ever seen. That's right, using his own daughter like a chess piece, truly visionary. How did you make her listen to you? Liu Jun laughed despicably and said he only needed to pressure companies into not hiring her, then appear the moment she broke down. A group of brothers kept praising Liu Jun, asking if they could watch the video tomorrow. He grinned sinisterly and agreed. He said he would have someone bring the memory card back and send it to everyone for their enjoyment. Outside, Liu Yu clenched her teeth, tears streaming like rain. In the car, Liu Hu was feeling frustrated inside. Finally, he spoke up and asked Su-sun why he didn't deal with Liu Yu for her betrayal. Su-sun calmly replied that since ancient times, family bonds were the hardest to let go of. He was only her superior. How could he force her to betray her father? However, the secretary being one of Chen Hua's men was unexpected. Liu Hu volunteered, guaranteeing that his brothers were absolutely loyal. Su-sun smiled and praised them for their good performance. He would not doubt those he used. If he trusted someone, he would trust them 100%. Liu Hu was surprised, so that was it. Young yet holding assets worth trillions, treating his subordinates with absolute loyalty. Surrounded by enemies but unafraid, always maintaining a strong spirit. His furrowed brows showed he was dealing with something difficult. Damn it, how could there be such a magnetic man in the world? Thought he was worried about something important, but it turned out Su-sun was emotionlessly watching a girl wearing cat ears wiggling around. So ugly it hurts my eyes. What kind of person becomes a TikToker these days? The car stopped. Su-sun instructed them to pick him up tomorrow morning and thanked everyone for their hard work. Liu Hu calmly replied yes. Entering the house, Su-sun remembered the system-assigned mission. There were only 2 days left until the deadline, but he showed no worry. Damn it, was the system referring to business acumen, organizational skills, and composure? As he was entering the house, a voice called out from behind, asking President Su for a few minutes. Turning around, he saw Liu Yu dressed scantily, her face tired. She must have just run over. Su-sun told her to come in. Liu Yu recounted everything. That man was a beast, and all these years she had been manipulated. A person like that didn't deserve to live. If he wanted to destroy her, then she would take revenge. As long as she could get revenge, she would do whatever he said, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Su-sun interrupted interrupted, saying that with him, she wouldn't have to sacrifice anything. If she wanted revenge, if she wanted something, he would help her get it. Hearing this, Liu Yu was moved, tears silently falling. She simply nodded gently. Next morning, Liu Jun instructed his subordinates, wait until Su-sun goes downstairs before going up. Absolutely do not disturb him. After entering, retrieve all the cameras. As he was speaking, Liu Yu suddenly appeared, startling Liu Jun. She asked if that was what he was looking for. She handed him the camera in her hand. Liu Jun asked in surprise how she had these things. Liu Yu said bluntly without restraint, even your own daughter you set a trap for, hiding from me to install a camera. What do you have to say about this? Liu Jun fell silent. Knowing he could not deny it, he closed his eyes and admitted fault. He said that President Chen wanted to swap the medicine and hide the camera, and by the time he found out it was too late. He promised he would not let his daughter suffer. After this matter, you will become a member of the board of directors. Liu Jun quickly asked if Su-sun had discovered the camera yet. Liu Yu replied coldly, I am tired. The father and daughter walked into the house. Liu Jun kept pressing for an answer. This matter was very important. Did Su-sun fall for the trap or not? You tell me quickly. When they entered the study, a strange woman appeared, looked at Liu Yu, then asked Liu Jun who she was. Liu Jun calmly replied that she was a colleague, there was some business, and she would leave soon. Liu Yu was displeased but tried to stay calm. Once in the study, she said she did not want to see that woman. Liu Jun again pressed for information about his young wife. What exactly happened to Su-sun? Liu Yu remembered Su-sun's instructions. Remember, the most important thing is on Liu Jun's computer. Liu Jun panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat over the data card inside. Liu Yu replied coldly, after how you treated me, how could I give you the video? Give me 8 million, not a single coin less. Liu Jun growled in anger. Liu Yu continued speaking. Besides, I am in a hurry, and President Su is not someone who does not need me. He broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. This woman had him by the throat. If he did not satisfy her, how could he overthrow President Su? He could not cut this 8 million piece of meat from himself. Liu Jun was furious but had no choice, so he pretended to agree. He told her to wait 15 minutes while he asked for the leadership's opinion. Liu Yu said flatly, 10 minutes, my patience has limits. He stepped outside, quickly pulled out his phone and called Manhwa, demanding he answer. Liu Yu still remembered Su-sun's instructions and quickly began executing the plan. She plugged a USB drive into Liu Jun's computer, and immediately malware was installed. On this side, Su-sun was working with a young hacker. Find what I need, and I will pay you 8 million. The hacker nodded confidently, leave it to me. Group of bodyguards murmured in admiration, searching all night for a top computer expert just to do this job. 8 million, Sun really did not spare any expense. If they had bothered to study computers long ago, maybe they would have had this chance now. Liu Yu was in a corner, counting every second nervously with her hands. The feeling of nervousness grew stronger, and she silently urged him to hurry up. After a period of searching, the hacker discovered the secret file had a password, but it was not a problem. Suk-sun, standing nearby, anxiously urged him on continuously. Liu Jun had just finished calling Manhwa. Yes, President Chen, transfer the money first. I will confirm the video will be given to her. As soon as he entered the study, Liu Jun saw Liu Yu standing by the computer, and he angrily shouted asking what she was doing. Liu Yu quickly stalled for time, looking at the photo frame and saying he would not even keep a mother and son picture. How heartless. Liu Jun grew even angrier. Stop the nonsense. The money is here. Show me the video first. Liu Yu tried to drag out the time, insisting on seeing the money first. Liu Jun did not have the money on hand, so he just stood there at a loss. Liu Yu lost patience and shouted at him to decide quickly. Liu Jun panicked and warned her not to do anything foolish, or they would both die horribly. Finally, the money was transferred. Liu Jun asked urgently. The transfer went through. Is it good now? Liu Yu turned away and left, saying he was still her father after all. She said she did not want him to see that scene, and she had already sent the video to Zikin. Liu Jun heard this and roared in fury. What? You think I am an idiot? Give me the video, or do not even think about leaving. Liu Yu panicked and screamed for him to let her go. The scene shifted to Chenhua's room. At this moment, Chenhua had already received news from the group's people. Yuan Taishan had arrived, and an urgent meeting was about to take place. Chenhua's secretary walked over and knocked on Su-sun's door to announce, President Chen wants to announce the date for the urgent contract signing. Su-sun calmly replied that he understood, but in his heart he thought the decisive moment had come. The scene shifted elsewhere to the sound of Liu Jun's angry shouts threatening his daughter. He said he no longer had the energy to play games with her, giving her one last chance, asking where the video actually was. Just as he was about to lay hands on his daughter, Liu Jun's phone rang. It was Chenhua calling. Liu Jun quickly reported, President Chen, I still have not gotten the video. Liu was not afraid at all, sneering that she had already sent the video to Zikin. Upon hearing this, Liu Jun shouted in panic, Is Zikin already at the company? The scene shifted to the image of the young man Jian Yun slamming the table. He roared angrily, Does King Yin look down us from Taishan? How dare you let my sister be deceived? Speak, aren't you supposed to be very arrogant? Manhwa was extremely pleased upon hearing this. The days of frustration were finally being vented. Seeing Jian Yun was too hot-tempered, Suksun immediately intervened to stop him, inviting him to a private room to talk. He sighed inwardly, telling him to handle it casually, but he had gone overboard. Anyone could see there was a personal grudge. Even Chenhua's group of people could see it clearly. They shouted excitedly, "No, no, no, President Su, you are the chairman. You must endure the injustice. We will definitely get justice for you." Indeed, it had to be seen through to the very end. Jian Yun sneered, wanting to seek justice. "Go ahead, let them all come in." At that moment, reporters swarmed in, cameras and camcorders thrusting forward. The event was surely being broadcast live globally. "We are news reporters. President Su, do you have any statement?" The bodyguards were doing their utmost to block the crowd. Manhwa wanted to make a big scene. Ben told them not to stop the journalists, let them film. The media's presence highlighted Kingyun Group's confidence. Susun's expression was stern as he angrily retorted, "We must pursue this to the end, chase them down and finish them off." Seeing this, Chenhua secretly rejoiced. "I just want to prove your innocence." Just then Zikin picked up the laptop and made an announcement. "The truth is all right here, everyone please take a look." Chenhua still did not understand what was happening. He was still gloating, thinking that anyone who dared to fight him would pay a heavy price. Then he saw the computer screen. Liu Jun sensed something was wrong. On the screen appeared the secret conversation between Liu Jun and Chen Hua. "That old man Cheng Ming is in the way. We must take the opportunity to eliminate him. The driver has been arranged. We move tomorrow morning." The crystal clear footage startled Chen Hua, who jumped up, drenched in sweat. "What the hell is this? Turn off the computer immediately. Stop the filming." The screen kept playing, exposing the brutal truth. President Zhao's death was not an accident, but a planned murder. The reporters and staff were all stunned. Chen Hua went berserk, yelling, "Useless bunch of idiots. Do you still want your jobs? In 3 minutes, smash all the phones and cameras for me." Before he could act, Su Sun called for the bodyguards and issued an order. "Guards, get rid of all those security men. Do not let them obstruct the reporter's work." Then Su Sun turned to Chen Hua, raised an eyebrow and asked, "With things at this point, do you have anything to say?" Ashen-faced, Chen Hua turned to Liu Jun. "You dared to plant a camera in my room?" Liu Jun stammered, "I just wanted a card to protect myself. I was set up by Liu Yu." The police had arrived to investigate the case. They suspected these two of being involved in the murder plot against Cheng Ming and requested they be taken to the station. Everything was resolved smoothly. Suksun breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Kin laughed triumphantly. "My acting skills are amazing." Susun smiled, "You were just the tool. I was the one who created the climax." Amidst the joy of victory, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Read the command to receive your new identity and this week's abilities." Susun smiled and accepted the new identity. When the new identity was confirmed, Susun became the King of Assassins. In addition to being the chairman of Kingyun Group, he also had a secret identity as the King of Assassins, codenamed God. His reputation made the whole world tremble in fear. No enemy could escape his hands. He then planned to retire and live a peaceful life. But enemies had found his traces, shattering that peace. This identity granted Suksun the abilities of invisibility, disguise, advanced medical skills, mastery of martial arts, and keen senses. His mission was to resolve all troubles from the past and survive. There was no deadline for the mission. He would continue his role as chairman and his work for the group. Having heard that Chen Hua and Liu Jun were about to receive life sentences, Susun was dissatisfied. A life sentence? It should be the death penalty. Lei Tao was panic-stricken. "What did you say, sir?" Susun continued, "I want them sentenced to death, no exceptions. Go and arrange it immediately." Li Hao recognized the cold look in Susun's eyes and understood there was no more doubt. Susun, though young, was already strong and decisive, showing no mercy to his enemies. He picked up the pen again, spun it in his hand, and then flung out a series of papers. With one throw, he could pin them to the wall. Looking closely, Susun was satisfied with his skill. Proudly exclaimed, "Truly the skill of the King of Assassins." Seeing this, Liu Hu's face turned pale as he stammered, "Sir, you want to fight me? Use all your strength." Liu Hu now shut eyes tightly. Sweat poured out, he thought. The games of the rich. I've heard plenty anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Hu yelled and charged at Su-sun with a powerful punch. "Then I'll take the liberty." The punch was so powerful it seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. But Su-sun remained as calm as if nothing were happening. When the punch touched Su-sun's body, Liu Hu suddenly screamed like crazy. It hurt so much. His whole body curled up as he kept shouting, "President Su, my hand is about to break." Su-sun frowned helplessly. "Forget it. Go find someone else to practice with." Su-sun decided to go to a martial arts club. A boxing match was taking place in the ring there. The atmosphere was lively, with thunderous applause echoing from the audience. The two fighters on the arena were locked in a life-or-death battle. Su-sun stood below, looking up and observing with intense focus, not missing a single move. After watching for a long time, Su-sun suddenly realized that defeating them would be too easy. Hearing this, Li Di, a muscular man beside him, turned in surprise and asked Su-sun what he had just said. He angrily pointed his finger at Su-sun's face. saying that you are my student and yet you dare to say defeating them is easy. Are you here to cause trouble? Suk-sun, seeing the man was as hot-tempered as melting ice cream, gently explained that he had misunderstood. Brother, I really didn't come here to cause trouble. I was just telling the truth. Defeating them really is very easy. That big-handed man grew angrier with each word, his chest puffing up as if it would burst. He cursed, saying the brat must be tired of living, daring to come up and fight me. Suk-sun, without a moment's hesitation, smiled and replied that he would be troubling him then. Seeing his frail frame, the young man shook his head in contempt, saying that with such weak limbs you dare act cocky in front of me. If I don't beat you into submission today, this gym will close down. After hearing this, Suk-sun only calmly replied that it wouldn't be that bad, he was just here to learn. At this moment, Xiao Cheng aggressively led a group of lackeys in. He sneered, saying the gym was built decently enough, not a waste of the money he had invested. Just as he was smiling, Xiao Cheng's gaze accidentally caught Suk-sun. His face changed color, and he blurted out in panic, "Why is that brat here?" And so, the sparring match between Suk-sun and the bald-headed man officially began. Suk-sun was not worried at all. He even smiled brightly and said he came today to test his martial arts, and that he was troubling him. The bald-headed man let out a cold snort. Just then, one of the underlings jumped onto the ring and whispered something into his ear. This caused his expression to suddenly change, and he exclaimed, "What?" Seeing this, Suk-sun curiously asked if something was the matter. The bald-headed man spread his arms wide, saying it was nothing. His gaze shifted as he recalled the instructions from Manager Han. "Before dealing with that brat, he'll give you $1 million. As soon as he heard this, that man grinned like a blooming flower, saying he understood. "Then let's test your strength, kid. Consider yourself unlucky. Today, your old man will be relying on your luck." Below, Xiao Cheng asked worriedly if this guy's strength was reliable. The boxing ring manager replied confidently that they had brought him in at a high price. Nicknamed the Monster of the Han River, he has left countless souls under his hands. Just you wait. In less than 10 seconds, that brat will have his leg broken. Looking at Suk-sun's demeanor, the bald-headed man scornfully curled his lip, threw a punch with the force of a landslide, and charged straight towards Suk-sun. He believed that with just one punch, Suk-sun would fall. But in that instant, Suk-sun, swift as lightning, gracefully sidestepped and dodged the attack with finesse. Crowd below gasped, muttering in disbelief that he had dodged it. Xiao Cheng was furious, his face turning red as he cursed the manager, asking if his men had even eaten. What kind of fighting was that? The manager turned this way and that, still not understanding anything, and hurriedly soothed him, telling him to calm down, that it was probably just a lucky fluke. He shouted at the man in the ring that if he didn't hit harder, he would be sold off for meat. Amidst the frantic yelling, the bald-headed man stood frozen, stunned and unable to believe that a frail-looking guy could so easily dodge his powerful punch. Suk-sun looked at his opponent's expression and suddenly spoke out in plea, "I really want to know how strong I am. Please use all your strength." Hearing this, the bald-headed man closed his eyes, thinking that he was just a guy pretending to be set up. "But your biggest mistake was not pretending in front of your old man." With that thought, he did not hesitate and charged with all his might into the fight against Suk-sun. He unleashed his final strike, shouting that if you are so set on dying, I will grant your wish. The people below watched the powerful attack, all holding their breath, and cheers erupted. "My God, he's tearing him apart. Look at the muscles of the Han River monster." The manager saw the bald-headed man bursting with muscles and boasted to Xiao Cheng that the previous move was just a warm-up. This time, the kid was dead for sure. Hearing this, Xiao Cheng's face was full of smug satisfaction. This time, he would make Suk-sun meet his ancestors. The other day, he dared to humiliate him in the Zikin restaurant. This was the price for stealing the girl he wanted. On the ring, the bald-headed man threw all sorts of chaotic punches. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't touch Suk-sun. He shouted and screamed wildly as he fought, but all his efforts were in vain. Looking at his frantic state, Suk-sun raised an eyebrow, his tone displeased as he asked, "Can you go any faster? Is this your limit?" Question hit like a heavy blow, nearly making the bald-headed man wet his pants. He cursed, asking if the kid was born a rat that he was so good at dodging, and whether he dared to meet one of his punches head-on. But the moment the words left his mouth, he met Suk-sun's cold, oppressive gaze. That expression was the answer. Suk-sun slightly curled his lips, saying, "I will grant your wish." Not giving the opponent a chance to react, Suk-sun threw a punch like a thunderbolt, carrying a gust of wind straight towards him. Bald-headed man only had time to let out a single cry. Then the fist struck directly into his own fist. Both fists collided, producing a chilling cracking sound. Before he could understand what happened, the bald-headed man saw his own arm shattered into several pieces, blood gushing out like a fountain. He screamed in agony, "My arm!" The horrifying scene left the crowd below in shock. Each person was drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to utter a word. Xiao Cheng jumped with a start, his eyes wide as if they would pop out. He was drinking water and couldn't help but spit it out uncontrollably. Suksun stood there, his breathing steady, looking at his own fist in sudden astonishment. Good heavens, was he this strong? On the other side, the bald-headed man was still rolling around screaming. His arm was fucking broken. What was he going to do now? He was dying of pain. Call an ambulance quickly. Seeing the brutal scene, Xiao Cheng turned pale with fear, turned around without a word and retreated, hurriedly signaling his lackeys to leave. Just as he was about to slip away, a voice called out from the ring, "Hey, Xiao Cheng." The powerful call made him jump with a start. Being called by name, he blurted out a yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he had revealed himself. Knowing he couldn't turn back, Xiao Cheng had to turn around slowly. Struggling to keep a friendly expression, he put on a fake smile. "President Su, what a coincidence you're here too." Su-sun slowly approached him. The tense atmosphere made the two bodyguards tremble. One stammered to stop him. "Sir, please keep your distance." But Su-sun suddenly slammed the two bodyguards' heads together, causing them to scream in agony. He said coldly, "I heard every word you said to that man." Xiao Cheng's face turned pale. He stood frozen like a stone statue, stammering, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Su-sun gave him no chance, immediately warning him in an icy voice. "This is the first and last time. Do not think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you." Xiao Cheng trembled in fear, his pants soaked, nodding frantically. Su-sun patted his face lightly and warned, "Good. Remember my words. Don't do anything stupid again." With that said, he turned around and left. "That's it. Goodbye." The crowd below watched in silence. Xiao Cheng bent over, his voice as faint as a mosquito. President Su strolled away leisurely. From behind, murmurs arose. Who is that person who dares to hit Xiao Cheng's bodyguards? More importantly, Xiao Cheng didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He's the young master of a large corporation, yet now he's scared like a mouse meeting a cat. Scene change. As soon as Su-sun left the arena, he called Zikin. "Are you free to grab a meal?" On the other end of the line, the class monitor's voice rang out like an alarm. "I have to go to class. If you keep skipping school, you'll be expelled sooner or later." Su-sun chuckled lightly and replied calmly, "I've already negotiated with the principal. I'll donate 3 million yuan. They'll let me take the final exam next week." Upon hearing this, Zikin got furious. "You dare to buy your way to a passing grade with money?" At this moment, on the rooftop of a far-off building, a group of assassins was watching. A girl looked through the scope, astonished. The assassin king of death is actually this young. The young man beside her coldly replied, "No matter, he's about to become a corpse now. After all that effort, we finally found him." When she looked down, the girl suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. "It seems he has spotted me." The man was startled in fear. But from that far a distance he can still see. He hastily aimed the gun barrel at Su-sun, who was standing there. But strangely his figure had vanished. Where did he go? At that moment, Su-sun was hiding behind a nearby wall, his eyes sharp, whispering, "This killing intent. Could it be sent by Xiao Cheng? No, his speed isn't that fast. It seems an old enemy has come knocking." At Su-sun's villa, Liu Hu walked in, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, quickly reporting, "President Su, 30 more bodyguards have been deployed and the infrared alarm system has been installed around the villa." Su-sun nodded, his voice calm as if he had anticipated it. "Good, you've worked hard, go get some rest." Even the assassins lurking in the shadows were astonished by this dense defensive system. One whispered, "He's increased the bodyguards, he must have gotten the news." Using such despicable methods to protect himself, no wonder he chose to retreat. But they did not know it was Su-sun's bait, intended to make the enemy complacent and reveal their flaws. He just needed to choose the right moment to lure them out of their hideout. Just then, Su-sun's phone rang. An unknown number appeared and he immediately answered. "How have you been lately, God?" It was the voice of Tony, an old broker from the underworld. Su-sun was cautious. "God has retired. Why are you calling?" Su-sun's voice was as cold as ice. "Do you dare call me directly? Have you forgotten the rules of this trade? No meeting, no talking, forget everything?" Tony laughed loudly. "Please don't misunderstand. I have a big order, as easy as pie for you." Su-sun said coldly, "Spit it out." Tony lowered his voice. "The target is in Xia country, near your place. The buyer is very generous this time, 3 to 5 million US dollars per job." The number stunned Su-sun. "Who is the target worth so much money?" Tony smiled faintly, "Just the chairman of a contracting company. I'll send the info to your email." The call ended. Su-sun fell into thought, his eyes sharp as blades. These rich folks are all mad, spending millions of dollars to take lives. The electronic screen displayed the target's information. Su-sun, title chairman of Kingyun International. Su-sun spit out his tea, so the person being hunted this time was him. A distant beach, girls in bikinis were playing under the sun, as if there were no assassins in the world. Lying on a lounge chair, Tony was sunbathing like a king. The phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Tony quickly answered, his voice cheerful. "So, is God interested?" The voice on the other end was icy cold, only saying one sentence, "Ask who the buyer is." Tony felt as if he had been punched in the face, shouting God. But before he could say anything more, Su-sun's voice thundered, "Stop blabbering. I will get what I want, or do you think I can't deal with you?" Tony broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "I was just joking." The The buyer is Xiao Cheng, the young master of a conglomerate in Xia country. Hearing that name, Susun burst out laughing. Xiao Cheng, you really want to die. Tony panicked and tried to explain. This has nothing to do with me, you have to believe me. Before the call ended, a loud bang rang out as the front door was kicked open. Zikin appeared with murderous eyes, yelling loudly, "What are you doing? Why aren't you answering your calls?" Suksun turned around, surprised. Zikin, what's wrong? Her voice was icy. What's wrong with me? Who said we had to have a meal together as repayment? Suksun froze, his mouth hanging open as if he had just been punched in the gut. Seeing Zikin's reproachful expression, he quickly said, I forgot, I'm sorry. Without letting him say anything more, Zikin suddenly grabbed his wrist and dragged him straight out the door. Do you know how hard it was for me to reserve that restaurant? If we miss it, I'll make it up to you. Susun was being dragged away as he stammered, I will make it up to you properly. Reaching the villa gate, Zikin noticed the neatly standing security team. She frowned and asked why there were so many people around the house. Liu Hu rushed over, his voice stern. President Su, are you going out? President Su nodded. Yeah, bring a few men along. At the same time, from the building opposite, two assassins were watching through binoculars. One whispered, he's going out, do we follow? The blonde woman shook her head. No need, today is not the time. From his reaction today, it seems he has discovered us. Wait for reinforcements to arrive before acting. It won't be too late. In the car, Zikin crossed her arms and pouted, her voice aggrieved. I told you so, we definitely won't make it. The restaurant rule is if you're half an hour late, they don't hold the table, and rebooking has to wait a whole month. Seeing the beauty upset, Susun quietly took out his phone and called, yes, that Emperor Hao restaurant. No need to expand the business, I just want to come eat tomorrow. Yeah, arrange it. Zikin's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? Susun smiled confidently, buying it. We can go eat tomorrow. The words struck like lightning. Zikin was stunned for a few seconds, speechless. Hearing about buying the entire restaurant, she stood frozen on the spot. Back home, Zikin said, have a seat, I'll cook some noodles. Susun looked around and saw no one, wondering, are you home alone? Zikin said honestly, my brother is abroad. My parents went to another province for a meeting. The lamp behind the sofa, can you turn it on for me? As soon as she finished speaking, the light turned on. Suddenly, a hard object brushed against Zikin's back, making her scream in surprise. What do you want to do? As soon as he finished, Suksun rushed over and kissed her. Zikin stammered a few meaningless sounds. Stop it. Wait, you're not going to. Suksun slid his hand behind Zikin's thin dress, causing her to tremble violently. After kissing, he decided to press her down. Zikin weakly resisted. Stop, I'm not ready. Suksun reassured her, don't worry, I will be gentle. As soon as he finished, he continued kissing her. The girl stammered a few sounds again. Just at the tense moment, the sound of a door opening rang out. Looking back, two elders were standing at the door. They looked at the scene before them. Zikin and Suksun were panicked, speechless. Mom, Dad, weren't you two at the meeting? Antian tried to contain his anger. The meeting was cancelled. Good thing it was, otherwise my daughter would have been eaten by a pig without me knowing. Zikin blushed and defended herself. It's not like that, Dad. Susun's face twisted like a student caught red-handed, forcing a greeting. Hello, Uncle. Actually, we were just looking for the TV switch, and we tripped. So the switch was over there? I'll know for next time. Nantian's eyes bulged and he roared, so did your fly get tripped open too? Do you take me for a fool? Suksun swallowed dryly, his face scrunched up as if he had eaten a chili pepper, and said hastily, hey, this pair of pants is poor quality. Afraid of being questioned further, he fled like a mouse from a cat. I have things to do. I'll take my leave. Good night, Uncle. Before he could take 3 steps, a shout echoed from inside the house. Chase that bastard out. Get lost. Liu Hu saw Suksun come out and quickly ran over. Ah, President Su, done so quickly? Suksun was embarrassed and annoyed, his face bright red. Go back, all of you. No need to look after me. As soon as he finished, he got into the car. He floored the gas pedal and sped off, having already sent Liu Hu and his men away. The assassins also didn't show their faces. Looks like I can't vent my anger on them today. No matter, I still have a better trash can to vent on. Haha. Scene changed to inside Xiao Cheng's villa. Susun pushed the door open and walked in. His tone was calm but filled with killing intent. Is Xiao Cheng here? The group of bodyguards saw him and shouted, none of your business. Get lost. One of them charged forward aggressively. Before he could even touch him, Suksun punched him, making him spit blood. Warn, don't get in my way. Suksun looked at his hand and sighed. I should control this power a bit next time. The other bodyguard drew a gun die. Before he could pull the trigger, the gun was already in Susun's hand. The man was startled. What's going on? Why didn't the gun fire? Susun looked at him like a child playing with a toy inside. The exhaust pipe is in the wrong position. How do you even shoot? Quit your job. Inside, Xiao Cheng was having fun with 2 beautiful girls. The atmosphere was getting steamy when the noise outside the door made him furious. What the hell is all that noise? If you don't shut up, I'll beat you to death, got it? As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into Susun. He smiled brightly and greeted him. Xiao Cheng sprang to his feet, his body only wrapped in a towel. His eyes bulged when he saw Su-sun standing in front of him. His demeanor was calm, his eyes like a predator that had found its prey. Xiao Cheng stammered, what do you want? When he saw the girls lying naked on the bed, waiting for him, as soon as he saw Su-sun walk in, the girls screaming gave him a headache, so he pointed at the two trembling ones and shouted, "Personal grudges, anyone not involved get out of here now." When the two had left, Su-sun praised, "Wow, young Master Hen really knows how to enjoy himself, a dragon playing with two phoenixes." Hearing this, Xiao Cheng's face turned pale, drenched in sweat, and he quickly replied, "President Su, if you're interested, I'll pick out some top-tier girls and send them to your place. As for this morning's matter, I've already apologized. Please be merciful and let me off this once." Su-sun sat down on the chair, resting his chin on his hand, and replied calmly, "I didn't come here about this morning's matter." Just then, heavy footsteps sounded from outside. Xiao Cheng's thugs, every one of them fierce, burst in with clubs in hand, shouting, "Boss, don't be afraid, we're here." Seeing reinforcements had arrived in time, Xiao Cheng grinned triumphantly. "Ha, you bastards, let's see if you're still so cocky now." Su-sun glanced over the group, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, already celebrating how terrifying you even knew to set an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Cheng's expression changed, recalling his humiliating defeat, his voice trembling but trying to sound tough. "You made me lose face in public. How can I not settle that debt? I just set up my men this afternoon, and you walked right into the trap." Su-sun smiled, a smile like a blade cutting into the other's pride. "That you managed this much, I find very satisfying. Because bullying a weak chicken like you has no meaning at all." Hearing the contemptuous words, Xiao Cheng turned purple with rage. He roared like a mad beast, "You're about to die and still running your mouth. Beat him until he can't smile anymore." The thugs rushed forward with their weapons, each wanting to take down Su-sun for credit, but they had no idea they were charging into a storm. In an instant, the first one was sent flying backward by a single punch. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the remaining thugs grew angrier, shouting in unison as they charged. But the more they charged, the faster they fell. The sound of thuds echoed everywhere like a nightmare soundtrack. Every punch and kick from Su-sun was so precise and fast that no one could see him move. In just a few minutes, Xiao Cheng's cowardly thugs lay sprawled across the floor, their bodies twitching in pain. Xiao Cheng stood frozen, eyes bulging, mouth agape in disbelief at the scene. He screamed, "Useless bunch, just getting in the way. Don't let him escape." But it was too late. The last trembling thug was grabbed by the neck and lifted up like a toy by Su-sun. Su-sun's eyes were cold, his voice low and rough. "What did you say?" On hearing that, Xiao Cheng went weak, backing away and shouting, What kind of monster are you?" Su-sun walked slowly toward Xiao Cheng, the oppressive aura making him tremble uncontrollably. "So you're out of trump cards, right?" Su-sun's voice was as cold as a knife slicing through flesh. Xiao Cheng knew he couldn't resist, so he played a despicable verbal trick, shouting in challenge, "That Su bastard, if you've got the guts, kill me. If not, this isn't over between us. Even if you have good skills, can you protect Zikin 24/7? One phone call from me and I can have her taken away with hundreds of men taking turns." In a flash, a slap cut through the air. Smack, Xiao Cheng's face was knocked sideways, a purple bruise forming. Spittle flew everywhere as he screamed madly, "You motherfucker dare to hit me." Su-sun was now like a furious demon. "If you touch Zikin, I can think of 100 ways to make you wish you were dead." Xiao Cheng stubbornly laughed, "Haha, bring it on, who's afraid of who? You're just a company chairman, you think you're a god." Su-sun didn't smile, didn't move, only growled, "Your biggest mistake was using 3.5 million USD to buy my life." Hearing that, Xiao Cheng was thunderstruck, his whole body frozen, his eyes wide open. "How do you know?" "Impossible, I hired the top intermediary, only he and God know." Su-sun moved close to him, pressing his hand and whispering, his voice as light as a breath, "'Cause I am God." The words had barely left his mouth when Xiao Cheng's whole body turned to stone, his legs giving way. Suddenly, a scream rang out. "Ah!" Su-sun spun around. From a distance, bursts of gunfire flew toward the room. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Who the hell is firing from ambush?" Xiao Cheng hurriedly protested, "Damn it, I didn't set up anyone to shoot at myself." Taking advantage of Su-sun's distraction, he quickly pulled out his phone, trembling as he dialed the police. "I have to call the police." Su-sun quickly slid down to dodge the bullets. At that moment, Xiao Cheng stood right in front of him like a human shield. The bullets flew in, shattering glass, the sound of metal ricocheting throughout the room. Su-sun's eyes swept over him as he said bitterly, "Seems it really wasn't you who arranged this." Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng was crying nonstop. In Su-sun's mind, he quickly calculated that this must be the assassin who had been following him since morning. He looked toward the window. Following the direction the bullets came from, he analyzed. "There it is, the rooftop opposite. Want to have a shootout with me?" The assassin standing in the distance smiled viciously. "Ha, there's only one exit. The moment you show up, I'll blow your head off." But after waiting a long time without seeing anyone, he began to suspect. Then suddenly a thud sounded. The assassin screamed in pain, A chopstick was embedded straight into his shoulder, deep to the bone. Su-sun appeared, his eyes sharp as the Reaper. "Let me teach you the proper way to use chopsticks." The assassin widened his eyes, his mind spinning. He used chopsticks to hit the target at a distance of 250 meters. Truly worthy of being called the god. He turned his head and fled, but Suk-sun did not let go. His voice rang out like thunder, cursing him as a coward. That assassin ran for his life, his heart pounding. The opponent's strength was too great. Had to retreat, this person used chopsticks as weapons. Who in the world was he? But before he could rejoice in escaping, when he turned back, he saw Sun standing in front of him, cold as the god of death. Good evening, brother, what's the rush? The assassin had no time to react before receiving an extremely powerful kick. His whole body flew and stuck to the wall like a sandbag. Even after being hit, he still struggled to stand up, pulling out an automatic gun. He unloaded bullets in Suk-sun's direction, shouting a threat that he would feed him bullets. However, when he looked up, he no longer saw any trace of Suk-sun. As soon as he finished speaking, Suk-sun appeared right beside him, startling him. He calmly stated that his reaction was fast, but still too slow. With that, he delivered a thunderous kick that sent his teeth and lips mingling. After taking the hit, he spat blood, silently thinking that this man was truly too strong. Suk-sun immediately grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, snarling a question, "Who sent you?" He smirked, implying that he was indeed the former king of assassins, not ordinary at all. Suk-sun understood the implication, squinting as he deduced that this person was the current king of assassins. He held him dangling over the edge of the high rooftop, urging that he didn't like to talk much, and was counting down 10 seconds. He tried to stay calm, secretly grabbing something behind his back with one hand, muttering not to rush. His hand already gripping the knife handle, he pulled it out while saying, "My boss is..." At that moment he swung the dagger at Suk-sun, roaring, "Die." Without any hesitation, he immediately let go of his hand, causing the body to lose balance. The situation was too fast, leaving that man no time to react, falling straight down through the air, his robe fluttering in the wind. Suk-sun still stood majestically on the rooftop. He cast his gaze downward, silently saying he'd go find him himself. Preparing to turn back inside, he suddenly stopped when he saw something. On the street below, a four-wheeled vehicle sped towards where the assassin had just fallen. Behind it were two more cars of a similar style. Instantly, the assassin's accomplices stuck their heads out, guns in hand. They fired a continuous barrage at Suk-sun. Bullets flew up to the rooftop, where he had just turned his back to go inside. Meanwhile, down below, Faye urgently urged everyone to get in the car, not letting him escape. The black-suited bodyguards quickly got out of the car. George stood by with his arms crossed. She helped the exhausted man down from the car roof, anxiously asking if his injuries were serious. He managed to reply that a few bones were broken. It was fine. A bodyguard on the rooftop reported shocking news: the man was no longer in sight. Hearing this, Faye was furious, grinding her teeth and exclaiming, "Damn it, he got away." George felt uneasy, immediately suggesting they retreat because the police were about to arrive. A few bodyguards hastily jumped into the car, preparing to escape. George opened the car door. Behind him, Faye hurriedly helped the injured man inside. Despite the pain, he still warned that this opponent was very formidable. They had to be careful. Faye curtly told him to explain it himself to the boss. In an instant, the black car sped away down the road. No one knew that a figure with familiar hair had stealthily clung to the underside of a car. It was Suk-sun, lying still despite the high speed. Soon enough, the convoy stopped in front of the gates of a large villa. Outside, bodyguards surrounded it. Inside, a voice announced the boss's return. Karen Wilson, the man with a toned physique, slammed the table and shouted, "Useless. Wasting money and not even touching a hair on the god's head." The assassin miserably explained it was due to overconfidence, he couldn't handle it alone, and sincerely apologized. With his body bandaged and arm in a cast, he still resolutely begged for one last chance, vowing to break the god's head. Karen narrowed his eyes, threatening to personally supervise the battle on the yacht in 3 days. If it wasn't done, he would deal with them. He slammed the window shut, adding a reminder not to let him down. When Karen left, George only then spoke gloomily, saying they had to strengthen the plan, they couldn't fail again. Faye suggested May move on the woman beside him. At this moment, in the bushes near the window, Suk-sun's eye was watching. He took in the information, recognizing Karen Wilson as the one who failed 7 years ago. His eyes locked forward, his heart making the decision to have some fun playing a game with him. At the same time, Zikin was reading a book when she heard the phone ring. She answered the phone, asking in a listless voice what he wanted. On the other end was Sun inviting her to go on a yacht trip. She widened her eyes in surprise, repeating the words, "yacht trip." Scene shift to a 5-star hotel towering into the sky, morning sunlight filtering through each window pane. Zikin wore a blue dress, standing and admiring the view on the balcony, the sound of approaching footsteps behind her. Her flowing hair fluttered in the wind. She exclaimed excitedly, "Beautiful." She raised her phone to take pictures, asking eagerly how he knew about this place. It was truly amazing. Suk-sun came out onto the balcony. Seeing her like that, he smiled and replied that there were even more beautiful places. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her close. Their eyes met. Suk-sun softly murmured a line that made Zikin blush deeply. "As long as you like it, I am willing to go anywhere with you." As soon as he finished speaking, she leaned up and planted a kiss on Suk-sun's cheek. Then Zikin beamed a radiant smile and said, "I'm starving. Let's go to the beach to play later." Seeing her so excited, Suk-sun suggested he was a bit hungry and asked if she wanted to go grab something to to eat. Zikin laughed as she strode forward and replied, "No need, you go to the cafeteria yourself." Shortly after, on the cascading water from the shower head, her alluring figure appeared faintly behind the screen. Seeing that sight, Susun's nose bled profusely. He muttered to himself, wondering why he had to be a gentleman. Zikin heard him and called out, "What are you mumbling out there? Hurry up and go eat." In the hotel's cafeteria, fragrant dishes were neatly laid out, including a freshly roasted suckling pig with glistening skin. He walked over, took a plate of food, and placed it on the table. Susun picked up food with one hand while holding his phone, calling someone, asking, "Liu Hu, how are things at home?" On the other end, Liu Hu stood by the window observing and quickly replied, "President Su, we have locked down the tail following you. They haven't found anything suspicious yet. They still think you are at work. Currently, those bodyguards are still leisurely chatting downstairs. The room is full of fake Susun's playing video games." Liu Hu added confidently, "Rest assured, we will definitely keep an eye on them." After hearing this, he slowly hung up, thinking contentedly that using a decoy to mislead the assassins allows him to wait for the old man to walk right into the trap. If the information is correct, Karen's cruise ship will dock tonight. Right then, a hot figure stepped in front of Susun, waving lightly and saying, "Sorry about this." This beautiful woman with short hair was Wu Ru. She asked politely, "May I sit here? All the tables are taken." Susun looked up, happily pointed to the seat in front and replied, "Of course, please sit." So Wu Ru sat down opposite him, surrounded by the lustful gazes of the men around. The two guys at the next table stared at her figure, swallowing saliva and sighing. "That girl is so beautiful. She has a face and a body, truly a top-tier beauty." One guy also couldn't take his eyes off Wu Ru, making his girlfriend furious, shouting, "Where are you looking?" Meanwhile, she calmly ate her meal under the captivated stares of those men. Then she subtly glanced at Susun across from her, puzzled, wondering why this man didn't even look up at her once. Could it be he was too shy to dare? Uru brought a cherry tomato to her lips while silently judging. Forget it, probably pretending to be cold to get attention, seen this type too many times. Best not to start a conversation. If it weren't for being hungry, she wouldn't want to come to this cafeteria. But before the tomato could reach her mouth, Susun suddenly stood up with a cold expression. He turned his back and left without a word, shocking Uru into a stiff posture. Susun was already far away, but she still sat frozen, bewildered, wondering if she had no charm at all in his eyes. He walked off while looking at the shirt he was wearing, wondering why that girl kept staring at him. Was there soup stains on it? At that moment, beside Susun, two guys were admiring the view by the window. One yelled, "Look quickly, the Golden Sun cruise ship is here." The other sighed, "It's huge." Hearing this, he also curiously looked outside. The massive cruise ship was approaching the hotel under the twilight sun. Someone excitedly introduced it as one of the world's most luxurious cruise liners, worth experiencing once in a lifetime. The friend beside him immediately refuted, "Dream on. The people who board that are either rich or noble. Stop fantasizing." The two kept their eyes glued to the cruise ship, excitedly exclaiming, "So beautiful, quick, take a picture for me." Behind them, Susun merely curled the corner of his mouth in a smile, silently saying it had finally arrived. Shortly after, the luxury cruise ship docked at the beach in front of the hotel. People crowded the entrance path. An announcement came from inside. "Passengers, please have your tickets ready. The cruise ship is docking for health checks. We wish you a pleasant voyage." Seeing the luxury cruise ship, Zikin's eyes widened. She immediately praised, "Seeing it up close, it's really beautiful." Right then, a hand from behind wrapped tightly around her waist. It was Susun, looking like an old man with his appearance and glasses. He suggested, "What's the point of looking from outside? Let's go inside for a stroll." Hearing this, she wondered, "Can we get in?" Looking at the passengers scrambling for tickets at the entrance, she asked in disbelief, "I heard tickets for this Diamond brand cruise need to be booked a year in advance. Do you have tickets?" At that moment, Susun accidentally bumped into someone's shoulder. The person he bumped into was Li Tao, who glanced at him and then scolded in a harsh tone. He politely said sorry. Immediately after, a sinister smile appeared on Susun's face. In an instant, Susun held up 2 tickets, winking at Zikin excitedly and saying, "Isn't this it right here?" She stared wide-eyed at the 2 tickets in his hand, unable to help exclaiming in astonishment, "How can you?" He immediately covered her mouth, flusteredly reminding her, "My dear ancestor, don't speak so loudly." In a confident tone, he whispered into Zikin's ear, "Did you think I just chose that guy casually? I investigated him a long time ago. That man runs a casino business. All his money is earned by selling his conscience. Tell me, can I let scum like that live happily and wastefully?" Hearing this, she lowered her voice, softly saying, "This is..." Right after that, Zikin opened her sparkling star-like eyes wide and excitedly shouted, "Then let's go quickly." Wei Che forced a stiff smile, took Susun's hand and pulled him along, saying that if they were late they would miss the boat. Seeing that swift change in reaction, he could only think to himself in dismay, women really are easy to fool. He seriously observed the passengers around, realizing they were not ordinary tourists. After the ship docked, few got off while many hurriedly boarded. Perhaps there was some party on the boat. He smirked triumphantly, determined, no matter what trick Karen pulls, he was going to ruin this act. Inside the yacht, a glass of wine was thrown straight at a person, accompanied by curses of useless trash. One who lost was Karen. He sat on the bed with two hot girls, constantly yelling, asking if he came here for a vacation. Karen's anger blazed. He pointed his finger forward, emphasizing each word, asking where the heads were at. Facing that madness, the other person calmly wiped the wine droplets off his face, replying that his people had already set an ambush on the road that man took home from work with 3 heavy-duty trucks. Karen maintained his angry expression. Every word uttered carried resentment. Today, that man either dies or gets crushed into mud. But he hoped that man would not disappoint him. Otherwise, he would never see the sun again. At that moment, Faye and George opened the door and entered. Faye immediately reported, "Sir, the guests have all arrived." Hearing that news, he immediately stood up with his cane. A joyful smile bloomed on his lips. He lowered his voice and replied, "Let's go meet our dear guests." At the same time, in a lavish hall on the yacht, with a high ceiling decorated with red fan-shaped shelves, a glowing golden pool in front, and wealthy passengers below, Kin looked around, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are all these people gathered here? Did they come on board to chat?" Susun beside her was also looking around, quietly explaining he just overheard a conversation. These people came on board to gamble. Once the ship sails, they can play freely. Hearing that, Kin was slightly startled, then quickly suggested, "Then let's get off the ship quickly." Susun patted her shoulder and pulled her closer, giving a confident smile to reassure her, "Don't worry with me here, this ship won't be going anywhere." From behind the wealthy passengers happily discussing, the familiar face of Wu Ru peeked out as she looked around. He quickly recognized her, then frowned, full of questions in his heart. That girl again, did she come here to play? Why is she alone? At that moment, the lights in the hall dimmed somewhat, and someone's voice rang out, "Dear guests." That was Li Tao speaking. He swirled the wine glass in his hand as he continued, "Welcome to the yacht. The next 3 days will be the most beautiful days of your lives." Right after, he smiled at the passengers below as they all shouted out the name Lord Karen in unison. Amid the meaningless shouts, Susun cast a triumphant glance towards Li Tao, silently declaring it will also be the last day of his life. Soon, all the passengers split up to play cards. At a landlord table, the female staff member extended her hand in invitation, bidding the landlord. The first man kept his eyes glued to his cards, calmly replying, "No bid." The second man had the exact same attitude, replying, "No bid." The third man grinned triumphantly, excitedly answering, "I bid." At this time, Susun and Kin were sitting at the arcade machines. Kin looked over at that group and asked curiously, "Landlord, they're playing landlord." Susun replied leisurely, "They haven't reached international waters yet, so they need something to pass the time." Then he seriously observed his surroundings, silently calculating. This guy has become more cautious, disappearing after showing himself. Such a big ship, finding him will take effort. At the same time, in the distance, Wuro was jumping for joy. After the just-finished game, she beamed brightly. Hector announced, "I won." Hearing the familiar voice, Susun curiously cast his gaze over. Wu was still extremely excited, keeping on, Again, tonight I'm about to get rich," making the people opposite her laugh, "Lucky beauty." Seeing this, Susun merely smiled faintly, silently remarking, "Turns out she's a rich young lady experiencing life, quite cute." In the control room of the Diamond Yacht, an employee pointed at the screen and reported to Karen, "Sir, 1 more hour until international waters." He walked over to look at the camera monitor, his eyes stopping on Wu who was giggling, and immediately asked, "Who is that girl?" On the screen, she was still happily playing cards with the men. The control room employee quickly flipped through each ticket, replying, "Let me check, please wait a moment." But before he could look, the old man Karen waved his hand, "No need to find out." Then he fixed his perverted gaze on Wu uttering with a dark smile, "No matter her background, this girl is on the ship, so she belongs to me." A moment later, Karen's bodyguards came to Wu to deliver the news. "The boss wants to invite you for coffee." She was still optimistic, chuckling as she replied, "I have 2 more cards." After hearing the 2 bodyguards' explanation, the smile on Wu's lips vanished, replaced by shock. A look of annoyance showed clearly. She snapped a refusal. "I don't know your boss. Tell him to make an appointment with someone else." The dagger was quietly placed against her waist, accompanied by a threat, but he said he really wants to get to know you. Wu trembled violently in fear. The bodyguard holding the knife continued, "Please come with us." Even though sweat was streaming down her face, she still tried to stay calm, uttering a threat, "Do you know who I am? If you dare cause trouble, you'll know what a party is." The bodyguard tilted his head slightly, speaking with implication, "Let's go, my master's patience is limited." Wu had no choice, she could only follow the 2 bodyguards in fear. Behind them, Kin happily angrily shouted, I'm about to be caught up. But Susun's eyes were fixed on Wu-Ru's direction. At this time in the control room, that man crossed his arms looking at the screen, muttering to himself, this woman got on the ship alone, she sure has guts. Suddenly, he became astonished at seeing something. Susun's back, tailing the two bodyguards and Wu-Ru, caught his eye directly. He immediately asked the control room employee about the front view of the man in the hat. That person then searched, let me see. After some fiddling, the employee anxiously reported, none of the cameras could capture him ghostly. How did he do it? Avoiding the angles of over a dozen cameras. Hearing this even he was stunned. Then, the employee pointed to the segment of Susun playing the game with Z-Kin, then turned and reported he's still sitting there, all the cameras can't capture his face. Being able to avoid all angles proves he has received professional training. He was a bit worried, immediately concluding that woman indeed has a bodyguard. At this moment, Wu-Ru was being dragged through the hallway by the two bodyguards. She kept struggling and shouting, let me go, you let me go. Further she was led away, the more panicked she became, screaming for help without stopping. Soon a bodyguard arrived before Karen's room, bowing his head to report, boss, the person has arrived. Wu-Ru was terrified as she was dragged inside, constantly begging, can I give you money, my family is very rich. Hiding in a nearby corner, Susun silently watched them, thinking to himself that the pervert had finally shown himself. He slowly stepped out from the shadows, deciding it was time to act. As soon as he stepped out, a steel wire abruptly tightened around Susun's neck. Sensing danger, he immediately glanced towards the attacker behind him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he used 2 fingers to pull the chain away from his neck, asking coldly, you think a steel wire can take my life? That man gritted his teeth in frustration as his plan failed. He stood on one leg, raising the other, preparing to unleash a vicious strike. But before he could strike, Susun's calm voice rang out, it's my turn now. Immediately after, he tiptoed and kicked the man's standing leg. He staggered, losing balance, and Susun quickly grabbed the steel wire, sneering, bro, you can't do anything to me. A second later, Susun used both hands to tightly grip his wrists. Then, using all his strength, he slammed him forward, his hat flying off, as he declared, let you taste my skills. He fell to the ground in pain, gritting his teeth in anger, wondering inwardly, how is this possible? A bodyguard with such speed and skill? Seeing him lying still, he stepped forward and taunted, is it over? Get up and play with me a little more. His sharp gaze and darkened face slammed into his vision. At that moment, a few other bodyguards ran out and asked, what was that noise? What's going on? Susun quickly retreated into the shadows. The group of bodyguards came to help him up, asking worriedly, sir, are you alright? He did not answer, only furrowed his brow, thinking, that face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Then, he turned back and instructed, Mr. Karen is being targeted, increase security, do not let strangers approach. They replied in unison, understood. By now, Wu-Ru had been brought into Karen's room. Huddled in the corner of the room in fear, he approached with a perverted smile, uttering filthy words, don't be afraid, beauty, I will be gentle. Wu-Ru trembled, stuttering and pleading, please sir, let me go. Karen stepped in front of her, laughing delightedly, then replied, then you should do as I say. Too frightened, she stepped back a few steps to the right. She deliberately pushed over the flower vase stand, shattering it. Immediately after, Wu-Ru cried out in pain and misery, help! Hearing the noise, 2 bodyguards immediately entered, holding loaded guns. They quickly scanned the room, then came to ask Karen, boss, are you alright? He barked irritably. What could possibly happen? If you bother me again, I will throw you into the sea for the sharks. Get the hell out! The 2 bodyguards quickly turned and left. Seeing their colleague's awkward expression, the one with the bun consoled him. The boss is in the mood, let's just guard the door. This is the only way in. No one can get through. After the bodyguards left, Karen immediately touched Wu-Ru. She still resisted endlessly, screaming out of control, help. He pressed his pimply face against hers, uttering despicable words, scream, the more you scream, the more excited I get. Karen laughed savagely. Meanwhile, Susun was hanging by a rope outside the window, shouting loudly, release that beast. Let me handle him. The next second, he kicked the window open. As soon as Karen saw Susun, his eyes widened in shock. Too frightened, he turned to the main door and cried for help, get in here now. But before he could finish his sentence, he received a full-force punch from Susun, blood splattering immediately after. Outside, the 2 bodyguards remained completely still. One muttered, get in here, then wondered, does the boss like that kind of thing? The one beside him laughed gleefully. If it were me, I would have gotten down to business long ago. Inside the room, Susun squatted down to look at Karen lying flat on the ground, disgusted. This guy is too weak, one hit and he's out cold like dead. Behind him, Wu-Ru asked confusedly, who are you? He stood up, took off the fake glasses and beard, revealing his handsome face, and asked cheerfully, we were eating together just a few hours ago, don't you remember? As soon as she recognized Susun, Wu-Ru quickly stepped forward. She hugged him tightly, crying like a child, saying, thank you, really, thank you so much. Susun did not reply, because at that moment he was extremely flustered. Just then, a voice rang out from outside, God, I know you are on the ship. If you want to save your little girlfriend, come meet me immediately. The scene outside the luxurious yacht was now packed with bodyguards, each holding a weapon. Z-Kin was captured as bait, forcing Susun to come and die. They They tensely watched the elevator slowly ascending. The group of bodyguards lined up on both sides of the exit, aiming their guns directly, on guard against Su-sun making any rash move. He skillfully stepped forward, pushing Karen out as a shield. As the elevator door opened, the man's figure immediately appeared before their eyes. The indicator light came on, and the elevator door opened completely. Panicked at seeing his henchman ready to pull the trigger, Karen, his face bruised, shouted hoarsely, "Put down the guns! Put them all down now!" Su-sun grabbed Karen by the collar, curiously peeking out. Seeing Zikin captured, he was not too surprised, remarking, "You managed to find my friend? Not bad skills." He pressed the gun barrel tightly against Zikin's head, calmly replying, "You flatter me, I just checked the cameras." She called out softly in a daze, "Su-sun." He remained arrogant, "Abandoning your girlfriend, that was your last mistake." He was not bothered, gently smiling and winking to reassure Zikin, "Don't be afraid, everything is under control." Seeing Su-sun's composed attitude, they were furious, shouting loudly, still pretending, "With so many of us here, there is no way you can escape." He pressed the knife against Karen's neck, taunting that these were all his men. In a panic, he stammered an order to put down the guns, demanding to know who the real master was. Seeing his two close assassins ignore the order, Karen cursed angrily. He ordered George and the other man to tell the subordinates to lower their weapons immediately. Only then did George reveal his true nature, coldly apologizing to the boss. Faye did not bother to hide her rebellious intent, casually replying that they had been waiting for this day for a long time. She stared straight at Karen, her gaze challenging as she calmly revealed her purpose. She said that after he died, the three of them would split the shares and assets equally, a condition that could not be refused. Hearing those words, he flew into a rage, yelling and cursing at the ungrateful wretches. As soon as the words left his mouth, George fired without hesitation. A harsh gunshot rang out, accompanied by a farewell ending the story. Seeing the bullet flying towards them, Zikin screamed in panic, calling out Su-sun's name. He showed no fear at all, coldly watching the incoming bullet. With sharp perception, Su-sun quickly sidestepped. He hid safely behind the wall, while Karen was not so fortunate. He took the full bullet to the head and died on the spot. Immediately after, the group of bodyguards unleashed a continuous volley of gunfire towards the hiding Su-sun. With an arrogant expression, the lead man spoke, telling him to stop hiding. He said that since things had come to this point, he should step out and accept death with dignity. Su-sun did not act hastily, quietly observing and growing suspicious. He saw that Karen was dead, but the system had not yet announced the completion of the mission. Quickly, he reached out and drew the dagger from his belt, realizing that today he would have to kill. Seeing no movement for a long time, the others grew impatient and ordered a charge. The subordinates immediately rushed forward in a wave. Seizing the opportunity, Su-sun decisively threw the dagger with a fluid motion, without a hint of hesitation. The dagger flew with a whoosh, piercing through each man with precision. The speed was so great that the bodyguards died before they could even register what was happening. In the critical situation, the remaining men unleashed a frantic, continuous barrage of bullets. Su-sun cleverly moved with agility, confusing his opponents. He quickly devised a strategy, using the bodies of the fallen as bullet shields. Witnessing the scene, one man cried out in disbelief. Even Zikin could not believe her eyes, exclaiming in astonishment. The other subordinates rushed forward hastily to reinforce their comrades. Su-sun suddenly had a bold idea. He quickly spun around and hurled the dagger forcefully in one direction. In a flash, a thudding sound rang out as he destroyed a lamp. Darkness enveloped the room, and they panicked, shouting for someone to turn on the lights. Su-sun silently continued to unleash deadly attacks. With a mere flick of his hand, the men fell one by one. Some took a blade to the head, while others caught a knife in the chest. George shouted loudly, telling his subordinates to calm down and trust him. He asked how so many people could be afraid of a single man like him. At that very moment, his eyes involuntarily widened in shock. Su-sun swiftly circled behind him and pressed the dagger against George's throat. His voice was icy as he praised him for daring to show such an opening. Hearing the noise, the bodyguards immediately shouted to each other, signaling his position. The command to fire was given decisively. George panicked and quickly shouted to stop them, but the gunfire drowned out his words. He was hit by the bullets and fell. Witnessing this, Faye went berserk, losing control and firing wildly, vowing to avenge her younger brother. With his agile skills, Su-sun easily dodged. He sidestepped and calmly said that she was beautiful, but it was a shame. Su-sun cast her a dismissive glance and uttered the word regret in a cold tone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Faye took a fatal knife wound to the neck, blood gushing ceaselessly. He collapsed shortly after. Su-sun even added a taunt, saying she was still far too ugly compared to the others. Seeing the critical situation, one man quickly grabbed Zikin tightly and shouted a threat for her not to move. He said that if she moved, he would kill her. At the same time, a knife was silently flying towards him from behind. In an instant, the gun in his hand was knocked far away. Su-sun sneered, his expression sinister, softly saying he did not hear that. The man broke out in a cold sweat, his voice stammering as he asked if he was a man or a demon. He wondered why he could shoot so accurately. Suddenly, Su-sun appeared behind him, his voice making the man pale as he whispered into his ear. He said it was because he was God. His voice echoed in the darkness, confirming that the man was very curious. He asked if that confused him, making him dart his eyes around searching. Suk-sun quickly pulled Zi-kin towards him. He continued asking why he was reckless enough to bring his girlfriend onto the boat. Then, he gently raised his hand to cover the girl's eyes. Next second, he coldly swung a fatal sword stroke, slicing off the man's head. He concluded that the problem was that they could not threaten her in the first place. Suk-sun tilted his head back, his eyes tightly shut, and murmured, "Finally, the mission is complete." The system immediately displayed a congratulatory notification. It asked him to read the command to receive the new identity. Suk-sun calmly read, "Accept new identity." All the information regarding this new identity was transmitted. He would become a fortune teller whose predictions always came true. On the surface, he was an ordinary college student, but in reality, he was an international chairman and a legendary assassin. More secretly, he was a natural psychic. The new ability was psychic powers. This mission was to make his reputation for infallible predictions spread throughout Jiang province. The time limit was 7 days. Completing it early would grant a secret reward. After hearing the lengthy introduction, Suk-sun sighed in annoyance. He wondered to himself why the system was getting stranger and stranger. Zi-kin's voice suddenly rang out, asking him what he was saying. She asked in confusion if they were safe now, and why he had covered her eyes. He gently placed his hands on Zi-kin's cheeks, his gaze full of tenderness. She was safe now, but the scene was a bit bloody, not suitable for her to see. She asked in astonishment who these people were. Suk-sun smiled lightly, replying in a warm voice, "They were just a bunch of useless bad people." Not long after the incident, police cars rushed over in droves. A police officer used a loudspeaker to shout at the yacht, ordering everyone to stay in place, because they had received a report of illegal gambling and needed to check identities. Hearing this, the passengers on the boat panicked and yelled, not believing the police had actually come, asking who reported them, and where Karen was. Wasn't he supposed to guarantee their safety? Suk-sun stepped forward warmly, introducing himself as the chairman of Kingyunin International, and that he himself had called the police. The police officer gratefully replied, thanking Mr. Su for helping to crack a major case. At this moment, a pair of eyes from the direction of the ship quietly watched him. The police officer enthusiastically offered to drive the two of them back to the hotel to rest. Zun did not stand on ceremony, immediately agreeing, saying it was troublesome of them, and that he would cooperate with the statement. As he left, Wu-Ru recalled the moment she was saved, her face sullen as she wondered if he really had to go. What was she supposed to do? He only replied indifferently that saving her was just a casual act. She had boarded the boat alone, so she should take responsibility for herself. She could decide for herself. Snapping out of her memory, Wu-Ru asked herself disappointedly if she really wasn't worth him taking a second look. Turning back to Suk-sun, he leaned his hand against the door, his voice carrying as he told her to rest. He was right next door, just call if anything happened. Zi-kin was still terrified, fearfully asking if those bad people were really not coming back. He puffed out his chest confidently, guaranteeing with his character that absolutely no one would dare come and cause her trouble. After these words, Zi-kin's face involuntarily flushed bright red. She shyly murmured that she was still a little scared, afraid to sleep alone. Suk-sun awkwardly turned around, promising to stand guard in front of her door to put her at ease. Zi-kin pouted and called him a blockhead. She whispered shyly that he needed her to take the initiative. They were going back home tomorrow, so why wasn't he seizing the chance? Time quietly passed until the next morning. Zi-kin slowly woke up after a long night. Suk-sun pressed close to her, his gaze tender and full of affection, softly asking if she was awake. Her face was as red as a tomato. She asked back in a small voice how long he had been up. He still replied gently that it had been 20 minutes, and he was always waiting for her. She raised her hand to her cheek, her face pouting and embarrassed as she avoided his eyes, muttering his words back to herself. Right after, Suk-sun immediately put on an adorable expression, without hesitation getting to the main point, saying last night wasn't enough. Zi-kin's face went blank. She asked in disbelief if he really wanted another round. When she came to her senses, she retreated in fright, but he laughed enjoyably and yanked the blanket away, his tone sly as he promised to be gentler. On a nearby tree branch, a pair of sparrows cuddled together affectionately, as if imitating the young couple. In an instant, the scene shifted to the gate of the university. The car stopped, and Zi-kin slowly stepped out. She didn't hurry to leave but lingered to look back, offering a half-smile as a goodbye. Suk-sun looked out from the car, replying that if anything happened, just call him, he would come to help. Zi-kin heard this and glanced over, her expression gradually turning triumphant, as she said that tonight she would definitely make him unable to bear it. He quickly caught on, his eyes wide and mouth open, inwardly thinking he needed to hurry up and buy some tonic medicine. Time flew by, dusk stretched down the flight of stairs, and the fortune tellers were warmly waiting for customers. They endlessly invited people to use their fortune fortune-telling services to see about relatives or marriage. A strange sign suddenly appeared in front of the fortune-teller, leaving him gaping in shock. It was Su-sun, who was now playing the role of a fortune-teller wearing a very impressive-looking outfit. He looked him over and praised him a few words, then said the young man was still too young to be out here swindling people. Su-sun smiled and denied it, saying he relied on his real ability to read fortunes, not deception. The fraudulent fortune-teller replied irritably that those tricks only fooled idiots. He had been running his scam here for 3 years. After saying this, he sighed and turned to leave without looking back, thinking to himself that even swindlers nowadays were becoming righteous. At this moment, a couple talking came down the stairs, the girl suggesting they go watch a movie. She looked bored, saying they watched movies every day, couldn't he be bothered? Wang Ying puffed her cheeks in anger, her eyes clearly showing resentment. Accidentally catching Su-sun's eye, the handsome young fortune teller immediately invited her to have a fortune read. Her eyes lit up, praising how handsome the little brother was. Then she asked excitedly if he really knew how to tell fortunes. Her boyfriend quickly pulled her aside, whispering that he was a swindler. Did she really believe him? He then spoke up with confidence, saying whether it was real or not, a fortune reading would tell. Wang Ying seemed bewitched by his handsomeness, stubbornly wanting to try, making the guy angrily cry out. She ignored him, quickly bending down and reaching out her hand for a palm reading. Su-sun did not hesitate, immediately accepting. Suddenly, another hand slammed between them, grumpily demanding a reading for him first. He looked puzzled at the boyfriend who was rudely shouting, saying if it wasn't accurate, he would smash the stall. Seeing the guy getting aggressive before anything had even happened, harshly yelling and being rude, Su-sun maintained his composed leadership demeanor, calm and collected. Then he spoke nonchalantly, asking if he was going to wreck his stall. The boyfriend, provoked by him, lunged forward aggressively and roared, asking if he was scared yet. Wang Ying quickly stopped him, telling him not to talk nonsense. Su-sun paid no attention. That young man fiercely drove him away, telling the old fortune teller to pack up and leave if he dared not do a reading. The fraudulent old fortune teller sitting beside him stroked his beard and lectured, saying the young man was full of hot blood and knew nothing of the world's hardships, that he wanted to steal someone else's rice bowl the moment they met, and today he must teach him a lesson. Su-sun remained calm, nodded in agreement, and said that if the fortune-telling was wrong, he could do as he pleased. Hearing this, that young man burst into triumphant laughter, extremely pleased with himself. Wang Ying was worried and lowered her voice to dissuade him, telling her senior brother not to bother with that person. Su-sun looked at that young man's hand, and then seriously asked what he wanted to have divined. He replied to try his luck for today, saying the result would be verified immediately, so do not think of cheating. Without waiting long, Su-sun immediately pronounced that looking at this hand, he was afraid that today he would meet with a bloody disaster. That young man laughed heartily with confidence, saying he was a Taekwondo black belt. How could he possibly meet with a bloody disaster? Next, he pointed threateningly at Su-sun's face and warned him, saying he would come back tomorrow to slowly settle the score. Having said that, he brazenly turned and left. Wang Ying looked at him worriedly and softly urged her senior brother to find a place to hide for a few days. Su-sun was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he smiled calmly, saying there was no need for a few days, the result would be seen today itself. At this moment, a small earpiece was attached to his ear. That aggressive young man, who was pulling the girl by the hand to leave, suddenly stopped. He growled in accusation, asking if seeing a handsome man had made her legs go weak, then urged her to hurry up and go watch the movie. Wang Ying shook off that young man's hand, directly retorting that she was not interested. The other party immediately froze, his expression clearly irritated. As he was aggressively walking away, he bumped into another person. That young man took his anger out on the innocent party, turning around to curse loudly, asking if the other had no eyes on the street. In front of him was Liu Hu, his body burly, his face twisted in anger as he glared at him. That young man frowned in annoyance. Liu Hu flew into a rage and shouted, saying meeting him here and still daring to run his mouth, did he want to die? Surrounded by a group of burly men, the couple trembled, their faces deathly pale. On the other side, Su-sun was leisurely looking at his phone while watching the result. The old fortune teller then put on a kindly act and advised him, telling him not to be stubborn anymore, to pack his things and run away quickly. Just a few seconds later, before his eyes was that aggressive young man from earlier, his face bruised and swollen, raising his hand and pitifully calling Master, Master Su. That young man immediately knelt down. He clasped his hands and begged, saying he had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai, praised him for his incredibly accurate fortune-telling, and pleaded for another reading. Su-sun flashed a triumphant smile, asking if he was now genuinely convinced. The old fortune teller beside him was utterly shocked, and that young man quickly replied that he was. He flatly refused, saying the rule was that each person could only have one reading per day. But then he looked over at Wang Ying and asked if she wanted to try. She asked back in confusion. Sun gently took Wang Ying's hand, softly asking what she wanted to have divined. She blushed shyly, stammering in reply, then let him read her palm. He fixed his gaze intently on her palm. Then he touched 2 fingers lightly to Wang Ying's palm, continuing to tell her to say her name and date of birth, the more detailed the better. Without any hesitation, she quickly complied, saying her name was Wang Ying, born on March 19, 2002, and currently a sophomore at Jiangnan Normal University. Hearing this, Suxun quickly pronounced that she would have a small stroke of luck today. Wang Ying exclaimed in astonishment, making a fortune. Her embarrassed boyfriend looked over, asking if she was really making a fortune. Had she bought a lottery ticket? She shook her head vigorously, saying no. At that very moment, the phone in Wang Ying's bag suddenly vibrated. She answered the call, her face beaming with joy, asking the teacher if her scholarship had been approved. After ending the call, Wang Ying rushed over and tightly hugged Susun's arm, her eyes shining with admiration, praising him as if he were a god. He humbly replied that he could only guess half of heaven's secrets. At the same time, on Liu Hu's side, the underling quickly reported that the boss asked if they should continue to take care of that female student. Liu Hu scolded irritably, "Nonsense, didn't he know they were putting on an act? No need to pay attention." Susun's fame grew ever wider, attracting countless people flocking to beg for fortune readings. They clamored, calling him master, saying they would pay any price, begging for one reading, promising to burn incense and worship him every day. Susun smiled wryly and quickly refused, saying that fortune-telling revealed heaven's secrets, so he could only do readings for 2 people a day, and that was it for today. He took his leave. He picked up his sign and turned to leave, but the crowd still would not let him go, even calling after him, begging to at least add him on WeChat. The plan achieved complete success. Suxun thought smugly the bait was taken, the coverage was strong, his reputation would surely spread far and wide soon. At that time, at the headquarters of Qingyun International, Suxun returned in his identity as chairman, lazily stretched and wondered to himself what the psychometric ability the system gave was. The system immediately replied that all things have a spirit, and by touching them, he could read the memories they had come into contact with. Suxun read in astonishment, thinking to himself that there was actually a user manual, so those few potted plants should be usable too. Thinking this, he curiously reached out and touched a potted plant. His eyes involuntarily widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that it really did appear. In his mind, images of the secretary Liu Yu appeared, with her overly familiar daily actions. From the scene of her working diligently to the time she happily scrolled on her phone, then also the time she knitted for fun or ate with gusto. Even the scene of her taking care of the potted plant to kill time. Susun's expression at that time truly could not hide his shock. Fittingly, at that very moment, Liu Yu walked in carrying a heavy stack of files, wonderingly asking if President Su had called for her. He quickly turned away to compose himself, then spoke to answer nothing. Hearing this, she was utterly bewildered, her face frozen in confusion. Susun quickly left the room, leaned his back against the door, and sighed in deep thought for a while. Touching an object allowed him to see what it had witnessed. He pondered silently, so couldn't he just... Immediately after, he revealed a delighted expression, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a huge bargain, acting recklessly. Susun shook his head in frustration, telling himself, "No, you are the main character. Do not have such dirty thoughts." That thought vanished, but he secretly thought, trying it once in a while probably would not hurt. Readers would probably enjoy watching it too. Suddenly his phone rang, signaling a new message. Suxun was dazed, quickly taking out his phone to check. On the screen was a conversation with his girlfriend. Yahello Kin messaged, "Are you free tonight? The whole family of the eldest uncle just returned to the country. My parents want to invite you for a meal to meet." After reading, he was quite surprised, having to meet the relatives so soon. Time flew by quickly at Kin's house. At the sumptuous and warm dining table, laughter and chatter were nonstop. "Haven't seen you in a few years. Kin is getting more and more beautiful." "Thank you, uncle." The aunt sitting nearby smiled brightly and praised. "Did not expect Kin to find such a handsome boyfriend. You must treat Kin well, young man." Suxun replied politely, "Rest assured, aunt, I will definitely take good care of her." Kin's older cousin and Juju was with her boyfriend Li Hua. He spoke warmly, "Little son, from now on we are family. Let's keep in touch often when you have time. I am also about to develop business in the country. I will be counting on your support." On the surface, Susun forced a smile and replied modestly, "I dare not, let's just help each other out." But inwardly he was annoyed, opening his mouth to call him little son. Who did he think he was? Li Hua rested his chin on his hand, looked at Suxun and asked, "By the way, I wonder where little Sun works." He ate casually while saying, "Just running a small company." Hearing that, he said smugly, "No worries. Take your time. We are all family. I will help you with business when I get some. Do you know Qingyun International? My family cooperates with them." As soon as he finished, Kin's whole family was stunned. Susun blurted out involuntarily, "Qingyun International?" He smiled brightly and went along. "Well then, I will rely on brother Li's support from now on," then happily extended his hand. Li Hua, being flattered to the skies, replied gleefully, "I dare not." The two shook hands intimately, and at the same time Susun's ability activated. He knew everything was in his sights, smiled faintly, extrasensory perception. When extrasensory perception was activated, a series of images from Li Hua's mind appeared. A middle-aged man holding a stack of money counting and laughing confidently, saying, "Remember to act exactly as if it were real." The man replied, "Rest assured." Then, exactly as planned, that man pretended to molest Du, and Li Hua jumped out to be the hero rescuing her, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Get lost." After that incident, Juju's parents praised Li Hua endlessly, saying he was truly the ideal boyfriend. Looking at the hot Juju in front of him, Li Hua earned more points. "I am a gentleman of honor. I will not possess you before marriage." In another scene, the doctor looked at the parameters and advised that he still had to take medication. Erectile dysfunction was not easy to cure. More frighteningly, strangely dressed men appeared, saying disgusting words. "Darling, are you ready? Let's start the fun tonight." Unexpectedly, Li Hua replied cheerfully, "Bring it on. Don't go easy on me." Seeing Su-sun stunned for a long time after the handshake, Li Hua asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you?" He laughed happily, not knowing that his secret had been seen through. Su-sun pulled a chair with one hand and gripped the napkin tightly with the other, replying timidly, "It is nothing." Seeing Su-sun with his head down, Zi-kin worriedly picked up food for him, asking, "Are you okay? Tired from last night? Eat some meat." He replied, "No need, I am just a bit sleepy." Su-sun thought in shock. The acting was top tier, absolutely invincible. This brother was truly tyrannical, just one slip and you were dead. But Su-sun rested his chin on his hand, face thoughtful, a thought already in his mind, "If you dare touch my woman, do not blame me for being ruthless." He was angry recalling Zi-kin and Du lying on the bed in thin nightgowns, calling Li Hua's name, "Hurry up, I want it." Faced with Zi-kin's confusion, Su-sun checked his pants pocket, then looked over and asked, "Damn it, I forgot my phone. Brother Li, can I borrow your phone for a moment?" He did not hesitate at all and handed over the phone. "The password is 6961. Feel free to call." Su-sun gladly received it with both hands. "Alright, thank you." Zi-kin whispered in his ear, "Isn't the phone in your pocket? What are you doing?" Su-sun did not answer, relying on the extrasensory information. He entered a private 4-digit passcode. Inside were photos of Li Hua naked, lying beneath two large muscular men, his face flushed red. Zi-kin could not hold back, screamed once and turned her face away. Su-sun said calmly, "Brother Li sure knows how to play a variety of ways." Li Hua was astonished, not understanding what was happening, and asked, "What's wrong?" Su-sun did not say much, directly handed the phone to Dudu's family, "Uncle, Aunt, Big Sis, please take a look." All three looked at Li Hua with different eyes. Dudu stood up abruptly. "How much longer were you planning to deceive me?" Her father tried to question but could not speak. So it turns out to be none." Su-sun dropped the phone onto the table. Li Hua looked at it, shocked. "How did you know the password to my secure folder?" Su-sun looked away, scratching his face, saying, "I accidentally touched it. How embarrassing." Li Hua slammed his hand on the table. He angrily overturned the dining table, cursing, "You bastard, are you messing with me?" Liasu and Zi-kin looked over in shock. By reflex, Su-sun strongly hugged his trembling girlfriend and kicked straight into the table, hurtling towards him. The force was so strong the table shattered in half, accompanied by Li Hua's curse, "Damn it." Affected by the kick, he fell to the floor, his mouth full of blood. Few drops of blood were scattered on the floor. He tremblingly pointed at Su-sun, You little brat." Su-sun was not afraid at all, exposing everything. "Li Hua, you acted out the hero, saving the damsel in distress just for the An family fortune. And also the thing about your erectile dysfunction, why not admit it to them?" Li Hua's mouth fell open, unable to believe his ears. "What?" Dudu cried and sobbed while hugging her mother, and her father exploded in anger. "What else are you hiding?" Li Hua knelt slumped on the floor, his whole body trembling, only wanting to ask Su-sun, "Just who in the hell are you?" He adjusted his tie slightly. "Chairman of Kingyan International, Su-sun. Of course you can also remember my new title, Su the Money Changer. Guess as much as you like." The warm golden sunlight gently touched the luxurious house in front of him. Dudu held a knife as she chased Li Hua out of the inn residence, cursing non-stop, demanding that he leave and never appear before her again. She didn't hesitate and hurled the knife forward with force. The knife flew and embedded itself into the wall. Luckily, he managed to dodge to the side. After throwing it, Juju covered her face and sobbed loudly. Zi-kin worriedly ran over to comfort her, saying it was fortunate she now knew his true face before it was too late. Su-sun clasped his hands happily and said he was sorry for shocking the uncle and aunt. Nan Tian smiled and replied that he had done them a great favor. He asked doubtfully, "Li Hua just returned to the country. How could you know so much about him?" Li Tu chimed in, "That's right, you even know his phone password." Su-sun touched his chin mysteriously and replied, "Because I can tell fortunes." Suddenly, something hit his head, causing him to lower it and rub the spot. Zi-kin and Zuzu walked in, facing forward. She frowned and reminded him, "Stop being so mysterious, let's eat." A while later, Su-sun stood alone outside the house. He sensed something unusual and spoke up, "Stop following me. I know you're behind me." Dudu clenched her hands over her chest when she heard Su-sun say, "Come out." Seeing that the person secretly following him was her, Su-sun asked in surprise, "Sister Dudu, weren't you talking with Zikin?" Dudu hesitated and asked with suspicion, "Do you really know how to tell fortunes? Could you help me chase it away?" Su-sun widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Chase it away?" Night fell, and the villa fell asleep under the crescent moonlight. Only Zuzu and Su-sun were left talking. She said her whole family had returned from abroad and lived here. He sighed. The environment was very beautiful. Su-sun chuckled softly. "Now can you tell me the whole story in detail?" Dudu nervously recounted the story from about 10 days ago, on a Monday night. That night, while sleeping, she vaguely heard strange sounds. Half asleep, she was still alert enough to recognize the sound was like someone crying. Under the crescent moon, cold wind from the open window blew fiercely into the room, making the curtain flutter. Dudu groped her way and put her feet on the floor. She went to the window, thinking it was the wind, and intended to close it, just as she tried to open her eyes to see clearly. The curtain was suddenly puffed up by the wind, forming the shape of a person. This moment Juju was fully awake, her eyes wide with fear. Back to the present, Dudu told the story while sweating nervously. But right after, the curtain returned to normal. "But I really did see someone standing there." Su-sun's eyes slightly hardened. He asked, "Which room is it? Take me to see it." She quickly responded, Okay. The two quickly entered the room. Dudu pointed at the window and said, "That's it." Su-sun approached the window and looked outside. He placed his hand on the curtain, closed his eyes, and activated his psychic sense. From the window, a part of the outdoor garden could be seen. A young female ghost radiating a powerful murderous aura made Su-sun stunned, and he blurted out, "Holy shit." He opened his eyes in terror, his face covered in sweat. Night shrouded the gloomy garden. A black car was parked outside the villa. Su-sun stood and looked around. From inside the luxurious black car, a puzzled voice rang out, "Oh my god, why did Zuzu go back to that haunted house?" Dudu put the phone to her ear and calmly replied, "Mom, don't worry. I trust Su-sun can help me." On this side, Su-sun tucked his hands into his pants pockets, a garland of garlic hanging on his wrist. He said to himself, "I'm really brave, daring to come here alone to catch a ghost. What if I get caught and turned into a BBQ skewer?" The corner of his mouth twitched, but as a fortune-telling master, how could he not try catching a ghost? Suddenly, something made Su-sun jump, his face turning pale and sweaty. Behind him, the shadow of a woman was clearly visible on the ground. Su-sun realized that cold feeling down his spine was back again. A pair of fair legs appeared behind him. Su-sun firmly turned his face, thinking to himself, "This is the moment." He spun around, holding a cross in one hand and a talisman in the other, rushing quickly towards the ghost shadow and shouting, "Ghost, retreat now." The ghost shadow was a young girl, and she let out a sharp scream. As he rushed close, Su-sun paused before the petite figure before him, but he easily passed through the female ghost's body, leaving her stunned. Unable to control his speed, Su-sun stumbled and fell to the ground. His nose turned red from the fall. He rubbed his nose and said angrily, "Damn it, can only see but not touch. This case is tough." He looked up, he saw the ghost shadow leaning in and asking, "Can you see me?" Su-sun broke out in a cold sweat and asked back, "Can you hear me talking? Are you trying to use me to borrow my body and return to life?" He glanced and thought, "I have to admit, this female ghost, that thing is quite big." The female ghost was not scared but even calmly grabbed Su-sun's arm and said, "That's great." He was astonished, "Now I can touch her." Through the car window, Ju saw him standing alone, spinning and flailing around. She muttered, "This is bad, even Su-sun is done for." Seeing that, she stepped on the accelerator and blamed herself. "Zikin, I'm sorry. Later, I'll introduce you to another boyfriend." The car sped off without hesitation, leaving Su-sun behind with a helpless look. That cruel woman, whenever she saw something unusual, would immediately abandon him and run away. He withdrew his hand, turned to the female ghost, and said, "All right, let's talk business." Su-sun seriously placed his hand on her shoulder, asking her name and why she was hiding here scaring people. She replied that she meant no harm, but the female ghost pouted. "I want a hug. No one has hugged me in a long time." Su-sun said sharply, "Step closer. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you down." With a pitiful expression, she recounted the whole story. "My name is Kinju. 3 years ago, I fell from a cliff and died because no one saw me and no one heard me speak. I had nowhere to go, so I just stayed here. I didn't mean to scare them. I just wanted them to play with me for a while." Su-sun frowned slightly. Seeing this, Kinzu immediately asserted, "Everything I said is true. Can you let me down now?" After that sentence, she set her feet on the ground. Su-sun smiled lightly. "Since I have seen you from now on, you will follow me." Kinju, both happy and surprised, asked back, "Really? You agree to take me with you?" He turned his back and walked away. "Follow me, don't live here anymore. Come to my home." Kinju blushed, replying softly, "Who wants to follow you? I am so free here, why should I follow you? I am not your girl." Su-sun stopped, gently explaining, "Because I can avenge you." In fact, he had already understood everything, grasped the truth, and then turned back to ask, "Seeing her living so comfortably and happily, You must be unwilling to accept it, right? Hearing those words, Kinju could not hold back, her tears streaming down her cheeks, especially when Susun mentioned the woman who pushed her off the cliff. At this time, it was still night at the villa. Susun closed the curtains tightly in front of Kinju. He turned his face and told her, "From now on, you live here. Do not wander around outside scaring people anymore." Kinju blushed, trembling slightly as she asked, "Can I also sleep up here?" Susun's face darkened as he said, "Of course. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning I will take you to get revenge." Kinju obediently replied, "Okay." Suddenly she fell silent, gently casting her gaze towards him. When she was alone in the room, Kinju sat lonely on the spacious bed. Some time passed. Susun turned over in his sleep. Suddenly something woke him up. Susun was startled to realize Kinju was nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly while holding him tightly. He quickly woke her up. "Why did you run into my room to sleep?" Kinju rubbed her eyes and replied, "Did I wake you?" Then she pouted again. The unfamiliar environment. "I'm scared and can't sleep." Susun was helpless at her words, scared, silently judging. "Oh my god, you are a ghost. What do you have to be scared of?" Then Kinju, without hesitation, pressed him down and pressed her face against his chest. "I don't care anyway. Since you brought me here, you have to be responsible for me." In less than 5 seconds, Kinzu was snoring. He could only be helpless, his body stiff as he endured it. What kind of mortal suffering was this? Cut to the next morning, on a luxurious black car cruising along the road. Suk-sun drove while asking, "Where does your enemy live? You probably know the way, right?" Kinju directed, "Turn left at the intersection ahead." He could not help but vent his anger. What kind of man kills their close friend like that? That woman is truly despicable. Mentioning that matter, Kinju burst into tears again. "I trusted her so much, but I never expected." While driving, Suk-sun asked further, "Why didn't you go settle accounts with her, and instead stayed in that villa at the foot of the mountain to suffer?" She replied, "I went, but she has a very powerful protective talisman, and I couldn't get close." Hearing this, he smiled slightly. "I'm a bit interested now. A protective talisman to repel ghosts. It seems there are indeed masters in this world." Just as they arrived at the place, Suk-sun did not hesitate and immediately pressed the doorbell. He calmly pressed the button, clearly having a plan in mind. Kinju beside him wondered, "How are you going to get revenge? Kill them?" Suk-sun answered bluntly, "I am a law-abiding citizen. Violence and killing are not the way. Just pay attention and cooperate later." A middle-aged woman in expensive attire came to the door, asking in an annoyed tone, "Who are you?" Suk-sun walked right past her and replied, "I am looking for your husband." This behavior only angered the woman further, frowning and shouting, "What are you doing? Who let you in?" Suk-sun acted as if he did not hear her, walking straight inside despite her loud protests. "Stop! You can't come in!" Hearing the commotion, a middle-aged man came downstairs and asked, "What's going on?" The woman, gripping the collar of Suk-sun's shirt as he sat straight on the sofa, replied, "He says he knows you," and forced his way in. The man seemed quite old, approaching with difficulty, leaning on a cane. Radiance and authority emanated from him as he pointed at Suk-sun, yelling, "I don't know you. Get out, or I'll call the police." He just smiled slightly in response. "A life-saving benefactor has arrived, and you won't even offer a glass of water?" After taking a sip of water, Suk-sun spoke up, "Can we sit down and talk now?" Wang Hong, his face full of wrinkles, was dealing with the person. He hurriedly sat down. "Esteemed master, I was just too foolish. I failed to recognize your greatness. I have offended you in many ways. Please do not hold it against me. You said you can save me. Do you mean I will face a disaster soon?" Suk-sun explained seriously, "Passing by this place just now, I saw a bloody aura rising to the sky, so I came to investigate. Your family is the root cause. Within 3 days, your entire clan will face destruction." Both the old couple exclaimed, "Clan destruction?" Both of them knelt down on the floor together. They did not hesitate to beg Suk-sun, "We beseech the master to lend a helping hand. Wang Hong is willing to erect a longevity shrine to burn incense and pray for your blessings." He closed his eyes tightly, as if feeling something, then spoke, "There is someone else in the house, isn't there?" Wang Hong bowed respectfully. "Yes, there is my daughter." Suk-sun requested sternly, "Call her here as well." Wang Hong immediately turned his head and shouted loudly, "Kiao Kiao." Suk-sun listened to the command with satisfaction and said, "Come down, child." A small girl stepped down, wearing a yellow talisman around her neck, complaining in an annoyed voice, calling so loudly almost died. She saw her parents kneeling before a stranger, and she asked in surprise, "What are mom and dad doing kneeling on the ground?" Kiao Kiao's father did not answer, only urged, "Come here quickly." Kinju's figure appeared facing her. The memory of being pushed off the cliff by Kiao Kiao came rushing back. Kinju gritted her teeth and clenched her hands. "You damn wretch." She rushed forward, screaming for her life. That rash impulse caught Suk-sun off guard. Kinju's hand almost touched Kiao Kiao's shoulder. but the other party saw nothing at all. The talisman on Kiao Kiao's neck glowed in the sunlight. Su-sun noticed is that the protection talisman Kinju spoke of. Immediately after, Kinzu was thrown back by a strange barrier. She quickly covered her body with her hands as her clothes were torn to shreds. Only Su-sun could see her. He could not help but bleed from his nose. Kiao Kiao's parents asked in surprise, "Master, what is wrong?" Su-sun wiped his nose with his hand. Kinju hugged herself and sobbed, "Whenever I see her I lose all reason." Her actions made it harder for Su-sun to restrain himself. He said with difficulty, "Behave and listen." She immediately nodded in agreement. Kiao Kiao's parents saw him muttering and asked in panic, "Master, are you settling accounts with the ghost? Is it so powerful that it injured you?" Kiao Kiao asked blankly, "What is going on?" Her father pulled her arm and forced her down, saying, "Stop talking. Kneel down quickly." Su-sun cuffed a few times to explain. "Just now the evil ghost attacked. I was almost counter-attacked. The blood grudge is too strong. Even I cannot repel it." Kiao Kiao's father begged in fear, "Our whole family relies on you, master. Please think of a way." Su-sun seized the opportunity and pointed at Kiao Kiao. "The blood grudge all comes from your daughter. What did she do to make a ghost hate her so much?" Hearing this, Kiao Kiao's face turned pale with fear. Her father was also panicked, sweating profusely. The whole family of 3 was terrified. Kiao Kiao asked tremblingly, "Could it be her?" Her face ashen, she screamed, "It must be Kinju. She has come for revenge." Mrs. Wang dismissed her daughter's words, saying, "Nonsense, she is dead." Su-sun leisurely clasped his hands and asked, "Who is Kinju?" So they already knew about it. Wang Hong stammered, not hiding from the master. "A few years ago she accidentally pushed a friend off a cliff." Kinju, standing nearby, retorted, "All lies. What do you mean accidentally?" Su-sun sternly demanded him to tell the details. He bowed and said, "It was over a man. Kiao Kiao and Kinju were best friends. Both liked the same person, but that person liked Kinju. While climbing a mountain they argued, and in a moment of passion, Kiao Kiao interrupted her father, shouting that that person liked her. Mrs. Wang scolded, "After all these years, why are you still not awake? He never even glanced at you." She insisted stubbornly, "That is because he felt unworthy of me." Before she finished, Wang Hong slapped her hard, making Kiao Kiao's head tilt to the side. He said sternly, "Foolish. Right now you need to worry about saving your life." Su-sun crossed his legs and watched the scene smugly, then cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Wang is right. Let us discuss business." Only then did Kinju realize, so it was because of that man that she took action. Wang Hong immediately changed his attitude, groveling and begging, "The dead are dead. Please save our family." Su-sun rubbed his chin and reasoned, "Kinju died over 3 years ago. She should have come sooner. Why has she been safe all this time? Must be an exorcism artifact." Mr. Wang nodded. "I obtained a protective talisman for her." Kiao Kiao respectfully handed the talisman to Sun. He took the yellow talisman and frowned, asking, "Where did you get this talisman?" Wang Hong replied, "It was given by a Taoist from Yangqing Temple in Lingyan City." Su-sun examined the talisman, silently admiring the expert. "A good item. I must keep it." He proposed, "This talisman's spiritual power is exhausted. I can help you escape disaster without taking a single coin. In exchange, I keep this talisman for research." Wang Hong quickly agreed. Su-sun closed his eyes and said, "Over the past 3 years, Kinzu has become a vengeful ghost, her blood grudge towering to the sky. I am afraid I cannot resolve it. There is only one way, and it depends on whether you have the resolve." Wang Hong tensely replied, "Please speak, master." Su-sun frowned and proposed a solution. "Only if your daughter confesses her crime can Kinju's resentment be lessened. Sacrifice one to save the whole family." Kiao Kiao stammered, "Confess." Su-sun looked helpless. Mrs. Wang covered her mouth, speechless. He was also panicked. "What?" Wang Hong humbly negotiated, "Please change the way, master. I will reward you handsomely." Su-sun glanced away to show refusal. "It seems you do not trust me." He stood up to leave, threatening, "If so, then you all fend for yourselves. I take my leave." He panicked, ran over to grab his arm, and begged, "Master, master, it is all a misunderstanding. Please do not leave." Wang Hong knelt down to hug Su-sun's leg, then turned his head to advise his daughter, "Kiao Kiao, why don't you go turn yourself in?" She stubbornly shook her head, refusing firmly. "No way, I do not want to go to jail, Dad. You have to get justice for me. Are you not a top expert?" His rage flared up immensely. He stood up straight and yelled, "Shut your mouth. You only cause trouble for me. I cannot sacrifice the entire family for you." Madame Wang was also helpless, so she could only place her hand on her shoulder and persuade, "Kiao Kiao, go turn yourself in, for your younger brother's sake. Mother begs you." Kiao Kiao flatly pushed her mother away, her voice harsh, "I am not going." Both scared and agitated, she turned around intending to run to her room. Seeing this, Wang Hong immediately hugged Kiao tightly and lamented, "You cannot leave. If you leave, this whole family will die along with you." Wang Hong ordered, "I will hold her. You go call the police." His wife nodded frantically, while Kiao Kiao cursed wildly. A police car quickly sped to the Wang family home. Several policemen stormed in and loudly asked who reported the incident. Wang Hong stepped forward to face them, saying, "Comrade police, I am the one who reported it. The case of Kinju falling off the cliff 3 years ago had hidden details. The culprit is my daughter." Madame Wang looked at her daughter with tears in her eyes, consoling her. Xiaoqiao, do not blame your parents, we had no other choice. Only by sacrificing you alone can your mother and brother be safe. Qiaoqiao's face turned pale, the muscles in her cheek twitching continuously. Qiaoqiao was cornered, filled with hatred, wanting to send her parents to jail. I want to report them too. After I committed murder, they covered for me. He heard that and immediately turned his head to curse, shifting all responsibility, saying he knew nothing about his daughter's misdeeds. Qiaoqiao laughed like a madwoman and threatened, if you do not want me anymore, then we will all go to hell together. Do not hope any of us will survive. Two policemen also did not know what to say, only whispered to each other. Father reports daughter, daughter reports father. This family must have taken the wrong medicine. Suk-sun clasped his hands behind his back, strolling forward to expose the truth, truly sacrificing family for justice. 3 years ago, Wang Qiao pushed her friend off a cliff to her death, and her parents have been covering up the crime until now. He handed the recorder to them and said, all the evidence is here, take them back for interrogation and it will be clear. Wang Hong pointed a trembling finger at him and shouted, you deliberately ruined my whole family. Who the hell are you? He calmly turned his head to introduce himself. My name is Su-sun. Suk-sun warned him in a low voice, I came to avenge Kinju. The person standing beside him right now is grinding her teeth in hatred. The three family members' faces turned pale, everyone's complexion ashen as if they could feel Kinju's presence. They screamed in unison, Ghost. As his hands were being cuffed, he fearfully cried for help, calling out Ghost and begging for mercy. Qiao murmured, I knew she would come back for me. The two police officers sneered and told her to stop pretending to be crazy. One of them turned around and cheerfully thanked Su-sun for providing the leads to solve the case. He just smiled and said it was a citizen's duty. Su-sun watched them leave, the screams still echoing, stop torturing me, let me have some peace. He sighed and softly asked Kinju, the revenge is done, how do you feel? The woman behind him hesitated before answering, finally feeling relieved but a little sad. Suk-sun was puzzled, sad why? Kinju rubbed her eyes with both hands, acting coquettishly. It is if I have lost my goal, I do not know what to do next. Pinched her cheek hard, making Kinju flinch. Suk-sun leaned close to her ear and whispered, silly, your biggest goal is to serve me well, making her exclaim like a startled deer. He seriously demanded, I helped you with such a huge matter, shouldn't you repay me with your body? From now on, you are my pet, do you agree? He rubbed her flushed cheek and softly replied, Kinju slowly pulled her clothes down, her voice seductive. From now on I belong only to my master. To make it convenient for my master to enjoy, I will not wear clothes, causing Su-sun to almost spit blood. He grabbed her wrist to stop her. It does not have to be that extreme. If you do that, I will not be able to concentrate on work. Kinju's face darkened, tears welling up in grievance. Why has master already tired of Kinju? Su-sun forced a smile and shook his head, saying no, inwardly sighing about why he had brought this trouble upon himself. Suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated incessantly. Su-sun ignored her crying, turned around to answer the phone. Liu Hu. What is the matter? The voice on the other end reported urgently, boss. There is a journalist slandering you online, saying you are a fraud here at Tianqiao, and is currently doing a live stream challenging you. What should we do? He gave a dangerous smile and ordered, interesting, the fish has taken the bait. Do not do anything, I will be right there. The voice on the other end stammered in surprise. Su-sun finished his plan and said, Xiaozhu, let's go, come pretend to follow me. The scene shifts to Tianqiao Hall. A man stood in the middle of a crowd shouting, everyone open your eyes wide, believe me, this fortune teller is a fraud. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The man held up his press card in front of the camera, introducing himself as Li Yang from the City Times, here today to expose a fraud, and asked everyone to follow the live stream. The live stream received a flood of comments, like it has been so long and the fortune teller is still not here. He must have run away. No way he dares to face off. What a great reporter. The man accepted donations and excitedly thanked everyone. Suddenly, a young man pointed into the distance. The master has arrived. The crowd's eyes all fell on Su-sun, dressed in fortune teller's garb and wearing glasses, murmuring about how young he was, wondering if his fortune telling was accurate, or if this was just another stunt for fame. Su-sun walked over and stopped at a small corner. He sat down on a low stool, still holding his fortune teller's banner, and asked the crowd if they wanted their fortunes told. Su-sun gave a friendly, inviting smile. Who is first? Li Yang held his phone in one hand and pounded his chest with the other, volunteering excitedly, read mine first. He adjusted his sleeve and asked, may I know if you want to see about love or fortune? The man raised his phone and demanded, do not read about the future. There is no proof. Since you claim to be a fortune teller, tell me about my past. Su-sun was slightly taken aback by the request and blurted out, that is all, his mind full of question marks. He thought to himself, damn, you really are smart. Reading the future would require some setup, but reading the past is easy. One look and everything is clear. Li Yang laughed loudly in provocation. Easy, looks like you are panicking to me. Dare to do it or not? He nodded and said, since that is the case, let us try. The man immediately offered his palm, and Su-sun placed 2 fingers on it to read his fortune. Li Yang's past appeared from when he was young. At that moment, he was getting his ear twisted by his mother while being scolded for bedwetting at such an old age. Next, the scene shows a grown-up Li Yang sitting in a school chair taking a test. Another embarrassing scene was when he pursued a girl, but she turned her back and rejected his rose, telling him not to follow her anymore. He saw the entire unpleasant past of his life, especially the time Li Yang peeked at a woman wearing a short skirt. He couldn't help but force a smile. Seeing no reaction for a while, Li Yang leaned his face close to Su's son, provoking him, "Don't pretend, just admit you don't know, and we will save you some face." He suddenly let out a stream of words that stunned him. Li Yang, 34 years old, born in Xiangying village, Xinhai. His father runs a diner, his mother works at a hospital. Li Yang's facial muscles twitched. He didn't believe it and demanded more. "You knew I was blocking the way, so you investigated my info beforehand. What you said everyone knows. Got any explosive info?" Su's son cuffed, sweating profusely in concern for the embarrassment of his past, hesitatingly said, "Explosive. Are you sure? It might not be appropriate." Seeing this, Li Yang grew even more smug, turning to ask the crowd for judgment. Everyone look as scared. The crowd grew more curious. "Speak up, great sage, fortune teller. Show us your talent." Su's son smiled and said it all. "You had to wear diapers to sleep until you were 53, finally cured by traditional Chinese medicine. You cheated on the final exam in 9th grade. The teacher caught you, and you almost got expelled." He added more details that made him freeze. "In college you pursued 12 girls, all rejected. You like to peek at short skirts. Your collection of movies is on the D drive. The file name is News Reporter Self-Cultivation. Password 5269. Susun smirked, his voice pressing for an answer. "Is this information explosive enough?" Liang's whole body trembled, stammering out a guess. "Impossible. Are you a person or a ghost?" Jiang spread his hands, shrugged, and answered smoothly. "A person, of course. There are no ghosts in broad daylight." Everyone was shocked by what they just heard. "No way. So he really can see. He even knows that. Amazing. So embarrassing that bastard is done for this time." Sun continued the attack while giving a reminder. "By the way, I will read your fortune. People who cause trouble for others will face consequences. Watch your step when you walk later." Li Yang gritted his teeth and denied it. "Coincidence. Everything you said is a coincidence." At the same time, Qin Su had appeared behind him. He stuck her leg out to trip Li Yang just as he was about to leave. A second later, Li Yang fell flat on his face, astounding everyone even more. Damn, he really fell. He divines like a god. The crowd gathered around, chanting and pleading, "Great sage, please read my love fortune. Please read my wealth fortune. Great sage, please guide me." Sun kindly made a suggestion. "Everyone line up, one at a time." The scene shifts to a small house next to the main road. The small room was extremely quiet at this moment. Wu Rou lay bored on the bed, scrolling through news on her phone. After a session of fortune-telling for the residents, Susun returned home, collapsed back into his chair, and groaned. Susun's 2 employees pressed themselves against the door, poking their heads in to hear him exclaim, "Oh my god." Liu Hu turned around and questioned, "What is Boss Su doing?" Liu Tian just shook his head repeatedly, showing he knew nothing. Liu Tian guessed hesitantly, "It sounds like he feels very pleasurable." Liu Hu exclaimed in admiration, "Damn. Has alone in the office. Is he using the keyboard to sing?" Liu Tian broke into a sweat and whispered, "Let me guess." Liu Hu leaned his head against the wall, his eyes glistening, feeling sorry for Su's son. Boss Su must be under too much mental pressure, having hallucinations from overworking himself for the livelihood of people like us. Inside the room, he closed his eyes, his face uncomfortable, letting out a low moan. Kinju poked her head in and asked naively, "Is this pressure enough?" It turned out Su's son was enjoying a massage from her. He nodded, "Good, good." Kinju leaned out, curious, "Master, why did you waste time reading fortunes for others and even send subordinates to check the results? Isn't it tiring?" Susun exhaled and lazily continued, "It is tiring, which is why I only do fortune readings for 3 people a day." He slightly opened his eyes to think. The info online is already trending, but the system hasn't reported the task as completed. It seems I still need to think of a way to work harder. Suddenly, a continuous knock sounded on the door. Susun cleared his throat and called out, "Come in." Yu opened the door, her face covered in sweat, and spoke hastily, "Boss Su, sorry to bother you." Seeing this scene, she also tilted her head to eavesdrop. He sat upright and asked, "What is it?" Liu Yu placed a tablet down with a news headline. "Master Di Chen personally attends meeting at Tianqiao tomorrow at 9 a.m. for everyone to expose the true face of Su the fortune teller." Susun took the tablet tiredly, looked at it and muttered, "Who is this? Why is his styling so weird?" She stepped back, gripping the hem of her pants, and clarified the info. "His name is Zhu Chengshuan, a famous metaphysical master in Jiangsu province. His fortune-telling skills are very accurate. Many wealthy Wealthy people seek him out for divination and feng shui, earning him the title of premier metaphysician of Jiangsu. Liu Yu narrowed her eyes in warning. If he targets us, trouble is coming. He rubbed his chin, finding it interesting. Number 1. Then I must go see him. She was surprised. You still want to go? Su-sun handed the tablet back to Liu Yu, confirming, of course, this is a good chance to raise my reputation another notch. I really cannot waste it. She worriedly advised, you should at least appear in disguise. If he figures out your identity, it will be extremely disadvantageous for you and the company. He waved his hand a few times to reassure her. Rest assured, I already have a plan in mind. Liu Yu helplessly turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him. Fine, then you must be careful. At the same time, Kinju walked up behind her. A voice called out, Master. Su-sun turned at the sound. Yeah. She mischievously pinched Liu Yu's short skirt up slightly, blurting out a word which instinctively made his nose bleed. Kinju laughed happily and asked, how was it? Feel a bit more relaxed. Seeing her skirt suddenly lifted, Liu Yu stopped and turned her head back. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Unable to speak, Su-sun was startled, stood up straight, and waved his hands frantically in protest. Really, it wasn't me. A quarrel erupted in the room. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Liu Tian outside the door asked hesitantly, Brother Hu, do we need to protect? Liu Hu just silenced him with a gesture and listened, unsure what to do. Not long after, the confrontation ended. The next day, he and Kinju went outside. Everyone in the crowd looked excited. She was still puzzled behind him. Master, were you unhappy with my move yesterday? Don't men like looking at women? I think your secretary has a thing for you. Su-sun got annoyed and said, shut up. In front of the two was a sea of people shouting noisily, Master Dai has arrived, Master Dai. He lowered his face slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The crowd surrounded that luxurious car, praising endlessly Master Dai. I finally get to see you in person, the greatest metaphysical master. Chang Xuan stepped out of the car while wiping his sweat, smugly remarking that no wonder this small, rotten place was popular. It truly was a case of the mountain having no tiger. He held his head high and walked in, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards. Seeing this, the crowd automatically moved aside, leaving the 3 of them facing Su-sun alone. Chang Xuan curled his lips into a sneer, saying that today he would teach him what manners meant. Before he could finish speaking, a slender hand suddenly shot out. It turned out that Kinju behind him had physically intervened against him. Struck on the back of the neck, Chang Xuan lowered his head by reflex, blurting out a startled degree. As expected, his whole body cowered down, and his hat flew off his head. He held back a laugh and lamented, how could this great master be so careless? Watching crowd buzzed with whispers, and the 2 bodyguards hurriedly helped Chang Xuan up by the armpits, asking if the master was all right. Hatred flared in his eyes, and he pointed a finger at his face, saying it was just a small accident, and that today he would expose his tricks. Su-sun put on a friendly smile, feigning innocence, saying he wasn't being smug, and asked what did he want to expose. One bodyguard cursed, saying trash like him wasn't worthy of reading fortunes, he was just a low-class swindler, and today the master would expose him. He looked up with a challenging smile and asked, how did they want to play this? He proposed that they read fortunes for each other to determine who was superior. Su-sun extended a finger towards Chang Xuan in acceptance, asking what he wanted to read. Rolling up his sleeve, he smugly told him to see where this scar on his hand came from. Crowd murmured that this scar was at least 30 years old. No one could possibly see that. It looked like Master Su would lose face this time. He generously held out 2 fingers and said it was simple, give me your hand. Chang Xuan raised his palm, contemptuously saying he was the most stubborn liar he had ever seen. As the 2 fingers touched his palm, he sneered, saying if he couldn't see it, don't waste time, just kneel and kowtow then get lost. He paid it no mind, going straight to the point, saying that at age 5, he went up the mountain to chop wood and slipped, creating the wound, right? Chang Xuan was startled, stammering, asking how could he. The residents exclaimed that this reaction meant he had guessed correctly. Heavens, was it really that miraculous? His face darkened and sweat poured out continuously. Chang Xuan pointed straight at his face in rebuttal, saying this was a scar from peeling fruit 3 years ago. He couldn't admit it. Su-sun saw through the trick, exposing that he was playing dumb, trying to cheat. Chang Xuan waved his hand in denial, saying he didn't, and then it was his turn to read for him. He thought to himself, how could his aura be so strong like an assassin? He gave his opinion, saying it was fine to read when he would get married. He smugly said that reading love fortune meant he was sure to lose. He was best at reading marriage, and countless people had found their match. Su-sun impatiently cut in, telling him he talked too much. Chang Xuan raised his head high and muttered while reading his palm, and he froze, speechless. Chang Xuan awkwardly pulled his palm close to his own face. Midway, he yanked his hand back, trembling and crying out in shock. Swallowing hard, he hesitantly asked what his birthday was. Su-sun was surprised and gave the date, March 20, 2001, 6:40 in the morning, thinking to himself, what the hell, his form of address changed too. He closed his eyes in painful thought, how could this be? Chang Xuan, with eyes half open, looked at the person before him him weakly. Without hesitation, he bent 90 degrees, showing a respectful demeanor and begging for the senior's forgiveness, asking him not to take things to heart. He had no idea what was happening, scratching his head and gaping at his cowering posture. Su-sun was dazed, thinking he thought Cheng Xuan had some skill, but what did he see to be scared like this? In Cheng Xuan's eyes, only his figure remained, and his voice was firm as he said the junior admits defeat. The crowd stirred with discussion, asking why the great master admitted defeat. What did he see? Could Master Su truly be a peerless expert? Su soon curled his lips in a sneer, telling the great master to reveal a bit of the content. Only then would they know if the fortune was right. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils dilated to the max, and he stammered out his voice. Before Cheng Xuan's eyes, he was like a corpse staring intently with a ghostly face and a terrifying smile. Cheng Xuan was scared to death, quickly kneeling and kowtowing an apology, saying the little man dared not. He would keep his mouth shut, and from now on he would wash his hands of it. The two bodyguards ran over to stop him, but he shouted at them to shut up, that he was no longer their master. He was bewildered by this scene. Su-sun stood frozen, thinking this misunderstanding was huge. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze on him, seeking the reason. The corners of his mouth twitched as he explained, telling everyone to be quiet. That was a misunderstanding just now. Even though he called himself Su half immortal, he wasn't that miraculous. The crowd clamored for him to rid their fortunes. Everyone spoke of their ambitions, how to get rich, wanting wealth, seeking marriage. Su-sun and Kinju, in a state of coercion, had no choice but to flee, with cries of seeking marriage echoing behind them. He turned his head and sighed in relief, saying that pretending to this extent was the peak. There was no need to open a fortune-telling stall next time. Upon hearing this, she laughed until she clutched her stomach. Su-sun took the opportunity to boast about himself, saying this was nothing, he was the king of assassins anyway. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, "Great master." He jumped in shock, instinctively turning his head to defend himself. "Oh no, I am not." Wu-ro with her sparkling eyes and blushing cheeks made Su-sun suspicious. He restrained his lecherous look, faked a cuff, and asked the young lady what the matter was, while worrying inside why she had come. She stepped forward, placed her hand on her chest in supplication, and asked if the great master could help find someone. Su-sun forced a smile, sweat pouring out, and had to pretend not to know her as he asked who she was looking for, but thought to himself, "Don't tell me." Wu-ru clasped her hands behind her back, her face flushed, and stammered that she did not know that person's birth date, only having a painting. After saying this, she unfolded a portrait of his casual profile, prompting Su-sun to exclaim that it was indeed the case. Wu-ro's face turned bright red as she softly called out, "What is it? Can the master help me?" Kinju snickered from behind, remarking that romance was still knocking at his door. Cornered, he had no choice but to take off his glasses and sigh quietly, muttering to himself that he might as well stop pretending. Su-sun walked up to Wu-ru and asked, thinking his disguise was quite thorough. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said she recognized him right away from the videos. He could only shake his head, admitting that no amount of fortune-telling could beat a woman's intuition. Wu-ru then turned serious, saying she truly never expected to find him this way, and asked if his profession was fortune-telling. Su-sun rubbed his head innocently, saying it was just a small hobby, then asked Miss Wu what she needed him for. She shyly replied that it was nothing urgent, she just wanted to thank him for helping her get home safely last time. He chuckled and said it was no big deal. Kinju mocked him from behind, calling him a blockhead. Wu-ru glanced away, her voice growing softer, saying there was more. After a moment, she gathered her courage, looked Su-sun straight in the eyes, and asked if he already had someone he liked. Su-sun took out a card, honestly admitting that the girl from London that day was his girlfriend, then handed her a business card, saying she could contact him if she needed anything. His words crushed her. Wu-ru muttered in disappointment, asking how someone as talented as him could not have someone he liked. He scratched his head sheepishly, saying he was not really that talented. Kinju exposed him from behind, accusing him of faking humility. She suddenly shouted, asking where his girlfriend was and whether they were even married yet. Sun stammered, unsure how to respond, asking if it even mattered. Wu-ru clutched the business card tightly, confidently asserting that this meant she still had a chance. With that, she ran off while waving her hand, promising she would not give up and would keep trying. Kinju poked him, putting on a displeased expression and reminding him that this was another romantic debt. Su-sun forced a smile and brushed it off, saying to forget her and just go home for dinner. Suddenly, he glanced behind him, thinking it strange. He had clearly wiped out the old man Cheng Xuan's name, so why had the system not reported the mission as complete? Su-sun walked while pondering, wondering if there was still some big fish yet to surface. The scene shifted to a luxurious apartment, complete with a fountain in the middle, looking extremely modern. Wang Deng presented the teapot, smiling as he invited, "Master, please have some tea." King Yang sensed something was off and asked directly, saying the big shot had traveled a long way to invite him here. Surely it was not just for tea. If there was something to say, he should just say it. Suddenly, he dropped to both knees on the ground with a heavy thud. Wang Deng kowtowed repeatedly, pleading with Daoist King Yang to seek justice for his family, claiming that Su-sun had sent his parents to prison. He frowned, curiously and asked about what he had said on the phone regarding a ghost being beside Su Sun. He then recounted the events of the past in a bitter tone. King Yang wiped the water off the teapot while listening to Wang Deng's tale. He claimed that Sun was originally a college friend who later, out of nowhere, became a big boss. He slowly stepped forward, getting to the main point, asking how that old classmate knew about the wrongful case from years ago. Perhaps his parents had not been mistaken. There really was a ghost seeking Su Sun's help to clear its name. He widened his eyes in confusion, asking how that guy could be so capable. King Yang clasped his hands and nodded, asking Wang Deng if he knew the inside story on the newly rising figure, Su Bangshan. He replied that he had only seen him in videos. He turned to offer his own opinion, suspecting that Su Bangshan was actually Su Sun in disguise. Wang Deng was startled and exclaimed, "Really?" King Yang closed his eyes and raised his hand to analyze, stating that no matter what, he would reduce the evil ghost who dared to harm people to ashes. As for Su Sun, making friends with ghosts and demons meant he was certainly not a good sort. He turned around and ordered to be taken to meet him. Wang Deng happily replied, saying he would trouble the Daoist. The scene shifted to a clear lake, beside which stood a small sunshade tent and a fishing rod cast into the water. Su Sun and Zikin wore sunglasses, enjoying the fresh air of the place. She pushed her sunglasses down and asked doubtfully if he even knew how to fish, wasting time here. He smirked and replied that fishing required time and even more patience. Su Sun glanced to the side and muttered, "Speak of the devil, here they come," leaving Zikin utterly confused. It turned out King Yang and Wang Deng were behind them. He pointed and praised the master for being so accurate, saying that brat was indeed by the river. She heard the familiar voice and recognized it as Wang Deng. He frowned, pointed a finger straight at his face, and roared, accusing him of stealing his goddess and harming his family, declaring that today they would settle things with that Su bastard. King Yang, standing beside him, also revealed a mysterious smile, thinking to himself that this trip had not been in vain. His yin-yang eyes slowly opened. King Yang had already seen the figure of Qinzhu, and he sighed in realization that there was indeed a ghost bold enough to appear in broad daylight. Su Sun was startled by this and turned around, shouting loudly that Wang Qiao was his sister. He took off his sunglasses, his face pale. He had a feeling he would meet a key person today, but he never expected it to be him. Truly, enemies were destined to meet. Wang Deng smiled confidently, gesturing toward King Yang and introducing him as the Daoist he had invited, asking if Su Sun could still be arrogant now. Qinzhu sensed the killing intent from him and hid behind Su Sun. She whispered in his ear that this man could see her. Su Sun responded with an "oh," but it seemed things were not simple. He quickly took out the safety talisman that Wang Hong had given him and asked King Yang if it belonged to him. Qinzhu was affected and fell backward, screaming for him not to take that thing out. King Yang brought the tips of his 4 fingers together, emanating a mysterious source of energy. He warned that it was just a toy from a few years ago, and that something bigger was coming. Instantly, Qinzhu was pulled by the spiritual energy toward King Yang. She panicked and cried out for her master. In that dangerous moment, Su Sun managed to grab Qinzhu's hand. He pulled her forcefully behind him like a hero protecting a beauty. Zikin saw this scene and could not help but be surprised, raising her hand to cover her mouth. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Kid, I do not know which sect you inherited, but shielding an evil ghost, I will definitely not let you off." Su Sun loudly dismissed that idea, saying there were no ghosts. He told him not to meddle on his idle time, as people who stick their noses into everything often live short lives. King Yang still clasped his hands, refusing to give up, preparing to unleash his mysterious spiritual power as a threat, truly thinking this humble priest's Dao arts were just a joke. Suddenly, a gun was pointed straight at King Yang's head, accompanied by a warning, "Do not move." He turned his head and was terrified to see the group of people behind him with gun barrels placed right against his head. He and Zikin plopped down on stone bench and taunted, "Great Elder, times have changed. Let's see which is stronger, your profound Dao arts or our bullets." King Yang was so angry he could not speak, and only cursed wildly, "Good for you, you milk-sucking brat, you have no morals." That man pressed the gun against his head again, as if to finish him off on the spot. Liu Hu could not stand it and interrupted, telling him, "You speak to my boss like that? Are you tired of living?" Whether a righteous gentleman or a demon, everyone had to surrender to the small gun, and he immediately begged for mercy. "Good sir, spare my life, I dare not, I dare not." Tang Tang from across the room loudly provoked King Yang, "Master, don't be afraid. You are a Taoist priest, why are you scared of bullets and guns?" He fumed and roared, "You want to get me killed? I am not a great Luo golden immortal, so of course I am afraid of bullets." Su Sun cut in Wang Tang, "Before I came to settle the score with you, you came looking for me, even brought a Taoist priest to cause trouble. Let's settle the old and new debts together." He was scared out of his wits, knelt on his knees, clasped his hands together, and cried out for mercy, "Boss Su. I know I was wrong, I won't do it again. Please, great man, spare me, this piece of trash." turned to ask Zikin for her opinion. What do you think? She looked at him sorrowfully, entrusting the decision to him. Whatever you want, just don't let me see him again. Hearing this, Suksun ordered Liu Hu to take him to turn himself in, telling the police about the case of Kinzu falling off the cliff and the culprit harboring her. He grabbed Wang's collar and shouted yes, while Wang Tang stared with wide eyes, uttering a single word, Liu Hu dragged Wang Tang away, and he still could not stop begging Boss Su, please spare me. He pointed to a spot on the ground beside him, invited, Master, don't be nervous. I am a law-abiding citizen, I don't kill indiscriminately. Have a seat, I still have some things I want to ask you. King Yang had no choice but to comply, saying, if I am not mistaken, you must be Su the Saint, famous throughout the city. With such profound cultivation I willingly bow in admiration, I dare not teach you anything. He turned his head and smiled honestly. Half a month ago I absolutely did not believe in ghosts, but what I have experienced recently has truly broadened my horizons. He was shocked and looked up, exclaiming, half a month, how could you have achieved that? Su-sun dismissed the question, that is not important. He frowned seriously and requested, please tell me specifically, do you cultivators of the Tao really have immortal cultivation? King Yang paused and stammered out two words, immortal cultivation. Why would you think of immortal cultivation? Su-sun shrugged and said, this is a bit embarrassing to say, but I am also new to this field, so I am curious if there is immortal cultivation in your line of work. He took out a white handkerchief to wipe his sweat and complained, I see. Master Su must have read too many novels. Tao cultivation and immortal cultivation are completely different. If I knew immortal arts, I would not have been subdued by your subordinates. Liu Hu, standing nearby, eavesdropped and said, Tao arts can be considered as esoteric arts, naturally able to restrain demons and evil spirits. But aside from low-level tricks, orthodox Taoism poses little threat to the living. He pointed at Kinju and asked, why did you want to capture her? King Yang also pointed and honestly confessed, this ghost is a bit special. I wanted to capture her for study. Protected by Su-sun, she happily stuck out her tongue to taunt him and winked. He continued rambling, in modern society ghosts rarely take form. Even if they do, they are spirit bodies afraid of light. But she is no different from a living person, which is very strange. He rubbed his chin in agreement, so my thinking is quite similar to yours. I am also curious about this point, which made Kinzu panic. She hid her tears, hugged Su-sun's leg, and shouted in a wronged voice, Master, do you want to cut me into pieces for study? Don't listen to that filthy Taoist priest. He has ill intentions. He patted Kinju's head to comfort her, rest assured I could not bear to do that. How could I cut up such an adorable pet? She smiled like a blooming flower and nodded her head rapidly, flattering, Master is the best. Zikin behind them could not help but feel jealous, one eye flashing brightly along with a dangerous smile, truly a deep bond between master and pet. Su-sun felt the killing intent through the small hand on his shoulder, so he had no choice to let him go. I understand. Priest, you may go. If I have any issues later, I will come to ask for your advice again. King Yang paused to confirm, you're just gonna let me go like this? He replied flatly, what else? Should I invite you to a meal? He was frightened by Su-sun's demeanor, clasped his hands and bowed. No. I thought I would not escape today, but Master Su does not mind. King Yang sincerely admires you. He slowly extended his hand as a warning, Mr. King Yang. Being able to exorcise evil and change ghosts already makes you better than those swindlers on the streets. Since we are colleagues in the same field, we should help each other, not quarrel. He stared silently at that palm, not knowing how to react. King Yang suddenly wept tears of emotion and exclaimed, you truly have a heart full of compassion. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears, while shaking Su-sun's hand, complaining, it's all because of those frauds. We Tao cultivators are getting more and more depressed. People have fallen to fortune-telling and name-giving, and the colleagues can't even afford a good meal. Too miserable. Master King Yang complained of hardship, and he also softened, acting chivalrously. I don't know how to help everyone. So, I'll give you $1 million, and you pass it on to those in need in the field. If you need anything later, just come to me. He thought Su-sun was just making a token donation, but that amount was so huge it made King Yang fall backward. He followed Liu Hu while waving his hand, fake crying but actually overjoyed. Master Su, when I get back I will erect a statue of you, praising your great kindness. He thought to himself, having such great strength yet falling to this situation, truly pitiful. The sky was still clear and blue, white clouds drifting lazily overhead. Su-sun placed his hand on Zikin's shoulder and gently asked, what do you want to eat for dinner? She held her phone and replied sulkily, I'm not in the mood to eat. Hearing that, he had no choice but to plant a gentle kiss on her adorable cheek. Su-sun wrapped his arms around Zikin, holding her close to coax her. Don't be jealous anymore, she is just a spirit. Could it be that I fell in love with a human ghost romance? She still refused, her cheeks flushed with betrayal. Who knows what weird hobbies you have? Because he was quite honest, Zikin just brushed it off, and she dropped her phone to demand, I want to eat this. He looked at the dish that appeared and felt a vague recognition, the direct disciple of the Dragon Kingdom's chef king, Shen Fang. She added, I've seen an article about him before. He really won an international award. Now he's running a restaurant, so it must be very hard to get a reservation. Su-sun became even more interested, and he stated that title is quite impressive. Let's go, we'll try it. Not long after, the sky had turned dark. The crescent moon rose to its peak, casting its light all over this prosperous metropolis. Before them was a long line of people waiting to get inside. The two got out of the car and walked forward hand in hand. He did not forget to instruct Kinju to wait quietly in the car, and she obediently complied. Yes, master. Z-Kin pressed close to Su-sun and whispered, there are so many people. I'm afraid we won't be able to eat. The two walked past the crowd waiting in the long line, and he said to himself, how do you know if we can eat without trying? Stopping in front of a couple, Su-sun politely asked in a low voice, brother, could you give up this spot? I'll buy it from you. Atu and Xiao Li immediately protested vehemently. Are you drunk and dreaming? I've been in line since 6 in the morning. No amount of money will make me sell this to you. Freaking lunatic. You think we're short on your pocket change? He put the check in front of him to stop him, then decided not to even look at it and said contemptuously, using a check is just showing off. Still, they glanced at the number, and he widened his eyes and blurted out, 66,666. The two immediately left the line, bowed their heads respectfully, and said in unison, wishing the big brother a happy meal. The girl behind turned and scolded her boyfriend, telling him he came early but wouldn't listen, missing a chance to get rich. The other could only shrink back and cry. Finally, they sat down at the table. Z-Kin wondered if that was too flashy. Su-sun shrugged and said he wanted to be humble, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Just then the system announced congratulations to the owner for completing the task early, receiving permanent spiritual communication ability, and a mystery gift box, asking if he wanted to open it. He laughed and ordered it opened, thinking that Then Duong must have talked about him to his colleagues, so they were actually the key people in Jiangchao. The information appeared, congratulating the owner for winning the mystery reward, charm stat permanently increased by 300%. Su-sun looked at himself through the phone, wondering about the increased charm stat, but he still looked as handsome as before. Nothing had changed. Now Z-Kin's cheeks were flushed. She covered her mouth and murmured, how strange. Why did looking at him give her a strange, thrilling feeling? Z-Kin's little feet unconsciously touched his leg. Su-sun widened his eyes in speculation. Damn, could it be that the increased charm stat was actually sexual allure? He lowered his head with a mysterious smile, saying it was an unexpected gain. Then the waiter came with the menu, inviting them to order. Su-sun didn't hide his desire. Looking at the menu, he asked if there were any nourishing dishes, as he needed to eat up for the strenuous activities tonight. The waiter respectfully recommended the noble combo cooked by Chef Shenfang. He knew nothing about it, but still nodded in agreement. Only after the waiter left did she whisper a reminder, what strenuous activities? Don't talk nonsense. Su-sun made an excuse, I didn't even mention you, why are you blushing? The system showed another notification asking if the owner wanted to accept a new identity. He replied, accept the new identity. The information came through, Liu Cheng, congratulations to the owner for obtaining the identity of the divine chef of the Dragon Kingdom. He was a cooking genius. 5 years ago he seemed to emerge from nowhere, using his power to stir the culinary world, challenging everywhere. No one knew his background. They only called him the divine chef until he disappeared. Identity abilities, mastery of Chinese cuisine, Western cuisine, pastries, cold dishes, carving art, duff dishes and fruit preserves. Mission to open a restaurant and make it famous worldwide within 1 month. Su-sun was excited, his eyes lit up, thinking the divine chef identity was really influential, so why was he forced to enjoy others' cooking? Not long after, a sumptuous meal was served with a sweet voice, inviting them both to eat. Z-Kin must have been starving. She scooped some soup and tried it. Then her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed how delicious it was. She urged him to try it. Everyone around was praising it, but he still hesitated and stammered, telling her to eat. Su-sun complained inwardly the color and taste weren't up to standard. Really embarrassing. At the same time, Shenfang stood on the upper floor observing, and noted that there were more customers today than yesterday. Manager Chen clapped flatteringly, praising Shenfang's skills as divine. The whole Jiangchou province was waiting to taste. He turned away, composing his words, saying he had never met his master but wouldn't allow slander. He was the true god. He himself was still young and needed training. Manager Chen cowered and agreed, telling him he was still young. The position of divine chef would be his sooner or later. Suddenly Shenfang's gaze stopped at one spot. He raised his eyebrows and let out an "oh." Shenfang leaned on the railing and saw Z-Kin forcing him to eat. Hurry up and try it. Before he could put it in his mouth, Su-sun grabbed his neck and turned to vomit, and he wiped his mouth and complained it was terrible, telling her to eat it. The crowd turned to glare resentfully. Was this guy sick? How dare he say Chef Shen's food was terrible? He clasped his hands behind his back, hearing that, and spoke irritably, terrible. Everyone saw Shenfang and raised their phones to take pictures, silently cursing that this brat was dead meat. Pretending in front of the chef must be an anti-fan. He waved his hand, his cheek twitching, making an excuse that he had health problems. It wasn't that his food was bad. He cursed inwardly, damn, this kid has sharp ears. He only said one word and was already heard. He let out a sarcastic laugh, telling Manager Chen to inform security. This was a high-end restaurant, not a place for dogs and cats. Some people were only only fit for pig slop. The man nodded in obedience. Yes, I'll go right away. With that said, Shen Fang turned around with a cold snort, murmuring, truly a pitiful fool, when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Stop. Su-sun felt his pride stung, criticized blatantly, saying he intended to let him save face, but it seemed he was too polite, so he would speak directly. His cooking was all garbage. The crowd was both shocked and outraged. This guy dared to say Master Shen's cooking was garbage. What big talk. Shen Fang's palms clenched tightly. He gritted his teeth in anger and warned, say that again if you dare. Su-sun stood up and pointed at the table of food, speaking slowly. The most important thing for exquisite cuisine is to have proper color and aroma. Everyone heard this and stared wide-eyed, all baffled by his previous reaction. He continued the analysis. Color comes first. It must make the diner's mouth water, but your dishes don't meet that. Manager Chen was displeased and pointed at him, shouting. Su-sun stubbornly criticized, if you stood in line all day, even a plain bun would taste good, so why did this dish taste terrible? After pondering his logic, people began to turn on the restaurant. That's right, what he said made me realize it seemed just ordinary, only at the level of a 5-star restaurant. Shen Fang was furious, panicking as he defended himself. What deception, what blind worship. I am the personal disciple of the divine chef. I don't need such tricks. Su-sun rubbed his chin and thought, then muttered, hang on, I haven't had time to recall this identity's memories. Hearing this, Shen Fang paused to see what he would say. Just a minute later, Su-sun slammed the table and blurted out, found it. He pointed straight at him and exposed him, some personal disciple, just building a name at an international competition. Then he went around claiming he was a personal disciple. Qin blankly exclaimed, what? Shen Fang had no choice but to shout loudly, how dare you slander me? Su-sun showed no mercy, continuing, you were sure the divine chef had retired and wouldn't come forward to testify, so you bribed the media to build your name. What a pity this scheme isn't used on cooking. He was so humiliated he could only stammer one word, rush. Director Chen could not stay still and immediately voiced a question. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom's god of cookery had shown its head but not its tail. Not even a single photo existed. How could you know so clearly? Shen Fang wanted to chime in. That's right, how could you bastard know my background so well? Director Chen sought a way out, hastily telling someone to call the police and have this brat investigated. He calmly kept one hand in his pocket and declared clearly, very simple, because I am the god of cookery. Qin, having followed Su-sun for so long, also did not know this identity. Her eyes lit up and her mouth hung open in shock. Everyone was equally stunned, each person frozen in place by the information just heard. He bulged his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his face, terrified to the point of not knowing what to do. The crowd began to discuss and inquire. The Dragon Kingdom's god of cookery? He rubbed his head and asked back, what's wrong? Doesn't it look like it? Director Chen pressed his face close to Su-sun and snarled each word, resemble it where? Have you not taken your medicine or taken the wrong one? Coming to my restaurant to speak nonsense, getting more excessive by the day. He turned Director Chen towards Shen Fang and even pointed directly at him. If you don't believe me, ask him. Shen Fang stammered out a single word, you. Public opinion was boiling over. If Chef Shen was the disciple of the god of chefs, he must have definitely met him. Just ask the old man, and we will know. Shen Fang's face twisted in dismay as he looked at the expert before him, thinking to himself that surely his luck wasn't so bad as to run into the god of chefs the moment he arrived. Back then, that person wore a wide-brimmed hat, his face unseen. But to even know the place where he used to meet him, could it really be him? The crowd was still restless, awaiting an answer. He was nervous, muttering under his breath. Master, is what he said correct? Shen Fang dismissed that thought, raising his hand to firmly deny it. He is lying. How could he possibly be my master? Do not think you can pry information from my mouth. Since he is not a disciple anyway, the only option is to bluff my way through. Su-sun lightly covered his mouth with a sneer, still refusing to admit it, huh? No matter, I have already figured it out. A young man pointed a finger at his face and suggested, if you are the god of chefs, then show us your skill. Everyone immediately agreed, saying the two should compete against each other. Upon hearing that, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it, shut up already. Compete in what? What if he really is the real deal? Shen Fang was afraid and tactfully refused. No can do. He is a fraud. How can I let him into the kitchen? What if he steals my secret recipe? The crowd found this reasoning sound again, saying it made sense. So what now? He extended his palm and proposed a solution. Tomorrow, I will open a restaurant in this city. Once I choose the location, I will announce it online. Everyone, please come and taste the food. Chef Shen is also welcome to come and learn. The scene shifted to Su-sun's company. Liu Yu sat before her screen, silently blaming President Su for neglecting his work, as he had not come to the company for a long time. Just then, Li Tao walked past her, holding a stack of documents. Liu Yu quickly called out to Li Tao. He turned around and asked, what is it? She was flustered and replied, have you been in contact with President Su recently? He has not come to the company for ages. What should we do about the group's business? Li Tao beamed and responded, so that is what you were worried about. My thoughts were the same as yours, so a few days ago, I went to meet with him privately. Said, one sentence from President Su cleared my mind. Liu Yu widened her eyes, looking puzzled. Li Tao recalled his haggard face, that exquisite figure, and that deep, warm voice. He tried to mimic Su Sun's demeanor at that time and relayed the message. A company that cannot operate without a single person's hand is the greatest failure. A boss like President Su is far beyond my reach. She nodded and murmured softly. I see, so that is what he thinks. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The phone on the desk vibrated incessantly with a call from President Su. Liu Yu quickly answered. Hello, President Su. She stood dumbfounded, repeating the information to herself. 230 Changjiang Road. Urgent matter. Come immediately. Yes, I will be right there. Upon hearing this, Li Tao hurriedly asked, has President Su encountered something? Liu Yu clenched her palms and replied, I do not know yet. He just told me to go there immediately. She rushed to the door, waving her hand. Li Tao, I am off. He clenched his fist in encouragement. Cheer up. Liu Yu ran for her life, thinking to herself, President Su seems absent-minded, but he is actually planning for the future. He must be silently preparing for a greater cause. She felt as if she was advancing toward the light of her own life, affirming, I will definitely give my all to support him. Over here, Su-sun had already donned his chef's attire. He sighed in admiration. You came so fast. Su-sun held one hand behind his back and pointed the other at the sign of the Divine Chef Pavilion, asking, Look, what do you think of the restaurant name I picked? Liu Yu bent over, thinking he was in trouble, having rushed all the way here until she was out of breath, and complained, President Su, you have not been to the company for so long, and you are opening a restaurant. Su-sun did not understand a woman's thoughts and simply rested his hands on his hips and asked back, Are you kidding me? Can you not tell that this place just opened? Liu Yu placed a hand on her chest, calmed down, and murmured, That is true, you scared me half to death. He rambled on for a bit. Back in the day, I used to set up a fortune-telling stall under the Heavenly Bridge. That left her petrified by his sparkling spirit. After a while, Su-sun turned around and gave orders. Stop spacing out. I called you here to help. She looked down shyly. I only know how to cook instant noodles. How can I be of any help? Shortly after, he proudly looked at the two beautiful women in alluring waitress uniforms. Su-sun exclaimed in admiration, It seems the clothes I picked suit you perfectly. He clapped his hands a few times and announced, The Divine Chef Pavilion officially opens today. I will be cooking in the kitchen. The outside is in your hands. Zikin crossed her arms and scolded. You are the boss of a huge conglomerate. You cannot even hire a waitress. And you want us to serve customers? Su-sun explained clearly. The recruitment notice has already been sent out. You girls just help out for now. Suddenly, a shout shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Who is the owner here? 3 burly old men came to the door to threaten, opening a new restaurant without even paying a courtesy call. You really do not understand the rules. Zikin was uneasy, placing one hand on her chest and reaching for her phone with the other, whispering, Protection racketeers. I will call Liu Yu to chase them away. He dismissed that idea. Guests have come to our door. How can we chase them away? Su-sun politely extended his palm in invitation. Please, the 3 of you, have a seat first. Would you like to order something? One burly thug cut to the chase. We are here to collect protection fees. A new restaurant pays 3,000 upfront. Otherwise, you will not be able to do business here. You got that? Su-sun remained calm and tried to persuade. Even if you are collecting protection fees, you still have to eat, right? Have a seat and try our restaurant's cooking. If it is not good, I will not charge you. And I will even pay double the compensation. The 3 of them sensed a juicy opportunity, but could not believe it was real. They stood there stunned, blurting out, This guy, is he out of his mind? The skinny one knocked on the table and asked in a low voice, Boss, can the kid's words be trusted? Is he not tricking us? The bold leader crossed his arms and answered fiercely, He dares to. I will smash his place to pieces. He swept his gaze over to look at Zikin and Liu, Yu sitting nearby, drooling and sighing in admiration. The waitresses in this joint are really hot. Liu Yu asked anxiously, Miss Anne, can President Su cook? Zikin was watching her phone and laughed. Relax, even if he serves them a pile of mess, these 3 will not have a word to say. The uneasy secretary stood up and hesitated. Should we call someone to protect President Su? What can he do alone? Liu Yu quietly slipped into the kitchen alone. She cracked open the door and was immediately astonished. Inside, Su-sun was stir-frying skillfully, just like the master chefs in major competitions. Beside him, Kinju enthusiastically tossed a freshly cleaned fish over to him, excitedly saying, The fish is prepped. Seeing the signal, Su-sun immediately reached for the sharp knife. The fish was still suspended in midair, and he had already turned his back, not even looking, swinging his hand a few times to create several slashes. In just 1 second, the fish was cleanly filleted. Not only that, it produced paper-thin slices of fish, all perfectly uniform. Liu Yu stood outside, her mouth forming a perfect O, exclaiming, Could President Su's true identity be the god of chefs? Outside, the bald leader lost his patience and slammed his hand hard on the table, threatening, "Is that food done or not? We are about to wreck your joint." The moment he finished speaking, Susun walked over while wiping his hands. Behind him were the two beautiful waitresses, carrying 4 beautifully plated dishes that looked incredibly appetizing. He smiled modestly. "It has been a long time since I last cooked. My skills are a bit rusty. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Liu Yu carefully placed each dish on the table. The burly man let out a voice, revealing he was a newcomer, letting the 3 of them be test subjects for the dishes he made. The bald boss took a long breath, his cheeks flushed red with admiration. "Wait, this aroma..." The 3 stood frozen before a table of sumptuous food, the rich fragrance spreading everywhere. Susun extended his hand in invitation. "Please give it a try. Feel free to share any opinions or suggestions." The bald boss covered his face with one hand, holding chopsticks hesitantly with the other, and bluffed. "With this skill level, we 3 brothers eat this every day. Be ready with 20,000. The other 2 couldn't help but shout, "Big brother, I'll dig in first." Then they buried their faces in the food, slurping up the broth. The bald boss flared up in anger, jumped to his feet and yelled, "You too!" He, along with Liu Yu and Zikin, could only stare dumbfounded at the scene before them. Bald man with hollow cheeks looked at the plate with only a few pieces left and complained, "You didn't even save me a piece. Spit the meat out of your mouth." Time slowly passed, rays of sunlight filtering through the layers of green leaves. Inside the divine kitchen hall, several plates were spotless, with nothing left behind. Liu Yu and Zikin marveled, "Oh my god, cleaner than washed, lick shiny." After a hearty meal, the 3 uncles leaned back in their chairs to relax. So satisfying, so fulfilling. Susun smiled as he read the situation. "It seems you 3 are very pleased with today's meal." Hearing this, the 3 of them jumped up, looking embarrassed. They stammered, searching for excuses. "This skill level, it's exactly..." He crossed his arms over his chest, furrowed his brows, and looked at them with a sharp gaze. They burst into sobs, blurting out the truth from their hearts. "Boss, I can't lie anymore. It's way too delicious. I feel the same. I can't go against my conscience. I tasted the flavor of what Grandma used to make back in the day." Then they paid and left. Suksun waved and called out, "Welcome back again." Zikin counted the money while being surprised. "I never expected you to earn so much from those protection fee collectors." The group was about to celebrate when a voice both unfamiliar and familiar rang out. "Excuse me, are you hiring waitstaff here?" It turned out to be Wu Ru holding a briefcase, cheerfully walking in. "I'm here to apply." Rumors began to spread. The strange divine kitchen. Within 3 days it attracted every lunatic to come eat. The scene shifted to Shenfang's office. He put down the newspaper and cursed. "Damn it, they really are targeting me." Just then his phone vibrated. It was a call from the director. He answered, "Hello, director," and was immediately scolded. "You idiot, have you seen the news? That kid from the other night is a real divine chef. Even your master didn't recognize him? I wasted money hiring you. Now no one comes to my restaurant. Get ready to pay up." Shen Fang quickly calmed him down. "Calm down. He claimed to be a divine chef, and you believed it. The divine chef has been famous for years. How old is that kid? It's clearly a scam." The voice on the other end continued to yell, "I don't care if it's a scam or not. Now I can't do business anymore. What are you going to do about it?" He held a knife, plotting schemes. "Relax. I've already arranged everything. Tomorrow I'll expose his true face. You just count your money." The director was finally satisfied. "Fine. Don't disappoint me." Shen Fang spun the knife a few times, muttering, "Whether that kid is a real divine chef or not, daring to get in the way of my money?" With that, he stabbed the sharp knife tip down onto the table. The knife tip stopped on Su Sun's handsome face in the photo. He gritted out each word, "You all must die." Over at the divine kitchen hall, people kept pouring in, forming an endlessly long line. 2 young men at the back whispered, "Is this restaurant good enough to be this crowded? Could it be paid advertising?" A man in a suit turned around and said, "Ridiculous. This restaurant is already the hottest topic online. Why would it need to hire advertisers? Either the skill is outstanding, or you'll know when the door opens later." When he finished, the restaurant door opened, and everyone buzzed with excitement, shouting, "It's open! It's open!" The 3 beauties of the restaurant stepped out, drawing the gaze of the lecherous men. They shouted with affection, "They're out, the goddesses!" Zikin stood before the crowd, raising her hand in invitation. "Welcome to the divine kitchen hall. Please, come in." Everyone blushed and marveled. "Wow, what a high-class restaurant this is. Every server is like a fairy. We must try it." They started pushing each other, prompting a warning to ring out. "Don't shove. Watch your safety." Wuru kindly guided. The menu is on the table. Everyone scanned the code to order. Liu Yu printed the receipts while listening to the hustle and bustle. Inside, Susun was like a whirlwind, skillfully preparing delicious dishes. Kinzu was dizzy, reading off orders like a chant. Table 3. Spicy stir-fried meat with beans, sweet and sour spare ribs. Stir-fried greens with garlic and chili. Table 5. Spicy braised fish with eggplant, spicy and sour shredded potatoes. So many. He shrugged it off, thinking to himself, today not only the food is good, the people are beautiful too. I never expected Wu-Ru to lower herself to being a waitress. I really can't understand women. After serving the guests, the three had time to rest and drink tea. Behind Su-sun was a suspicious-looking stranger. That man said in a low, smug voice, just wait for the last customer to finish eating, then we can close up and rest. He stood up, leaving a mess of leftover food on the table. This person was none other than Shen Fang. He pulled his cap down low to hide his identity and asked softly, excuse me, is there a restroom? Wu-Ru cheerfully pointed the way. It's in the back, go down the left aisle and you'll get there. Not long after, the three beauties happily raised their hands and shouted, ladies, pack up, we're off work. Su-sun suddenly noticed Shen Fang's retreating back. The second day, another crowd lined up shouting, hurry up and open the door. I want to see the girls, and I want to eat too. I'm hungry. Suddenly, a vehicle from the enforcement bureau stopped in front of the restaurant. Zhang Qi got out coldly and ordered, lock it down. Search the place. Liu Yu rushed in breathlessly to report, Mr. Su, this is bad. The enforcement bureau is here. They say they're going to seal our restaurant. Someone muttered, finally here. I thought they'd have come last night. She asked in surprise, did you know they were coming? Su-sun stood up and said softly, let's go receive our guests. The news team immediately appeared on the scene, reporting, the enforcement bureau has ordered the Divine Kitchen Hall to be sealed. What exactly has happened to the Divine Kitchen Hall? Let's wait and see. Zhang Qi handed out his business card and proposed, where is your boss? Tell him to come out. Wu-Ru was silent, tears in her eyes as she looked at him. Zikin placed a hand on her chest and said worriedly, if there is any problem, tell me. Right then, Su-sun stepped forward heroically and said, I am the boss. If there is any problem, tell me. He stood at attention and ordered him a chance. If you have broken the law, turn yourself in. He calmly repeated the two words breaking the law. I am just a cook who knows his place. How could I break the law? Su-sun waved his hands, shrugged his shoulders and crowed, leader, are you not mistaken? Zhang Qi did not argue many words, brushed his hand and called, bring him in. Shen Fang, wearing the same set of clothes as yesterday, walked in calmly. Base Li immediately recognized him and asked Shen Fang, disciple of the divine cook, could he have come to report his own master? He crossed his arms over his chest and sneered in mockery. Good disciple, your master has opened a shop for a long time. Why did you only come to congratulate me today? He stuffed slander into the corner, you fraud. Stop talking nonsense. Although my master has never shown his true face, it is absolutely not you. You even dare to use his name to commit fraud. Today I will act on behalf of heaven. Su-sun slammed his palm on the table and questioned back, using a false identity to commit fraud. How ridiculous. If I truly had no skill, why would they line up to taste? The crowd outside responded, that is right, the divine cook's skill is excellent. Open the door quickly, we must eat. Zhang Qi saw this and interjected, stop wasting words, where is the evidence? Shen Fang pointed straight ahead and replied, in the kitchen, in the spice bag. Zikin was startled and exclaimed, what? He quickly ordered his subordinates, go search. They shouted with serious faces. She glanced at those people and asked softly, it will not really happen, will it? He was completely unafraid and even advised, do not stand, sit down and talk. The three of them sat together at the dining table. Su-an went straight to the point. What do you people ultimately want in my restaurant? He probed the opponent, stop playing dumb. You must be very panicked inside now. The functional team quickly brought out a spice bag and reported, other than this spice bag, there is nothing else found and the spice bag has no problem. Shen Fang slammed both hands on the table, stood up abruptly, and roared violently, impossible. He quickly snatched the spice bag and said urgently, do you people know what that thing looks like? Let me take a look. Those people looked confused as they watched Shen Fang rummage. One of them spoke up, then you search. He propped his chin on his hand and said half-covered, good disciple, what are you looking for? Let your master help you find it. He turned around in anger and cut him off, enough talk, just let me find it and you are dead. Zhang Qi raised his hand to update the information. Mr. Su truly cannot hide it. We received a report that your food contains addictive drugs, which is why the public is so infatuated. Su-sun loudly expressed surprise. What? Addictive drugs are a banned substance, strictly prohibited by every country. Shen Fang was startled and blurted out, no, how can that be? Clearly yesterday The functional team heard this and turned their heads in suspicion. What? He pointed at Su-sun and falsely accused, you must have moved it. It is definitely in the back kitchen. He was completely unafraid, stood up and agreed immediately. Alright, in front of the reporters, today my shop is open for you to search. I want you to make a fool of yourself, and I also want to prove my innocence. Shen Fang walked into the kitchen while turning back to threaten, you wait for me. Su-sun then invited, please come in. Reporter friends, I request a livestream to avoid being framed. Face Lee also quickly rushed forward. Alright, we will definitely broadcast live without any blind spots. Everyone rummaged through the kitchen together while muttering, impossible, impossible, it must be in here. Outside, Ru looked at him leisurely pouring water to drink and asked, did he go into the back kitchen earlier? How can you be so calm? What if it was hidden somewhere else? Su-sun picked up the water glass to reassure. Rest assured, he only put it in the spice bag. I have already dealt with it. She asked in surprise, how do you know? He immediately thought of Kinju monitoring in the kitchen and explained, because I have a hidden camera in the back kitchen. After searching the kitchen for a while, the entire place looked like a battlefield, items scattered everywhere. Shenfang sat down on the ground muttering, there really is nothing, how can that be? Right then, Su-sun and Zhang Qi walked in. He crossed his arms and asked, what is wrong? Did you find the evidence you mentioned? Seeing this, he turned his head to look. Shenfang panicked, revealing one thing while hiding another, and blurted out, how could you discover it? Where did you hide the poppy husks? Su-sun shrugged his shoulders and answered frankly, I do not understand what you are saying. How can I hide something I do not have? He stared at him and ordered, did not find it. Then it is a false accusation. Come to the police station with us for investigation. Outside, the sky was still bright. Clear clouds drifted gently forward. The crowd watched them walk out and kept cursing. What kind of stunt is this? Wasting time and falsely accusing the divine cook of using banned substances. Their intentions are too malicious. Just as Zhang Qi opened the car door, someone called out, wait a moment, making him turn his head. He leaned leisurely and counter-accused, if using poppy husks is good for business, then I also accused Chef Shen of using this banned substance. Seeing himself caught in the fire, Shenfang shifted the blame and pointed straight at Su-sun. You are lying, I never used that stuff. Zhang Qi also added, Mr. Su, we need evidence for investigating a case. Su-sun reminded him, did Shenfang give you evidence? Did you not come to investigate here too? He was stern-faced, definitely not letting it go. Let us go, I trouble you all to come with me for a look. If we do not find anything, I will also go to the Bureau for investigation. He was still dumbfounded watching. Su-sun opened the car door on his own, exclaiming, this. Time passed quickly, and soon they arrived at the building where Shenfang cooked. He smirked and called out to Su, you have some skill, so what if you find poppy husks here, but my kitchen is absolutely clean. He rubbed his chin and reminded him, you should not say things so absolutely, young man. Zhang Qi was also too lazy to replace him, suggesting, you go search yourself, if you find it give us a call. Su-sun walked while placing his hand on the cooking table in a friendly manner, also believing that Chef Shen did not have any, but since we are here, just take a casual look around. Shenfang on the other side was still bragging, this guy is petty and vengeful, he just wants you all to make a wasted trip. But he interjected with a shout, you shut up. Suddenly, he noticed a type of spice near the sink. Su-sun picked up the raw material husk and said, what kind of spice is this? Am I seeing things? Everyone recognized at a glance. Zhang Qi squinted his eyes and shouted, no mistake, it is poppy husks. Only then did he panic and shout, impossible. How could this thing be in my kitchen? Shenfang pointed at him and insisted, he must have brought that thing in here to frame me. Su-sun waved his hand, closed his eyes, and proposed a solution. Then I won't touch your things anymore, you guys search yourselves. That man immediately ordered his subordinates to search separately, yes. Searched the entire kitchen together. He fearfully placed his hand on his chest, convincing the leader that he had never used that thing. This was clearly being framed. Suddenly, someone opened a cabinet and turned back to report, Captain. There is a safe here. Zhang Qi stepped forward, pointed at the cabinet and questioned, whose is this? Shenfang scratched his head and replied, that is my cabinet. I usually store my private recipes in it. He sneered and pointed out, then the poppy pods could also be in there. He furiously shouted, you lie. I will open it for you to see. Shenfang quickly pulled the cabinet down, unlocking it while babbling that the kitchen was full of people coming and going, but only he knew the password to this cabinet. It was absolutely clean inside. He rambled incessantly, if that stuff is there, I will eat it right away. Before he finished speaking, a pile of poppy pods appeared along with a few books. The functional team immediately rushed in, restrained Shenfang's hands and warned him not to move. Shortly after, Su-sun returned to his restaurant. His face flustered, he quickly yelled, the god chef is back, hurry. The group of reporters rushed in, thrusting microphones and firing questions. Why did you agree to show your face? Are you also the owner of a Fortune 500 company? And do you have any beauty secrets? Su-sun answered perfunctorily, cooking is just a personal hobby. It has nothing to do with other matters. Thank you everyone. The surrounding young girls were mesmerized and admired. This man has too much charm. Amidst the crowd, a luxury car stopped in the distance. A young man in a neat suit stepped out. Two bodyguards quickly pushed the crowd aside, loudly demanding them to make way. The young man held up a card to greet him. Hello, Mr. Su. We are from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please come with us, as many international dignitaries want to taste your skills. Su-sun refused outright. I only cook at the God Chef Pavilion. I will not go anywhere else. The crowd quickly took out their phones to record his powerful statement that the restaurant was already packed with customers in line. If they wanted to eat, they had to wait. Having said that, Su-sun left, turning back to add, just do it that way. Welcome them to the restaurant to try. The two men looked at each other, stammering speechlessly. He paid no attention, holding his head high as he walked inside. Netizens cheered, the God Chef is too cool, forever the god, full of spirit. Su-sun smiled and thought to himself, my mission is to make this restaurant famous worldwide. As for cooking state banquets for them, they can dream on. Another long, busy day passed. A group of people sat watching the evening news, which talked about the food craze caused by the God Chef Pavilion, with the number of customers in line already booked up 10 days in advance. A man holding a remote control turned off the TV. 5 people were sitting drinking tea with expressions full of anger. The chairman of the Dragon Nation Chef Association, Gai Yi, spoke up to question, speak, what are we going to do? The announcer reported, over 10 foreign guests already want to come to the God Chef Pavilion. I am afraid we cannot stop them. He slammed the table and shouted, we are the dignified Dragon Nation Chef Association with so many veteran chefs. Losing to a third-rate restaurant? The person beside him added, after all, the opponent is a god chef, he has his own aura, we have no choice but to admit it. Gai Yi's face darkened, a dark intention shining in his eyes. He rubbed his chin and thought, wait, I just had an idea, let's give him a chance to prove himself. Yurang immediately objected, Chairman. No, the young man beside him also disagreed, admitting he as the god chef would endanger our status. He rested his chin on his hand and explained, I only said give him a chance, but I didn't say he would definitely seize it. The announcer praised, excellent, it will both show our experience and expose that brat. Yurang folded his arms worriedly, but how do we make him fail? Gai Yi reached for a bright red apple, laying out his plan. In 2 days a delegation from the Bangla Nation will visit. They are naturally arrogant. Just let them send their best chef to compete with Su-sun. He stammered in shock, Bangla Nation. Could Su-sun possibly lose to their chef? The public's mood would be hard to predict. He looked at the apple with cold eyes. Losing would be even better, so that Su-sun is forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Gai Yi crushed the apple, his voice deepening, I decide who wins and who loses. The scene shifted to Su-sun, who suddenly sneezed repeatedly, as if sensing someone was badmouthing him. Kinju asked worriedly, Master, are you catching a cold? Su-sun shook his head, no. Fine beads of sweat dotted his face. He had a bad feeling, strange, I feel like someone is playing tricks behind my back. Wasn't Shen Fang already locked up? Wu Ru stood at the door waving and announcing, please line up, everyone. A diner interrupted and complained, Sister, how much longer do we have to wait? Tell the god chef to open the door. Suddenly a passenger car stopped, making her feel puzzled. 2 middle-aged men stepped out of the car, smiling and saying, we finally made it. Bodyguards rushed forward to block the crowd. We are buying out the restaurant today, everyone go home. The crowd protested loudly. On what grounds? We have been waiting in line for half a day. Wu Ru panicked and ran inside to tell Liu Yu, quickly call Su-sun, something's happened. Bodyguard pointed at the people's faces and threatened, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The other person answered resolutely, how old are you? That man raised his hand to strike while shouting, who do you think you are? Just as he was about to make a move, Su-sun slammed his hand hard onto his shoulder to stop him. He questioned with killing intent, he is asking you how old are you? The bodyguard was utterly terrified. He pointed ahead and screamed in fury, this brat dared to attack a person performing official duties. Su-sun rubbed his fingers and said disdainfully, oh my lady, did touching my hand count as an attack already? The female fan doubled over laughing. He could only stammer and call out, you. He raised his hand to cut him off. I don't see any law enforcer here. I only see someone trying to block the way. The crowd chimed in, that's right, get lost, don't embarrass yourself anymore. The bodyguard clenched his fist and hissed, damn it. Suddenly Gai Yi and a group of people behind him stepped forward and shouted, stop. That man pointed accusingly and tattled, President, I was clearing the path for you. This guy, he did not stand by him but instead slapped him straight across the face, making him spit blood, and scolded, useless, what did I tell you? Don't think you're the best, don't act like a big shot. Su-sun witnessed the infighting and was left speechless. Put on a righteous air and barked, they're all customers, who are you to kick people out? Get lost? Don't let me see your face again. The bodyguard held his face and obeyed, yes, sorry, President. Wu Ru standing afar sighed, this guy is quite decent. Zikin nodded, yeah, more sensible than his subordinates. Liu Yu blurted out, why do I feel he's being sly? The other two looked confused. Ye Yi raised his hand in greeting, hello, I am Gi Yi, president of the Longguo Chefs Association. The crowd stared wide-eyed in surprise. They pulled out their phones to record, buzzing with excitement. The president of the Longguo Chefs Association? He came here in person? He continued, I apologize. My subordinate is useless for troubling you. Su-sun shook his hand. No worries, the president knows what's right. I admire that. Gai Yi introduced the two people behind him. These are foreign distinguished guests who want to challenge your skills. Could you let them in first? Thinking he would get priority, Su-sun refused immediately. No. My place doesn't discriminate between locals and foreigners. First come, first served. If you want to be fast, buy a spot from someone in line. Wu Ro and Zikin were dumbfounded. Gai Yi had to laugh it off. Understood. Let me explain. Just wait in line. He nodded. Okay. The crowd clamored. President, don't go. I'll sell you my spot. I'll sell mine too. Zikin wondered. Are you really kicking them out? Or should they take a number for tomorrow? Su-sun reminded them, you're overthinking it. He's not here just to eat. He remembered that man's enraged face and confirmed, absolutely not. Sky had turned to night, the moon was high. Su-sun, holding a glass of water, watched the crowd eating and drinking joyfully, praising, delicious, amazing, very good. Wu-ru placed a hand on her chest and whispered, are they all foreigners? Don't they need an interpreter when they go out? They speak our language so well. Ye cut in. Their embassy staff, they've been in the country for a long time. Speaking our language is no problem. He looked at the three women, drooling. Mr. Su is truly blessed. Not even at state banquets have I seen so many beauties. He got straight to the point. The president flatters me. You are the leader of the Longguo chefs. Surely these young ladies don't catch your eye. You came to see me for a reason. Speak frankly. Gai Ye clapped his hands, as expected of the wandering god of chefs. So, young yet reads people like a book. I do indeed have a matter I wish to ask of you. Su-sun's face darkened. Wandering legend. It seems the god of chefs in the president's eyes is just a boring title. He quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. I have great respect for you. I said seriously. But I am a representative of the association. Your title of god of chefs has not been certified. I cannot designate it directly. Zikin rubbed her head and asked, so what must be done to get recognized? He smiled slyly. Good, you took the bait. Yi pretended to ponder. Awarding the title of god of chefs is a big deal. One must have contributed to the nation. I'm afraid. Before he could finish, he turned around. I have no interest in false fame. Going to the restroom for a bit. He was dumbfounded. This kid didn't take the bait. Yai said helplessly, there's an opportunity now. Just add. Su-sun slammed the door. Wait for me to finish in the restroom first. Wu-ru bowed her head to apologize. So sorry, Su-sun was very rude. He forced a laugh. No worries, he's young. Gai Yi furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, for today's humiliation, I will make you pay back 100-fold. At the emergency exit, Kinju pointed and asked, Master, what scheme does that Lugai have? He folded his arms. When we shook hands, I used my extrasensory perception to probe him. He fears I will threaten his position, so he just wants to use this chance to frame me. She was startled. So sinister. Kinju flew off. Let me go deal with him. Su-sun called her back. Come back, don't ruin my big plan. She asked, do you have a plan, sir? He smiled and whispered, I was just worrying about how to make the title of God of Chefs renowned worldwide. With a piece of fish delivered right to my mouth, how could I be polite? Su-sun ordered, from now on, keep a close watch on him. If he has any schemes, report to me immediately. Kinju nodded. No problem. Not long after, all the guests had left, leaving only a few empty tables. Came out while apologizing. Sorry about that. I was a bit rushed just now. Gai Yi shook his hand. It's fine. He then turned to Zikin. Tell the plumber to come tomorrow. The toilet is out of water. She was surprised. Huh? Okay. Ye stood frozen. What the hell? Su-sun leisurely wiped his hands. About that opportunity from earlier. Tell me the details. At the same time, the tissue box also propped itself up on its legs as if joining forces with him. Gai Yi pursed his lips, his face ashen. Damn, the last wet wipe was used up by him. He had to let it go for the sake of his grand plan. 3 days from now, the delegation from Bang Li country will arrive. The national treasure grade chef, Tianzhen Guo, is coming along, and he specifically requested a contest with you. Wu choked on her saliva. Zhen Guo. That name sounds so ridiculous, Su-sun pointed out. Is the national treasure chef of Bang Li country Choi Casio? He confirmed that Kaixi had a heart attack 3 months ago and passed away. He believed that Zhengu was his student, truly surpassing the master. Seeing Gai Yi's provocation, would Suxian dare to accept a challenge? He was not afraid of anyone and accepted. Of course I can, but I have one condition. That man smiled smugly and asked what the condition was, already scheming in his heart. As long as he dared to fight, he would surely lose his reputation. Su-sun crossed his legs and stated his condition. The competition venue must be the Divine Kitchen Pavilion. Gai Yi exclaimed in surprise, huh? That man broke into a sweat and explained with a wry smile that the match would be broadcast globally. I planned to hold it at the National Exhibition Center, but here, he was unwilling to listen and only nodded. I understand. Su-sun stood up, turned his back, and saw him out. Take your time, no need to see you off. Gai Yi panicked and waved his hand in agreement, shouting, fine, Divine Kitchen Pavilion it is. Seeing this, he turned his head and asked, really? President, do not force yourself. That man waved his hand and gave a forced laugh. No force at all. Su-sun scratched his head and continued, you said it would be broadcast worldwide, but my restaurant is too small to handle it. Guy Yi humbly suggested that he reconsider, proposed a plan to upgrade the Divine Kitchen Pavilion, reassuring him, I have a plan, just take care of the money issue. That man muttered a plan? Yahello was startled and read out the upgrade plan for the Divine Kitchen Pavilion. Su-sun raised one finger to confirm, I have chosen the largest star-rated restaurant in the city to acquire and upgrade. The floor will be laid with quartz stone, the chandeliers with purple crystal, and the walls with silver plates. During the live broadcast, it will bring glory to the country. That man was petrified and hurriedly said, but where would we get that much money? Emboldened, he used the same trick to dismiss him. Then forget it, see you out. Guy Yi, on the verge of tears, reached out his hand in agreement. Fine, I have the money. I will think of a way. Su-sun smugly turned back, feigned crying, and grabbed that man's hand. President has the decisiveness. I have already contacted the suppliers and the construction team. Transfer 70 million to my card, and we can hold the match in a week. Guy Yi had no choice but to comply, warning him not to go back on his word. Then Guy Yi left, and he stood waving goodbye. Take care, old president. Ru asked curiously, Boss Su, are you short of money? Su-sun smiled and said insinuatingly, not short, but I cannot let him watch the show leisurely. In the car, that man put on his earphones, looked at his phone and cursed. Does he think I am a cash machine? 70 million, why don't you just rob me? Guy Yi pressed the answer button. Hello, speaking. Kinju was in the car eavesdropping on the conversation. He reported, the match is settled, tentatively confirmed for 2 weeks from now. You must do it carefully, do not let the country lose face. Guy Yi rubbed his chin and muttered, I need 70 million, but there is a way to get it back, as long as you win. The scene shifted to Su-sun's home. He was now only wearing pajama pants, sleeping like a log. A foot stepped in quietly. Wu-ru, in a thin shirt and short shorts, walked over to the bedside. She reached out her hand, intending to touch the face she had secretly loved for so long. Just then, Su-sun woke up with a start, opened his eyes, and drew a knife. He agilely pushed Wu-ru down, held the knife to her neck, and ordered her to lie still. She screamed in panic. Only then did he recognize the person before him, stumbling back in shock. Why is it you? Aren't you at the restaurant? Why are you at my home? Wu-ru coughed. Her face flushed red, and explained, it was too dark at the restaurant. I was scared, sister, and told me to stay here. I was looking for the bedroom when you threatened me with a knife. She burst into loud sobs and blamed him. You're bullying me. He waved his hands in panic to soothe her. Hey, don't cry. Just then, Zikin pushed the door open and yelled, Suk-sun, I was just looking for a towel. What did you do to Wu-ru? Suk-sun pointed at the crying Wu-ru to defend himself. This is unjust. I was asleep. She came in on her own. Seeing this, she gave him a beating and scolded. Are you saying she ran into your room by herself? Even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash away your guilt. Zikin furiously beat him up and interrogated. Still dare to argue? After that, the room was filled only with Suk-sun's desperate screams. 2 weeks later at Divine Kitchen Pavilion, reporters crowded the gate. After final preparations, Divine Kitchen Pavilion had completed its upgrade. Everyone focused on the competition between Dragon Country and Bang Li. Chef God Zhengu and his delegation had arrived 2 weeks ago, waiting for the battle with Su-sun. Who was the true king of chefs would be decided today. Inside the car, old Guy Yi held a cigar and sneered. These reporters talk nonsense all day. Who acknowledges Su-sun as a chef god? The person sitting next to him opened the car door to step out. Yi reminded, do well, I'll make things easy for you. As soon as they saw that person, the reporters immediately shifted their target. He's here. The elegant man walked over, surrounded by praise. The most handsome chef god, Zhengu, so handsome. Wouldn't it be better to be a celebrity? Female reporter pointed at him excitedly. Zhengu has arrived at the scene, but Su-sun is nowhere to be seen. Is he making the final preparations? There's still 1 hour left. Let's watch together. At the same time at Su-sun's home, he was still sound asleep on the bed, with Zikin and Wu-ro on either side. Drool dribbled from his mouth as he groggily opened his eyes upon hearing a shout. Master, master, get up quickly. Seeing Kinzu hovering in front of him, Su-sun panicked and screamed, a ghost, she said with dismay. I was originally a ghost. The noise woke Zikin, who rubbed her eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Wu-ru also agreed. Right, let me sleep a bit more. Seeing this, Kinju teased. Just a few days, quite impressive, huh? Su-sun waved his hands to explain. You're overthinking it. The air conditioner broke yesterday. Only my room was cool, so they came over. Then he asked seriously, weren't you supposed to be watching old Gi Yi? Why are you back? Upon hearing this, she was shocked. Did you really forget? Kinju reported news that made him grimace. Today is the day of your arranged competition with Zhengu. Cut to Divine Kitchen Pavilion, Zhengu was fully prepared. The reporter announced there were only 5 minutes left, but there was still no sign of Su-sun. The judging panel from left to right were Daji, Gei Yi, and Yang Ming. Daji shouted, what does Su-sun mean by this? Yang Ming was furious, abandoning the battle before the fight. This is truly a disgrace. Gei Yi said nothing, scheming in his mind. As As long as you dare to be late, I'll declare you the loser and ruin your reputation. Shortly after, MC Huakao anxiously looked at her watch. Only 1 minute left. If Su-sun doesn't appear, we will have to declare. Before she could finish, a male reporter outside pointed and shouted, "He's here! Su-sun is here!" From that direction, Su-sun strode over imposingly, wearing a chef's uniform with 2 tall bodyguards behind him. Gu, as if waiting for this moment for a long time, gave a cunning smirk as soon as he saw him. MC Huakao quickly approached to ask, "Mr. Su, did you step onto the field at the last second to deliberately create tension or to prepare a secret weapon?" Facing the question, he stammered in reply, "Actually, I overslept. My apologies." The surrounding reporters all winced at the words overslept. An enthusiastic male reporter said to the camera, "I see now. This is the momentum to overwhelm the opponent," meaning he doesn't even regard Gu. Su-sun, hearing this, flusteredly waved his hand to deny it. I didn't." But the reporter ignored him and continued praising. "So that's it, so impressive, worthy of being Dragon Country's chef god. Flawless tactical and psychological grasp. The competition hasn't even started and Gu is already at a disadvantage." Hearing those words, Gu's face darkened. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, cursing, "You bastard." The reporters clamored again, pointing at Gu, saying his face had turned pale and he was about to lose his temper. Yai quickly stood up, demanding they stay quiet because the competition had started. Gu looked at Su-sun with deep hatred. Huakao announced the start of the competition and requested the ingredients be sent to the logistics team. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-sun's bodyguards looked around in a daze. Kin said worriedly, "Oh no, we haven't prepared any ingredients." But Su-sun remained standing in the kitchen, leisurely letting out a long yawn. Reporters wondered why he wasn't in a hurry at all. Gu's logistics staff pushed out a cart, announcing that his ingredients had been brought onto the stage. The cart stopped in front of Gu's table. The staff pulled off the cloth cover. Huakao asked curiously what Gu would be cooking today. On the ice stone lay a large striped orange fish. Huakao exclaimed in astonishment, "Contestant Gu is using striped orange fish as his ingredient." Daji was shocked to realize that the striped orange fish was the rarest fish in the world, with less than 100 caught each year. This fish was over 80 cm long, of the highest quality. Huakao turned to Su-sun, asking that if only comparing ingredients, Gu already had the upper hand. She asked if Su-sun had prepared thoroughly. When Su-sun stepped out of his position, she wondered what he intended to say to Gu. He leaned down to look at the striped orange fish on the table, picked it up, and examined it for a moment. Su-sun pointed at the fish, admiringly saying that with this length and weight, it must have cost 3 million to buy. He really is very devoted. He then suggested maliciously that Gu share a bit. Gu flew into a rage, shouting, daydreaming. Su-sun turned away, not forgetting to complain, "If you're not giving any, there's no need to be so fierce." Behind him, Gu yelled him not to waste time and to bring out his ingredients quickly. Huakao was bewildered, wondering what Su-sun was trying to do by borrowing ingredients from his opponent. This had never happened in the history of culinary arts. Gu picked up his knife and sharpened it, looking at Su-sun with eyes full of hatred. The MC commented that Gu's mood seemed somewhat volatile. Suddenly, Su-sun waved his hand to call Kin and Wu-ru, telling them to go to the back kitchen and bring out whatever was left to eat. The 2 women were confused. Kin hesitantly reported that there was only leftover food from yesterday in the back kitchen. Wu-ru had to say, "Something is better than nothing. Let's go." A short while later, on Su-sun's table were a fresh fish, half a head of cabbage, a few slices of green onion, and 3 tiny carrots. Kin pointed at the pile of ingredients, worriedly asking if it would be okay. She offered to go buy more, but Su-sun said it was enough and told them to go sit and watch. Gu looked at Su-sun, sneering, asking if this was the ingredient he had prepared. He thought this cheap stuff couldn't beat him. Sun, chewing on a carrot tail, retorted, "Cheap, huh? This is the daily food of countless people. A chef cooks for the people. It's not like everyone eats striped orange fish every day." As soon as he finished speaking, a male reporter excitedly praised the statement as very insightful, saying his skill level was very high. Outside the shopping center, people watched the big screen showing Su-sun. They laughed heartily, and a young man shouted, "The Dragon Kingdom's god of cookery, defeat Gu." Gu pointed his sharp knife at his opponent, arrogantly swearing he would prove that the culinary art of Banglai Nation was the best in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the MC announced the competition had officially begun. Gu immediately displayed his knife skills, causing the reporters to marvel at his sharpness. The boneless fish was quickly gutted and skinned. On the other side, Su-sun tossed the fish high into the air and then swung his knife skillfully. By the time the fish fell back into the box, its body had been completely filleted. The MC was astonished at his frightening knife technique. Judge Daiji thought it was a well-matched contest, with both being outstanding. Gi Yi remained composed, observing. Gai Yi stroked his chin, thinking to himself that if the result were a tie, it would be his biggest failure. He hoped Su Sun would give his all in this final opportunity. Before long, Zhengu presented the glistening striped orange fish on a bed of black stone, arrogantly introducing the striped orange fish sashimi. When the dish was brought before the judges, the MC asked in astonishment if Zhengu had reassembled the entire fish. The judge picked up a slice of fish. The MC confirmed that the fish had been sliced thinly and then reassembled perfectly, preserving the original flavor while providing an excellent experience. After tasting it, Daji could not stop praising the excellent knife skills and the tender, sweet meat. Gai Yi agreed that although it was sashimi, the addition of a secret seasoning made the fresh taste superb. After tasting, all three judges simultaneously raised their 10-point placards. Huakao quickly announced the perfect score result. She looked worried as she said that Su Sun's ideal state was a tie, but tying with the Dragon Kingdom's god of cookery would be a defeat. After receiving the score, Zhengu smugly told Su Sun that he had said he would defeat him, and it was simply too easy. On Su Sun's table were several clay pots. He replied while wiping his hands, "Wait until there's a result, then it's still not too late to talk." Su Sun turned to tell Ziqin and Wu Ru to bring the dish to the judges. Zhengu continued to mock him. Ziqin asked him worriedly, "Are you still okay?" Su Sun reassured her, "Don't worry, 90% sure." As they brought the dish up, Su Sun introduced the home-style braised carp, inviting them to try it. As soon as the pot lid was opened, a rich fragrance wafted out, and the shimmering glow caught everyone's attention. A fan of Zhengu sneered, mocking the idea of cooking a home-style dish in a top-tier competition as ludicrous. Su Sun immediately retorted, telling him that no one asked him to speak. Zhengu angrily shouted. The MC agreed with Zhengu, stating that cooking a home-style dish in a competition like this would squander the opportunity. At the judges' table, the three were slowly savoring each bite of the delicious braised fish. Suddenly, Gi's eyes widened, stunned speechless by the flavor. Seeing the silence, the MC speculated that the judges were all disappointed and wouldn't give a score. Daji shed tears, exclaiming that the dish was too delicious. He said that mortals like them were not qualified to judge it. The MC was stunned. No one had expected this outcome. The judges admitting they were unqualified meant acknowledging Su Sun as the god of cookery king. Suddenly, a score of 9 was raised. The MC asked in disbelief, "One judge has given a score of 9. Gai Yi was the one who raised that placard. He calmly said he felt it was still lacking a bit, so he gave a 9. This statement shocked Daji. Zhengu pointed at Su Sun, mocking him as a king without a throne, a real mongrel. He said Su Sun had lost and wanted to see how he could turn things around. Huakao was also stunned and disappointed that Gi Yi, as the president of the God of Cookery Association, should have been the pillar of Dragon Kingdom culinary arts. Gai Yi stood up, took the microphone to explain. He admitted he was the president, but also a chef. The competition was to select a better god of cookery, and he could not be biased. As soon as Gai Yi finished speaking, a round of applause from the opposite side made him freeze. The one who just spoke was Su Sun. He praised the man, saying his words were conscientious and completely fair. The integrity of the committee president made him deeply admire him. Right after that, he spoke with insinuations. How were we supposed to know if you knew Zhengu before, or if you deliberately let him win? Yi remained calm, laughing a few times before defending himself. This is truly a baseless accusation. Today is the first time I have met Zhengu. How could I possibly... Before he could finish his sentence, Su Sun raised the video on his phone to interrupt him. In the video, Gi Yi said this competition was very important, and whether or not they could eliminate Su Sun depended on him. That man laughed delightedly, telling him to rest assured. A plan was already in place. As soon as he saw the footage, sweat broke out on Gai Yi's face. He stammered, "This? How can this be?" The footage continued. He said, "You couldn't even lift your head under Tuokisi's pressure, so I had to use poison to deal with him. I take care of Tuokisi. You take care of Su Sun. The title of God of Chefs is mine." Zhengu replied with an okay. The entire population of Longguo had seen this footage. Female MC indignantly announced the shocking truth to everyone. The president of the God of Chefs Association had actually colluded with outsiders. The death of the former chef turned out to be a murder. Zhengu lost his composure, slamming his hand on the table with a bang, grinding his teeth as he emphasized each word, "You bastard." He grabbed a kitchen knife and charged at Su Sun, shouting as he thrust it forward. Huakao panicked, reaching out her hand, yelling danger. At that moment, Zhengu raised the knife high, cursing, "You ruined me. Don't think you will survive either." Just as the knife was about to pierce through Su Sun's neck, he suddenly snapped his head back. With just 2 fingers, he clamped down tightly on the razor-sharp blade. Zhengu jumped in fright, exclaiming in shock, "The knife!" The female MC calmly commented on the scene of catching the blade with bare hands. At this moment, aside from "Wow, I have nothing else to say, everyone." An instant later, the sharp knife was snapped in half by Su Sun's 2 fingers, a cracking sound echoing. Zhengu trembled, holding the half-knife. knife, asking urgently, "This is a 1,000-year meteorite iron knife from Jizhou Island. You used your hands. Are you a human or a ghost?" Susun did not bother to reply, immediately throwing a heaven-shattering punch straight at his jaw. Tengu crashed to the ground. The surrounding reporters were stunned by the scene before them. Finished, Susun fixed a sharp glare on him, asking through gritted teeth, "Now do you know if I am a human or a ghost?" Zhengu's contorted face became the subject of discussion. His nose was crooked, his chin was crooked, the silicone from his chest was falling out, so those flaunted muscles were fake. At this moment, Susun walked to the judge's table. Yang Ming nervously reminded the reporters, while Guyi silently waited. He approached him and asked, "With things having come this far, do you have anything to say?" Guy Yi smirked, gleefully issuing a threat. "Well done, so you had set me up from the start. But do not be too smug with my connections, I will be back in no time." Hearing this, Susun slowly mulled something over in his mind. Seeing him not respond, he became even more arrogant, promising to settle the score slowly. "No matter how good your skills are, you cannot be by those little beauties' side 24 hours a day." Guy Yi pointed at the cameras, taunting him, "Want to hit me? The whole place is surrounded by live broadcast stations. Beating Zhengu was self-defense, but if you dare to hit me, your reputation will be known all over the world." He sat there laughing like a fool, not knowing the cameras had already changed direction. He still happily shouted, "Fighting me. Everyone in the world knows that old Gai Yi works most steadily." When he realized there were no more cameras, Gai Yi's bravado died in his throat, sweat pouring down him like a shower. At that moment, Susun cracked his knuckles, a cold smile spreading across his face. "I did not originally want to hit you, but you dared to threaten me. This crime is unforgivable." Gai Yi was terrified, hastily begging for mercy. "Let us not be like this. Can we abide by the law? I was wrong, I was only joking." There was no reply, only a flurry of punches from Susun. He could only miserably scream, "Boss Su, teacher Su, daddy Su." A moment later, Susun's image appeared on the big screen alongside the title of God of Chefs. The MC announced that the former association president, suspected of violating the law, had been handed over to the judicial authorities. The person who defeated Zhengu was officially awarded the title of God of Chefs. Everyone chanted in unison. The scene shifted to the evening at Susun's villa. He was sitting on the bed, scrolling through his phone, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "The competition video has been shared like crazy. Soon I will be famous worldwide. This mission can be considered complete." Just then, Zikin came to the door wearing a thin towel, softly asking, "Suk-sun, are you asleep?" He looked over puzzled. "Not yet, what's wrong?" But his heart was flustered. After that, she gently pushed the door open and entered, pouting in reply, "Silly, do you even need to ask?" A smile appeared on her lips. Zikin shyly declared that since he won today, of course he needed a reward. Suk-sun quickly unzipped his pants, excitedly asking, all right, normally you do not let me touch you, but today you..." Then he stopped, suddenly remembering something. "Wait a minute, you just said, we?" At this moment, Wu-Ru, wrapped in a towel, awkwardly held Zikin's hand as she walked in. Zikin said mischievously, "Stop pretending, I am sure you are overjoyed inside." Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Susun held the two hot girls in his arms, blissfully asking himself, "Am I not dreaming?" Then he vigorously pinched his own cheek, yelping, "It hurts, this is not a dream." Extremely perverted grin appeared on Susun's face. He chuckled contentedly, confirming he was not dreaming. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sun still cast his gaze on the two who had slept with him, thinking happily to himself, "I am quite lucky." Zikin rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seeing him sitting there, she asked, "So early? Where are you going?" Sun replied cheerfully, "I am going to make you two breakfast." Then he reached out and placed his hand on her cheek, still not at ease as he asked, "Zikin, I still do not understand why you were willing to..." Before he could finish his sentence, she said shyly, "Why else is it not because of the good deed you did?" He heard this and laughed joyfully, beginning to tease her. "You know I did a good deed, so why are you not thanking me quickly?" Zikin angrily threw a pillow at his face, shouting, "Dream on, go make breakfast." When Susun had left, she slowly turned her face inward. Then she fixed a very serious gaze ahead. On the bed, Wu-Ru had her eyes tightly shut, but the effort of holding back was clearly visible on her face. Seeing this, Zikin went over and shook her awake. "Stop pretending to sleep, I know you are awake." Wu-Ru awkwardly pulled the blanket up to cover her face, whining in explanation. "Sister," saying that to Susun, "I really do not know how to face him. You are the one who has been with the longest. Isn't cutting in like this, not." Zikin affectionately stroked her hair to soothe her, gently reassuring her, "Rest assured, I have long known Susun is no ordinary man. In the future, women who like him will only increase. I can only make a choice for him in advance. I do not want those cheap lovebirds getting close." A warm smile appeared on Zikin's lips. She happily suggested, "From now on, let us address each other as sisters." Wu-Ro also pulled the blanket down, cheerfully replying, Yes, I will listen to you, sister. Then Wu asked curiously. Oh, by the way, I noticed that Liu Yu also has feelings for Su-sun. What if she joins in too? Zi-kin heard this and replied with a few flustered words. This, thinking to herself, that is unfair. You really are blessed by the god of romance. Right at this moment in the kitchen, Su-sun was happily standing and cooking, humming a tune nonstop. Kinju puffed her cheeks, standing behind him sulking, forcing Su-sun to turn and ask who made her angry. She tearfully complained about the injustice. Clearly she had made a great contribution. So why did he only sleep with Zi-kin and Wu-ru? Su-sun asked Kinju in surprise. Sleep with? Good heavens, miss. Have you also materialized into my physical body? Kinju averted her eyes, stammering in denial. I haven't. Su-sun passed his hand through her body, gently explaining that yin and yang were separated, making anything physical difficult. Hearing this, Kinju became even more aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes, shouting that he despised her for being a ghost. Watching her fly away in anger, he hurriedly explained, but she insisted that was his meaning, and now she was angry. Su-sun could only scratch his head in frustration, sighing that villains and ghost women truly were the hardest to deal with. Just then, the system displayed a reward notification for the cooking skill, and he immediately complained it was both stingy and useless. Su-sun read the command to accept the new identity, his heart secretly anticipating what he would gain this time. The system confirmed, congratulating the host on obtaining the ghost detective identity Liu Cheng. He was born with the ability to hear the voices of the dead, having solved countless cases, leaving behind the legend of the ghost detective. The death knell tolls, the blade hangs from the beam. The ghost detective is unparalleled, only he can see through the truth. His abilities include hearing the dead, penetrating sight, and the ability to read thoughts. This mission was to help the police solve 3 cases within half a month. Su-sun cheered excitedly. Extrasensory perception, ghost detective, truly thrilling. The scene shifted to Jiangnan City at the task force office for case 513. In the middle of the night, 4 men tore at their hair over a pile of documents, while 1 man in uniform pinned photos to a board. Deputy Director Chen Yu turned back, speaking seriously that the major case 513 had been going on for a week with no leads, and the documents needed to be reviewed. Xiaohan nervously reported the scene was heavily damaged, with no cameras, making finding clues difficult. Old Liu struggled to come up with an idea, suggesting inviting an expert to assist in solving the case. Xiaohan immediately objected, arguing that if professionals were in the dark, where could they find an expert? Old Liu pulled down his glasses, asking seriously if he had ever heard of someone who could talk to the dead. Xiaohan was startled, stammering in return, the ghost detective? Everyone stirred, some asking if it was true, others saying they thought it was folklore. Xiaohan remained skeptical. Old Liu slowly pushed up his glasses, asserting he had seen the ghost detective solve cases, guaranteeing with his integrity it was not false. Xiaohan stroked his chin, admitting in confusion that the person was real, but had disappeared for years. Where could they find him? Old Liu smiled confidently in reply. He still lived in Jiangnan and was extremely famous. Leave it to me. Next morning, Old Liu and Chen Yu arrived at Sun's workplace. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the Qingyan group stood out prominently. Chen Yu sighed in admiration, never expecting a ghost detective to be working at Qingyan International. After a moment, a security guard came out to receive them and asked who the 2 visitors were looking for. Old Liu flashed his badge and said cheerfully that they were from the task force and wanted to meet their boss. The guard looked puzzled and told them to wait a moment. Chen Yu grabbed Old Liu in frustration and said, "Have you lost your mind? Who is the chairman of Qingyan that you can just meet?" Old Liu calmly told him to relax, saying he would understand soon. In the room, Su-sun was scrolling through his phone on the sofa, with Zi-kin and Wu sitting beside him, while the secretary Liu Yu, dressed provocatively, leaned over to pour tea. Wu whispered softly to Zi-kin that Liu Yu had taken a liking to Su-sun. Zi-kin replied irritably that she hadn't noticed it before. Zi-kin held Wu's hand, determined not to lose to that woman. At that moment, Su-sun slowly lifted his teacup, his eyes still glued to his phone. Zi-kin and Wu moved closer and placed their feet on the sofa, the former coquettishly asking if he was tired, suggesting he relax a bit. Su-sun looked at the pale thighs before him and stammered, "Please don't," feeling fearful due to the allure. Zi-kin massaged his shoulders and coaxingly said he had been scrolling on his phone for 2 hours now. Wu at his feet also offered a foot massage. Liu Yu came in to announce she would step out and told them to call if anything came up. Su-sun replied awkwardly, "Okay." Just as Liu Yu touched the doorknob, a panicked voice came from outside. "President Su, something's happened." Liu Hu burst into the room and said hurriedly, "The police are here to arrest you, go now." Su-sun, Zi-kin, and Wu all had question marks on their faces, and he wondered why they would arrest me. Liu Hu frantically grabbed his arm, but Su-sun calmly said he abided by the law and it must be a misunderstanding. Being dragged out of the room, Su-sun turned back and told Liu Yu to invite them to the meeting room. She nodded in bewilderment. 2 police officers entered the meeting room. Old Liu sat still, while Chen Yu paced back and forth anxiously. He asked old Liu why he was still being cryptic, saying that a ghost detective didn't want his identity exposed, and that finding the boss like this might offend him. Old Liu calmly reassured him, "Chief Chen, stay calm, very soon you will understand." Su Sun, accompanied by his secretary, opened the door and politely apologized for keeping the two visitors waiting. Chen Yu shook his hand in greeting. Su got straight to the point. "What business do you have with me?" An awkward silence dragged on as Chen Yu stammered, unable to form words. Old Liu suddenly stood up in shock. "This is strange, how are you doing this? You haven't aged a bit in all these years." Chen Yu asked his colleague in confusion. "What do you mean? Could President Su be the ghost detective?" The three sat down to discuss matters. Old Liu began by talking about a case from 13 years ago, saying it was only thanks to him that the murderer was caught. He continued happily that after that he vanished without a trace, and only now through a live stream did he discover he was a culinary god and the chairman of Qingyun. Liu Yu murmured that he was also a demigod. Su Sun gave a polite smile and shifted to the main topic. Chen Yu spoke up to ask for help with the serial murder case 513, though in his heart he still intended to test the young detective's skills. Su Sun was a bit puzzled, so he quickly said he wasn't very familiar with this case. Old Liu handed him a stack of documents and told him to take a look. Chen Yu fearfully recounted the massacre that occurred on the night of May 13 in a suburban village. A family of 3 was murdered, and their property was looted. The woman was gang raped, the man was stabbed 18 times, and their 5-year-old son was beaten to death. As he read the documents, Liu Yu covered his mouth and exclaimed. Even Su Sun lost his composure, gritting his teeth and shouting the 2 words, "Brutes." Old Liu slammed his hand on the chair, angrily saying that after the incident, they had conducted a very thorough investigation. He darkened his face and continued, the scene was in a remote area with no cameras, and heavy rain had obscured the traces. For now, they only had 4 suspects, and progress was still very unclear. Su Sun returned the documents and gently asked, "I understand, so you want me to assist in the investigation?" Old Liu immediately nodded in confirmation. Before Old Liu could finish, Su Sun stood up and said, "It's fine, take me to see the bodies first." The 2 were overjoyed and replied in unison, "Okay." Not long after, the 3 of them were at the body storage facility. Standing in front of a bed covered with a white cloth, Old Liu seriously asked if they needed to call a forensic doctor for assistance. Su Sun slowly pulled down the cloth to look at the deceased's face, then replied, "No need." Chen Yu was bewildered. "No need for a forensic doctor. Then what is he here for? To examine the body himself." Old Liu quickly gestured for him to be quiet. At this moment, Su Sun closed his eyes tightly and began to activate his skill to listen to the dead. He gently placed his hand on the man's forehead. Streams of energy and rays of light gradually appeared, and then he communicated with the deceased. "I will help your family get revenge. Please give me all the information you know. Please don't leave out any details." Receiving a reply from the deceased, Su Sun opened his eyes in shock. He quickly pulled his hand back, causing Chen Yu to suspect. "Just one touch and it's done?" Old Liu immediately asked, "Chief Su, do you still need to touch the other 2? But he darkened his face and said through gritted teeth, "No need." He turned around and urged, "The dead gave me crucial information. Take me to the crime scene to solve the case." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Sun walked away quickly, while Chen Yu was still confused. "So it's done just like that?" In his heart, he was filled with determination. "I have heard your resentment and injustice. Those 4 bastards won't escape." A little while later, at the small suburban house, the space was silent due to the absence of people. The rows of vegetables in the front yard were being bathed in sunlight. Old Liu offered, "This is the crime scene. The entire family of 3 was murdered. I'll take you inside to see." Su Sun, who was bending down to look at the vegetables, refused. "No need." The other 2 approached as Su Sun said, "What I need to see is right here." Beside the vegetable bed were Su Sun's footprints. The 2 explained that the soil had been checked, but the rain had ruined all the evidence. They found no additional items on the victims' bodies. Seeing him walk forward, Old Liu warned worriedly, "Chief Su, there's nothing but dirt down there." When Su Sun bent down, using a white cloth to find something in the soil, Chen Yu asked, "What are you looking for?" A few seconds later, a smile appeared on his lips. "Found it." Immediately after, he gently picked up the item with the cloth. Old Liu recognized it as a cigarette butt. The 2 men stared at the cigarette butt. Su Sun explained, "This type of cigarette is very expensive. The victim definitely could not afford to smoke it." Chen Yu agreed. "Right, the victim did not smoke. This was left behind by the murderer when he climbed the wall." He handed the cigarette butt to Old Liu and requested, "The outside is contaminated, but the inner filter can yield DNA. Take it for testing quickly." Old Liu replied, "Understood." He hurried to the door, evidence in hand, calling out, "Xiaohan, drive back to the bureau." Chen Yu gave a thumbs up and praised, "Chief Su lives up to his reputation, finding a clue from the ground." He calmly responded, "The victim told me. Before he died, he saw the murderer throw down the cigarette butt and stamp it into the ground. Hearing this, Chen Yu sighed. So that is how it is. It truly is an occult art. 5 days later, as Su-sun was practicing running, Kinju brought him a ringing phone to announce a call. He quickly stepped away from the machine, picked up the phone and said hello. On the other end, an excited voice said, Chief Su, good news. From the cigarette butt, we identified the murderers and found their location. We will capture them tonight. Director Chen invites you to the scene. Are you interested? Su-sun chuckled lightly and asked back, Of course, where is everyone? Just as Kinju was curiously pointing at the dumbbell in the room, Su-sun called, Kinju, come with me. Sitting in the car, she was still puzzled. Master, are you taking me out to play? Su-sun replied leisurely, Not to play, there is official business. Then he said seriously, There is something I need you to do for me. A moment later, the car stopped in front of a high-rise building. Old Liu quickly appeared and called out, Chief Su, he asked, Are those 4 people hiding in this area? Old Liu said worriedly, Yes, they discovered the police and are holding a hostage in a room. We are figuring out a plan. Hearing this, Su-sun quickly got out of the car. Tears will not fall until they see the coffin. Take me there. At the same time, the police gathered below the building. One of them shouted through a megaphone, You have no way out, surrender now. Chen Yu was shouting at his subordinates when old Liu brought Su-sun over. Director, Chief Su is here. Chen Yu grabbed his hand and said apologetically, Sorry Chief Su, the suspects have kidnapped an 8-year-old girl. The chance to storm in is very slim. Su-sun asked calmly, What floor are they on? Chen Yu replied, 5th floor. He said seriously, I will request a negotiation to exchange the hostage. 2 men were astonished. Chen Yu exclaimed, What? Old Liu repeated, Exchange the hostage? Chen Yu quickly waved his hand to object. Are you joking? This is police business. How can we let you take the risk? Before he could finish speaking, Su-sun suddenly glided past him, his face darkening. He moved as fast as the wind, then punched the wall hard. A large hole appeared before the 2 men's astonished eyes. Fragments of stone fell from the wall after the furious punch. Old Liu asked worriedly, Director, is it really alright to let Su-sun go in? Chen Yu looked calmly at the sky and replied with full confidence, You just saw that ability. Is that even a human thing anymore? He curled his lips into a smug smile. Exactly for that reason. Those criminals will not suspect him. A man who talks to the dead, what is there to worry about? In a room of a high-rise building, curses rang out. Get out. Prepare the car for me, or I'll kill the girl. On the stairway, special police with shields were advancing, and soon also appeared behind them. He stepped forward and placed his hand on a special police officer's shoulder, emphasizing, Leave it to me. Su-sun quickly climbed the stairs, both hands raised high, greeting politely, Hello everyone, first time meeting. Please take care of me. Inside the room were 4 vicious criminals. The fat getaway driver pressed a knife to the little girl's neck, growling, Who are you? Su-sun kept walking, his hands still raised high, confidently introducing himself. You don't even know me? I am Su-sun, chairman of Kingyan International Group. They were all startled. The man named Lu Tian recognized Kingyan International as a Fortune 500 company. Shang Tian just finished checking his phone and shouted furiously, Damn it, it's really him. The fat getaway driver grimaced at Su-sun, each word spoken through gritted teeth. What are you here for? He slowly pointed at the captured little girl, clearly announcing, The girl you caught is a relative of mine. Then, he seriously stated his demand. I'm here to negotiate. What will it take to release her? Is 50 million enough? The fat getaway driver swung the knife towards Su-sun, shouting angrily, You think we're stupid? There are cops everywhere outside. 50 million won't get her back. Facing the aggression, he still wore a smile without hesitation. Fine, then you release the girl, and I'll be the hostage. The 4 men across from him were stunned at this, all sharing the same question, agreeing that quickly. Immediately after, the sharp blade was pressed against Su-sun's neck. He even said cheerfully, Yeah, that's right. Sitting among the 4 beasts, he calmly spoke words that made them wary. Kidnapping a billionaire like me is more convincing than a worthless little girl, right? At this moment, the little girl rushed out, hugged her mother, and sobbed, Mommy, with the knife at Su-sun's neck. The fat getaway driver was still puzzled. Am I dreaming? What the hell are you planning? He shot a sharp glance at the driver, making the knife in his hand tremble. He slowly said, The following conversation is not suitable for others to hear. Kinju, close the door. Soon as he finished, the fat man stared blankly, stunned. The door slammed shut as if by some invisible force. Lu Tian asked fearfully, Who closed the door? The fat man pressed the blade closer to Su-sun's neck, threatening, What trick are you pulling? You want me to kill you? At this moment, his eyes glowed a fiery red, each word carrying a threatening implication. All right, try it. The fat man pulled the knife closer to himself, shouting angrily, unaware that Su-sun had already moved away. Instantly, he landed a devastating punch on that man, making him spit blood from his throat. The other 3 rushed forward with their knives, shouting, Kill him! Die! Shang Tian swung his knife and missed Su Sun's face. He calmly said, "That blow was payback for the child you killed." At that moment, Lu Tian rushed in and stabbed Su Sun fiercely with his knife. He was unharmed, punching Lu Tian straight in the jaw, his words continuing, "This is for the woman who died." Then Lu Tian immediately took a hit from his knee. Beside him was Su Sun's furious voice, "This is for the man who died." Now, three of them were sprawled on the floor, leaving only Shang Tian trembling with the knife in his hand. He stammered, "Is that it? We only killed 3 people. I'm fine, right?" Su Sun clenched his fist, taking long strides forward, his face darkening. "You wish." He grabbed Shang Tian by the hair, raised his fist and said, "This is for the little girl you just kidnapped." After finishing, Su Sun slowly used a white cloth to wipe the dirt from his hands, his face grim as he looked ahead. Shang Tian's accomplice was reeling, backing away a few steps, stuttering. "Who exactly are you?" Sun sat down in front of that man, a smug smile spreading with a threatening remark. "I'm just a brave citizen doing a good deed. What the police can't do, I do. Since it's come to this, do you still have anything to say?" Before Shang Tian could speak, the fat man from afar blustered, "I'll never confess even if beaten to death. As soon as one of us gets out, Kingyan International will be blown up. Just you wait." Trash talk angered Su Sun. He turned his head to look, his eyes clearly showing annoyance. Seeing his attitude, the getaway driver pressed his luck. "Go ahead and beat us to death if you have the guts. You won't escape punishment either. Haha, let's see what you can do." Su Sun slowly stood up, leisurely saying, "Death is too easy for you. Kinju, I leave them to you." Then he tried to stay calm, opened the door and walked out. Special police officers saw him and asked worriedly, "How is it inside? Can we go in?" Su Sun just waved his hand. "Not yet. Those 4 need some time." The killers were still confused in the room. Lu Tian with a puzzled expression. "Why did he go out? There seems to be something inside." Kinju had already appeared with chilling streams of yin energy. They were startled. Shang Tian shouted in fear, "What's that sound?" He slowly turned his head to look at the floating ghost behind him, trembling violently. "Why does the back of my neck feel so cold?" At that moment, Kinju breathed a breath from behind Shang Tian. He didn't dare to utter a word, scared out of his wits. A scream of agony rang out, making the special police outside blink in confusion. Live television broadcast Shang Tian being dragged away, shouting, "Ghost! Ghost!" Alongside was an announcement. Case 513 has been solved. Police arrested 4 suspects. Upon arrest, they were mentally disturbed and are receiving treatment. Next, Chen Yu's interview. The suspect's father felt guilty, so he suffered hallucinations. The police will do their best to treat them, ensuring they receive strict punishment under the law. Scene shifts to Sun's home. After watching the news, he commented, "Having a sense for the dead almost made me believe in this seriousness." As soon as he turned off the TV, Kinju unexpectedly sat on his lap, shyly asking, "How did I do this time?" Flashed a bright smile, praising with satisfaction, "Extremely well." Hearing this, Kinju's face turned red as a tomato, demanding, "Reward me." Seeing Su Sun's silent expression, she pressed her face closer, acting coy. "Hurry up or I won't pay you any attention." Hearing this, he had no choice but to give her a kiss. Long silently asked, "Oh, are you sure this won't shorten my lifespan?" Suddenly, Kinju pushed Su Sun down. He was flustered by her aggressiveness. Kinju placed her hands on his body, blushing as she said, "Master, I want it." Hearing this, Su Sun nervously asked himself, "Is this female ghost serious? Is she going to take me by force?" Without waiting, she hurriedly pulled down Su Sun's zipper. Kuai-ji said, "Sisters, do you? I want it too." He immediately grabbed her hands tightly, reminding, "Kinju, calm down a bit." At that moment, Su Sun Dung's phone rang on the table. The caller was Liu Yu. He quickly answered it and pressed it to his ear, stammering an explanation. "Let me take the call." Hearing this, Kinzu showed her displeasure. Su Sun happily said to Liu Yu, "She called just in time, you really saved my life." But the joy did not last long. His smile died down when he heard a scream. "President Su, save me." Before that, she walked alone on a deserted road, her steps quickening continuously when she sensed something was wrong. Sweat kept pouring down Liu Yu's face as she knew she was being followed. In a critical situation, she quickly rushed into Part 20. The stalker curled his lips into a smirk, a bold thought emerging. "You won't escape today." The man kept close behind her, the distance between them shrinking by the minute. At this moment, he smirked slightly, reaching into his pocket to take something out. The stalker immediately dashed forward, holding a piece of white cloth in his hand. Liu Yu turned her head back in panic. The kidnapper quickly grabbed Liu Yu. She screamed in terror, "Save me." He covered her mouth with the white cloth. Liu Yu's tears streamed down her cheeks. Right then, 3 four-wheeled vehicles rushed forward, all turning on their bright headlights simultaneously. From the opposite side, someone's voice rang out, "It's the same every year, but this year there are a lot." The kidnapper quickly reached into his deep pocket to take something. Su-sun and Liu Hu stepped out of the car. Su-sun immediately threatened, "If you dare touch my people, you'll end up dead." The kidnapper pressed a sharp knife against Liu Yu's neck. He warned frantically, "Don't come over here or I'll—" Before he could finish his sentence, an unusual flash of light knocked the knife out of his hand. Instantly, a hand snatched the knife handle. Seeing this, the kidnapper stammered, You. Now, Su-sun held Liu Yu tightly in his arms, holding the knife pointing straight at the perpetrator. He asked frantically, "Who the hell are you?" Soon after, the stalker was escorted by Su-sun's 2 bodyguards into an old storage shed. He ordered him to kneel. That man obediently dropped to both knees. Liu Hu picked up the piece of white cloth and announced, "President Su, this is anesthetic." He stroked the knife blade and wondered, "Quite professional. What were you planning to do with her?" Kidnapper rubbed his hands and smiled, explaining, "Boss, I just wanted to steal some money, no other intentions." As soon as he finished, the sharp knife was driven straight into his foot. Blood immediately gushed out. The kidnapper screamed in pain, tears streaming down. Su-sun stepped in front of him, asking again, "I'll give you one more chance. What did you want to do?" That man trembled, replying fearfully, "Just drug her, then take her to a secluded place. Do that first, then do that." Hearing this, Su-sun continued to interrogate, "How many times have you done this?" The kidnapper answered honestly immediately, 6 times. "Boss, spare my life. I won't dare again. I will turn myself in." Liu Hu whispered into his ear a piece of news. "Recently there's information about women found dead with torn clothes, bodies covered in wounds, murdered brutally. It seems the culprit is him." Su-sun sat down in front of him, pointing, "6 lives, how can one small life of yours be enough to repay?" He asked in panic, "Then what do you say I should do?" Su-sun declared immediately, "Then you must suffer pain 6 times greater than theirs. That counts as an apology." The kidnapper let out a loud cry of shock. He struggled continuously, pleading, "Boss, please, I won't dare anymore." Su-sun calmly turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to tell Liu Hu, "Find him 6 strong men." He immediately replied. When Su-sun was far away from the warehouse, the desperate screams of the kidnapper still echoed. "You can't do this. I agree to turn myself in. To turn myself in." Su-sun sat in the car, seeing Liu Yu trembling as she held onto him tightly. He comforted her. "Don't worry, you're safe now." She softly replied, Her face showed clear terror. He thought to himself, she got scared. Leaving her alone at home like this will cause problems. Thinking so, he immediately suggested, "Come, let me take you home." Not long after, the two arrived at Su-sun's home. In the living room, Zikin and Wuru were sitting. Seeing him, they froze. Sun gently guided Liu Yu inside, saying attentively, "Slow down, watch your step." Behind him was a speechless silence. After helping her onto the bed, he instructed, "Tonight you sleep in the guest room. It's very safe here. I'll be in the next room. Call me if anything." Suddenly, Liu Yu rushed to hug Su tightly, sobbing, "Don't go, I'm scared." Next morning, as the sun had just appeared from behind the clouds, Su-sun opened the door and stepped out, stretching for a new day full of energy. Suddenly, Z appeared with a knife in her hand, swinging it and yelling, "You rotten scoundrel." She continuously stomped her foot on the floor, shouting, "Die, die." Su-sun turned his face away in fear. So early in the morning, who chases someone with a knife like this? As he passed the kitchen, Wu-ru unexpectedly splashed a basin of water on him. He asked angrily, "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" She calmly replied, "Cooking, just pouring out the water from the pot." Hearing this, Su-sun got even angrier. "This is hot water. Why didn't you pour it into the sink?" Right then, Zikin's terrifying face appeared behind him, asking, "Good question. Why did you bring her home? Treading 2 boats isn't enough. Now you want to tread a 3rd. The 2 women approached with kitchen tools in hand, a red gleam shining in their eyes. Zikin said coldly, "Haha, might as well cut off that middle leg." He explained flusteredly, "Calm down, I was just comforting her. I didn't do anything." Inside the room, Liu Yu, naked, listened to the cursing outside. She whispered, "I don't believe it. Just accept your punishment." That afternoon at Zikin's university, she cheerfully walked out the gate with 2 friends. Suddenly, she froze when she saw something ahead. In the distance, Su-sun held a bouquet of roses. Behind him, a luxury 4-wheeled vehicle. He happily waved and called, "Zikin." He smiled brightly and offered the bouquet forward, asking, "Tired from school, right?" But she walked past indifferently. Watching Zikin's retreating figure, he sighed in annoyance. "Oh, women." At this moment, she said coyly to him that a bouquet of flowers wanting her to forgive him was simply a dream. Suddenly, Su-sun stepped forward and lifted her up. Then he held Zikin in his arms and ran quickly forward, saying excitedly, "Let us go." She asked him in confusion what he was doing. Behind them, the nurse could not help but admire his actions and praised how healthy young people were these days. Zikin kept yelling at him to put her down, while Su-sun still gleefully dashed ahead. At the restaurant, she refused to even look at Sun's face, making him ask in confusion, "Still sulking?" Hearing this, she gave a cold snort. When the food arrived, he gallantly picked up a piece of meat for Zikin and said, "Come on, open your mouth." But she coldly replied that she was not hungry. Her attitude discouraged Su-sun, and he asked why she would not believe him that nothing really happened last night. Zikin quickly covered her ears, shook her head repeatedly, and said she would not listen, calling him a liar. At the same time, inside a car parked outside the restaurant, Liu Hu watched the couple inside while stirring up trouble, saying, Boss Su commands the wind, yet in the end is still frustrated by a woman. Li Nan, who was scrolling on his phone, added, Boss Su is willing to be like this. At this moment, Liu Hu noticed the phone in his hand and wondered, when did you change your phone, kid? Why is it still so old? Li Nan excitedly raised the phone and explained that this was the phone of the crazy killer from yesterday, and he kept it just to play with. Liu Hu angrily snatched the phone and roared, Are you crazy? How dare you keep a criminal's phone? What if the police are tracking it? You cause trouble for Boss Su. Li Nan stammered an explanation that he would take a look and then throw it away. Suddenly, he saw something on the screen and stared intently at it. Then Liu Hu rushed inside while Su Sun was still coaxing Zikin. He said, Liu Yu is very loyal to you. She has no other support in this city. Can we just abandon her? He hurriedly ran to his side and reported, Boss Su, something has come up. Handing the phone to Su Sun to show him what was in it, Liu Hu said, I have already sent people to search. The two men looked out the glass window together. He continued, saying the person who took the photo might have changed position. They were not found. In the killer's phone, a message from a group chat of 6 playboys appeared. The picture of Su Sun feeding meat to Zikin was sent from the account named Mouse with the message, Brothers, found the next target. Immediately after, Su Sun led Zikin out of the restaurant. Seeing her scared and glancing around, he immediately reassured her, Do not look around, just walk straight. Liu Hu hid in a nearby small bush as Zikin's hair brushed past. He asked the person on the radio if there was any discovery, and the other side replied that no stalkers were found within 200 meters. He grew worried upon hearing those words and angrily exclaimed, Damn it, they escaped. When they returned home, Liu Hu stepped in front of Su Sun and declared clearly, Boss Su, I will personally lead a team to ensure the safety of you and Miss N. He opened the phone to look, and then judged. It seems the killer in this serial murder case is not one person but 6. The other 5 do not know their comrade is dead, and they discovered a new target, so they posted it in the group. A sinister smile appeared on Su Sun's lips, and he said, Heaven has a path, but they do not walk it. Hell has no door, but they barge in. Since that is the case, we will rid the people of this evil again. At this moment, Liu Hu had the idea of sending a message to the group to probe. He quickly refused from the beginning. Only one person sent the message, proving this gang is very cautious. Without knowing the situation, striking rashly would only alert the enemy. Hearing this, he angrily slammed his hand down and said, Damn it, this guy is truly careful. Even the chat history on the phone has been completely erased. At this moment, Su Sun asked seriously if they could find the body. Liu Hu was a bit surprised but replied that the cage sank into the sea. It might be possible to retrieve it. He immediately stood up and said, Let us go. Go take a look. The man was startled again, quickly explaining that he had searched the entire body and left no clues behind. Su Sun stepped forward quickly and stated, I do not need clues. I want the corpse to speak directly. His words made Liu Hu's face freeze, unable to believe his ear. Before long, the two appeared by the seaside. The cage containing the corpse was slowly lifted up onto the shore. Moss from the sea clung to the iron bars of the cage, and a bit of water still pooled at the bottom. As soon as the cage was brought near, Liu Hu could not bear it, covering his mouth in horror and saying, Boss Su, the corpse has already rotted, perhaps. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun approached the corpse and replied, It is fine. Then he touched the body lying inside that iron cage. Immediately after, he activated his ability, Penetrating Eyes, to observe the entire incident again. Panels of memories gradually appeared before Su Sun. A pervert wearing a horse head mask walked up to a girl and said, Little sister, stop screaming. No one can hear you here. A man wearing a pig mask shouted loudly, Boss, give me a bowl of noodles. The man wearing a gorilla mask chuckled. There was also an image of the pig-head man saying to his accomplice, Hey, where are we going to play tonight? Haha. After observing the images of those beasts, he quickly withdrew his hand from the corpse. Then he used a white cloth to wipe his hands, curling the corner of his mouth and saying, Interesting. These bastards do not know each other. Upon hearing this, Liu Hu asked in confusion, They do not know each other. Then how did they form a group? Su Sun walked to open the car door while explaining. The 6 of them got to know each other online, only knowing each other's code names. Once someone found a suitable target, they took a picture and sent it to the whole group. When they made their move, all 6 wore masks, so I still do not know what the others looked like. Sitting in the car, he slowly looked at the murderer's phone and silently deduced. No wonder no one spoke up. It turns out they were all waiting for him to signal. Thinking this, he sent a message to the 6-man pleasure group. Investigation concluded. Target is at Kingmu Villa. Strike tomorrow night. The other 5 immediately replied, Damn it, old rat. You finally showed up. Thought you got caught. We were planning to run. Well done, investigated so quickly. That area is full of rich people. Indeed, a rich, pretty girl. I am starting to get excited now. After reading those messages, he threw the phone down hard and cursed in anger, Truly a bunch of scum. Looks like I will have to entertain them properly tomorrow night. Seeing this, Liu Hu leaned down, placed a hand on his neck and asked, do you need? He immediately refused, not necessary. I want them to meekly confess their crimes. At this moment, Su-sun's heart leaped with joy. 2 more cases, it seems heaven is helping me. Next evening at Kingmu Villa, a young girl's silhouette flickered behind the screen on the first floor. The gang of rapists had gathered fully behind the bushes. The pig-head man spoke up. This is the villa, correct? The ox-head man replied, it cannot be wrong. The bear-head man asked curiously, where is old rat? Just then, a person wearing a rat head mask suddenly appeared behind them and called out, follow me. The ox-head man recognized him joyfully. Old rat is here. Following behind the rat head, the ox-head man was extremely excited, spouting off garbage words. Tonight I have to play to my heart's content. Rathead led the group as they infiltrated the villa, not forgetting to remind them, all of you, hurry up and follow. Then the Rathead went to open the door of a room and gestured for the ox-head man to enter. The gang of rapists slowly stepped inside. The ox-head man questioned, noticing something off. Hey, is this the room? We clearly saw the lights on downstairs just now. Why are they off up here? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guns suddenly emerged from the darkness, pressed against both sides of his head. At that moment, the lights in the room were also turned on. The 5 members of that gang were cornered by the bodyguards, surrounded by guns aimed directly at their faces. At this moment, Liu Hu toyed with the female mask in his hand, saying smugly, you have quite the nerve, daring to break into my house. The whole bunch huddled together, panicking as they saw the bodyguards approach after the order to take them away. Before long, the group was brought into the secret warehouse. They had their masks removed and were hung high in the air. They begged for mercy, claiming they only wanted to steal a few things. It hurts so much, please let us down. The horse mask guy wondered why Mouse was nowhere to be seen, certain he had been set up by him. Fei Shi, wearing the pig mask, retorted, impossible. He Exam, with the bear mask, yelled in anger, all of us are hung up here, only that one is missing. Who else could have come in? Just then, the door to the room where the 5 were imprisoned creaked open. That man was dragged in by 2 bodyguards, leaving a long trail of blood. They still held the mouse mask in their hands. He was thrown hard onto the floor, his body covered in injuries, with no sign of life left. Bei Shi saw this and cried out in distress. How could you beat him like this? Xiao Hu walked in, cigar in hand, sneering, if you don't take a beating, how will you ever confess? Kiexam was stunned, so they tortured Mouse. Hoingo asked fearfully, did you beat him to death? Liu Hu heard this, kicked that guy's backside and asked, what do you think? Seeing no movement, then Diu anxiously said, did you really kill him, you murderers? Liu Hu pointed at them and gritted his teeth, you are the ones who killed people. He darkened his face, looking at them with disgust. Before that kid died, you 6 girls together killed them. He hated the type that bullies women the most. Your deaths are nothing to regret. They were terrified. Liu Hu continued in an even tone, the fortune teller said today, I should not kill too many, at most 5 lives. You tell me, whose crime is lighter, and I will spare them. To keep his life, Fei Shi argued, I only stood and watched, I never laid a hand in all 6 times. Kiexam angrily yelled, you are lying. Hoingo immediately exposed him, you at least laid hands twice before. Then Diu also spoke up, everyone joined in. I only had one time, I was not involved. My crime is the lightest. Fei Shi quickly accused him, I spit in your face. I know all the fake deeds you have done. Before the collaboration you also killed 2 people, dare you deny it? Hearing this, Fei Shi looked like he was struck in the heart, stammering and unable to speak. Each one began to accuse the others. Fei Shi said, you showed me the secret recordings from the motel. Another person continued, you swindled over a dozen elderly people out of more than 5 million. Hoingo exposed, you even not spare children. The vile argument horrified Liu Hu, leaving him speechless, silently judging what a bunch of bastards. After a round of confessions, each one began to feel weary, breathing heavy breaths. Liu Hu sat on the chair, a bottle of wine in his hand, and seeing this he asked, are you done talking, or do you want to accuse each other more? When forced into a corner, he reluctantly made a request. Brother Hero, let us die comfortably. We know we can't leave here alive, so make your move. Liu Hu immediately sprang to his feet. Ningyi asked him back, don't talk nonsense. I am a citizen who respects the law and order. How could I kill someone? Just then, Susun opened the door and walked in, Chen Yu by his side. He asked, what's the matter, Director Chen? What they've said is more than enough to convict them, right? He glared at those beasts and stated clearly, enough. Each of them deserves to die 800 times over. Immediately after, Chen Yu clearly ordered the 5 murder suspects to be brought to the bureau and the bodies on the ground to be returned to the hospital. They had fallen into the trap. The police rushed in after the order, answering in unison, yes, sir. The next morning at Zikin's villa, on the TV screen, an officer reported, after a thorough investigation, the criminal gang has traveled to many places and committed multiple murders. Su's son and Zikin were sitting, listening to the news. What awaited them was the severe punishment of the law. Zikin asked in confusion, did those 6 people really not know each other but still killed together? He put his arm around her shoulders and explained, yeah, they met online, got along and acted together. They usually boasted about the heinous things they had done, so they all knew each other's crimes. Right then Zikin's mother entered the house asking a question, making the young couple shyly separate. Aishu arrived with 2 large bags in her hands, excitedly saying, little son, today I'll cook fish for you 2 to eat. Hearing this, he shyly replied, there's no need to go to such trouble, auntie. I came to invite everyone out for a meal. I don't want to trouble you with cooking. She asked back in confusion, what trouble? After you and Zikin get married, are you going to eat out every day? Eating at home is better. Zikin, upon hearing this, looked at her shyly and asked, what are you saying, Mom? I'm still young. I don't want to get married. Li Qiu walked into the kitchen and grumbled, if you have the guts, then never get married in your life. Come over here and help me cook. Zikin immediately took Su-sun's hand. She stuck her tongue out at her mother and said, no, I'm taking Su-sun upstairs to play. Her brother was about to sneak away when Li Qiu called out, Jian Yun, where are you going? Come here and wash the fish. He stammered incoherently. In Zikin's room, she was slowly locking the door while he was still looking around, wondering what there was to play with in her room. Then Su-sun suggested they go downstairs to lend a hand. Zikin unexpectedly pushed him down onto the bed, shyly asking, help with what? Are you that nervous right now? Her initiative caught him a bit by surprise. Zikin sat on Su-sun's body, her eyes full of allure, looking down and asking, how about you perform for me first? A short while later, Su-sun walked down the stairs looking pleased, picking his teeth with a smug look on his face. Jian Yun, who was sitting watching TV, saw him and asked, are you 2 done playing? He turned to look at him and grumbled, don't tell me you really just toured my sister's room and did nothing else. You're something else, daring to be so reckless with her family right downstairs. Su-sun scratched his head shyly at that and quickly changed the subject. Brother-in-law has a great sense of humor. Watching the evening news, the reporter's voice rang out from the screen. Chen Taiyan, chairman of the Taiyan group, has been acquitted due to insufficient evidence. Jian Yun gritted his teeth and said, that bastard really got released. He frowned angrily, uttering words of deep resentment. Su-sun sat down next to Jian Yun and asked curiously, Chen Taiyan, what was he being sued for? He seriously explained, that man is a beast in human form. He slept with a subordinate's wife and pressured the subordinate to death. Strangely, there still isn't enough evidence. Hearing this, Su-sun became even more curious. How do you know he did it? Jian Yun replied angrily. Everyone knows about his dirty deeds on camera. Taiyan's smug face appeared on the television. He said confidently, I told you the law will give me justice. I am a man of principles. How could I do such a thing? Suddenly, a raw egg was thrown directly into his face by someone. A middle-aged woman shouted in fury, you bastard. My son worked hard for you. You colluded with my daughter-in-law in adultery and caused my son's death. I will not let you off. Secretary Huan Li immediately took a cloth to wipe the dirt off Taiyan's face. He calmly uttered a threat, Madam, the law has cleared my name. Please don't slander me. If you have no evidence, stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to sue you for defamation? Then Taiyan sat down in front of the woman. Each word he uttered filthy and vile. Anyway, your son was a worker at my company. I will pay the funeral expenses. She became even more enraged and screamed, you animal. After that, he got into the car with his long-legged secretary, a smug smile on his face. Watching the footage, Jian Yun slammed his hand on the armrest, cursing furiously. Damn it. Is there really no way to deal with such a person? Su-sun beside him tried to stay calm, his face darkening with the surging rage. The next morning at Kingyan International Group, Liu Yu led Chen Yu and a bald man into the meeting room and announced, President Su, Director Chen is here. He politely gestured to the chairs. Director Chen, please have a seat. Chen Yu began, first let me apologize to you. You've helped solve 2 major cases in a row, but we cannot publicly acknowledge your contributions. Hearing this, he smiled, you are being too polite. The prerequisite for my cooperation with the police was not to reveal my existence to the outside world. I should be the one thanking you for keeping it confidential. Then he turned to introduce the man beside him. This is Captain Wu Quan from the Jiangdong City District Bureau. Knowing the other's identity, Su-sun asked inquisitively, Captain Wu, you came because of Chen Taiyan? Wu Quan was startled and immediately asked back, that's right. How did you know? Upon hearing this, he broke into a sly grin. Chen Taiyan committed a serious crime but came out unscathed. The police must be furious that conventional methods can't convict him, so you can only come to me to try, am I right? Wu Quan raised a trembling fist and explained angrily, you're right. My colleagues in the entire bureau have lost all face. Everyone is holding back their anger, determined to find a way to convict him. Seeing the opportunity, Su-sun suggested, what a coincidence, because I was thinking the same thing. Captain Wu, please give me a brief overview of the situation. He happily responded, "Alright, I'll explain the details to you." Wu Quan began his account. The victim's name is Lan Yang, 32 years old. He was the business director of Taiyang Group. His wife's name is Li Man, known for her beauty. 6 months ago, Lan Yang was repeatedly ordered by the company to go on business trips abroad. He thought he was being valued, so he worked hard, hoping to make achievements. Until that one time, because his flight was delayed, he had to change his ticket. When he got home, he discovered a shocking truth. It turned out that for the past 6 months, his wife had been having an affair with Chen Taiyan. The frequent business trips weren't because he was valued, but because that man wanted to create opportunities. Lan Yang demanded justice, made a scene at the company, and then was never seen again. Everyone thought he had reached a compensation agreement with him. Not until we discovered his body did we know he had been killed. Grasping the situation, Suk-sun quickly assessed. So, regardless of motive or capability, Chen Taiyan is the prime suspect, correct? Wu Quan immediately replied, "That's right." Just then the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. He pressed the phone to his ear. After hearing the voice on the other end, Wu Quan asked in shock, "What? Lan Yang's mother was hit by a car and died?" The conversation made Suk-sun ponder silently. Even the old lady, Chen Yu, patted Wu Quan's shoulder and asked, "Did you catch the driver who caused the accident?" His face darkened, and he replied angrily, "He escaped. We found the car in the river, but the driver had vanished. Damn it, they won't even spare the elderly." Suddenly, Suk-sun shot to his feet, his voice calling out a name, Liu Dun. She had just arrived at the door when he pointed ahead and said, "Book a private room at the best hotel in Jiangdong City. I need to meet someone in 2 hours." She immediately replied yes. Inside, Wu Quan thought the decision was unwise, so he suggested, "2 hours, are you crazy? Even the fastest car takes 5 hours from Jiangdong City. Maybe change the time." He cast a sharp glance at the old man, emphasizing each word. To transplant a heart for someone, it cannot be changed. Not long after, Suk-sun, Liu Yu, Chen Yu, and Wu Quan were seated in the gray helicopter. Inside, Suk-sun asked cautiously, "Has Taiyang Group been notified?" Liu Yu assured him, "Yes, I called their secretary before boarding the plane." Everything happened so fast that the two bureau chiefs could only follow along in a daze. At this moment, Liu Yu asked worriedly, "What if Chen Taiyan refuses to come out to meet us?" Suk-sun confidently replied, "Relax, even if you gave them 100 guts, they wouldn't dare not come out." At the same time in the office, Chen Taiyan was sitting back enjoying himself on the chair. Huan Li beside him relayed the news. "President Chen, the driver has been dealt with. Guaranteed they won't be able to trace your identity." As soon as he finished speaking, he slid his hand between Huan Li's thighs, saying, "Little kin, you did well, I'll treat you later." She trembled and stammered, "President, please don't." Her body constantly out of rhythm. Huan Li took out her phone and reported, "One more thing, I just received an international call from Qingyan. Chairman Suk-sun wants to meet at Jiangdong Hotel." Hearing this, he was stunned, his pupils contracting with a sense of unease. Taiyan regained a serious expression, stroking his chin as he thought, "Suk-sun, why did he suddenly run over here to see me?" Then, he cheerfully turned to ask Huan Li, "Aside from business dealings, we have no connection with Qingyan International, right?" She pulled down her black stockings while saying excitedly, "Then there's nothing to worry about. Let's quickly do the main business. I just learned some new tricks." Suddenly, Taiyan slammed his hand on the table, angrily cursing, "You idiot, you don't even give face to Suk-sun. Do you want my company to go bankrupt?" Hearing this, Huan Li was flustered. "I'm sorry, President Chen. I spoke out of turn. Please don't be angry." Then he paced back and forth, constantly speculating, "The strength of Qingyan International is 100 times that of my company. I must show respect to Suk-sun. But have I ever offended him?" Taiyan broke into a delighted smile. "Forget it, go and you die. Don't go and you also die. What if he fancies me and wants deep cooperation? Then I'd be riding the wind." At Jiangdong Hotel, Suk-sun's group of 4 had already sat down at the dining table. Chen Yu asked worriedly, "Chen Taiyan is cautious by nature. Will he come?" Suk-sun calmly looked at his phone, replying with certainty, "Relax, he's a businessman. He knows how to get the most benefit." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. He immediately said loudly, "Come in." Outside the door, Taiyan walked in with 2 gift bags in his hands, cheerfully saying, "Chairman Su has arrived. I could not prepare some fine wine to welcome you. I hope Chairman Su will like it." Suk-sun kept his eyes glued to his phone, responding indifferently, "I'm not interested in wine." Taiyan placed the 2 bags of wine on the table, speaking amiably, "Well, brother understands you have other hobbies, right? Brother has prepared everything too." Then he called out loudly, "Come on in." Immediately outside the door, a pair of endlessly long legs in black stockings stepped in. That girl, wearing a seductive outfit, held a bottle of red wine in her hand, winked flirtatiously, and said in a saccharine voice, "Hello, Chairman Su." Taiyan delightedly walked over beside him, praising profusely, "How about it, Chairman Su? I gift this beauty to you as a secretary, both smart and capable." Hearing this, Su Sun curled his lips into a smile. This is the kind of goods you bring out. Far inferior to my secretary. Liu Yu, come out and show President Chen what a real beauty is. Liu Yu lightly nodded and softly replied, yes, Chairman Su. Then she stepped forward with stunning, kingdom-toppling beauty, gently flicking her hair with a charming smile. The moment he saw Liu Yu, Taiyan's face stiffened, and he was left speechless. Even the earlier sexy-dressed girl had to cower, stammering, this, then secretly remarked, this woman is truly beautiful, her aura and figure are much better than mine. After that, Taiyan picked up the teapot and approached Su Sun. It turns out Chairman Su already has such a beautiful secretary. I was ignorant. Let me use tea instead of wine to apologize to Chairman Su. Just as the teapot was about to pour, he suddenly flipped the teacup over. The old man stood frozen with the teapot in his hand, utterly baffled by his action. Seeing this, Chen Yu and Wu Quan silently assessed. This Su Sun, though young, his methods of humiliation are truly vicious. At this point, Tai En was about to lose his composure, slamming the teapot on the table and asking, Chairman Su, what do you mean by this? Su Sun calmly replied, I wouldn't dare trouble President Chen to pour wine. Otherwise, I'm afraid that as soon as I leave the hotel, I'll be hit and killed at the door, just like Lan Yang and his mother. Hearing this, Taiyan was flustered, pretending to ask back, what do you mean? I don't understand? At this moment, Su Sun suddenly stood up. Don't understand? Then let me put it another way. Immediately after, he placed his hand on Taiyan's shoulder and calmly uttered the words, I'm afraid of ending up like Lan Yang and his mother, getting killed by you right after displeasing you. Then Su Sun quickly activated his thought-reading skill, and streaks of light began to appear on his hand. Taiyan hastily brushed his hand away, flustered, asking, Chairman Su, you need evidence to say such things. Even if your family has a great enterprise, you can't casually frame me. Su Sun asked back with delight, quick reaction, sensing danger, are you? A pity, your movements are still too slow. Right after, he raised 2 fingers, curling his lips to utter a threat. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Kingyun International will suppress Taiyan Group, bankrupt within a month. 2. Tell all your crimes to the police, and then I go home. Taiyan's face stiffened, panicked at the word police. At this moment, Wu Quan asked with amusement, what, want to see my badge? The old man sat on his chair, opened his mouth, and let out a loud, contemptuous laugh. I thought Chairman Su came to seek cooperation, but it turns out this is a Hongman banquet. Then Taiyan slowly poured red wine into a glass. That sexy-dressed girl from earlier also walked over to threaten Chairman Su, saying President Chen has a record as slander. Apologize, or we will call our lawyer. Su Sun cast a disgusted look at her, grinding his teeth as he asked back, are you still telling me what to do? His fierce demeanor made that woman's heart skip a beat, and she stammered an explanation, no, that's not what I meant. At this moment, Su Sun stood up abruptly, looking at the old man Taiyan while reminding him, then shut your mouth, sit still and behave, don't make a fuss. After finishing his glass of red wine, the old man angrily shouted, Chairman Su, mind your own business first. My people, I know how to manage them myself. Taiyan had just finished speaking. Su Sun immediately slapped him across the face. The situation just now made even the 2 police bureau chiefs fearfully ask themselves, heavens, what kind of move was that? At this moment, Su Sun contemptuously asked, you can't even manage yourself. How can you manage your subordinates? Taiyan sat bolt upright with a red bruise on his face, furiously shouting, damn it, Su Sun, you've gone too far. Don't forget whose turf this is. Do you believe I'll make sure you never leave Jiangdong City? Facing that old man, Su Sun remained calm and even let out a provocative remark. A man living off his wife's money, hiding for an affair in his office. How can someone like you manage subordinates? Taiyan felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing the word office. Hastily averting his gaze elsewhere, he wondered frantically to himself, how does he know about me and Le Man doing it in the office? This is truly baffling. Reading Taiyan's thoughts, Su Sun leaned his face down and slowly said, you think I'm blind? I only made a wild guess, but I guessed right that you used Lan Yang's mother and child to threaten him into destroying himself on the company rooftop. The man fearfully defended himself. I didn't do it. Hearing this, Wu Quan was startled. No wonder the evidence all showed Lan Yang destroyed himself. It turned out he was forced to. Chen Taiyan deserved to die. Su Sun continued to expose his dirty past. 3 years ago, you forced thousands of households to sign agreements, embezzled 1 billion in demolition funds, and skimmed from the bridge construction project, making the bridge, and all roads, of poor quality. Your crimes could be spoken of for 3 days and nights and still not be finished. He angrily pointed a finger at his face, roared fiercely, Su Sun, everything you say is false. If you have the guts, bring out the evidence. Su Sun said nothing, only slowly read out a code, 284821. Taiyan's expression was stunned, and he delightedly continued, that's the password to your safe, right? I'm not wrong, am I? At that moment, the man knelt to the ground with a thud. Then he continuously kowtowed, begging pitifully, President Su, you have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. I, Chen Taiyan, have nothing to say. The scene before him stunned Wu Quan. Am I seeing things? Chen Taiyan, who had been arrogant in Jiangdong for over a decade, knelt before someone else. When Susun turned his back, the man pleaded in fear, "Please regard me as a beast. From now on, I, Chen Taiyan, will be your dog. Whatever you command, even jumping into boiling water or walking through fire, I will do it." He slowly sat at the dining table, casually picked up his chopsticks, and said, "I don't need a dog, especially not a dog worse than a beast. You can slowly handle the rest with the police." Reaching his limit of endurance, Taiyan gritted his teeth, a double-click sound followed by a quick reply, "Fine." Just as Susun was about to put the piece of meat into his mouth, the man suddenly grabbed a knife and lunged, shouting, "Then I'll kill you first." The two directors immediately stood up sharply, calling out in worry, "No, President Su." Before Taiyan could do anything, Susun used his hand to slap him hard across the face. Taiyan fell flat in an instant, cracks gradually appearing on the wall, smoke billowing out along with his words, "Let me take one last big breath." But it was futile. Not long after, Taiyan was carried out by the medical team due to the severity of his injuries. His face was swollen, blood smeared all over, the bruises on his cheek causing everyone to gossip. "Oh my god, was his face hit by a truck? I heard he was slapped, huh?" At this moment, Wu Quan came over to shake Susun's hand, admiringly said, "Susun, your skill in solving cases I truly admire." He cheerfully replied, "Just a small talent. I had to rely on everyone behind this." Then he seriously promised, "Rest assured, Susun, we will definitely investigate thoroughly. We will absolutely not let any lawbreaker off." When the two directors had left, the system displayed a notification congratulating the host on completing the mission to help the police solve 3 cases. The reward received was mind reading. He said with interest, "Mind reading becomes a permanent skill." Interesting. Susun's helicopter had been set on the rooftop of Kingyan International Group. At this moment, Liu Hu drove out of the toll station. Inside, Susun stretched his arms, bored, said, "Riding a helicopter is tiring. If someone could massage me, I'd be grateful to heaven and earth." But when he looked over, Kinju was playing on her phone and shouting, "Ah, that Dan old bastard," making him feel dejected and speechless. Seeing Susun's downcast expression, Liu Hu offered President Su, "Do you need me to take you for a massage to rest a bit?" He waved his hand in refusal. "Forget it, let's go home." Then, Susun closed his eyes tightly, uttering his familiar phrase, "System, receive new identity." The system displayed, "Congratulations to the host for receiving a new identity, the mercenary King Satan. You once were friends with gunpowder and bombs. Wherever there is war, there you're the brave and all-capable war wolves. In the darkness, you are the Lord, the King of assassins. Under the sunlight, you are Satan, the king of mercenaries. Regardless of day or night, you rule all. 4 years ago, the operation was betrayed. Your squad was almost all killed and wounded. Only 3 people survived, including you. They wanted revenge but could not find the enemy. In the end, disheartened, each went their separate ways. Identity abilities: tactical deployment, battlefield reconnaissance, proficiency in vehicle control skills, modern weaponry, wilderness survival. Identity Mission 1. Investigate the truth behind the failure of the operation 4 years ago. Avenge the fallen comrades. 2. Complete missions with excellence. After reading this identity mission, Susun asked himself in surprise, "The Assassin King last time was just an assassination type, and this time I have to fight directly." Just then, Liu Hu saw 2 heavy 4-wheelers behind him in the rearview mirror. He immediately pressed the device in his hand and reported, "Number 2, confirm what those 2 cars chasing us want to do." Susun asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Liu Hu reported cautiously, "2 cars have been following us since we left the company. I've asked them to check." The person in the car between Liu Hu's car and the 2 tailing cars replied, "Understood, Brother Hu, you 2 go ahead. I'll see if I can block them." At that moment, a foreigner drew a gun and fired a series of shots forward. The car behind Susun immediately became erratic, the steering wheel no longer steady. When that car crashed into the roadside barrier, Susun looked over in panic and asked, "Damn it, what was that sound?" Liu Hu, gripping the steering wheel tightly, reported seriously, "President Su, they are not ordinary robbers, they are targeting you." The other car kept swerving into lanes to dodge the bullets. Fear was evident on Liu Hu's face. He urgently reported, "Stone, send people to East Hongjiang Road, class a situation." That moment, Sun snatched the phone from Kinju's hand and ordered, "Alright, stop playing, get to work." She panicked and reached for it. "Ah, I'm about to get a triple kill." He immediately pointed behind them and said excitedly, "What's fun about playing games? The 2 cars behind have real enemies, all armed with submachine guns and rifles. You'll have fun playing with them." Kinzu immediately looked and asked in surprise, "Really?" Then she showed a very sinister smile and answered with interest, "Leave it to me." From inside the tailing car, the man at the wheel cursed angrily, "Can you guys aim a little better?" He was immediately startled when Kinzu suddenly appeared beside him, and she even waved and said hi. Right after, the steering wheel in his hand was controlled by her in the opposite direction. In an instant, the out-of-control car crashed straight into a utility pole on the roadside. From where the car crashed, a fierce fire blazed intensely. The accompanying car panicked and slammed on the brakes. Inside, the leader continued to drive the car forward, angrily shouting, "A bunch of useless people, even hitting a power line like this." On the roof of the car, a bearded man holding a gun had appeared. He said to the leader that they could no longer trust them. We'll advance ourselves. Susan panicked as he looked at the two men behind, fearfully asking, do you and I have a grudge from a past life? They even brought out an RPG. At that moment, the bearded man stood imposingly amid the speed of the car, grinning sinisterly, and said, your time to die has come. The gun barrel was aimed directly at the middle of Susan's car. The bearded man exclaimed with glee, go to hell. But before he could pull the trigger, Kinju appeared from nowhere right in front of the gun barrel. The terrified henchman raised his gun to the sky, accidentally pulled the trigger, and screamed, oh my god. As soon as he fired, the bearded man fearfully blurted out in English, holy seed. The bald man below worriedly asked him where he was shooting. Unexpectedly, the bullet heading skyward suddenly changed direction. It shot straight into the car of those two men. The bearded man panicked and crouched down, shouting it was over. A thunderous explosion occurred. Su-sun hugged Kinju tightly with satisfaction and praised her for doing well. Sometime later at Su-sun's house, several sports utility vehicles were already parked in front of the door. Inside, Chen Yu hurried over to shake his hand and said, this happening is our police department's oversight. I have sent people to search everywhere. We will definitely deal with those thugs according to the law. Sun cheerfully replied that it was troubling Officer Chen. He pointed at the 5 police officers on duty outside, saying they would protect him around the clock, never letting him fall into danger again. Liu Hu from behind immediately declined, no need, with us here. The boss will be absolutely safe, just as long as the police don't interfere. Hearing this, Chen Yu asked in confusion if they were planning to start a war inside the city. Su-sun was annoyed by that action, furiously shouted why he was talking to Officer Chen like that, get out now. Liu Hu slunk out. He then turned to explain to Chen Yu, my subordinate was too rude. Officer Chen, please don't be angry. Just have all your brothers outside withdraw. No need to waste time protecting me. Chen Yu hesitated slightly but cheerfully replied, rest assured, before I finish everything, I won't go wandering around. Just then, a call for Su-sun sounded from outside the door. Zi-kin and Wu-ru ran inside with tears welling in their eyes, followed by a flustered police officer shouting that they couldn't enter. The two girls rushed over and hugged Su-sun tightly, sobbing that they were scared to death, asking if he was okay. Su-sun wrapped his arms around the two girls and whispered for them not to act like this. The police officers were watching. Zi-kin cried and pouted that she didn't care, she just wanted to hug him. The sight made Chen Yu awkward. He turned away and said a few words, suddenly remembering he had something else to do. But before he could finish, Zi-kin quickly interrupted. Officer Chen, take your time. I'm not in a position to see you out. Tears streamed down Zi-kin's face. She worriedly asked why foreigners were attacking him, if he had offended them. Su-sun answered flusteredly that he didn't know either. She tightly held his arm and pulled him forward, pouting and saying that in short he was not allowed to go out anymore. Wu-ru also held his other arm in agreement, leaving him bewildered, asking what they were planning to do. Before he could react, Su-sun was pushed hard onto the bed by the two girls. Each of them began unbuttoning their clothes. Zi-kin was shy but still declared that they had discussed it. There was only one way to keep him from wandering around, and that was for them to cooperate together. The very next second, she pressed down on him and shyly continued her unfinished words so that he couldn't get out of bed. Su-sun thought gleefully to himself, excellent, today was his holiday. Just as Zi-kin placed her hand on his neck, a phone suddenly rang loudly, distracting him. Who is it? He was surprised by the name displayed on the screen, Liao Du. Immediately after, a bold thought flashed through Su-sun's mind. The three of them together, everyone is too comfortable. Hearing the conversation, Zi-kin tilted her head with a confused expression. What 3 people? Su-sun blushed and evaded, nothing, I'll go answer the phone. A panicked voice from the other end of the line startled him. President Su. Realizing the situation, Su-sun shouted into the phone in shock. If you have something, come at me. Don't touch her. The opponent immediately arrogantly ordered, come to the office in 20 minutes. Realizing they were using her to lure him, Liao Du screamed in despair, President Su, don't come. Immediately after, Yama's cold hand slapped down, roughly covering her mouth. Su-sun, worried and anxious, rushed to the door and shouted loudly for Liu Hu. The two girls Zi-kin and Wu-ru behind him asked each other in confusion what was wrong. Liu Hu quickly appeared and replied, yes boss. Su-sun left hastily but still instructed, I'm going to the company for a while. You take your brothers and protect Zi-kin and Wu-ru well. Liu Hu spoke worriedly, boss, let me send someone to follow you. Su-sun pointed straight at Zi-kin and Wu-ru, then looked at Liu Hu and angrily warned, no need, if anything happens to these two, you won't see me again. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Hu gave a firm yes. At that time, at the headquarters of Kingyun International, Su-sun walked quickly out of the elevator and went straight to the chairman's office. Upon arriving, he reached out to open the door. The door was locked from the inside. Su-sun fumbled around but couldn't open it. Hearing the noise, Yama did not hesitate to walk over to check. As the door swung wide open, she warily pointed her gun straight ahead. But strangely, outside was silent without a single person, causing Yama to pause. The next moment, Su-sun suddenly lunged down from above. Yama looked up in surprise. Before she could react, he delivered a descending kick to her chest, sending her flying backward. Seeing this, Lai Jun furiously charged forward, clenched his fist arrogantly, and yelled, "Die." But the seemingly dangerous punch was easily blocked by Su-sun with one hand. He swiftly brought his other hand up and grabbed Lai Jun's head. Then, seizing the moment, Su-sun spun around, bent Lai Jun's arm behind his back, and pressed him down with a smooth lock. Made Lai Jun breathe heavily in anger. Although quite seriously injured, Yama still gritted her teeth and forced herself up, drawing her gun to threaten, "Damn it, stop." Immediately after, Lai Jun, subdued by him, cowered in fear and frantically waved his hand signaling, "We lost." He said in a terrified voice, "If you dare come any closer, he will cripple me." Yama let out a mocking laugh. "We thought you lost your skills after getting rich, since now you always have bodyguards around and don't need to act yourself." Su-sun let go and retorted without backing down, "Even if I've regressed quite a bit, it's still enough to handle the two of you." Having witnessed the entire scene, Liu Yu's face was a perfect circle, her expression bewildered. He did not bother to linger, coldly getting straight to the point. "How many years has it been? What business do you have with me?" Su-sun folded his arms and spoke indifferently. "I remember I made it very clear back then, never to meet again." Liu Yu could not hold back her tears. Su-sun was silent, only gently tearing a piece of paper to softly wipe her face. He crouched down to untie the ropes binding Liu Yu, gently comforting her. "Don't be afraid, it's all right now." She asked suspiciously, "President Su, who are those two people?" Not giving him a chance to answer, Dechura crossed her legs on the chair, actively cutting in to introduce herself, the nickname Mandala. "I am Su-sun's lover." Hearing this, she stood up, stunned, blurting out, "Awake." Su-sun quickly interrupted, "Don't listen to her nonsense." He quickly pushed Liu Yu outside, smiling, "You rest. I will call you if anything comes up." The door then slammed shut. Turning around, he coldly approached Lu Jun, asking with a serious face, "What business do you have with me this time? If you need money, I can write you a check." He folded his arms and replied, "We are not here for such boring matters." He sat down at the desk. Lu Jun then announced, "We have news on the person who sold us out 4 years ago." Achura held her stomach, gritting her teeth, recounting with a voice full of resentment, "That time we lost all our comrades. I was also severely injured and had to have my ovaries removed. This time, we can finally take revenge." Su-sun was skeptical, asking if the intelligence source was reliable. Lu Jun affirmed firmly, 100% reliable. "If you have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and do not want to risk life and death, I understand." Hearing this, Su-sun rested his chin on his hand, frowning slightly as he interrupted calmly, "When do we depart?" A decisive answer made Dechura unable to believe it. "Are you really agreeing to come with us?" After a moment of stunned silence, he gritted his teeth, clenching his palms in anger. "Those who died back then were also my comrades. This blood debt can only be repaid with blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Dechura joyfully jumped onto him, cheering, "Great, you are still my Sadhana." Su-sun gently pushed her away, reminding her in a gentle voice, "Don't mess around, let's talk business. Who is the target?" Seeing his flustered attitude, Dechura was amused, leaning in closer, touching his face, her tone full of innuendo. Lu Jun impatiently replied directly, "We depart tomorrow, but first we have to complete an escort mission. This is the first mission since the squad got back together." Su-sun wondered, "With only 3 people left, someone is still hiring. Who is the client?" Dechura replied, "It is a princess from a Middle Eastern global trading company. She hired us herself. The payment is information on the mole." Saying that, Dechura sat on the desk to take off her clothes, hinting subtly, "We will talk about the rest tomorrow." Su-sun shouted in shock, "Get off my desk, go outside first." Lu Jun understood the cue, went outside, closed the door, and called back, "You two make the most of the time." Inside the room, one was amused, the other terrified. He looked over and saw Liu Yu was still there. She was still trembling with fear from the earlier incident. Lu Jun put on a friendly smile, apologized, "Sorry for hurting you just now." She replied timidly, "It's all right." Time flew by. On the second day, at a large bar in the city, Su-sun lightly reached out and pressed the doorbell. Waiting there with Lu Jun and Dechura, he teased, "Daring to meet a princess in a bar, you two sure have guts." She replied, "There is no place safer in the world than the Dragon Kingdom." Su-sun thought differently, requesting, "Not necessarily. Put a bounty for me overseas, $10 million. Find the person behind yesterday's incident." Dechura looked at her phone and replied, "Okay." Just as the door opened, the scene inside made Su-sun freeze, his eyes wide open. What met his eyes was a crowd of big shots, all holding weapons and staring at him. Walking along the corridor, Su-sun glanced around, asking, "Are all these bodyguards from the client?" She replied, "Yeah, she booked the entire floor." When the 3 stopped before room 6, Lu Jun pointed inside through the frosted glass, whispering, "We are here, she is inside." Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly stopped when a strange voice rang out, "What are you doing?" A group of people walked over, their faces cold, each step exuding a heavy killing intent. Lu Jun swallowed his saliva and replied, "Your boss told me to bring the person she needs." John spoke harshly, "What do you mean by bringing more people to see the young miss? If you want to enter, you must be searched." Hearing this, Su-sun calmly kicked back a remark, "A search? Do you know who I am?" He roared aggressively, Why should I need to know you? Even if God or Satan came, they would have to be searched. Datura folded her arms, chuckling softly. Then you are right, he is Satana, the captain of the death squad. Just at the moment John was about to charge forward, that sentence made him freeze mid-stride. He thought angrily, damn it, I cannot lose face in front of these subordinates. Susun did not wait any longer, urging Lu Jun, knock on the door, go inside and ask clearly. Lu Jun replied, alright. At that moment John's irritable voice sounded again, hold on. He sneered, so it's the top dog of the death squad. Times have changed. As soon as he finished, Susun immediately turned his head, asking in a low, grating voice, what did you say? John pointed the gun straight at him, smirking, letting a Dragon Kingdom guy lead. No wonder your squad only has a few left. Serves you right. In an instant, he snatched the gun from John's hand. A second later, the tables turned, the gun barrel was pressed against his temple. Witnessing this, the subordinates quickly aimed their guns at him, shouting, drop the gun, don't move. He looked at them with half-lidded eyes, his voice dropping. Are you sure you want to point a gun at me? Hearing this, the group immediately backed down, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the room. Invite the guests of the death squad in. Lu Jun waved to him, boss, they are calling us in. Before leaving, Susun uttered a scornful remark, you can't even hold onto your own gun. You love it too much. The blink of an eye, with a gentle push, the gun in his hand was disassembled into pieces of components. They fell clattering to the floor. Then Susun and the other two coldly turned their backs and left. The two henchmen could not hide their panic, whispering to each other, disassembling a gun with just one hand, was he a man or a ghost? As for John, he sat angrily on the ground, not yet coming to his senses. Elsewhere, Lai Jun extended a hand toward him, respectfully introducing him, Miss Kai Tao, this is our captain, Shazang. Seeing the other party, Susun froze, his eyes full of surprise. So it was. A pair of long, slender legs and flawless white skin suddenly appeared. Kylie gently closed her book, greeting him solemnly, I have heard of you for a long time, Mr. Su. Kylie seriously informed him that the next itinerary would be handled by Mr. Su. She sat cross-legged, her expression lively, each word spoken as if placing full trust. Under the protection of the mercenary team, I will be extremely safe. He did not linger and got straight to the point. Miss Kylie said she knew who the mole who sold us out 4 years ago was. But in his mind, he was focused on something else, the color pink. Seeing him staring, she quietly pulled her skirt down but still smiled cheerfully as she replied, I know. Wait until you escort me to a safe place, then I will tell you. Susun put on a suspicious expression, his voice lacking trust. How do I know you are telling the truth or not? Kylie spoke softly, treating this information as a welcome gift. I heard Mr. Su was ambushed by a foreign shooter last night. I know the perpetrator was the Wild Wolf mercenary team. Hearing that name, he could not help but be surprised. Seeing this, Datura explained, the Wild Wolf mercenary team has only developed in the last 2 years. I heard the person behind it is very wealthy. Before he finished, Kylie cut in to reveal a shocking piece of news. That is correct, the Wilson family. When investigating, my people discovered that the famous God of Death assassin and Shazang of the mercenary team are the same person. After this series of information, Susun vaguely recalled the old man from before. Just as he realized Wilson was them, faced with the revelations and confirmation from Susun, both Datura and Lai Jun were stunned. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, so the boss is also. He was also astonished and continued, you really kept it well hidden. Kylie crossed her arms over her chest, looked at the three of them, and asked softly, so is this intelligence enough to put you at ease? Susun could not hide his surprise, lightly clapped his hands, and nodded in praise. The Middle East Global Trading Company is indeed no ordinary entity. You even found out my secrets. Miss Kylie truly has vast abilities. She quickly waved her hand modestly, closed her eyes and said, even so, I still need your protection. Otherwise, I might not be able to return to headquarters. He boldly asked directly without beating around the bush, may I ask who the enemy of Miss Kylie is? Then he silently reasoned, someone that even the Middle East Global Trading Company cannot handle. Could it be? She calmly answered succinctly, my elder brother. Hearing the target name, Susun pouted, as expected, another family civil war drama. Without any hesitation, Kylie analyzed every detail clearly. Perhaps because I am too outstanding, my brilliance has damaged his dignity. I am afraid he might do something foolish, so I must ensure my safety. Susun stood up solemnly, and the two exchanged a handshake of agreement. He said firmly, please rest assured, miss. After all, this is the first mission since we reunited. The death team will definitely give it our all. She replied trustingly, I am entrusting myself to you. But that sentence seemed to carry a slight misunderstanding, causing him to freeze for a moment before quickly pulling himself together. He replied, okay. He thought to himself, why does this sentence sound so strange? Is this girl flirting with me? The next morning, on a luxury aircraft silently gliding through the white clouds, Inju, still looking half asleep, yawned and complained, why drag me onto a plane so early in the morning? On one side was Susan seriously glued to the computer screen. On the other was the girl complaining as if the sky was falling. So sleepy. A moment later, Jun and Dachura walked over to report, "Boss, 20 minutes until the drop point." She also chimed in to praise, using a parachute jump to sneak in, truly worthy of the boss. Hearing this, Susan not bother to look, casually brushed off the praise and reminded them seriously, "Cut down on the flattery. Miss Kylie has entrusted you all to me. The parachute jump must not have any mishaps." In contrast, Dachura remained calm and confident. "Rest assured, Miss Kylie has undergone special forces training since childhood. Parachuting is as easy as eating candy for her." Just then, Kinju suddenly opened her eyes wide, her gaze flashing as she sensed something unusual. She quickly turned her head back to observe cautiously. Then she leaned close to Sun's ear and informed him, "Master, someone is staring at you." He calmly asked, "What does he look like? Describe him a bit." Kinju stared without looking away, meticulously describing him. Golden blonde hair, an aquiline nose, no beard, a scar on his right eye. It turned out to be John, who was sitting sullenly in the back. Having finished his work, Sun leisurely closed his laptop, not forgetting to throw a playful, deeply meaningful jab. "It seems there are still people who are not convinced by me." As soon as he looked up, he saw Kai Li politely bringing 2 glasses of water over, gently placing them on the table, startling him. She curiously asked softly, "Who is not convinced by you?" Sun answered awkwardly and vaguely before changing the subject, "It is nothing. You look very beautiful in this dress today, miss. It has the taste of a classic beauty from our country." The honeyed words Kylie blush, "Your mouth is so sweet, thank you for the compliment." The two smiled and raised their glasses, toasting in unison, "Cheers." All of this happened right under John's unreadable gaze. Though irritated inside, he could only remain silent, swallowing his anger. During their conversation, an announcement sounded, "We are about to reach the designated airspace. Please prepare to parachute." Two also did not forget to say their goodbyes, "See you later." A few minutes later, white parachutes bloomed in midair, and they jumped out of the plane one by one. Finally, they landed in a clearing in a forest below. The moment he landed safely, Suksun immediately pressed his earpiece and asked urgently, "Mandala, how is Kylie?" The voice on the other end quickly responded, "Landed safely. I will bring her over now." Suksun carefully checked the situation via the map on the screen. Quickly grasping the overall picture, the landing position was according to plan, just waiting for the convoy to pick them up. Dachura looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where is the convoy?" John looked at his phone and replied, "There is no signal here. I will go to higher ground to contact them." He then turned and asked Lai Jun through the communicator, "Big guy, have you seen the convoy?" The other end of the line answered anxiously, "Not yet. I feel something is strange, boss." At that moment, as Kylie was slowly removing her protective gear, something abnormal made Dachura jolt. It turned out that on Kylie's chest, there was a strange red dot. Having sensed the danger in an instant, Dachura rushed over anxiously and pushed her aside. "Danger!" Susun quickly spotted the enemy and shouted a warning. "Enemy spotted. Take cover, big guy. 1 o'clock. Take them out." She was trying to shield Kylie, so she pressed her to the ground and sternly reminded her, "Don't move." Receiving the order from Suksun, Luo Jun immediately ducked behind a mound of earth and fired a continuous barrage without pause. From the fierce battlefield, a panicked scream echoed through the forest. Seeing the critical situation, he immediately pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and shouted, "Fall back." Dalla immediately grabbed Kylie and scrambled away from the scene as fast as possible. Suksun hastily ordered Lei Jun, "Big guy, suppress their fire. Buy us some time." Right in the middle of the chaos, the young lady unexpectedly tripped over a dry branch lying on the ground. She nearly fell headlong, but luckily Dalla caught her in time. "Careful." Kylie was extremely confused, thinking the landing zone was only known to trusted people. So how were they ambushed? Facing her doubtful question, Suksun calmly answered concisely, "Simple, there is a mole," leaving the two girls stunned. When the truth was revealed, she went numb from sheer shock upon seeing the person pulling the strings behind everything. The name involuntarily escaped her lips, John. At the same time, he coldly raised his gun and pointed it directly at the group. He held his gun high, slowly closing in step by step, threatening in a low voice, "Don't move." Kylie was horrified and frantically questioned, hoping he would deny it. "Why you? I trusted you so much." He sneered, questioning her contemptuously. "After all those years of being a loyal dog, did you ever even look at me?" Hearing his goal was just for some fruit juice, Su-sun generously said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you 2 tons. John snapped back, "Shut up." Provoked, he cursed rudely. "What kind of monk nonsense is this? I'll send you to hell." Kinju could not keep her calm. Her face darkened and her voice turned cold. "Who do you want to send to hell?" It made John jump. He was scared out of his wits, his body trembling, his face contorted. But look, Dallas suddenly reached out and grabbed Kylie, shouting an urgent warning, "Get down." In an instant, Su-sun had already drawn a dagger with a very decisive movement. He used a masterful flying dagger technique, accurately throwing it at John's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. He sat down on the ground, his gun flew from his hand, his face twisted in dull pain. Not stopping, Su-sun turned and kicked him straight in the face, blood spurting from his nose. He interrogated him with a harsh voice. How many people? What is the layout? He was stubborn, staggering into a fighting stance, refusing to talk. Don't think you'll get anything from me. If you're a man, fight me one-on-one. Su-sun did not hesitate, aiming his gun directly at John's face with contempt. You think you're worthy of fighting me? Cornered, he knelt down and raised his hands in surrender. Boss, spare my life, I'll talk. There are 300 men, split into 3 groups. The main base is west of the lake. That's all I know. After hearing that, he indifferently turned to Kylie and said sternly, he is your man, you decide. John thought she would still show mercy for old time's sake, so he looked up with pitiful, pleading eyes. But she ruthlessly fired a fatal shot into his head, shattering his illusions on the spot. Done dealing with him, she holstered her gun and said coldly, I hate moles the most, traitors only deserve death. Witnessing the scene, Su-sun smiled with satisfaction and silently praised. Decisive, truly worthy of being the hero. Meanwhile, Lei Jun rushed over to report, Boss, mercenaries are everywhere. Breaking out won't be easy. He observed the terrain and felt a slight relief. Luckily the forest is dense. Let's find a hiding spot first, then plan. Su-sun walked over to Kylie with a knife, his voice respectful. Miss, this dress is not suitable for running. Forgive my rudeness. The next second, he did not hesitate and cut straight through her long skirt. Kylie was embarrassed and reflexively reached down to tug on her skirt. Hey, he quickly explained. This way you won't get caught on branches and give away our position. She had no choice but to submit. I understand. I'll follow your lead. Su-sun sternly ordered Dalla. The miss's safety is your responsibility. Dalla confidently replied. Understood, as long as I live, she will be safe. At that moment, Lei Jun also busily started his task. I'll go scout ahead. After a moment of deliberation, he called for Kinju. She appeared silently and asked softly, Master, what do you need of me? Su-sun pointed. According to John, go find their camp. He darkened his expression. A shadow fell over his eyes, and his lips moved slightly. Then, the night had grown late, but the mercenaries were still tirelessly searching the forest, their flashlights sweeping every inch of the ground. At the same time, Dalla and Lei Jun held their breath, crouched behind the bushes, their eyes tracking every single move. She spoke uneasily. The patrols are getting tighter. The search area is shrinking. Finding this spot is only a matter of time. He asked for advice anxiously. Boss, shouldn't we break out under the cover of darkness? Come morning, and we'll be in trouble. On the contrary, Su-sun leisurely leaned back against a tree. Relax, we don't need to break the encirclement. Kylie, sitting nearby, revealed softly. The traitor is a retired North African security high-ranking. His name is Fernandez. Hearing the name, Dalla and Lei Jun were shocked him. No way, is it Deli's? She added. He was pushed out of the power center, wanted to make some final money before retiring, so he sold you all out. Su-sun seemed uninterested. Why only tell us now? As I recall, our deal was. Kylie lowered her head and whispered, taking me along. You all won't be able to break out. Don't worry about me anymore, just go. Dalla was suddenly stunned, finding it hard to believe she was willing to sacrifice herself for them to escape. Her tears streamed down. She silently dashed off, choking out a final request. Please deliver a message to my parents. Tell them I am sorry. Su-sun gently wiped her tears, his voice deep and warm as he comforted her. Rest assured, I promised I would keep you safe. Kylie asked awkwardly. So why don't you want to break out? Is it because I'm holding you back? Seeing that she figured out, he smiled helplessly. I want to eliminate them. Why we need to break out? The moment he finished speaking, Lei Jun could not hide his shock and cried out. Had the boss lost his mind? Dalla also chimed in, even though he also liked to show off. Taking out 300 mercenaries by themselves was too much. Just then, Kinzu completed the mission and returned to report. It is done. Su-sun quickly responded. All right, good work. Kylie was stunned and asked who he was talking to. He did not answer but stood up abruptly and sternly ordered the team to move out. A short time passed, the scene shifted to a base set up in the forest, which was also the command center of the mercenary group. Inside, the leader slammed the table and stood up with a furious expression. Useless fools, so many people, and you cannot even 4 mice. The subordinate hurriedly reassured him. Rest assured, boss, the inferred detectors have been installed outside. They cannot escape. They must still be hiding somewhere. We will catch them by dawn. William clenched his arm, his tone triumphant. The glory of personally eliminating Satan would surely belong to him. Outside on the observation platform, the guard was tiredly yawning and complaining from lack of sleep. A bullet shot through his head, startling him awake, and before he could react, he died on the spot. Having dealt with that, Su-sun and Lei Jun cautiously crept closer to the base. Another man was about to light a cigarette, and by chance glanced over and caught sight of the 2 people's secret movements. He was startled, immediately raised his gun into a defensive stance and shouted out, someone there. In the blink of an eye, that man was hit by a burst of gunfire from him, collapsing without even a single cry. Hearing the loud noise outside, William was furious, glared outward and roared angrily. What is going on? Saw a panicked subordinate running headlong towards him, gasping to report frantically, "Boss, they are attacking our camp." As the news reached his ears, William clenched his jaw, frowned and thought, actively attacking my headquarters, is he insane? Caught off guard by the surprise attack, the mercenaries had no chance to react. Bullets flew like rain, and one by one they fell. Amidst the chaotic smoke and fire, only Susun and Lei Jun held the line, decisively advancing, firing non-stop. On this side, another squad of mercenaries hurriedly gathered to go out for reinforcements. The squad leader clearly ordered the attack, "Hurry, prepare for battle." Just as he lifted his foot to step forward, he stepped on a mine buried in the ground. The whole group froze in horror. In an instant, a terrifying explosion rang out, sweeping everything away in a violent blaze of smoke and fire. William panicked and shouted, "Why is the rear exploding?" The subordinate struggled to approach and reported, "The rear camp is full of hidden mines, causing heavy losses." William could not believe it. Hidden mines in the camp, how can there be hidden mines? Before he could calm down, he immediately gave the order in an angry voice, "Where are the gunners? Suppress them for me." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Right after that, a heavy-duty dump truck equipped with a large cannon charged forward aggressively. When it closed in on the enemy, the driver gripped the controls tightly, pouring all his rage into the cannon. Damn it, die. But strangely, the mobile artillery did not work, making him panic and yell, "What is going on? Why can it not fire?" A few seconds later, a massive explosion erupted from the rear of the vehicle. Flames burst forth, throwing the gunner out. Witnessing that scene, William was stunned and cursed loudly, "Damn it, the cannon has exploded." Over on the other side, another group of soldiers panickedly checked their gear, their eyes showing clear confusion and fear. "Where is my magazine? Mine is gone too. Is there a ghost or what?" From a distance, a bullet flew through the air, hitting a soldier square in the head. He dropped dead before his stunned comrades. Quickly sensed something wrong, hurriedly lay down and shouted a warning. "There is a sniper, everyone get down." Within the crosshairs of the gun from above were rows of fallen bodies, the rest crawling desperately for cover. The person holding the gun coldly smiled, "Too late to hide now." Riley looked through the binoculars and asked curiously, "Why are they not shooting anymore?" Della replied, "I do not know either, but maybe boss really is a saint." William hid behind a vehicle, frantically radioed, "There is a sniper on the mountain. Where is the artillery? Kill them for me." A reply came back, "All cannon muzzles have been glued shut." He was still furiously cursing when a grenade unexpectedly rolled over from somewhere, making William curiously look down at it. Then, a violent explosion erupted. The vehicle was flipped over in a sea of flame, billowing smoke and fire engulfing everything, creating a scene of chaos. Time passed. The remnants of the explosion still smoldered. The mercenaries lay fallen in scattered heaps. Smoke and fire lingered without extinguishing. Blood-stained hand trembled as it clawed at the barren ground, trying to cling to the last shred of fading consciousness. William crawled weakly out of the wreckage, covered in blood, his breath heavy and unceasing. A pair of legs suddenly appeared before him, startling him into confusion. His eyes immediately looked up in alert. Susun coldly pointed the gun barrel straight at the opponent, his voice harsh. "Where do you think you are going?" William was utterly unwilling to accept that outcome, raised his head and exclaimed, "How in the world could you do this?" He calmly replied succinctly, "You guess." As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet was immediately fired. At that time in Shire, at the headquarters estate of the Middle East Global Trading Company. After receiving the report, Farhan went berserk, furiously smashed the wine bottle in his hand, cursing madly, "Useless trash, cannot even handle a little task. That bitch comes back here, I am dead for sure." He viciously pointed at D. Clean, shouted an order for him to go personally. "If you cannot kill her, do not bother coming back alive, understand?" He immediately obeyed. "Yes, young master, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down." Scene change. Susun's group was on the road leaving. Kylie's voice sounded again, "Just tell me please." She curiously asked repeatedly, "How on earth did you make their camp fall into chaos also? What did John see before he died that made him suddenly act so wildly?" Susun replied without hesitation, "I can only tell you 5 words, listen carefully." Kylie listened with great attentiveness. He leaned close to her face and whispered, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed." She pouted and said, "Hey, are you deliberately messing with me?" Susun laughed and evaded, "I am not." Meanwhile, Dala gave a soft sigh with an unhappy expression. Lei Jun looked at the fuel gauge and saw it was nearly on empty. Quickly reported, "Boss, we need to refuel. Should we refuel in the city or abandon the car and walk?" Susun was still laughing and joking happily with Kylie. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, "I remember there is a town ahead below. Let us go in there to refuel." While his guard was down, he was playfully bitten on the arm by that young lady, causing him to let out an involuntary cry. Sun grumpily asked why she bit people. Kylie wiped the corner of her mouth with a satisfied look and replied, "This is your punishment." Soon their car entered the flying city. Dalla drove while earnestly advising him, "They will definitely not this go. They will likely ambush us inside the city. Be constantly vigilant." He glanced at his phone to check the time. Ben continued, "Thane Bay is the only road to Surrey. If they want to make a move, they will choose here. We are only an hour early." Kylie exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Hearing his analysis, Dalla turned around curiously and immediately asked, "Then why are we still going inside? Let's get out of here." Sun calmly replied, "Hiding forever is no fun. If they want to fight, let them fight." After a while the car stopped. The group quickly pulled into a roadside gas station. The bald, dark-skinned boss walked out and gleefully exclaimed, "Hey, let me see, so cool. So many cool people." Dalla looked annoyed and coldly demanded, "Fill it up, hurry up." Seeing a beautiful woman, his lecherous nature flared up. He leaned against the car door, pulled out a gun, and threatened, "My God, pretty lady, if you have a drink with me, I will pay for your gas." Susan did not even look at him, only kindly reminded, "I suggest you take back those lecherous eyes, or she will blow your head off with a single shot." Seeing his contemptuous attitude, Tom arrogantly stepped forward, pointed his gun at Susan, and loudly threatened, "Hey kid, are you drunk? Dare to touch me once, and see if you leave the flying city alive." His lustful gaze inadvertently fell on the girl Kylie sitting beside him. Tom quickly revealed his perverted nature and blatantly tried to grope her. My God, another hot beauty here. But Susan's hand blocked him. He threw a strong punch to the man's face, then growled a warning, "I warned you, stop being so lustful." Tom fell to the ground in pain, shouting loudly, "You want to die? Then I will grant your wish." He screamed madly, "Kill them all." Immediately, a large crowd of thugs arrived, holding weapons. Luo Jun did not hesitate, drew his gun, pointed it straight into the sky, and fired repeatedly, making the sound of bullets echo loudly. He aimed the barrel at the enemy and roared fiercely, "Who dares to take one step closer?" The whole group was horrified, cold sweat pouring down, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Lei Jun seemed about to charge in, Susan quickly waved his hand to stop him. "Calm down, this is a gas station. I do not want to die from a gas tank explosion." Tom nodded in fear and agreed. "He is right, this is a gas station. If we have a problem, we can settle it with knives. Do not touch the guns anymore, okay?" He stuck his head out and cursed straight at the man's face. "Shut your stinking mouth. If not, I will make sure you become mute. Now, take me to see that bastard Tonus." Hearing the familiar name, Tom froze, his face full of malice as he asked back, "You know my boss?" The scene shifted to a luxurious casino with dazzling, blinding lights, delighted laughter and chatter, and people engrossed in placing bets at the card tables. Tony leaned back on the sofa, leisurely blowing out a puff of cigarette smoke from his mouth. At that moment, a man ran over in a panic to report. Seeing his panicked attitude, Tony asked, "What is it?" The subordinate leaned close to Tony's ear and whispered, "Tom from the gas station brought a Longuo person. Said he wants to meet you." Tony was surprised. "A Longuo person?" Tony's expression changed instantly and he cursed angrily. "How many times have I said it? In my life I hate Longuo people the most, can't you hear me?" The subordinate was still trembling in fear of the boss's rage when a voice rang out, "Hey Tony, why are you so angry?" Tony turned around curiously, his voice involuntarily stuttering. This voice, could it be? Susan leisurely walked in, looked around, and did not forget to ask, "Business is not bad, right?" As soon as he saw him, Tony was terrified and yelled, "Monksha." The subordinate standing beside him was puzzled. "What Monksha?" Susan friendly walked over and locked his neck in a headlock, his voice full of reproach. "Seeing an old friend is like seeing a ghost. Cheer up." Seeing this, Tony's men quickly spoke up, rudely shouting, "Let our boss go, do you want to die?" Tony flew into a rage and turned to curse them. "Damn it, get out. Do you have the right to speak here?" He said calmly, looking at the situation. "Is someone trying to cause trouble?" The subordinates were scared, quickly lowering their heads. "Sir, we apologize to the boss." Time passed, and Tony was now personally pouring wine for him, his voice full of respect. "Boss Monksha, where have you been all these years? I missed you so much." Seeing this, Susan teased, "Is that so? But just now when I came in, I heard you say you hate Longuo people." Hearing that, Tony panicked and quickly cut in to explain. "How could that be? I said I like Longuo people the most, especially those who are as handsome and mighty as you. I have always admired you, willing to go through fire and water for you. It's just that you disappeared for over a year, so I had no chance to show my loyalty." Susan sipped his wine, leisurely getting to the point. "What a coincidence. Today I just happened to need your help with something." Soon the sky turned into the gentle afternoon light of dusk. Declan panicked and stuck his head out the window, quickly signaling, "Hide the cars, scatter, and take cover on both sides of the buildings." The mercenaries, upon receiving the order, lowered their guns and urgently spread out to their hiding positions. Cars were also quickly moved and hidden elsewhere. At this moment, a man in a car confidently reported, "They will pass by here in about half an hour." At that time, with snipers on both sides, even if they grow wings, it will be hard to escape. Declan only hummed in acknowledgement. His face turned sinister, his voice full of contempt. "Miss, please forgive me. In your next life, remember to stay away from power struggles." A sudden explosion erupted. A sea of fire engulfed everything. Light flashed in every corner, burning it all in a horrifying instant. Declan screamed in panic. "What is going on?" The soldier beside him quickly grabbed the radio and urgently transmitted the order. "All units report status." He had just stuck his head out to observe when another man ran desperately to report, "There are bombs already planted inside the building." The very next second, he was riddled with a hail of bullets. Dicky quickly snatched the radio and roared, "Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Everyone stay close to me, form a defensive formation." In the chaos, groups of mercenaries frantically sprayed bullets in all directions, turning the entire area into a battlefield filled with gunfire. The enemies hit by bullets immediately collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Kylie and Susun were enjoying a meal in a luxurious restaurant. She asked him worriedly in a low voice, "Is your friend okay?" Farron's men are all professional mercenaries. Though caught off guard, once they react, their combat power is terrifying. He still calmly looked at the scene outside, gently reassuring her, "Relax, these thugs have no martial ethics when fighting. A big surprise is still coming." Two forces clashed fiercely, each burst of bullets roaring and tearing through the air, plunging the scene into smoke and fire. Declan tried to shout to calm the soldiers. "Hold on, brothers, the reinforcement convoy is coming from the town." One of them shouted excitedly, "Quick, look." Seeing the imposing reinforcement convoy rushing over, everyone could not help but cheer excitedly, "Reinforcements are here. We win." Seeing the situation tipping in his favor, he calmed down significantly, lit a cigar, and smiled smugly. "Good thing I kept a reserve team outside the city. Let's see who can touch me now." Before their joy could fully settle, an extremely loud explosion rang out, completely collapsing the attack path of the reinforcement convoy. Declan's mouth hung open in shock, his voice clearly showing astonishment. "What is this now? An earthquake?" A strange sound rang out, startling the whole group. A few people looked around warily and asked, "What was that noise?" Were horrified to see a massive armored tank charging forward, crushing every obstacle in its path. Kylie watched the chaos with concern and asked what was happening. Susun calmly replied, "In this country, without strength, even the gangsters are nothing." She grew even more confused. "Why would they listen to you?" He recounted, "Back then, Tony and his men were transporting goods, and I robbed them." Kylie was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Susun continued, "All of Tony's subordinates were killed, but he spared the man's life, and they became friends from then on." The convoy was in danger. The people inside screamed as they saw the support vehicles fleeing. "Attack! Don't let the tank get close!" That moment, the tank fired a powerful shell straight into the line of support vehicles. The violent explosion flung both people and vehicles into the air, then crushed everything in a deadly cloud of smoke and fire. Time passed and Declan was tied up and brought before Susun. "Don't move, be honest." Tony placed his hand on the old man's shoulder, reporting that he had dragged him out of a sewer pipe. He might be the ringleader. Kylie recognized the familiar face at a glance, but found it hard to believe. "So it's him?" Susun asked curiously. "You know him?" She replied, "The butler of my eldest brother, his trusted confidant. I didn't expect him to lead people to kill me." He stepped closer, his tone sarcastic. "It seems the young master has been disillusioned." The old man looked up at Kylie, his eyes pleading. "Miss, spare me. I know all of the young master's shady dealings. I'll report them to the master." Tony handed him a tablet. "We found this on him, you might need it." Susun smiled contentedly. "No need for a confession. Handle him as you wish." The old man lost all dignity, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Miss, spare me. I'll be your dog. I'll do anything you want." Kylie replied contemptuously, "A bastard with no principles." With that, she drew a gun from its holster. She slowly raised the gun, its cold barrel pointing at the trembling old man. "My second brother didn't treat you badly, but it turns out you were just an errand boy." Without another word, she coldly ended his life with a single shot to the forehead. Afterwards, she staggered and fell into Susun's arms, breathing heavily. He gently supported her, calming her. "Take it easy. There's still the main business to attend to." Susun looked at her with gentle eyes, putting her heart at ease. "No one should stop you from going home now." Suddenly, Tony's voice rang out from behind. "Wait." Both of them turned around in surprise. He asked, "How's the tank?" "I have guns, I have men, I even have a tank." "How much do you think my strength has improved?" Susun did not reply immediately, only asked back indifferently, "Compared to when?" Tony flashed a sinister smile. "Compared to the time your group killed my men." Susun turned around, his eyes calm as he faced him. What do you mean by that? He flew into a rage, raising his gun as a threat and yelling, still pretending to be stupid. Tony shouted excitedly, back then, when my business was booming, you wiped me out, forcing me to swallow my pride in this godforsaken place. Now that we meet again, let's settle the score. Susun was unafraid, pointing at himself softly. Tony, do you know why I spared your life back then? Because I knew you were a very simple kid. Losing patience, he cursed. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. The underling standing nearby found it strange and reminded him, boss, look at your face. Tony snapped. What? The underling pointed at his face. You're in a sniper's crosshairs. Susun smirked, saying cheerfully, let me correct you, it's not a sniper rifle. It's an infrared grenade launcher with a 10-meter blast radius. All of Tony's underlings panicked and searched. Grenade. Tony alone refused to believe it, rudely snarling. Don't think you can scare me. The two long-range shooters, Dala and Lai Jun, were chatting. The boss didn't let us show up because he wanted to keep an escape route. He really does see further ahead. Still calm, Susun challenged. If you don't believe me, shoot. The words left Tony speechless. In the suffocating atmosphere, the gun in his hand suddenly fell to the ground with a dry clatter. Having been aggressive just 10 minutes earlier, he now smiled apologetically and explained, boss, I just wanted to joke with you. Susun knelt on one knee, deliberately probing Tony's fear. Is that so? It was quite a fun joke. It made him kneel in fear and beg, boss, spare me. I was momentarily blinded. Just forget it. He had an idea. If you want to live, fine. But you have to help me with this one last thing. Tony saw hope and agreed immediately. All right, I'll do it. A moment later, Susun raised his phone to take a photo. Good. Stand up straight, smile. That's right. It turned out he had made Tony and all his underlings strip naked and wear two-piece bikinis, posing for the camera. Let's take a few more shots. After a while, he handed the phone to Kylie with satisfaction. If you ever have any trouble in the future, just look for them. If they disagree, just post those photos online. Though a bit awkward, she didn't dare refuse. Okay. The two quickly turned and left. He called back, goodbye my friends. Ala and Lai Jun got in the car and found Susun waiting. She asked, boss, the mission was to escort Kylie to Thori. Why did you arrange those things for her afterwards? Kylie was silent, looking at him timidly. Susun answered vaguely, nothing, I just wanted to mess with them a bit. Lai Jun teased gleefully. I don't believe that. You must like Miss Kylie. You wanted to leave someone to protect her. Dala agreed. Susun smiled helplessly. Believe whatever you want. Along the way, they kept teasing him. Or maybe you should stay and become the son-in-law of the Middle East company? She burst out laughing. Susun got angry. Keep talking nonsense and get out of the car. Time passed quietly at the headquarters of the Middle East Global Trade Company in Thori. The four of them arrived easily, causing Dala to suspect. No obstacles the whole way? Lai Jun had a bad feeling. I have a very bad premonition. Kylie quickly reassured them. Relax, here is my father's domain. No one dares to cause trouble. Everything is over. Susun replied softly, I hope it's over. At that moment, in Naos's office, Farhan knelt down and begged earnestly. I beg you, father, don't take away my right of inheritance. I will do 1,000 times better than Kylie. He stubbed out his cigar and growled angrily, foolish child, do you really think I don't know what you've done? He could not refute his father's accusations. You've made several moves, and you couldn't even touch a single hair on your sister's head. Your performance has been too disappointing. So, I have no intention of revoking your inheritance rights. With that, Naos pointed his gun directly at Farhan, his face icy cold. I will take your worthless life. At that moment, Kylie led everyone into the grand hall. As soon as she stepped in, a man met her. Miss, you must be tired, he reported seriously. The boss has arranged for you to rest first. You can meet him tomorrow. She said urgently, I have urgent business and need to see him immediately. The man calmly replied, if it's about young Master Farhan, you don't need to speak to the boss anymore. Those words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Farhan had died 5 minutes ago, leaving Kelly frozen, her face pale, her eyes filled with disbelief at the truth. On the other side, Tara came over and put her arm around his shoulder, pointed ahead and exclaimed, boss, look. Following the direction of her finger, 2 doctors were hurriedly moving a corpse outside. Glancing at the pale arm sticking out, a faint 6-pointed star tattoo was visible on it. Kelly covered her mouth, her eyes full of terror. There was no mistaking it. She stammered, her throat choked up. That tattoo belongs to Farhan. Even as an outsider, Lui Jun could not believe it. I don't understand. How could a father kill his own child in a cousin's feud? Susun analyzed calmly. Because Farhan lost, he lost his inheritance qualification. Sun had no regard for human nature. The loser had to disappear. Otherwise, the boss would be looked down upon by the shareholders. After speaking, he gave a signal and said, let's go. Kelly burst into sobs, crying out in pain, Farhan, why did it come to this? Susun gently encouraged, once you step into the deep pit, that is your fate, be strong. Just as the 4 were about to leave, several bodyguards blocked their path. Tara said angrily, what's this? We can't look, and we can't leave either. Vin Ho suddenly appeared from behind and announced, Miss Kelly may leave, but Satan must come with me. The boss wants to see you. Lu Jun turned his face back and retorted irritably, we are Miss Kelly's bodyguards, not your bosses. He can't just order us around. Suk-sun immediately agreed, it's fine, let's see what the big boss wants to do. You two escort the young lady home. Tara was astonished, boss, you don't need us to wait for you? He walked away with Vin Ho, waving his hand to reassure, go back, I won't be far. Witnessing this, Kelly involuntarily called out, Mr. Su. Soon Vin Ho brought him to meet Niles, announcing, Boss Satan is here. The man stood with his back to the glass window, saying with admiration, Mr. Satan, you look younger than I imagined. Suk-sun shrugged and joked, I am actually 50 years old, just look young, do you believe that? Niles turned around and politely invited, Mr. Satan has a good sense of humor, please have a seat. He had no time to waste and got straight to the point, Mr. Niles surely didn't invite me just to hear jokes. If you have something to say it directly. Niles suddenly spoke with reproach, Kelly managed to hire the mercenary king as an escort. Because of your appearance, I had to kill my own son with my own hands, and now I am in great pain. He replied indifferently, blaming me, then I'll be going now. The man changed his attitude, his voice threatening, leaving isn't so easy. As compensation, you must stay and serve me for 5 years. I will pay to rebuild the death squad. Suk-sun tilted his head, I absolutely hate being threatened. Is this a threat? Niles laughed excitedly. What do you think? He looked at the countless red dots of sniper sights on his body and said wearily, this trick again. If you dare to act rashly, you will be shot to pieces immediately. Suk-sun said coldly, his hand moving, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Niles laughed gleefully, my men have checked, you have no weapons on you. Meanwhile, the ashtray was being lifted by him using a secret technique. The floating object made Niles' face change color. His face turned pale, his eyes wide open and cold sweat broke out. Niles could not believe his eyes and shouted, what is this? Suk-sun waved his hand, sorry for startling you. Mr. Niles, there are many things in this world you have not seen. He deliberately called Kinshu out, and she held the ashtray, passing it back and forth, dazzling him. Niles shouted, impossible, it must be an illusion. Suk-sun sneered, truly stubborn to the point of foolishness. He shattered the ashtray into pieces before Niles' eyes, startling him. Suk-sun continued, I wanted to go easy on you, but you threatened me with a gun, truly not knowing your limits. Niles stared in horror as the cigar and lighter slowly floated up as if possessed. He clipped the cigar, controlled the lighter, lit it naturally, then said, sit down, Niles. Why are you standing? Niles' face was covered in cold sweat, and he forced out a question, how did you do that? Suk-sun ignored him. Why are you sweating so much? The room must be too hot. Suk-sun ordered Kinshu, lower the temperature. She responded nimbly, understood. She reached out her hand, twisted it gently in the air, and immediately created swirling snow and ice, with cold air spreading out. The room was quickly enveloped in frost, and Niles stood motionless, his eyes shocked and speechless. He sat down in fear, shrinking into a corner. Suk-sun taunted, Mr. Niles, you were quite imposing just now. Why can't you stand steady now? Niles crawled closer, wretched and trembling, his mouth pleading earnestly. I beg your forgiveness. I am willing to do anything to make amends. He threw away his dignity, pressing his face to the ground. Please let me be your loyal servant. He replied with contempt, my servant? I'm afraid you are not qualified. At that moment, Kylie rushed in anxiously. Nah. But the scene before her made her stammer. What is this? Niles cried out, while Suk-sun seemed to freeze. After a moment of surprise, he quickly helped the man up, his eyes shifting, and he said calmly, Mr. Niles was looking for something. The man played along. Right, where did that coin fall? Kylie looked dumbfounded. A coin? Niles saw his daughter's timid expression and thought, he has feelings for Kylie. If I let them be together and have her bear his child, then... Suk-sun did not want to linger and quickly left. I've said my piece, you two take your time talking. Niles urged Kylie, what are you standing there for? Hurry and see him off. She was confused. See him off. I hired him to come here. Niles darted outside but quickly reminded her, put on some nice makeup, invite Master Su to eat, talk, take a walk, do whatever it takes to keep him here. Night gradually fell over Kylie's vast mansion. Dala lay sprawled on the sofa relaxing and saying, Miss Kylie is very hospitable, keeping us here for 2 days, perfect for resting. Loi Tuan was busy lifting weights and asked, boss, the next step is to settle the debt with Delis, right? Suk-sun was absorbed in his phone and answered briefly, not urgent yet. Before dealing with him, I need to go to the US. At the same time, a voice rang out, Mr. Su. All three of them turned back curiously. Kylie appeared in a flowing long dress, exuding a gentle and noble air. She slightly bowed her head, her eyes hesitant and shy as she spoke. Could I invite you to join me for dinner? The outdoor dinner party was held elegantly under romantic candlelight. Kylie spoke apologetically. Although the food here is not as varied as in Long Country, it is still delicious. Suk-sun savored the meal and nodded in approval. Yes, the sauce is good. This is a top-grade steak. Their eyes accidentally met. He suddenly froze, his heart skipped a beat, and he himself did not understand why. At that moment, she stared blankly into the distant space, her face carrying a hint of deep thought she could not hide. Seeing this, Suksun gently asked with concern, "Miss Kylie, what's wrong?" Kylie quickly recovered her composure and answered casually, "It's nothing." After a long hesitation, she gathered her courage and quietly asked, "Will we have a chance to meet again?" Hearing this, he had already guessed somewhat, but deliberately pretended not to know to tease her. "What's the matter? Can't bear to see me go." Kylie lowered her head in embarrassment. "You are a very charming man." Suksun smiled brightly, his tone smug. "Miss Kylie has good taste, but to be honest, I already have a girlfriend." Unexpectedly, she indifferently denied it. "You misunderstand, I never said I would marry you." Kylie cautiously confided, her voice full of sadness. "I have to inherit the family business, so I am resigned to never marrying anyone in this life. Otherwise, the family business would fall into someone else's hands." Then she hesitantly made a request, "So, can you come to my room tonight? Don't worry, I won't trouble you." After hearing this, Kinzu frowned resentfully. What gives her the right? Even she can cut in front of me. As for Suksun, he just smiled and replied, "Well, about this." Immediately after, he picked up the fork in his hand and said with amusement, "You'd better consult your parents a bit first." The fork was thrown with determination, heading straight for the person eavesdropping behind the bushes. A startled cry rang out, and Kylie stood up sharply. "Who's there?" The person who appeared was Neos. He stuck his head out and gave an awkward smile. "Young master, you are truly a master. I hid so well and you still found me." The sudden appearance caught her completely off guard. "Ah," Suksun warmly invited. "Since Mr. Neos is here, why not sit and have something to eat?" But Neos quickly declined. "No, I've already eaten. I came to give something to Kylie, and then I'll leave." When she stepped closer, he quickly thrust something secret into her hand and whispered in her ear, "Take this. Your father has already poked a hole in it. You must get pregnant tonight." She was utterly bewildered. "What is this?" Before turning to leave, Neos looked back and raised his thumb, warmly advising, "My girl, bravely pursue your happiness. Don't mind the family rules. As long as he is the one you like, all your father's assets belong to him." Those words left Kylie stunned in disbelief. Did father take the wrong medicine? He let out a delighted laugh, waving his hand in farewell. "Sorry to bother you. I'm just a barrel," you have to reply. You're in awe of your father now. Kylie, embarrassed, did not dare look at him, her eyes carrying a hint of sadness, her words faltering awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I didn't know he followed me here. He really wants me to marry you, but..." Saying this, she couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears streaming down her face. "I know I am not worthy of you. I simply like you, that's all." Suksun gently stepped forward, draped his arm over her shoulder, his gaze tender, his actions full of warmth. "Don't cry anymore, silly girl." Suksun tilted his head and took the initiative to say, "I've eaten enough. Take me to your place for a bit. It's a little cold outside." Kylie gave a faint, shy smile. Time passed quickly. Outside Kylie's villa, a black car was parked silently in the pale evening sunlight. Niall sat in the car, arms crossed, snickering next his set. "Once Kylie bears his flesh and blood, let's see how he escapes." Just as he was feeling smug, Suksun suddenly appeared and interrupted. "What are you here to deliver this time?" He was startled and answered flustered, "I was just passing by. My car ran out of gas." He said with a bright smile, "I suddenly remembered two things I wanted to ask your Mr. Neos for help with." The scene shifted to the Wisconsin International Financial Building. A luxury car pulled in, flanked by 2 rows of bodyguards bowing respectfully in greeting. The new head of the Wilson family, Aunt Wilson, yelled into his phone while puffing on a cigar. "What? You can't find him. I sent you to Dragon Country to kill, not to go on a vacation." He gnashed his teeth in a threat. "I'll give you 10 more days. If you don't get the god's head, I'll take your dog's life." He roared, "Damn it, a bunch of walnuts for brains." Just then, Jiang walked over, pointed a finger at him, and said in a seductive voice, "Boss, don't be angry. Let me cool you down." She gave a lewd smile and whispered, "Then let's do it in the car." Jiang placed her hand on his chest, her face blushing. "Oh boss, you're so..." Before they could do anything, the driver slammed on the brakes, throwing the 2 of them forward. Ed and Jiang fell to the car floor from the inertia. He yelled, "How the hell are you driving? You want to die?" The driver turned his head back, his voice panicked. "Boss, there's someone up ahead." In the distance, Susun's back was visible, as if he was waiting for someone. He pointed straight at him and angrily shouted, "It's just a madman. If he wants to die, I'll grant his wish. Step on the gas and run him over for me. I want to grind him into dust." The driver had no choice but to obey and sped off. Suddenly, from behind, a car raced forward, cut into their lane, and slammed into his car. The 2 cars collided violently, and Jiang's panicked scream could be heard from inside. He clicked his teeth together and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Luo Jun was the one driving the other car. He didn't even bother with the dent in his own car, just chuckled and said, "Got you." He finally realized what was happening, rubbing his head while cursing loudly. "So you want to kill me? You bunch of morons, you dare to mess with me." Suksun, still with his hands in his pockets, turned to hear the shouting from Ant's car. "My car is bulletproof and explosion-proof, the best in the world. It can even withstand tanks. You think you punks can do anything to me?" He arrogantly arrogantly declared war. My security team will be here in 3 minutes. You're all going to get beaten up. Just then, a fleet of black cars was speeding towards them. In an instant, one of the cars spontaneously exploded. Immediately, several others suffered the same fate. Several thugs stuck their heads out of the windows, muttering, "What's going on? There's a sniper outside." Though it wasn't a coincidence. Ladala had attacked with a sniper rifle. She announced over the radio, "Boss has sealed off the Winston building. Not even a single ant will be allowed in." He was still loudly challenging, "One more minute, and my people will be here. It's too late for you to run now." At the same time, the driver had to make a frantic call. "Hello, security team." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was stunned by the answer. "What? The road is blocked by fire. The guards are seriously injured and can't be deployed." Luo Jun got out of the car with a gun in his hand and sneered, "I bet you can't even smile anymore now, can you?" He was burning with rage and screamed into the phone, "You bunch of brainless idiots. If you can't get here, then don't bother coming. All of you can get lost tomorrow." He walked straight up and fired his gun, shattering the car's window glass. Inside the car, he raised a finger and said in a most insolent tone, "I told you it's useless. You think that piece of junk gun of yours can break my glass." Luo Jun was helpless and could only curse, "You bastard." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Don't be hasty." Susun stepped forward, raised his hand to stop him, then spoke, "Antwison, let me warn you one thing." He stood inside, sweat streaming down his face as he heard your declaration. His life had only 30 seconds left. He held the gun in his hand, his sharp eyes staring at him. He placed his hand on the car window provocatively. "I thought you had some secret weapon. Turns out it's just an old worn-out gun." Susun said nothing, pressing the gun barrel against the car window. He was still in the mood to clutch his stomach and burst out laughing to provoke him. "Keep pretending, don't stop." He let out a laugh, his index finger pulling the trigger, flames blazing from the barrel. Without further hesitation, Susun fired, shooting out a fiery bullet. The bullet shot straight forward, embedding itself into the car window, creating countless cracks. He widened his eyes, sweat pouring out, looking at the cracks and shouting in panic, "You!" Before he could utter another word, he fired again, causing him to retreat in panic, screaming in terror. Susun reloaded, looking at the shattered glass and warning, 5 seconds left. He hurriedly opened the opposite car door screaming for help. He stood watching and muttered. He scrambled frantically across the roadside median. Just as he reached the other side of the road, the number stopped at A. He ran desperately forward without noticing a car speeding straight toward him. Susun said in a low voice, "Alas," as if sensing the approaching danger, and suddenly froze, turning his head to look at the car. Crash, the car couldn't brake in time, ramming straight into him. He witnessed everything but only spoke coldly. The two people left in the car panicked and begged, "Boss, please don't kill us, we're just hired help." Susun raised the gun and instructed, "Don't worry, you won't die. Wait for me to deliver a message to the Wilson family." He emphasized, "No matter who the next head of the family is, come find me quickly. God is not afraid to erase the Wilson family from this planet." Scene transitioned to the Wisen family's conference meeting room. The old man sat in the air-conditioned room with sweat pouring down like rain, wiping his sweat while giving orders. That damn younger brother, who didn't he provoke? But he had to provoke the Grim Reaper. Immediately announce on the dark web, "The Wilson family forever admits defeat to the god of assassins." The remaining people shouted. In a quiet space, the sky was clear blue, sunlight gently filtering through the leaves. Susun's team gathered to celebrate. Dala chewed noisily and asked curiously, "Boss, if it were me, I'd blow up the whole building, no need for all this fuss." He picked up a piece of meat and answered slowly, "The target was Winston, not mass murder. I need to accumulate some merit for myself." Hearing this, Lai Jun and the girl both looked at Susun with confusion. Accumulate merit, is that the words of the god of assassins? Dala tilted her head slightly in confusion. "That's right. The boss's words reminded me, did you and Miss Kylie use protection?" Susun closed his eyes and answered, "No. Anyway, that thing was torn." She worried and complained, "Heavens, then weren't you tricked by that old man? What if Miss Kylie gets pregnant with your child? Then wouldn't you?" He raised his glass, pausing mid-drink. "Long country has a saying. Do you know what it means?" Dala quickly hugged Susun's arm and coaxed, "Then show me tonight." He tapped his phone to remind, "Restrain yourself." He witnessed this scene, eating while mocking. "Dala, restrain yourself. Your tone gives me goosebumps." Now he was dark-faced on the phone. "Have you confirmed?" "Good, we'll be right there." Susun stood up, draped his arm over Dala's shoulder and ordered, "Stop eating. Let's go back immediately." She froze and asked, "What's wrong?" Lei Jun was still gnawing on a piece of meat and suggested, "Wait until we finish eating before going. I like this steakhouse the most." He agreed immediately. "Fine, eat slowly, I'll take Dala back for revenge." Dala repeated in confusion, "Revenge?" Susun relayed, "Niles just told me. Fernandelis will appear at the company meeting tomorrow." This sentence made him spit out the steak. Scene transitioned to a bustling street. A few young girls were calling out, "Big brother, come play, we have new girls here." A seemingly old car screeched to a halt. Leijon's group stepped out. Dala wondered, "There's still a distance to the Helios Manor, why stop here?" Susun replied, "Can't startle the snake." As soon as they saw him, the long-legged girls surrounded him, their voices sweet. Handsome big brother, please come in and play. Little sister will give you a 50% discount. Soo-sun quickly pulled her out to take the heat. So sorry, I have a girlfriend. The girls sighed in disappointment. Is that so? Too bad. He didn't forget to point at Lee Jun and reveal this big brother has been single for a long time. Not only that, he's also very rich. He startled and yelled, hey. Group quickly pounced on the fat prey. We have all kinds of services here. Come and experience it, big brother. Lee Jun reached out and called boss. Soo-sun leisurely left with Dalla, whose face was flushed, not forgetting to say goodbye. Afterwards, he took his hand off her and commented, that kid is still young, should let him have some fun. Suddenly, Soo-sun noticed something strange and asked, why is your face so red? She covered her burning face and excused, it's nothing, I think I have a fever. Scene transitioned to night at the North African Security Company headquarters, Sunflower Manor. Place was heavily guarded by security with long rifles. He and Dalla hid behind a large tree. She observed through binoculars and reported, I see that bastard Fernandez. Do you want me to shoot him dead? At this distance, I guarantee I'll hit him right on the nose. Soo-sun placed his hand on Dalla's shoulder to stop her. That would be easy for him. Just then, Lee Jun escaped and ran over, grumbling, boss, why did you all leave me alone? He opened his shirt to show several hickeys, his face twisted in complaint. Those women were terrifying. I'd rather fight 10 burly men than deal with them. Soo-sun raised his thumb and teased 40 minutes. For a first-timer, that's a great achievement. He was misunderstood and couldn't explain. No, I didn't. Dalla announced, boss, the banquet has started. When do we go in? He quickly made a call. The voice on the other end delivered the message. Mr. Soo, the matter you instructed me to handle has been arranged properly. Soo-sun praised. Good. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Neil. After that, he put the phone in his pocket and said, we can go in now. She asked curiously, what task did you ask Neil to do? 3 of them walked in together. A guard pointed and shouted, stop right there. Who are you? Soo-sun pointed inside and replied, I'm here for the banquet. That man threatened, I've never seen you before. This is an internal company banquet. Unrelated people leave immediately. But the person standing beside him remained silent. Seeing that expression, he looked into the man's eyes and said, it seems you've recognized me. He was startled, sweat covering his face. That person awkwardly raised his hand in greeting, boss, hello. He bowed his head, turned his palm inward, and invited, please come in. Thank you. Guard from earlier saw this and whispered, who exactly is he? I know all the bosses here, but I've never seen this person before. That person turned around and asked, do you know the North African Security Company used to be #1 in the world, but why did it fall to 3rd place? He answered immediately, I know back then the deck nail team was completely wiped out, and from then on the company fell into decline. He raised 3 fingers, his voice implying that the team was almost completely wiped out, with only 3 survivors, one of whom had the codename Shatten. The next words from that person made the other freeze on the spot. It turned out the man from earlier was Shatten himself. The twilight gradually descended, covering the entire space, a man reaching out for a golden glass of wine. Dalla looked into the distance and reminded that Delis was on the other side. Soo-sun followed his gaze and nodded in response. On the other side, 2 old men were hand in hand with beautiful young women. The young man raised his glass to flirt with a girl, saying, do you know, at that moment I took a step back like this. That young man accidentally bumped into Soo-sun. The wine glass in his hand shook and spilled over. Fox tightened his grip on his glass, turned his head and shouted loudly, which blind bastard is not watching where he is going? He heard that and turned back, frowning at him. Fox was startled, threw his glass to the ground and stood at attention. Hello, boss. Crowd witnessing this whispered among themselves, isn't that, am I seeing things? Soo-sun calmly declared, I am back. Everyone around shouted in unison clearly, hello, boss. Ken and Delis both turned their eyes toward him. He could not help but rejoice, hugging Soo-sun tightly. Shatten, welcome back. He patted his back gently. Sorry, boss, for being late for so long. Still haven't had a chance to ask how you are. He leaned back to look at Soo-sun. It is fine. As long as you are willing to return, I will allocate the best manpower for you to rebuild the deck nail team. But his mind was elsewhere. Mr. Delis seems not to welcome my return. Ellis crossed his arms and sneered, just a failure who ran away after a mission. I do not know why you are coming back. That remark touched his pride, causing Soo-sun to show a sharp expression. I came back to kill you. He was startled and panicked, stammering, kill me. He warned sternly, Shatten, this joke is not funny. He pointed straight at Delis, exposing his true face. I am not joking. 4 years ago the heavy losses Decknail suffered in the ambush, because he sold us out. Delis denied it vehemently. Nonsense, I am a senior in the company. You say I sold you out, do you have evidence? The crowd began to murmur. Ever since Deathnail met with that incident, the company has been in decline. That does not help him. Could Shatten be mistaken? That is right, what motive would Delis have? He looked unconvinced, probing Shatten. You cannot talk recklessly about this. Do you have evidence? Soo-sun crossed his arms and said arrogantly, I, Shatten, want to kill someone. Do I need evidence? He furrowed his brows, speechless. You. He angrily stepped forward to demand justice for his friend Shatan. I advise you not to cause trouble. You have great merits, but you cannot arbitrarily kill someone in front of me. Ellis pointed and accusingly gave an order. I think the 3 newcomers are the problem. Men, arrest this traitor. In his heart, he thought 4 years ago you barely escaped death. Today I will finish it. The bodyguards immediately rushed in, guns in hand, shouting in unison, yes sir. Stood still, only asking in a low voice, do you dare to shoot me? He aimed down the sight, answered tremblingly, sorry boss, this is my duty. Suk-sun raised his phone, reminding, it seems you still do not understand the situation. Then let me set off some fireworks for you to see, he exclaimed in surprise, fireworks. At the other end, Suk-sun's men quickly responded, order received, along with the carefully prepared artillery. Right after the clear shout rang out to open fire, it was also the moment the shells were launched. The people on this side looked up at the shells flying in, still muttering to themselves, what is that? A thunderous explosion sounded, the shells fell to the ground, detonating right in the middle of the courtyard. At this moment, Delis and Ken could only cover their heads and lie on the ground, screaming in panic, oh God help. A soldier rushed in hastily to report, boss, big trouble. Suddenly, an armed group with powerful firepower appeared outside. At the same time, warships and helicopters appeared in the sky. He lowered his hand, his eyes sharp as a knife, his voice bitter, now I want to kill you, do I still need evidence? Delis knelt down on his knees, and he also looked up in shock witnessing it. Those few there could not help being terrified. Where did this force come from? With our meager firepower, we would be blown to pieces in the blink of an eye. Suk-sun calmly drew his gun, spun it provocatively. You tell me, now I want to kill you, do I need evidence anymore? He stepped back, pointing and shouting, do not think you can bully people with your power. Justice lies in people's hearts, under everyone's eyes. Once you pull the trigger, before he could finish, a bullet whizzed past Delis's ear, leaving him dumbfounded and unable to react. He pointed the still smoking muzzle solemnly at Delis, admitting, I fired the shot, so what? He gently touched his bleeding earlobe, terrified. Delis finally kowtowed and begged, Shatan, please do not kill me. It was because my mind was momentarily clouded. I am willing to make amends, any amount of money is fine, as long as you spare my life. He was astonished by his confession. Everyone's eyes widened as they exclaimed in shock. He confessed. It actually was him. You beast, you still have the face to beg for mercy. Everyone raised their hands to cheer Suk-sun on. Kill him, kill that beast, his death is not regrettable. Delis tightly hugged his leg, crying and pleading, boss, please save me. I have followed you for so many years. I have always been loyal and devoted to you. Ken could do nothing but stall for time. Shatan, first, please calm down. Give me some time, I will definitely give you a proper answer. His face darkened as he refused, no matter what your answer is. It cannot be worthy of the deaths of my brothers. Seeing himself being disregarded, he shouted loudly, I do not care who you are now. If you kill someone here, it means you do not take me seriously. Quickly withdraw the armed forces outside. Do you hear me? Without a word, Suk-sun immediately fired a bullet through Delis's head. A second later, he collapsed, blood spilling all around, much to the shock of that man. He was furious, grinding his teeth as he called out, you. He did not bother to explain, only looked at the information from the system panel. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 1 is to find the truth behind the failed mission 4 years ago and avenge your teammates. 2 is to complete the first recruitment mission in Liu Cheng and receive the vehicle control skill. Suk-sun threw the gun down, said he had achieved his goal so he wouldn't bother anymore, then turned and left. But right at that moment, a shout stopped him. He glanced back and asked the man what else he wanted. Ken thrust his hands into his coat pockets, his voice full of threat. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Just leaving like that? Suk-sun whistled cheerfully in reply. I don't think so. That man felt deeply annoyed. Ken pointed his gun at Suk-sun and roared that if he walked away like this, it would be a challenge to North African security. That man thought to himself, letting someone else kill in front of him, and then swaggering away. How could he lead the team in the future? Suk-sun turned back and threatened. You need to understand, North African security did not create Death Nail. Death Nail created North African security. Without me, Death Nail is nothing, and North African security is just a joke. Ken prepared to pull the trigger, cursing furiously. Bullets were fired, but Suk-sun dodged them all with ease. In less than a second, he had a firm grip on Ken's wrist. Being controlled, Ken had to drop his gun. Suk-sun leaned in and whispered, daring to shoot me, you have a lot of courage. That man could only threaten. Do you dare to touch me? Tired of living? The king of assassins is coming, I'll let him kill you. Suk-sun was not afraid, but rather intrigued, and whispered, is that so? Interesting. Let me tell you a secret. I am Satan. Suk-sun leaned close to Ken's ear and revealed more. I am also God. Ken's face turned pale. He stammered and shouted, what are you saying? I can't believe it. Suk-sun retorted, what fun is there in lying to you? If you don't believe me, go investigate. The Wilson family surely knows my identity very well. Ken took out his phone and ordered everyone to retreat. The game was over. The sky grew darker. Dalla pressed the remote control to turn on the car lights. As the three were about to get into the car, a sudden voice called out, "Boss." Soon turned around, guessing. "What is it? Do you want to avenge Delis?" He looked at the crowd before him, arrogantly saying, "This little number of people hardly seems enough." They all stood at attention simultaneously, determinedly shouting in unison, "Please, boss, lead us to create glory once more. We want to leave North African security with you." Sun hesitated. I'm afraid it can't be done again," he thought to himself. "I thought there was going to be a fight." Who knew they were all fanboys? They remained resolute. "We are willing to live and die following you. Where you go, we go." He crossed his arms helplessly and muttered. Dalla, standing beside him, spoke for them. "Boss, take them in." Sun got straight to the point. "Are you joking? I'm in the Dragon Kingdom, bringing in international mercenaries. Do you want the government to attack me?" Dalla chuckled and replied, "Then I won't interfere, you handle it yourself." He rubbed his head and sighed. "If you guys really want to break away from North African security, I can sponsor the establishment of a new company. Still the same work, what do you all think?" Everyone was extremely moved, thanking the boss in unison. Sun turned to assign tasks to Dalla. "The two of you find Niels, tell him to handle the location and funds. With a major client being the Middle Eastern Trading Company, development won't be a problem." Dalla immediately acknowledged the order. Dalla wondered, "The two of us go, what about you, boss?" Sun held up his phone, full of threatening icons from Kin. He broke out in a sweat and lamented, "I've been out this time for too long. If I don't go back, I'm dead." Having said that, he got in the car and sped off, telling them to call if anything came up. Dalla stood frozen in admiration. So even the invincible have a weakness. 2 days later, in the dead of night at his villa, Kinju saw Sun sneaking around and asked, "Master, why aren't you going through the gate?" He knelt down to look inside, whispering, of course to create a surprise, "Damn it, why is the window locked so tight?" She complained, "Throughout the whole journey, I've been devoted to you. I've never seen you care about anyone like that." Sun was speechless and coaxed her, "Don't make a fuss. Aren't you the one who crawls in my bed every day?" Kinju blushed, recalling the scene of her hugging him to sleep, and said coquettishly, "I only wanted to hug you to sleep." He thought to himself, good thing she didn't do anything else. Sun turned around and gently opened the window. He softly jumped through the window into the bathroom. Inside the room was a bathtub and a closed shower curtain. Sun knelt down, grinning slyly, coming home and already hitting the jackpot. Is it Kin or Wuru? Suddenly he heard the voices of two people outside. "Sis, fireflies. Where? Take me to see." Sun turned his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. How come the two of them are outside? Then who is in here? Right at that moment, the person in the bathtub gently pulled aside the curtain. He turned back at a loss for what to do. In the misty steam, the silhouette of a seductive young woman appeared. It was none other than Liu Yu. Her mouth fell open, her face flushed bright red. Sun raised both hands and tightly shut his eyes. "I didn't see anything." The voices of the other two drifted in. "Why is the bathroom window open? Liu Yu is still bathing. Shall we go check?" His face turned pale. Sun looked back, terrified. "Damn it. If they see me, I won't be able to wash this clean even if I jump into the Yellow River." Liu Yu said nothing, reaching out to grab his collar. She used all her strength to pull him into the bathtub, and he let out a cry. Ouch. Wu Rao and Kin stood by the window worriedly. "Liu Yu, are you okay? Why is the window open?" Liu Yu quickly pulled the curtain to cover Sun, then stuck her head out and gave a forced smile. "It's fine. I wanted to open the window for some air." He sat frozen, holding his breath, listening to them chat. They closed the window for her and she thanked them. Uru muttered as she closed the window. "After all, it's the first floor. This girl really loves life." Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Close call, narrowly escaped disaster. He and Liu Yu sat in the corner of the room, thanking her for helping him. She sat with her knees drawn up, softly replying, "It was nothing." Sun curiously asked why she was here. Liu Yu blushed and explained, "Sister N and Sister Nyan were bored and called me over to keep them company. Now that you're back, I'll be going." Sun quickly denied it. No, I didn't mean to drive you away." She happily asked, "You don't want me to leave, right?" He scratched his head and hesitated. "Yeah, I guess so." He thought to himself that the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder. Before he could leave, Liu Yu turned, cupped his face in her hands, and gave him a kiss. The two looked at each other with infatuation, their breathing becoming rapid. Liu Yu staggered as he stood up, whispering an apology, "I will leave right away." Suddenly he reached out and grabbed her wrist. Sun looked up at Liu Yu and said insinuatingly, "You have been so proactive. If I remained silent and let you awkwardly turn away." He slowly revealed a mysterious smile. "Then would I still be worthy of being a man?" Night gently descended, blending with the enchanting sounds. Soon the sky brightened, and a myriad of flowers bloomed in brilliant colors. Sun woke up in the silence, the warmth beside him startling him. Beside him was Liu Yu, still fast asleep, her arms tightly wrapped around him. Sun rubbed his head and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I suddenly had desires last night. How do I explain this to Kin and Wuru now? Especially Kin, she has already made a sacrifice once." Just then, she woke up and softly asked, "Were you planning to tell them the truth?" He was startled and turned around. "You are awake." Liu Yu spoke sadly from the bottom of her heart. "I do not want to hurt them, but I really like you. If they mind, I can back off." Susan jumped up and hurriedly put on his clothes, instructing her not to be impulsive. He would find a chance to talk to them. For now, do not act strangely. He was sneaking out. He tiptoed out, gently closed the door, and secretly planned. They were probably not up yet. He would just pretend he had just come home. But Zikin was already leaning against the wall, speaking up and startling Susan. Her face darkened as she questioned, "Why were you walking out of Liu Yu's room early in the morning? Should you give me a reasonable explanation?" Ru stood beside Zikin, her expression cold as she spoke. "You came back last night, so why did you—" The two girls looked at him panicking on the sofa, shouting in anger. Men, truly never satisfied, already having two of us yet still not knowing when enough is enough. Susan sighed hesitantly, defending himself by saying he was only momentarily possessed by a demon and would not dare again. The two girls said in unison, "What?" Zikin directly stomped on the empty space beside him, startling Susan so much his face turned pale. He leaned down to interrogate. "What did you say?" He leaned back and hurriedly waved his hands. "No, next time, guaranteed." Wu raised both hands and shrugged, meaning sister, and said, "How can you be so unfaithful to Liu Yu?" Susan sniffed, looking dumbfounded. "So you two mean—" Zikin's face turned pale as she rubbed her temples and sighed. "If you were an ordinary man, I would not let Wu appear. But you are— Forget it, I only have one request." She hugged his shoulder and demanded openly, "I am the boss, no one can look down on me. Tonight you must stay with me." He could only nod in agreement. Wu whispered gently, "Tomorrow night you must stay with me." With that done, Zikin turned around and said, "Wu, let us go have breakfast." As soon as she opened the door, she caught sight of Liu Yu standing right outside. Liu Yu's face was bright red, confessing before being accused, "Miss Anne, I was just passing by, I did not hear anything." Zikin placed her hand on Liu Yu's shoulder, still calling her Miss Anne. "From now on, call me older sister." She hugged her own arm and softly replied, "Yes." Susan wondered inside, strange, Zikin accepted it that easily? Or maybe, he raised one finger excitedly, she was encouraging him to get even more girlfriends. No sooner had he spoken than a glass of water flew straight into Susan's face, refuting his thoughts. Before long, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky, rumbling loudly throughout the space. A long night passed, and the sky cleared up again. Susun turned to look at Zikin and muttered smugly, "Having a wife like this, what more could he ask for?" He thought to himself, "That is right, time to claim the new identity. System accept mission." The system immediately responded, accepting. Information quickly transmitted, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the new identity, Hacker Emperor. Each hacker has their own strengths and weaknesses. In the hacker world there is no king, but from now on, because of you, there will be an emperor, the lord of the internet. Ability recognition, god-level hacking, agile speed, superhuman brain, mission to build a global reputation to acknowledge the title Hacker Emperor. Time limit, 5 days. Susun rubbed his chin and thought. The previous 6 identities were all pre-existing. He just needed to reappear. This time he had to build a reputation from scratch. Difficult. He frowned and smiled slightly. This is a bit interesting. Soon Susun sat down at the computer to work. Wuru brought a glass of water and told him to drink. She had just brewed special tea. Still busy, he only replied, "Okay, leave it there." She set the glass down on the desk, curious. "What are you doing?" Wuru looked at the code commands on the screen and asked in surprise if he could also write code. Susun chuckled, his voice full of implication. "This is not ordinary code. Next is the moment to witness a miracle." Scene shift to Shanghai, the largest online entertainment company in Long Country, Sinning Star Entertainment, abbreviated as SSE. A person was standing in front of a large screen giving a presentation. When daily active users exceed tens of millions, the homepage recommendation brings 500,000 views per day, equivalent in value to 300,000 yuan. Suddenly the large screen blurred. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "A technical glitch?" The image changed into a stranger's face with large text, "Hacker Emperor, please follow." Scene shift to a group of guys on a bus, chatting excitedly, "Hacker Emperor, quite the big talk. How much money did that platform take to let him have it all?" Their phones also displayed the image of that strange man. Another person looked at the screen and cursed, "Damn it, Hacker Emperor, what an arrogant name, is it real or fake?" Behind them, a girl in a sexy outfit also looked confused. He is sitting on top of trash paper, muttering to check in and see what his background really is. The person quickly typed a few lines of search commands. Right then, that hacker went live, enthusiastically greeting everyone. "Welcome to my livestream room, where I showcase world-class hacking techniques. I am not showing my face for security reasons." Everyone commented, "Really? I do not believe it." Girl behind heard this and praised, "The streamer's voice is so charming." The hacker continued talking about the homepage banner promotion. "It has nothing to do with Insta, just a small trick." He sneered in disdain, "Sure, give yourself the title Hacker Emperor. Ridiculous, if you are that good, why are you here live streaming, wasting money?" Comments flooded in, your voice is so nice. I am in love. Let me love you online. Good, bro. Downstairs is crazy for guys. What does a nice voice have to do with anything? Hack a little less. Do not break into national systems. If you are good, lock my account. Downstairs +1 me too. So the hacker was Su-sun. He typed while humoring everyone, since you all have requested. I will grant your wish. Done. Everyone was amazed. Whose account got banned? Raise your hand. That was stupid. So fast. His fingers are so dexterous. I love it so much I cannot take it. Su-sun spoke. Just now a total of 15 of your accounts were locked. Now I will unlock them for you. No sooner said than done, he typed a few more commands. Everyone cheered in excitement. Damn, he really gave us the experience? I just got banned. Downstairs +1. Moreover, he even blocked the IP, changing phones could not get in either. Brothers, let us go. This is no joke, he is a real master. So many bots. Acting it all out, I have seen it before. Scene cut back to that company from earlier. Everyone saw the image of Su-sun drinking water and started shouting, what is this? How are they doing business? See, you slammed the table and turned around to question, how come the banner on the app homepage changed? Change it back immediately. That person was scared into a cold sweat, agreeing respectfully. It might be a technical glitch, I will change it back right now. After a while, seeing no change, he turned his head to ask, how is it going? He panicked and reported, I do not have the authority to change it. The homepage settings permission has been locked. See, you got angry. What? He stood up abruptly and cursed, daring to play tricks on me. Report to senior management, ban the account immediately. Luo Hui called the technical department. He Yang was eating a hamburger at this time, holding a cup of water, his expression relaxed. Fatty saw the incoming call and answered, hello technical department. His face turned pale, eyes wide. He said, the system was attacked by a kid calling himself the Hacker Emperor. I will check immediately. At Su-sun's side, Wuru tilted her head and asked, what are you waiting for? He crossed his arms leisurely and replied, waiting for a scapegoat. Not long after, Su-sun pointed at the screen and told her to look. She followed his gaze. A red warning appeared, your broadcast room is related to harmful content and has been banned. Everyone started discussing, the super admin is here. Hacker Emperor, get lost fast. Let's see if you can still fake it this time. He was programming while speaking arrogantly, super admin huh? Then I will just ban it too. Qiang burst out laughing mockingly, ban me, are all internet celebrities this arrogant nowadays? Not long after, Fatty's screen showed a notification that the account was restricted from logging in. He broke out in a sweat and shouted, how can this be? At the same time, CU pushed the door open and yelled, even our managers have no authority. The female assistant held documents and nervously confirmed, yes sir, perhaps the opponent is truly a top hacker. He bellowed an order, notify all programmers to take back the management rights. Cannot let this brat destroy the platform. Everyone discussed again, the streamer is still here but the Guangzhou guy is gone. Damn, is he really banned? The streamer's live stream is still running. I asked a friend at Siningsa. They said the company is in chaos. The super admin is banned, permissions are changed. Is this real or fake? The streamer is amazing, accept gifts bro. Su-sun waved it off and said, I do not need gifts. Everyone, whatever secret you want to know, I can help with all of it. The online company was panicking, it's over. Netizens started making requests, private photos, contracts, bank passwords. Broadcasting any of it is fatal. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice sounded, step aside. A group of imposing men sat in the room, their fierce aura earning everyone's admiration. The 5 tigers of the Enterprise are back. This time it's settled. The experts have stepped in. Such a pity. Su-sun in front of the computer, arrogantly declared, in front of me, all obstacles are useless. On the other side, everyone looked at the backs of the 5 tigers and whispered, the entire website design was built by them, messing with them is a dead end. The 5 people suddenly halted, something was extremely strange. CU ran in and asked, what happened, why is the computer malfunctioning now? That person broke out in a sweat. Biting his nails he reported, it is not a malfunction, he hacked remotely, hijacked the system. We cannot find his IP address. Ji Yu's face darkened, only one last resort left. Call the police immediately. The female assistant acknowledged. On the screen, a series of information still displayed. There was a line of text, please do not do anything illegal. This behavior is not related to Sininsta. Everyone discussed, did Sininsta surrender? The Hacker Emperor is too amazing. Su-sun turned his head to look for Wu-ro. The platform is cleared, time to get down to business. What secret do you think will pique everyone's interest and prove my ability? She flipped her hair and suggested, definitely a national secret, for example, some action plan. He nodded, makes sense, then I will take a stroll. The scene cut to the National Intelligence Agency, the MBI office building. 2 people seeing this panicked and ran to announce, cut the server, disconnect the network, hurry. One person shouted by the door, the computer room door is locked, someone is impersonating the password. Inside the chip room, the middle-aged man looked at the computer and exclaimed in worry, oh my god, this time we are done for. Seeing the computer download at 99%, he lamented, hundreds of my resources have been stolen. Unfamiliar voice still echoed in the room. These are some explosive documents. I have uploaded them to the forums. Everyone download them yourselves. See you tomorrow. The computer returned to normal. One person cried out, "It's restored. Where are the resources?" Everyone was shocked to see the clip of the counselor having an affair. So shocking, time passed. Susun stretched and sighed. "Let the bullets fly for a while." Wu Ru praised, "I did not know your hacking skills were this advanced." He suddenly grabbed her wrist. Instantly, Wu Ru was pulled down hard by Susun. He was on top of Susun. He whispered in her ear, "I am free, how about we?" Wu leaned close to his ear and agreed, Just as they were about to get intimate, the phone rang. It was a call from Li Tao. Susun reached out and complained, "Really bad timing." Her face was bright red as she snorted coldly. He answered, "What's up?" The voice on the other end was urgent. "President Su, great, you finally came back." Susun's face darkened as he listened to Li Tao's report. "You need to come to the company immediately. Something happened." The scene cut to Kingyan International. A voice rang out, "What exactly is going on?" Li Tao announced in the room, "President Su, the 100th anniversary ceremony is coming up. We invited Ting Feng, the popular young actor, to perform." He recalled the scene of Ting Feng's captivating performance, then continued, "The contract needs to be signed, but their side says he got his finger cut during filming. Now he is hospitalized. The manager wants to negotiate delaying the anniversary by a few days." Susun was dumbfounded, rubbing his head. "Wait, you are saying he cut his finger and has to be hospitalized?" Wu Ru interjected, "Is that guy made of glass? Gets hospitalized from a little bump." He had no choice but to hand over the phone to him. "Please see for yourself." The article appeared. Ting Feng was injured today while filming. A prop cut his finger. He is currently hospitalized for observation. Thank you everyone for your concern. I love you all. The promotional performance for Kingyan International that I mentioned earlier will have to be postponed. Worried female fans commented, "Oh, Ting Feng is injured. How is the production team handling this? How could they let him get hurt? This team should be blacklisted in the industry. My heart aches. Please take care of your wound. A cut on the hand like this will take months to heal. Don't let it scar your fingers." He curled his lips slightly and mused. "It's just a cut on the hand. Is it that dramatic? Anyone would think it was a serious illness." By this logic, if Ting Feng cut his nails without anesthesia, he'd be considered a tough man. Li Tao closed his eyes and recounted, "After posting that status, I contacted Ting Feng's agent. They said if we wanted him to continue performing while injured, the appearance fee would need to be increased by 2 million, on top of the original 10 million. Susun put his phone down with a cold smile and made a suggestion. "We pay him to work, not to be our boss. Contact the management to cancel the contract, let him sort himself out." He added, "Replace the person from Kingyun's side." Li Tao was worried. "If we just terminate the contract with SC's biggest star, I'm afraid they might hold a grudge." Susun waved his hand and continued, "There's no friendship in business. We're just terminating the contract and replacing the person. Sinning Star won't be that petty." He quickly picked up the phone and complied. "Yes, I'll contact Ting Feng's agent immediately," he suggested. "Just tell her to come to my office. You discuss it with her, and I'll observe." Li Tao shouted, "Yes." 40 minutes later, the door slowly opened. Xiaoping, the agent from Sinning Star, walked in and said, "Traffic was a bit heavy. I'm a little late. I'm sure Li Tao won't mind." Li Tao stood up and politely invited her. "Please, come in and have a seat." She sat down, crossed her legs, and announced, "President Su, regarding the issue of our Ting Feng performing while injured this time, you all..." Before Xiaoping could finish, Susun cut her off and declared, "Miss Xiao, you've misunderstood. We've discussed it thoroughly and feel that Ting Feng's style is not a good fit, so we want to terminate the cooperation." She asked in surprise, "What? Terminate the contract? Do you mean you want to terminate the contract with Ting Feng?" He confirmed, "That's right." Xiaoping's face turned pale as she threatened, "President Su, have you considered the consequences?" Susun crossed his legs and replied bluntly, "Consequences? We will not postpone the anniversary celebration for anyone. Do you understand now, Miss Xiao?" She still refused to back down, threatening, "I have to remind you of one thing. Ting Feng has a very good relationship with our chairman." He leaned back leisurely and retorted, "Thank you for the reminder, but it won't affect my decision." Xiaoping stood up in a huff, having no choice but to comply. "Fine, then please have your company prepare the contract breach penalty. I'll have someone bring the contract over." Just as she reached the door, Susun called out, "Wait a moment, Miss Xiao. There seems to be a slight misunderstanding." Hearing this, Xiaoping felt smug inside. A stubborn dead duck with a hard beak. "This is the result of your hard work. I thought you people weren't afraid of our sinning star." She turned her head arrogantly and urged, "Does President Su have any other business? I'm very busy." He cleared his throat and reminded her, "Miss Xiao, you might have misunderstood. It was you who unilaterally announced the postponement of the performance. We haven't even asked for compensation, and you're asking about breach penalties. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Xiaoping, defeated by a country bumpkin fan, could only utter, "Fine, President Su, consider my horizons broadened today." She swung her bag and left, yelling, "The mountains are high and the seas are vast. We'll just wait and see." Lei Tao frowned and reminded him, "President Su, this woman Zhe Beiping has a big voice in SSE. Ting Feng and Liu Xiang, the chairman of Sinning Star Entertainment, have a good relationship. If we humiliate them like this, could it?" Su Xun remained calm and continued, "If Liu Xiang haggles over every detail, he'll be stuck at this level for life. This time, even if a heavenly king or big shot shows up, I can't lose." The scene cut to Ting Feng's hospital room. He sat up in shock and exclaimed, "What? Terminate the contract? Then we have to return all the money, right?" Xiaoping held the phone helplessly and confirmed, Ting Feng clenched his fist in protest. "No, Sister Ping, I can't swallow this anger. Let's think of a plan quickly." She handed him the phone and suggested, "Then post on Weibo. This way, Kingyun International won't just be splashed with dirty water, you'll also create a topic to attract fans." Ting Feng exclaimed, "Is that right?" He pulled Xiao Ping close and whispered, "Sister Ping, you're amazing. I love you to death." She lightly pulled up Ting Feng's shirt lapel, her voice seductive. "Love me? Then show some action." He didn't hesitate to pull Xiaoping down onto the bed. Ting Feng directly pressed down on top of her and said softly, "Don't worry, it's all for you." Xiaoping blushed and cried out, "You scoundrel." Su Sun's company, Liu Yu burst through the door in a panic and announced, "This is bad, President Su. That newly rising popular star just posted on Weibo." Ziqin and Wu Ru anxiously looked at the news and simultaneously complained. "They're acting weird this time, insinuating and desperately splashing dirty water on Kingyun International. It's truly infuriating." With a few emotionally charged lines, Ting Feng garnered the sympathy of fans, skillfully turning public opinion to pressure Su Sun's company, making it hard for them to claim any compensation. Ziqin said resentfully, "These people are really going too far. Just relying on a few words from Ting Feng, they're cursing us so harshly." Wu Ru added, "What is this world coming to? Peeling an apple is considered a dangerous stunt. So hard to believe." Liu Yu hesitated and suggested, "President Su, should we come forward to clarify? If this continues, I'm afraid." Curled his lip in a sneer, determined not to lose. "No need. If they want to play big, we'll go all the way." Su Sun made a call and the other end answered. "Hello, who is this?" He spun a pen while introducing himself. "President Liu, this is Su Sun from Kingyun International." Liu Xiang, the chairman of Sinning Star Entertainment, who was arm in arm with a beauty, replied, "President Su, I've heard about you. I assume you're calling about Ting Feng's matter." Su Sun guessed the other's intention. "Since you already know, President Liu, I won't waste words. An artist from your company is slandering the image of our company. Shouldn't you manage that a bit?" The man smirked and said, "That's not right, President Su. I see that Ting Feng's Weibo post didn't target your Kingyun International at all." He tapped the pen lightly on the table and asked directly, "Are you playing word games with me, President Liu?" Liu Xiang chewed noisily and chuckled. "You're joking, President Su. Everything needs evidence, don't you think?" He frowned and sneered. "Young people these days, their feathers aren't full yet, but their tone is anything but small. When begging others, you should humble yourself 3 or 4 times. Since that's the case, this senior figure in the industry will teach you a free lesson today." Su Sun heard this and said nothing, directly hanging up. Ziqin saw him typing a few keys and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" He frowned and pointed out the anomaly. Liu Xiang is a businessman, yet he's protecting a rookie artist. Don't you find it strange? Su Sun used his hacker identity to program a long string of code. Wu Ru quickly realized. "So you want to hack the phones of Ting Feng and Xiaoping to find the inside story, right?" He nodded. "That's right." Right at that moment, Ting Feng's phone began to record what was happening. Simultaneously, he and Xiaoping were being intimate. Ting Feng asked smugly, "Sister Ping, am I better than your husband? Tell me, am I?" Su Sun's side, they could hear the sounds of passion. Xiaoping's voice rang out, "Ting Feng, you really know how to do it. You're much better than that brute at home." Everyone's faces turned red. Wu Ru joked, "They're so shameless." Ziqin was surprised. There's such a big age gap, and he still went for it. His face turned pale as he thought, "Nice." In this situation, Xiaoping doesn't know that this has become a catalyst for them. Does this count as giving him a little sense of participation? The scene cut to her husband's place. Taizhen had just finished his gym session when his phone rang several times. Xiaoping sent a message. "Honey, today I will give you a surprise. I'm in Ting Feng's room, hurry over and join us. Ting Feng is much better than you. Come see for yourself if you don't believe me." He was shocked to see the video that was sent. Ting Feng said, "You're really good, too good. I'm even better, want to try?" "That's so annoying." Taizhen roared in a rage. "You slut, wait for me, you bastard." Ziqin teased on this side. "What a cunning trick." Su Sun put his hands behind his head and retorted, "How could I be called cunning?" He raised his hand, his voice full of malice, clearly saying he was helping them bond emotionally and making the game more exciting. Ziqin suddenly screamed something had gotten into her eyes. Wu Ru stared at the screen, so that man was a double cheater. The screen showed footage of Ting Feng being intimate with Liu Xiang. And someone said, no wonder in the interview Ting Feng said his success wasn't easy. Su-sun muttered while programming. Not only that, this guy also harassed many actresses. A chat log appeared. Come to my place tonight. I'm busy. Brother Wang, if you don't come, face the consequences. Shen Yin recounted towards the actresses who refused. He still groped them. Zi Qin frowned, her voice disgusted. This double cheater is really too much. Liu Yu asked hurriedly, so President Su, what are you going to do now? He raised his chin and replied, such good stuff naturally has to be shared online for everyone to see. Su-sun added an order. You arrange for a few newspapers close to King Yun International. Tell them to bring cameras to Ting Feng's ward at the #1 People's Hospital. She shouted yes. Then, a woman looked at her phone and blurted out, oh my god, big scandal, big scandal. The man reminded his girlfriend, honey, go check Weibo, your brother is in trouble. On the screen, Ting Feng was flushed facing Liu Xiang, both completely naked, looking at each other with undisguised passion. Netizens exploded. Damn, this is really the big show of the year. Never thought the sissy king was actually a sissy. I've hated this guy for a long time. He uses his fame to molest female artists. Disgusting, Ting Feng, I misjudged you. I won't be a fan anymore. The scene shifted to the #1 People's Hospital. Ting Feng hugged Xiaoping, saying arrogantly, the internet was in chaos all day before, this time King Yun International is in big trouble. Serves them right for messing with me. She flattered while lying in his arms, right, you're the best, you almost killed me just now. A powerful kick shattered the room's door. It turned out to be Tai Zhen charging in breathlessly with a baseball bat. The two caught in the act were startled. Xiaoping called out embarrassedly, husband. He raised his bat ready to strike, while shouting, since you couldn't kill her just now, let me do it. Several passersby held up their phones recording the public fight. Honey, no, I won't dare next time. Brother, I won't mess around anymore. They gossiped noisily. The Ting Feng scandal isn't over yet. Quick, call the cops. This beating will kill someone. Tai Zhen beat that adulterous pair black and blue, while rolling up his sleeves and cursing, damn it, you dog couple dared to cuckold me. Ting Feng hid behind Xiaoping begging for mercy. Brother, don't hit my face, I won't dare do it again. On Liu Xiang's side, a staff member rushed in panicking and reported, President Liu, this is bad, big trouble. He was indulging with a beauty when he roared, what's with the panic? Bao Bao urged urgently, President Liu, this is big, you have to check Weibo. Hearing this, Liu Xiang pulled out his phone to look. On the screen appeared 5 latest trending topics: film president CEO, sitting star entertainment tax evasion, Liu Xiang and Ting Feng's casting couch, Ting the double cheater, and Ting Feng. He clenched his fist and yelled, clearly someone deliberately spread news to slander me. He bowed and said, President Liu, King Yun International just responded by terminating their contract with Ting Feng. Internet comments flooded in, so that was the truth, demanding a $200 fee by cutting off a finger. Even bank robbers would have to admire it. Ting Feng was truly disgusting, having shady deals with female artists. He acted arrogantly because Liu Xiang had his back. No wonder. Apologies from Insta Entertainment for fake tax evasion accounts. Finally, this day had come. Liu Xiang was silent, racking his brains for a way to deal with it. Call came in, he picked up. Someone. Su-sun sneered, it is me, Boss Liu. We just spoke this afternoon. Tut, who would have thought Boss Liu was so talented, stirring up such a big pile of news. He shouted angrily, it was you, you ruined me. He did not bother to deny it, yes it was me, so what? Liu Xiang stood up and cursed, damn it, that Su guy. You wait for me to get through this disaster. Su-sun said calmly, rest assured Boss Liu, I am so considerate, how could I let you get through this time? I will definitely arrange you the best. He complained, just over such a small matter, why did you have to be so ruthless? Su-sun added fuel to the fire, yes, of course I had to. If others respect me a foot, I respect them a yard. I already gave you enough face. He looked at the screen and complained, you did not give me face, so you hung up right in my face. Chat history appeared, if little Luo wants to become a popular young star, she has to make sacrifices with actions. Boss Liu, think about the loss to you. You will not hesitate anymore. Boss Liu, come to 8-88 tonight. The male lead position in the web drama will be given to her. Su-sun typed a few words, instinct to probe the other party. I am quite a grudge holder. If there is a fault, there must be atonement. Do you think it is necessary? Liu Xiong listened with a headache. Boss Liu, remember this for life. You are old too, why are your thoughts so irrational? Feeling upset in his heart, damn it, how did that brat Su-sun know that secret? Did he hire a hacker? He stood up and repeated his words, Boss Liu, times have changed. This time consider it me, a junior in the business world, giving you a free lesson. Liu Xiong saw this and called out, Su-sun wait, but Su-sun hung up. He swept the few glasses of wine off the table and cursed. Qin stood nearby and reported, Master SSE just issued a statement. They admitted to tax evasion. He listened while taking off his clothes and wrapping a towel around himself. They are willing to accept the investigation, bear all penalties, and will pay taxes as soon as possible. Qin hesitated, pointed at the phone, and asked curiously, but when they apologized, why did they drag our Kingyun International into it? Su-sun exclaimed in surprise, huh? She held the phone in front of him and analyzed. They suspect the live stream hacker from before was an employee of Kingyun International. Otherwise, how could SSE's internal system have been hacked so easily? Kinju shoved the phone into Susun's hand, emphasizing the online community is also discussing it heatedly. A string of comments appeared. Wow, Tingfeng just slandered Kingyun International. In an instant it was exposed. There is something fishy about this. Very true. That arrogant hacker technique could only be done by a king hacker. I guess he is either from Kingyun International or has ties to them. Same as the comment above, but that is no excuse for SSE to evade taxes. That is right, clearly SE is not clean internal chaos, tax evasion is a fact. In the end, they still want to smear Kingyun International, so wrong. He could not be bothered to care and threw the phone away, saying this is SSE's death throes tactic. Suksun walked slowly into the bathroom, laying out a plan. Wait until tomorrow. I will personally give them a big gift. Let them clearly see our Kingyun International. She quickly flew over and hugged him, acting cute. Master, I want a gift too. Kinju put on an adorable expression. Sister Zikin, Sister Wuru, Sister Li, you all have one. I want one too. He sternly refused. No. She pushed Susun inside, using the excuse that since I want to bathe anyway, let us bathe together. He was forced to grip the door tightly. Hey, wait. Kinju slowly unbuttoned her sleeve, teasing, come on, master, do not be shy. Susun was speechless, holding her in his arms, sighing too much trouble. The scene shifted to another company. A timid employee carried a stack of documents to report that there was news about Director Yi, the hacker king they were tracking. Yu took a drag of his cigarette and asked back, really? The assistant added in the report that based on multi-source investigations, they suspected a connection between the president of Kingyun International and the hacker king. He flipped through the papers as he spoke, saying he would go to Kingyun International tomorrow morning to check things out, and the employee acknowledged the order. The next day, Yu was in Susun's office, and the two exchanged pleasantries. He raised his hand to introduce himself as Yu, a department director, and due to security reasons, he could not disclose the specifics yet, hoping President Su would understand. Susun, holding the armrest, cut straight to the point and asked the reason Director Yi had come specifically today. Yu leaned back and said directly that he was here today to talk about the Hacker King and asked if President Su had the time. Susun leaned back and agreed. Of course, Director Yi could say whatever he wanted. He responded quickly, then I will speak frankly. Yu hesitated for a moment before asking bluntly, you are the Hacker King, right? He tilted his head, staring intently at him. Susun pretended to be confused and denied it. What is the director talking about? How could I be that figure? Yu spoke honestly, saying that they had recently received information that he had hired the Hacker King to infiltrate their company's department. Susun got straight to the point. You mean Sinning Star, right? Susun stood up, his voice full of disappointment. Recently there has been a conflict between Kingyun International and Sinning Star, and they treat me like nothing. He continued, I just never expected that they would slander me just to bring down Kingyun International. Yu clasped his hands and asked, if you are not the Hacker King and not involved, why did you agree to talk in the first place? Susun snapped his fingers and replied, because you made it clear that you absolutely had to talk to me. Yu heard this and froze, looking puzzled. He explained, if I refused or changed the subject, you would think I was hiding something or being fake. Susun forced a smile to convince me that I am not the Hacker King and have nothing to do with him. You wanted to talk, so I talked, because revealing my identity would cause trouble. He looked at him, calculating inwardly. Instead of that, it was better to deal with this director head-on and dispel his suspicions, because sincerity was the most powerful weapon. Yu tensely drank water and thought. He did not repeat his question nor avoid his gaze. His performance was forthright. Could it really be that I was overthinking it? He still doubted and asked again. President Su really does not know the Hacker King. President Su shook his head vigorously. Sorry. I really do not know such a talented person. He raised his hand in a gesture of not knowing, saying that if the person who infiltrated SSE was really him, he also could not understand why. Perhaps it was not to help me at all, just a coincidence. He inwardly praised himself for being a real genius. Yu had to let it go. Okay then, President Su, I have been presumptuous today. Susun smiled awkwardly and replied, it is nothing, no problem. He slowly stood up with a sigh. Since that is the case, I will not disturb you any further. Yu waved his hand at the door and said, I will be going now. Susun politely returned the farewell. Take your time, director, if you need anything. Just look for me. Kinju poked her head into tease. If he knew the Hacker King he is looking for is you, I wonder what his face would look like. Susun pinched her cheek and mocked. He would not have the same expression as you. Kinju could not contain herself and took the chance to try to kiss him. Just then, Liu Yu walked in and called out for President Su, startling the two of them. Kinju turned away in anger. Why does someone always show up at the crucial moment? I am so unlucky. Susun coaxed her. Alright, there will be a chance later. Liu Yu scratched her hand as she looked at his attitude, curiously asking if something was wrong with President Su. Susun coughed and replied, it is nothing. He changed the subject and asked how the situation with Sinning Star was. She quickly reported that Liu Xiong was being criticized, his actions were causing the company to decline, and SSE collapsing was inevitable. Su-sun sat down on the sofa to analyze. If Sinning Star goes bankrupt, tens of thousands of people will be unemployed. He calculated, if that is the case, I will acquire SSE at a low price, which will help the entertainment industry develop and reduce corporate pressure. Liu Yu praised President Su as wise. Not long after, the two girls outside buzzed with excitement. Come look at Weibo, Kingyun International has spoken. A long post appeared, stating that Sinning Star Entertainment had brought this upon itself, and Liu Xiong did not promote culture, but created dirty scandals. His actions made it difficult for SSE to recover. But what about the tens of thousands of innocent employees? Therefore, Kingyun International was willing to take over to protect them. The two girls analyzed, clearly furious but still wanting to take over the rival. It shows that President Su really cares about the employees. He is an outstanding businessman with social responsibility. The post attracted many comments. Netizens supported President Su, praising him for not only being a master chef, but also for previously offering free fortune-telling. One person said, handsome and righteous, I support him. At Entertainment 20, a young man shouted as soon as Su-sun spoke up, he seized the moral high ground, like a company putting aside conflicts and only thinking about employee welfare. From the media side 20, the leading commentator sighed, if anyone still wanted a piece of the pie, they would definitely be vilified by public opinion. Waves push waves forward, Su-sun is too formidable. At a conglomerate 20, a woman analyzed, Sinning Star is dead if they offend Su-sun, so if you want to live long, do not offend him. At noon in Liu Xiong's office, he went berserk, throwing things around wildly, shouting, Kingyun International wants to acquire our company? The assistant was terrified but still managed to say, yes, President Liu, please take a look at Kingyun International's contract ledger. Liu Xiong's veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth as he cursed. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? It was clearly him who pushed Sinning Star into a corner, and now he is pretending to be the savior, blatantly trying to take over. At the same time, the news of Su-sun acquiring the company spread online, making Liu Xiong restless. People online said Liu Xiong should just resign. Sinning Star needed a good person like President Su. Everyone was saying that President Su taking over this mess was a blessing for him. Extremely angry, Liu Xiong cawed violently until he spat blood. Bao Bao asked worriedly, President Liu, are you alright? Liu Xiong pushed the assistant's hand away and boasted, even if Sinning Star goes bankrupt today, I will never sell it to Kingyun International. Suddenly, two people pushed the door open and walked in. They were police officers. After presenting their documents, one officer said, President Liu, you are suspected of being involved in criminal and civil cases, and there is solid evidence. Please come with us. Liu Xiong could not resist and could only silently extend his hands to the handcuffs. As he was led away, he lamented inwardly, it is over, it is all over, I do not even have the chance to declare bankruptcy anymore. The more he thought, the more he hated. Liu Xiong raised his head and shouted loudly, damn it, Su-sun. When he reached the door, he was surrounded by a crowd of reporters who kept asking about President Su and the acquisition. Liu Xiong yelled, I have nothing to say, stop asking, and urged the police to take him to the car. But the police calmly said, with so many reporters, wanting to go quickly is impossible. Su-sun stood in the crowd watching, silently mocking, a man about to fall still clinging to his pride. Truly like the sun rising in the west. He turned and walked away, pulling out his phone to call Li Tao and instruct him. Li Tao, quickly complete the acquisition of Sinning Star. He replied immediately, yes, President Su. Time passed until the next morning, and the online community was eagerly awaiting news. A girl worried, why has the hacker king not streamed yet? He has not been caught. Has he? Another young man said, I hope not. I stayed up all night waiting for the streamer. This is the most interesting channel I have ever followed. Another person also lamented, wondering if Sinning Star's recent incidents were caused by the streamer. After reading all the comments, he told his assistant to just follow the plan when he streams. Meanwhile, Su-sun was sleeping beside the beautiful woman. Tried to sit up, but Kinzu held him tightly, not letting him leave. Su-sun turned around and said softly, since you are awake, stop pretending to sleep, get up quickly. Kinzu's face flushed red. She rolled around saying she was embarrassed. He then teased her appearance last night was not like that. Hearing that, she sprung up, using one hand to cover Su-sun's mouth and press him down on the bed, shushing him, don't say any more. He calmly removed her hand, smiling as he said, all right, get up quickly, the hacker emperor is about to stream. Kinju nodded happily. Youth Idol came online, and everyone immediately cheered. The streamer is alive. A young man was elated, finally waiting for this day, and immediately launched a rocket as a greeting. On the live stream, Suit thanked everyone for their support. He said, before the broadcast, I found something interesting in the private messages. Now I'll open it for everyone to see. The message content, stupid hacker emperor, you can only hack some ordinary defense systems. If you have the skill, try hacking our America. Before he could say anything, the community was already commenting, "Streamer, satisfy him, let him know what manners are." Seeing everyone was excited, Suksun immediately nodded. "Okay, then I will fulfill the wishes of our international friends. Today I will hack America." In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, the National Information Headquarters was in chaos. People shouted, "The defense system is under attack. Quickly stop him from copying the data." After the hack, Suksun dropped a like and announced, "Alright, all the hot information has been posted on various forums. If you are interested, go take a look." During the live broadcast, from fangirls to fanboys, everyone was excited. Damn, the streamer hacked even classified secrets. Too awesome. Sending another rocket to show respect. The hack side was in pain, deceiving themselves that it was fake, it must be fake. That damned bastard, stop, I will not forgive you. Kinju laughed until her stomach hurt, saying she had been a ghost for so long, but it was the first time she saw such an outrageous request. Suksun said, "When doubted, there is no need to waste saliva, just act and it is done." She nodded in agreement. Suddenly, another new message arrived in the private messages. He was both surprised and puzzled when he saw the sender's name was Yi Yu. This is... Without hesitation, Suksun clicked to check it out. Director Yi used heartfelt words, "Hello streamer, I am Yi Yu, director of the security agency. On behalf of Dragon Country, I extend an invitation, hoping you can serve the nation. Is that not what a man should do?" After reading it, Suksun laughed. So the esteemed director came looking for him intentionally because of this. Kinju curiously asked what was wrong. He recounted the story. "Before he came to the company looking for me, with an expression determined to catch me. After thinking it over, I still concealed my identity." Kinju asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Suksun replied frankly, "Of course I refuse. After all, being free and unbound is more comfortable." He quickly replied to Yi Yu, "Hello Director Yi, I have seen the news. If the motherland needs me, I will not refuse, but forget about joining. I only want to be an ordinary streamer, bringing happiness to everyone. Please do not disturb me." After replying, Suksun immediately closed the private messages. A notification board appeared with cancel and confirm. He did not hesitate to press confirm. On Yi Yu's side, reading these lines, he judged, "Only wanting to be an ordinary streamer, my ass. You are very ordinary, but the stream content is not." The assistant sitting beside him spoke up to inform Director, "The hacker emperor set permissions. We cannot reply." Yi Yu blew out a light puff of smoke and said thoughtfully, "He won't give us a chance to persuade. Forget it, I'll report the situation and wait for higher-ups' orders." The assistant immediately acknowledged the order. The programming data just kept running continuously. On international news pages, the name Hacker Emperor gradually rose on the hot search with the title, "He is a god, the lord of the internet," once again shaking the world. The community erupted in a keyboard war. Foreigners demanded the streamer share the remaining files, 100 million per file, hoping the streamer would agree. Domestic netizens strongly opposed, telling the streamer not to be fooled. Looking at the comments, Suksun only smiled disdainfully and replied sharply, "Do not insult me with money. If I wanted money, I could withdraw it from any bank in the world." This reaction delighted the netizens, who admired him even more. Damn, the streamer is too awesome. Some people went crazy wanting to become his disciple. "So cool streamer, are you taking apprentices? I have 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister." Suksun added assertively, "Those who want the information in my hands, just donate medical or educational resources to the poor mountainous areas of Dragon Country. The information will be shared for free." The fan community was thrilled. "The streamer is mighty. I am from a remote area. On behalf of my hometown, thank you streamer. Those who pull tricks all day, are they worthy of being called internet celebrities? I am 60 years old. As long as the streamer continues to live stream, I will make a will for my descendants to support the streamer for life." Is that uncle trying to turn the streamer into a family heirloom? After this series of actions, a system notification sound rang out, a huge reward for Suksun. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, becoming famous so the world recognizes the title Hacker Emperor, receiving the god-level hacking skill." Receiving the reward notification, Suksun thought excitedly, "Great, the mission is complete." In a good mood, he gave some gifts to the fans. "Alright, the documents have been sent, thank you all for your support." But he did not let the viewers be happy for long. Suksun suddenly announced, "Today is probably the last time I will be streaming." This news shocked all the Hacker Emperor's fans. None of them wanted it. "Why? If you disappear, what will we do?" "Streamer, do not leave." Suksun said on the live stream, "All the gifts from the 2 broadcasts I will donate. My friends, if fate allows, we will meet again." After turning off the machine, he let out a breath as if a burden was lifted. Finally over, now he could rest easy. But then a call came from the Little Soul Master. Kinju was lying sprawled on the table with an expectant look. "Master, you finished the stream? Now can we continue?" This scene startled Suksun. "Huh? Cold sweat dripped. He screamed internally, "No way, big sister, please have mercy and let your little brother have a day off." At this moment, Liu Yu kicked the door open and shouted urgently, "President Su, this is bad." Kinju was furious, silently resenting why this woman had to ruin her good deeds every time. Su's son breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand to wave in a feigned attempt to comfort the little ghost, while asking Liu Yu if there was an urgent document to handle. She said worriedly, "President Su, Wu Ru's family has arrived. They are downstairs arguing noisily." Hearing this, he jumped up in shock. "Wu Ru's family, what is this all about?" Enro ran over and pulled Su's son's arm, urging him, "No time to explain, go downstairs quickly and see." As soon as he descended the stairs, he could hear the piercing sound of an argument coming from the living room. "Look at you now, what have you become?" Stepping out, he saw Wu Ru arguing with a young man. He shouted, "Quickly come back with me." But she flatly refused. "No, I will not go back." He grabbed Wu Ru's hand and said in a harsh tone, "That bastard, call him out here. I want to ask him what he did to make you so infatuated that you refuse to come home." Su-sun then cuffed a few times to pause the argument. The young man turned around, his face full of fierce anger. However, his attitude immediately changed when he saw him smiling brightly, introducing himself as the eldest son of the Yen family. He thought Su-sun was on equal footing with his father, so he had to be polite. He replied politely, saying that if he was not mistaken, the bastard he just mentioned was him. Wu Lin quickly apologized, saying that his younger sister had been stubborn since she was young and would only cause trouble for President Su. While speaking, he was startled to see Wu Ru respectfully carrying water and calling Su-sun master. Wu Lin could not believe his eyes and immediately asked his sister what she had just called Director Su. Wu Ru cheerfully replied that she liked to call him master. Was there a problem? Wu Lin forced a smile, praising the unique form of address, but inwardly scolded his sister for not inviting him to sit down and for pouring water for herself. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Su-sun invited young Master Yan to sit and told Wu Ru to pour water for her brother. She flatly replied that he was not thirsty. Wu Lin complained loudly, "Hey, I am thirsty. I am very thirsty." Su-sun told Wu Ru to leave so they could talk privately, and she immediately complied. Wu Lin looked at this scene in doubt, wondering if this was still his stubborn little sister. He asked President Su curiously how he had done it, thinking that if it were an ordinary person, he would have forcefully taken his sister away. But since the other party was President Su, he could only step aside. He said calmly that he had done nothing, it was Wu Ru who had sought him out. This answer stunned Wu Lin even more. How could that be? Su-sun joked that it was probably because he was handsome. This confidence shocked Wu Lin even further. Behind them, Liu Yu anxiously asked Wu Ru if President Su would encounter any trouble. She reassured. The other party was Su-sun. He would not be foolish enough to resist. The relationship between the Nan family and Tan Van was very good. It would only be beneficial. As the two girls were talking, Su-sun and Wu Lin walked in. He casually told his sister to stay and treat President Su well, that he would help cover for her in front of their father. He even leaned in to whisper, but to take it easy when playing, or else it would cause real harm. Wu Ru heard this, blushed, and shouted, "Get lost." Before leaving, Wu Lin said his goodbyes and promised that if he needed anything, he could contact him anytime. He cheerfully replied. A beautiful early morning. Su-sun lay on the bed, his arms tucked under the armpits of the two young ladies who were sleeping soundly after a passionate night. When the first rays of sunlight streamed in, he woke up with the thought that today was the day to receive a new identity. Su-sun did not hesitate and ordered the system to accept the eighth identity. Immediately, the information was scanned and the new status was updated. After a few seconds, the system announced the reception of the identity Liu Cheng, a young villainous master. The laws of the underworld were updated. At the KTV, do not provoke a plainly dressed youth sitting in the corner. At the shopping mall, do not keep a young street vendor from buying a house. If provoked, he would be humiliated. In the world, there were protagonists and antagonists. He was the antagonist who was always humiliated by the protagonist. Not only at the KTV, but also at school and parties. He was always humiliated, bringing women to the protagonist only to be beaten to death. This identity granted him an extraordinary flag-holding ability, an arrogant personality, and a wasteful nature. The mission was to find and defeat the protagonist. Looking over the skill chain, Su-sun was excited. Being a domineering antagonist increased the difficulty but was also interesting. However, he was puzzled about how to find the protagonist. At Tan Van's international press conference, the number of reporters present was very large. Su-sun confidently stood on the podium and immediately moved to the Q&A session. The audience below applauded in response. A nearby hand went up, and he chose that reporter to ask first. The reporter excitedly asked about the intention to acquire Sinning Star and whether the old business model would continue. Su-sun replied that Sinning Star would be renamed Tan Van Entertainment. His business model was to create excellent cinematic products. A fat-bellied old man sitting nearby interrupted the interview, asking about his relationship with the beautiful girls beside him. Su-sun flatly refused, reiterating the request not to ask unrelated questions. The fat-bellied old man stood up angrily, applying pressure, arguing that his avoidance of answering proved an improper relationship. Su-sun Sun's gaze turned cold as he ordered this gentleman to be escorted out. Before him, 2 senior brothers appeared, and that reporter jumped out of the way to make room. The fat-bellied old man was dragged away, yelling for his right to interview. Sun apologized for the minor incident and invited everyone to continue. The reporters below scrambled to ask questions about memorizing lines and the criteria for selecting actors. The fat-bellied old man was thrown straight out and banned from entry. The old man sat up resentfully, threatening, "Just you wait." However, before he could leave, he was caught by Liu Hu. He panicked and shouted, asking what he wanted to do. The old man stammered, asking back what the hell he was. Liu Hu did not waste words, searched him, and confiscated the voice recorder hidden in his trouser pocket. With one squeeze, Liu Hu crushed the voice recorder, then chased the old man away. The fat-bellied man could only curse under his breath. Damn it. After the press conference, Sun told Liu Hu to investigate that troublemaking reporter. In his heart, he was worried the search for the protagonist's identity was still without clues, and now this incident had been added. Liu Yu questioned that if it were an enemy, the method of sending a reporter to easily expose secrets and cause trouble was too weak. Sun smiled faintly, thinking the enemy was trying to probe. This was a provocation signal. However, he still could not figure out who this enemy was. Sun rubbed his chin, saying he treated everyone kindly so he had no enemies. Liu Yu, however, thought it was possible that he had too many enemies and could not remember. Liu Hu quickly reported the news. The boss had investigated and found out that journalist was from the Jiangsu Business Daily. He seemed disappointed but couldn't investigate further. Sun guessed the person behind it must be very powerful. In the report there was a name that made him curious. It was the Merchant Association that had requested the investigation be stopped. Its origin and chairman were unknown. Liu Jun reported that the Kanglong Merchant Association was very mysterious. Its chairman was even harder to figure out. Only Nantian or Mr. M would know. Sun listened and fell silent. That evening at the An family villa, Zikin crossed her arms and coldly snorted, blaming him for being late. Sun hurriedly handed over the gift and explained he was busy acquiring SSE. As he walked in, Nantian was sitting drinking water, immediately recognized him, and invited him in. Seeing he had sat down, the old man gently asked why he had come. Sun replied he came to visit Zikin and wanted to ask about something. Nantian curiously told him to go ahead. Sun asked about the Kanglong Merchant Association. Nantian heard this and slightly frowned, pondering to himself. He excitedly asked why he knew about this merchant association. Sun hesitantly replied that he had some unpleasantness with them. Nantian was startled and shouted loudly, telling him not to be foolish and offend them, asking if he thought Kingyun International was #1 in Jiangsu. Seeing him agitated, he quickly calmed him down and explained he hadn't offended them yet. It was just that they had secretly arranged a journalist to disrupt the press conference. Nantian understood, raised his hand, and said if it really was the Kanglong Merchant Association, it would be very troublesome. Sun asked about their background. He recalled the image of a few tall young men holding the Merchant Association's card. He explained he first heard about this Merchant Association 5 years ago. Many hidden enterprises in Jiangsu were members. Sun dejectedly thought it turned out Jiangsu had hidden so many talents. Nantian placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, and said they would go together later to resolve the misunderstanding. Hearing this, Sun excitedly asked if Uncle knew someone from the Merchant Association. He smiled and replied that after years of business, who didn't have connections. Sun silently praised his father-in-law for being thoughtful, promising he would let him hold his grandchild soon. A while later, they arrived at an elegant house. Nantian introduced it as Liu Cheng's home, the chairman of Tianqing Group. Sun was secretly surprised. Nantian rang the doorbell and mentioned today was his wife's birthday. He had called ahead. Later, he had to resolve the misunderstanding. Sun politely replied yes. Yifeng came to open the door. His eyes stopped on Sun and immediately recognized him with a start. Sun asked if he knew him. Yifeng calmly replied, who didn't know President Su of Kingyun. Nantian urged him to open the door and mocked him for being a freeloader. Yifeng turned around to lead the way, inviting the two in. Nantian mentioned Yifeng was the fiancé of the Liao family's second daughter, just back from overseas, but he was always freeloading so he wasn't valued. Sun only needed to nod to acknowledge. Both were led into the living room. Sun was surprised to notice the woman who turned her head to sit next to Yifeng. Looking at her, Sun quickly recognized her as Professor Liao who had taught him in university. Over here, Xiao Yun was also stunned to recognize him and wondered why Sun was here. Liu Cheng walked over to greet Nantian, inviting him to sit. His wife Xiao Feng softly invited them and announced dinner was about to begin. Xiao Feng glanced at Sun, hesitated slightly and asked. Liu Cheng smiled and introduced him as Director Su of Kingyun International, young and talented. She smiled and praised Sun for being outstanding and unrivaled. Even someone not interested in business like her knew of him. He smiled politely, handed over the gift and courteously praised everyone, saying it was a small gift hoping Aunt would like it. She received the gift, raised her hand to her mouth and laughed, shyly saying he only needed to visit, why bring a gift? Xiaoluan curiously told her mother to open it and see. Everyone was curious about Director Su's gift. The man beside them agreed. Hearing this, Xiao Feng awkwardly drew out her words. Su's son, embarrassed, said it wasn't anything precious. Everyone wanted to see, they could just open it. She sat down at the table and gently opened the gift amidst everyone's anticipation. As soon as it was opened, a sparkling jade bracelet appeared. Xiao Feng exclaimed in admiration at its beauty. She held the bracelet and rubbed it against her cheek, overjoyed inside, silently comparing it to the freeloading Yi Feng, dreaming of having a son-in-law like Director Su. Xiaoluan turned to Yi Feng and reproached him. Director Su came and even brought a gift. What about him? Surely he hadn't prepared anything. The man beside them chimed in. Yi Feng did not reply, only coldly took a sip of water. Everyone tensed up, waiting for his reaction. Xiao Feng crossed her arms and coldly said she didn't expect a gift. She only hoped Yi Feng would find a real job soon and stop freeloading. Su's son observed, silently thinking about Yi Feng's handsome face and calm demeanor. Having been abroad for many years, this betrothed son-in-law was not valued. He widened his eyes in excitement. Wasn't this the main character he had been looking for? Su's son thought, according to the laws of the underworld world, the looked down upon son-in-law was usually a big boss, and he was about to become the character who gets humiliated. Xiaoluan continued to mock Yi Feng. He said he didn't need a gift as precious as Director Su's, but at least he should show some sincerity. The person beside him chimed in to compare the two. He sarcastically remarked how two young people could be so different. He didn't understand why Grandpa married Xiao Yun off to him. Sun silently cursed, "Don't drag me into this." Suddenly Liu Chang raised his hand and shouted loudly for everyone to be quiet. Both of them immediately fell silent, casting dissatisfied looks towards him. Liu Chang scolded them for making a ruckus over a small matter in front of Uncle N. Yi Feng couldn't take it anymore, slammed his water glass heavily on the table, and loudly asked who said he hadn't prepared a gift. Seeing him stand up, Susun secretly rejoiced, thinking he was about to face off with him. Yi Feng walked up to his mother, presented a gemstone box, and wished her a happy birthday. She received the box, shocked into silence, only stammering. Yi Feng looked at Susun and asked if this gift was not bad compared to Director Su's jade bracelet. He was slightly startled. Susun forced a smile on the outside, but inwardly loathed him, secretly raising two middle fingers, thinking, what did I do to offend you? Xiao Luan was displeased, wondering to herself that she didn't expect this brat had actually prepared a gift. Susun frowned, silently pondering that Yi Feng was very much like the main character he was searching for. He put on a serious face and planned he would find a chance later to use telepathy to share Yi Feng's memories to confirm. Xiao Luan didn't believe it, shouting loudly, asking how a poor errand boy overseas could afford to buy expensive items. It must be fake. A guest agreed, thinking Yi Feng couldn't possibly afford it. The person beside him advised Xiao Feng not to wear it or she'd lose face. Hearing this, Madame Feng immediately threw the gift box at Yi Feng, angrily asking what exactly he was trying to do. Yi Feng picked up the item, firmly confirming that it was absolutely not a counterfeit. Xiao Yun stood up to stop him, telling him not to cause any more trouble. He persuaded his wife, "Trust me, this really isn't fake." Sun suddenly spoke up to reassure Professor Liao, saying she had done a lot of research on jade. He placed his hand on Yi Feng's shoulder, secretly using telepathic sharing, then smiled and suggested, "Brother, Yi, take it out for a look." The memory appeared. Yi Feng asked his subordinate about the person who framed his younger cousin and got him sent to prison. That man replied that it was the mastermind behind Liu Xiong's tax evasion and other scandals. That man threw down Susun's photo, frowning and saying that to become famous, one had to pay a price. He destroyed Sinning Star and then monopolized the good reputation. Yi Feng stepped on the photo and ordered his subordinate to call the Jiangsu press to Susun's press conference. That man acknowledged the order. The memory faded. Yi Feng pushed Susun's hand away, warning him not to misjudge things. Susun's face darkened, realizing that Yi Feng was the president of the Changlong Chamber of Commerce. He held the gem box, deducing that Yi Feng had sabotaged the press conference to avenge his younger cousin Liu Xiong, and was also involved in illegal activities. Sun looked at the gem, and the psychological burden of the mission to reverse the fate of the villain suddenly vanished. Xiao Luan quickly asked, "President Su, is this jade necklace real or fake?" He picked up the jade, smiled, and said, "Brother Yi, you were wrong this time. It's your birthday today. Why are you giving someone a fake?" Yi Feng sneered, believing Su did not recognize genuine goods. In his heart, he scorned him as a fool. Sun smiled and asked, "Brother Yi, if I crush it, would you still dare to say this is real?" Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, mocking, "This is authentic ancient jade. You think you can crush it?" Before he could finish, the jade in Sun's hand was crushed to powder. Xiao Feng behind him was startled. Yi Feng's face pale, unable to believe his eyes, wondering how it was possible. Sun opened his hand to let the jade powder fall, thinking to himself that as the king of assassins this was nothing difficult. He stepped closer to Yi Feng, shaking the remaining chain, asking if he still dared to say it was real. In his heart, he sneered, "Want to embarrass me? Dream on." Yi Feng flew into a rage, clenched his fists, and shouted, "You die." Xiao Feng heard this and immediately rushed forward, pointing at his face and cursing. "Who are you talking to?" She pointed straight at Yi Feng and yelled loudly, "You've made me lose all face. Get out now." Yi Feng felt humiliated, thinking that Su Sun's strength was greater than he had imagined, and crushing the jade pendant completely contradicted the old data. Xiao Yun covered her mouth and cried, choking out, "Yi Feng, you have disappointed me so much." After speaking, she left. Su Sun quickly called out, "Miss Liu." Yi Feng's face darkened, standing still without moving. Liu Chang angrily shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go after her." Watching him leave, Xiao Luan taunted, "Your student even knows to run and comfort her, but you, the husband, just stand there." Everyone burst out laughing. Liu Cheng quickly reminded her to say less. He smiled awkwardly at Nan Tian. "I'm so sorry you've seen a joke." Nan Tian coldly drank some water, replying that it was fine. Xiao Yun sobbed under the streetlight. Su Sun came to ask, "Miss Liu, are you all right?" She choked up and confided, "He lacks real ability but loves to show off, making the whole family laugh at me." Seeing Su Sun place his hand on the bench, Yi Feng angrily shouted, "Su, what are you doing? Let her go." He quickly explained, "Brother Yi, don't misunderstand, I was just comforting Miss Liu." That man yelled loudly, "My wife doesn't need your comfort." He approached Xiao Yun, persuading, "The pendant is real, this kid deliberately crushed it to frame me." Su Sun was dissatisfied. "Brother Yi, that's not right. Miss Liu taught me for 2 years. She knows I'm not that kind of person." He analyzed, "If the pendant were real, how could I have crushed it?" Yi Feng was speechless, grinding his teeth. Xiao Yun wiped her tears, choking out, "Yi Feng, you're so disappointing. When things go wrong, you just blame others. Is that fun?" After speaking, she left. Yi Feng quickly shouted, "Xiao Yun, listen to me explain." Su Sun placed his hand on that man's shoulder, secretly sharing a memory, while outwardly comforting, "Don't chase after her, Miss Liu will only get angrier." Yi Feng disgustedly knocked his hand away, angrily shouting, "Get lost." Watching him sulk off, Su Sun realized he was the illegitimate son of the Yi family head, Tianlong from the capital. A memory fragment surfaced. Yi Feng loudly declared he would not acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan, but would instead establish his own new Yi family. He lowered his head to think. At that time, Tianlong tried hard to find his son and bring him back, but was firmly rejected by him. Another memory appeared. Tianlong pointed his finger and yelled, You unfilial son, step out of this house. And I no longer have a son." A familiar voice sounded, jolting Su Sun awake. "What are you spacing out for?" He turned around, saw Nan Tian, and called out, "Uncle An." He smiled, "You saw the situation today. It was too chaotic. Another day, use your connection with Xiao Yun to ask about the Changlong Chamber of Commerce." Su Sun put his hands in his pockets and politely replied, "Yes, Uncle An." Nan Tian placed his hand on his shoulder. "Let's go." He spoke up, "You go back first. I want to walk around and think." Nan Tian nodded. "Don't overthink things. Face whatever comes. Block water with earth when it arrives." Su Sun replied yes. After Nan Tian left, Su Sun made a call. "Liu Hu, find the phone number of the Yi family head from the capital, Tianlong." He calculated an enemy's enemy is a friend. He would contact Yi Feng's father to discipline that unfilial son. Yi Feng reached his hand towards his wife to explain. The jade pendant was real. There are still fragments left. You can find a master appraiser. Xiao Yun turned back, tears still at the corners of her eyes, speaking softly. "Whether the jade is real or fake doesn't matter anymore. I wanted to give you a chance, but you disappointed me too much. I want a divorce." Yi Feng was stunned. "Divorce, why?" She smiled bitterly. "Why?" Xiao Yun spread her hands. "Look at yourself. Always at home doing odd jobs, not looking for a job. Are you even a man?" He hung his head sadly. "You like a man with a big career, don't you?" She brushed her hair back and answered, "I don't expect you to be like Liu Cheng. I just want my husband to have the will to strive." Feng smiled wryly, gently stroking her hair. "Then I won't come home tonight. Tomorrow morning you will see a different person. Be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Xiao Yun watched his retreating back in confusion. Yi Feng made a call and ordered his subordinate. "Within 3 days, I want King Yun International to go bankrupt." The person on the other end clearly acknowledged. He looked at his phone, thinking ferociously, "A little brat like Su Sun dares to be insolent before me. This is the fate of those who offend me." On the other side, the man sitting at the desk was Tianlong, the head of the Yi family in Jingcheng. A call came in. He asked in a deep voice, "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Yi," the other end replied quickly. "This is Su Sun, chairman of King Yun International Jiangsu." Tianlong frowned. "I've heard of you. What business do you have with me?" Su Sun sat on a chair eating a strawberry, with Qinju massaging his shoulders behind him. He began asking, "I heard Yi Feng is your son, Mr. Yi?" Hearing that name, Tianlong roared in anger. "I don't have a son like that." He thought to himself, "That man who showed me no respect and made the entire Jingcheng Yi family a laughingstock is unworthy of being my son." He casually fed Qinju a strawberry and said gently to calm him down, "Mr. Yi, don't be angry when a child is disobedient. You just need to coax them a little." Hearing this, he softened and sighed in reply, "Do you have a grudge against Yi Feng? If so, you are mistaken. Even though I don't acknowledge him, a man like me would not cooperate with an outsider to harm him." Su Sun, with a strawberry in his mouth, said, "Mr. Yi, you misunderstand. I came here to save your Yi family." In his mind, a fortune teller's instinct told him that to deceive someone, he first had to tell an excellent truth. Hearing that, Tianlong snorted coldly, a fraud putting on an air of mystery. He smiled and continued, "Whether I'm telling the truth or a lie, Mr. Yi can judge for yourself. If I were you, to avoid implicating your family, I would sever all ties with Yi Feng as soon as possible." After saying that, Sun quickly hung up. Then he immediately blocked Tianlong. Seeing this, Kinju was confused and asked hesitantly, "Master, what are you doing?" He popped a strawberry into his mouth, a corner of his mouth lifting as he replied. Right now Tianlong must be confused and uneasy inside. That's the result I wanted. Suksun stood up and said seriously, "Anyway, even without the Yi family, I could still deal with Yi Feng. But that wouldn't be fun. What I want is to make him know the meaning of despair." After saying that, he went upstairs and called Li Tao. "Hello, Li Tao." The panicked voice of the man came from the other end. "Director Su, this is bad." Li Tao, face pale and drenched in sweat, continued, "Many companies have simultaneously turned against us, some demanding their money back, some nitpicking to cancel contracts, and someone is buying a large number of our shares on the market." Hearing this information, Su Sun was not surprised at all but remained calm, thinking Yi Feng acts fast. It seems the strength of the Merchant Dragon Guild cannot be underestimated. He calmly sat down at his desk, turned on his computer and reassured him, "Li Tao, don't panic. Let them do what they want." He typed on the keyboard while speaking confidently, "Anyway, whatever they swallowed, they will have to spit it back out double. Just do as I say." Although he didn't understand, Li Tao replied, "Yes, sir." Susun turned on his computer, calculating in his mind, Yi Feng, don't you want to live in hiding?" Thinking this, he pressed the enter key on his computer. Smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth, confident, "This time, I won't let you have any peace." A moment later, Su Sun discovered a post on the forum, "Merchant Dragon Guild or whatever, I'm a native of Jiangzhou, and have never even heard of it." In the comments below, one person said they hadn't heard of it, another confirmed it was true, telling the original poster not to spread rumors. Then some retorted, "The two people above are so stupid. If such a guild really exists, how would ordinary people like you know about it? There's no smoke without fire, you need evidence, understand?" Kinju, who had been following along, excitedly spoke up, "The post is heating up." As expected, anything related to the Hacker King quickly grabs attention. Susun nodded in agreement, "That's right." Soon, a confirmation prompt appeared on his computer screen asking if he wanted to delete this post. A sly smile curled at the corner of Susun's mouth as he said, "Next, I'll delete all the posts. This way, the heat on this topic will only increase." In a room after the post was deleted, the confused white-clothed young man wondered, "What the hell, the entire post just now was deleted. What's going on?" The person opposite asked in doubt, "Could it be that the news just now was real?" Over here, in another room, the orange-haired older sister sitting on the bed speculated, "Could it be the Hacker King who deleted the post? Deleting everything at once, only he has the ability." The older brother on the chair agreed, "Makes sense if it was fake news. Why would they be nervous? Isn't that showing their hand?" Next, an account appeared in the comment section asking, "Any big shots here who can dig up the background of the Merchant Dragon Guild?" The comments below began to panic in fear. "It's too scary. I beg the big shots to dig it up." Seeing their reaction, Kinju seemed to understand Su Sun's intention and praised him. Using the help of netizens to push the Merchant Dragon Guild into the spotlight, this can attract the attention of government agencies. "Master, you're amazing." Sugzun leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, "In Dragon Nation, any non-governmental organization is very dangerous, always the target of suppression by government departments." He closed his eyes to enjoy, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Although my current power cannot compare to the Merchant Dragon Guild, the government departments can do it." Hearing this, Kinzu gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Using government departments to destroy the Merchant Dragon Guild, truly worthy of you." Soon an emergency meeting was held at the police meeting room. Qilun frowned sternly and asked, "What exactly is the background of the Merchant Dragon Guild?" The person beside him replied, "Chief, the Merchant Dragon Guild was established 7 years ago. Its members include well-known enterprises from Jiangzhou and neighboring provinces." He stated that the president is Yi Feng, the illegitimate son of the Jingcheng Yi family, a former mercenary, and formerly the head of a mercenary company overseas. Hearing this, Qilun angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What does this Yi Feng want to do? Running both a mercenary company and a large business organization in secret, is he trying to rebel?" He stood up abruptly and loudly ordered his subordinates, "Thoroughly investigate all members under the Merchant Dragon Guild for me." Qilun's voice echoed through the room, If there are any illegal activities, record them all in the files. All subordinates quickly acknowledged the order in unison. Qi Lung closed his eyes tightly, pondering. Is the Hacker King one of the Merchant Dragon Guild this time? It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what exactly the Merchant Dragon Guild wants to do. Thinking this, he opened his eyes and reminded his subordinates in a loud voice, moreover, we need to keep an eye on this Yifeng for now. After we finish investigating the members, we'll settle accounts with him. The subordinate immediately replied, yes, director. Over here at the Yi family, Tianlong sat in front of the tea table, muttering to himself with his hand to his mouth. I never expected that the president of the Merchant Dragon Guild is actually Yi Feng. If this gets out, it will definitely attract the attention of the authorities. Hearing this, the second son standing nearby hesitated. The Merchant Dragon Guild is about to collapse. Then the young master, I'm afraid he'll also. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, slapped the table and said loudly, that's why Sun was right. If you don't want to implicate the family, you must quickly sever ties with Yifeng. Tianlong raised his hand to ponder. If the relevant departments investigate the Merchant Dragon Guild and suspect the Yi family is behind it, it will be big trouble. He immediately turned around and gave an order. Second son, go to Jiangsu immediately. The second son quickly accepted the order and replied, yes, master. Over here at Su Sun's house, a phone call woke him from his drowsy sleep. Inju, with one leg draped over him, was sleeping soundly. Suxun turned over to answer the phone. Hello? The other end was Yi Feng, who was standing neatly in front of a mirror and spoke. Before 9 o'clock, come kneel and beg me at the entrance of Liu's villa, and I will consider letting your Qingyun International survive for a while longer. After saying that, Yi Feng immediately hung up, not giving him a chance to say another word. He ran his hand through his hair, imagining himself to be very cool and handsome. Then he left, hands in his pockets, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he thought. Susun, Qingyun International has been a top enterprise in Jiangsu for too long. I'm afraid it's been too long and you've forgotten yourself. No matter, today I will help you see reality clearly and make you understand who rules Jiangsu. Meanwhile, Susun, after listening to the call, angrily slammed his phone down on the table and cursed. I don't understand anything. Spouting a bunch of nonsense so early in the morning. Is his brain stuck in a door? Seeing him stand up to change clothes, Kinju asked sleepily, where are you going? Susun replied while putting on his shirt. A show-off is about to start showing off, of course. I have to go and flatter him. Hearing this, she excitedly waved her hands, demanding to follow. There's good drama. I want to go too. Susun continued with a serious expression. Then, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. At the Li family villa, a convoy of black cars rushed in. Liu Cheng stood with his wife and children in front of the house, wondering what was going on. Immediately after, Yifeng stepped out of the car in an elegant white suit. Seeing him, Liu Cheng was stunned, recognized him, and called his name. Xiao Luan and her husband were also surprised. Their eyes wide open. Curious neighbors came out to watch, gossiping. Wasn't he the useless brother-in-law? How did he seem like a different person now? Seeing Yifeng's imposing demeanor, everyone guessed he had probably just been modest before. Liu Cheng frowned and thought. The big shots pressuring Yifeng were all elders of the Azure Dragon. Could he be? Yifeng approached Xiao Yun and said, you like successful men, so I'll tell you the truth. Before he finished, a white car suddenly crashed straight into the rear of Yifeng's car. He spun around to look, and his group of underlings asked in confusion, what's going on? Susun stepped out of the white car, slammed the door, and shouted, who lacks sense, parking in the middle of the road? Seeing him, Yifeng smirked. The beggar for mercy has arrived. Behind Susun was a bulldozer. He raised his hand and ordered, take all the cars here somewhere else. Yifeng and the others were puzzled. What? Quickly, 4 bulldozers advanced and pushed away the black cars belonging to Yifeng's people. The group of underlings pointed at the bulldozers and shouted discontentedly, stop, all of you stop. Feng pointed his finger angrily and yelled, Su-sun, have you gone mad? He thought to himself, does this guy want to die? Su-sun put his hands in his pockets, shrugged, and replied sarcastically, bringing a bunch of cats and dogs is like looking down on the world? Yi Feng frowned, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Su-sun, it seems you don't know who you're provoking. He adjusted his lapel, the corner of his mouth curling up as he declared, I, Yi Feng, the president of the Azure Dragon, can kill you like an ant with just one finger. Hearing this, Liu Cheng and everyone was startled. Is he really the president? Xiao Yun asked her father curiously, is the Azure Dragon very powerful? He replied, everyone, there is a big shot in Jiangsu. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that what Yi Feng meant last night when he said to prepare mentally was this. Xiao Luan worried, this is bad, we treated him badly before. Xiao Feng proudly praised, that's right. Seeing everyone's expressions, Yi Feng laughed smugly. You all look down on me, now I'm a real big shot. He then raised his watch and said, there are still 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. What I said this morning is still in effect. He put his hand in his pocket, his face arrogant. Before 9, if you crawl and kneel to beg, I'll let Qingyun International barely survive. Xiao Yun disagreed. Yi Feng, people should be tolerant, he's a student of mine. Xiao Feng stopped her. What are you doing? Why interfere in men's business? Just watch. Xiao Yun reproached. Mom, how can you be like this? Yi Feng gritted his teeth and repeated. Suk-sun, you didn't hear me clearly, did you? If you don't kneel, I'll shut down Qingyan. Suk-sun raised an eyebrow, extended his hand provocatively. How about you kneel to me, and I'll give you inside information ahead of time, deal? Yi Feng lunged forward mockingly. Suk-sun, today you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. He sneered, pointing at him. Today I see the coffin, but it's your coffin. Seeing Suk-sun's confident demeanor, Yi Feng was baffled. What? Suddenly, in front of the Liu residence, a convoy of police cars arrived and surrounded the area. Xiao Luan stammered in confusion. What's going on? Her husband wondered. Why so many police? The police officer held a loudspeaker and shouted. People of the Azure Dragon Society, you are surrounded. He emphasized, kneel down and surrender immediately, or face the consequences yourselves. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon underlings grew anxious, sweating, and wondered, why are you arresting us? What did we do wrong? Yi Feng immediately understood this was Suk-sun's trick. He turned and pointed at him. You're sabotaging me. Suk-sun smiled, snapped his fingers, and replied, Bingo. Then he waved to the police. Comrades, I am Suk-sun, chairman of Qingyan International. Go ahead and make the arrests. I've cleared the obstacles. They have no weapons. The police rushed in and handcuffed all the Azure Dragon underlings. They resisted and shouted, Let me go, do you know who I am? Suddenly, a man stepped in front of a fat guy, making him look up hesitantly. This man was Dong Qin, director of the Jiangnan City Bureau. He raised his hand. Strip one off for me to see, I'll broaden my horizons. Recognizing that the person in front of him was no one to mess with, he stammered. Director, there's a misunderstanding. I'm an honest businessman, law-abiding. Dong Qin asked, an honest businessman. Then explained the forced relocation case that caused deaths 10 years ago. He lowered his head and cursed inwardly. Damn, they dug up old history too. Suddenly, Yi Feng stepped forward and asked, which sub-bureau are you from? I want to see your boss. Dong Qin recognized him. Are you, Yi Feng? We're not from a sub-bureau. We're from the city bureau. Your case has a dedicated officer. Police officer stepped forward and held up a badge in front of Yi Feng. You are suspected of endangering national security. Please come with us for investigation. The neighbors gossiped, from useless brother-in-law to Azure Dragon president, and then a prisoner. Such a quick turnaround. Suk-sun clapped his hands and stepped forward, his voice sarcastic. President Yi, today's show was spectacular. Carrying such a big charge, your life is pretty much made. Yi Feng trembled with rage, his eyes full of killing intent as he looked at him. Suk-sun raised an eyebrow, his arms crossed as if in provocation. Unable to bear it, Yi Feng lunged forward with a loud shout. Suk-sun's bodyguards quickly stopped him. What do you think you're doing? He was furious, pushed the two men away hard and shouted, Get lost, all of you. Then he threw a punch at Suk-sun's face. Dalla suddenly appeared, blocking the blow with a kick, and yelled, Want to hurt the boss? Step over my dead body first. Yi Feng clutched his trembling arm, his face turning pale and purple. Suddenly, a bodyguard drew a gun and shouted, Hands up. Yi Feng was terrified, raising his hands and not daring to resist. Suk-sun said smugly, Sorry about that, I'm quite afraid of death, so I always carry a few bodyguards with me. I'm sure you understand. Seeing the police arrive with handcuffs, he resisted, shouting, I am the eldest young master of the Yi family in Jingcheng who dares to arrest me. Suddenly, the Yi family butler rushed over, loudly refuting that the Yi family had no such person as him. Recognizing him, Yi Feng hurriedly called out, Butler Long-er. Butler Long-er ignored him, turned to report to the police that this man had poor moral character, that old Master Yi had severed ties with him long ago, and asked law enforcement to act strictly. Yi Feng suddenly knelt down, hugged his arm, and cried, asking Butler Long-er, I am the eldest young master. Did father send you to save me? You can't just stand by and watch me die. Butler Long-er immediately shook off his hand and asked back in a furious tone, Do you even deserve the Yi surname? Unable to believe his ears, he stood up sharply and demanded an explanation. Butler Long-er, what do you mean by that? Yi Feng raised his hand to his chest and earnestly said that those disrespectful words were only spoken in anger. He begged the butler to take him back to the Yi family so he could apologize to his father in person, but in his heart, he calculated that this was his last hope. If he couldn't be saved, he was truly finished. Butler Long-er replied sternly, It's not a matter of going back or not now. It's that old master Yi said with his own mouth that he wants to cut off relations. He said the Yi family would not shelter an incompetent descendant who violated the law. Immediately afterward, Yi Feng was handcuffed by the police. Suk-sun stepped forward and smugly taunted him. President Yi, prison isn't as good as the outside. Don't put on airs in the future, or you'll die an ugly death. He turned and shouted, You Su, don't be so smug. Even if my influence in the country is gone, my people abroad will definitely avenge me. Suk-sun got close and whispered, You mean that mercenary company overseas, right? Sorry, half an hour ago they were wiped out by heavy fire. He gritted his teeth and uttered, Impossible. Suk-sun grinned and asked back, Don't don't believe it? Su-sun held out his phone in front of him. Come, let me show you a video. You won't have a chance to see it once you're in there anyway. Yifeng saw the burning, exploding base on the screen, and his face instantly twisted. Su-sun grinned at his dazed expression and continued, let me introduce myself a bit. I am the mercenary King Shaseng. Nice to meet you like this. Hearing the name mercenary King Shaseng, Yifeng broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. In his eyes, Su now seemed like a terrifying demon incarnate. Or should you try reporting me to national security so I can keep you company? Yifeng's face turned ashen. He thought to himself that Su's daring to reveal his identity clearly showed he wasn't afraid of being reported, and doing so would likely only end in self-inflicted humiliation. Thinking this, he accepted his fate and said, Su-sun, you win this time. Watching the escorted back of Yifeng, Su-sun smugly looked at the system notification congratulating the host on completing the mission to defeat the protagonist. The destiny of a villain character often grants them an extraordinary ability to provoke. After reading, he raised his hand in thought. This kind of ability specialized in attracting hatred seemed very easy to get beaten up. Suddenly a voice rang out cutting through his thoughts. Director Su. Mrs. Fu warmly gestured with her hand, standing outside for so long you must be thirsty. Would you like to come into my house and sit for a while? Liu Cheng stepped forward to stop her, his voice sharp as he scolded. Are you done yet? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get inside. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief because he had just joined the Kanglong Merchant Guild not long ago. If he made Su-sun unhappy, that kid would target him and cause trouble. After Xiaofeng and her two children went inside, Liu Cheng came over to mediate. Director Su, that woman is narrow-minded. I hope you won't argue with her. Su-sun replied indifferently. How could I? Uncle Liu, I still have things to do today, so I'll take my leave now. Liu Cheng courteously gestured. Take care. As soon as they got in the car, Zhao Feng behind suddenly asked, Zhao Yun, what do you think of Su-sun? Young and talented, he is a very good match for you. Zhao Yun said discontentedly. Mom, I'm not divorced yet. He is my student, and he already has a beautiful girlfriend. She calmly replied. Then get a divorce. Are you still waiting for Yifeng? Xiaofeng gestured with her hand in confusion. So what if he is a student? Can a student like his teacher? How do you know he doesn't have that thought? She disagreed, firmly refusing and leaving. Turning a student into her man, she could not do this. Failing to persuade Xiaoyun, Xiaofeng angrily snorted, You stubborn girl! Then she turned to ask her husband, Liu Cheng, do you think Xiao Yun and Director Su can work out? Liu Cheng looked at his wife stunned and said, with a mother like you, even if they wanted to, it wouldn't work. Hearing this, Xiao Feng crossed her arms in annoyance and muttered, forget it, I won't meddle anymore. Marry whoever you want. Liu Cheng impatiently turned his back. Don't. Su-sun opened the car door and heard Kinju complaining. I didn't even get to step onto the field and it was already over. There was no fierce battle like I imagined. This drama was way too realistic. Sitting in the car, he replied, Did you think they were children? Would they dare resist when they saw the police arrive? Kinju was still grumbling. I was just casually saying a few words. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang incessantly. It was Li Tao calling. He picked up and asked, Hello, Li Tao? The voice on the other end immediately said, President Su, everything you predicted was right. Li Tao said excitedly, those companies that swallowed up shares before now have to spit them back out many times over. He enthusiastically believed. Moreover, after this incident, I am confident that Kingyun International will soon become the champion, a truly top-tier enterprise in Jiangsu. Su-sun happily praised. Well done. If there are any areas behind that need your cooperation, I'll have to rely on you. Old Li humbly replied. It's all my duty. After the call, he thought with delight. This mission was completed so quickly. There are still a few days before receiving a new identity. Suddenly, Su-sun turned to ask Kinju for her opinion, startling her. During these few free days, what should I do for the best? She playfully twirled a strand of hair and asked back, Master, what's wrong with you? Su-sun was caught off guard. Nothing. He thought dejectedly to himself, forget it. If he let Kinju give advice, she would definitely use her sparkling eyes to say to him. In his mind, the image appeared of Kinju wearing a cute set of pajamas, sitting obediently like a cat on the bed calling, Master, come here quickly. Thinking this, Su-sun still managed to snap out of it, shaking his head vigorously. I better find some other pastime to kill time in these days. In the evening, there was a gathering at a luxurious restaurant. At the table, the girl was Xiao Mei, the one wearing glasses was Yao Heng, the old man was Old Luo, and the big-headed guy was Datu. He said angrily, damn it, this Su-sun really has an insatiable greed. The member companies of the Kanglong Merchant Guild have so quickly become the property of Kingyun International. Xiao Mei agreed, saying, just like when he acquired SSE, he really didn't leave even a drop of soup for us. Yao Heng calmly adjusted his glasses slightly and said, everyone, calm down. After all, Kingyun International was already very strong, and now holding the Kanglong Merchant Guild. Its strength goes without saying. Old Luo took a light sip of tea, relaxed. That's right. Who would dare to mess with Kingyun International now? Wouldn't that be directly seeking death? Responding to him, Yao Heng said, if you can't beat them, then directly join them. It's better for us to have a good relationship with President Su than to oppose him. Another person at the table, bored, blew out a puff of smoke and said, that's true. Now that Kingyun International is in the leading position, if we want our companies to survive long-term, this is the only way. It wasn't just him who was unhappy. No one at the entire table could relax anymore. Time passed to the morning of the second day at Su Sun's house. He lay comfortably on the bed and asked, System, receive the 9th identity. The system immediately replied, receiving identity. Please wait. In less than 3 seconds the result came. Received identity Liu Cheng. Congratulations to the host for receiving a new identity. This identity will be an alien traitor. This absurdity made Su Sun jump up and immediately ask, what? An alien traitor? The system responded, on the surface you are a person from Earth, but in reality, you have a deeper hidden identity that even no one knows. The rebellion with the Marshal failed 30 years ago. After the failure, you drove a spaceship and fled into exile to the doomed star R on Earth. 30 years ago, a rebellion broke out on planet Our. The Jade Brave Legion you belonged to was one of the rebel forces. In the end, the rebellion was suppressed. The Marshal, the leader of the Jade Brave Legion, was executed. You hastily fled from planet Our, and at the same time, you were designated as a wanted criminal in the universe. Currently, war has broken out again. The remaining subordinates of yours have found you through the galaxy coordinates you left behind, for you to return and lead them to continue fighting for their ideals. The identity abilities were also announced: strength enhancement, speed enhancement, mental power enhancement. Together, return to planet Our, end the chaos, and establish a unified nation. This mission has no time limit. Receiving a load of information left Su Sun cursing. Damn it, this identity is a bit too crazy. Could it be that I'm so powerful even heaven and earth can't contain me?